transcending the realms of Do, Patsang Qiong, is merely the beginning. This is a legendary journey through boundless time and space, conquering myriad worlds with audacity. Life and death are treated with indifference. If one refuses to submit, let the battle commence. Chapter 1. Your novice gift package has been credited. The first rule for travelers: clarify your background and ascertain your environment. A radiant beam of light pierced the heavens and the earth, and a tall figure clad in a black trench coat abruptly materialized atop a mountain peak. Here, the rising sun over the sea of clouds, the verdant pines and cypress trees. Ah, I am on a mountain, standing by a precipice. Just after being transported to the novice world, Zhou Chun surveyed his surroundings, marveling at the breathtaking scenery that encapsulated the essence of scaling the heights to survey the landscape below, when he suddenly realized that a mere 3 feet beneath him lay an abyss of unfathomable depth. Gazing at the seemingly bottomless cliff enveloped in clouds, Zhou Chun, who already suffered from acrophobia, felt his legs weaken in trepidation. Ding! A crisp voice resonated within his mind. The system's tone was devoid of emotion, stating, "Dimensional transfer completed. This system is now online to serve you. Please, host, swiftly alter the world line to acquire causal points." "Aita? What do you mean? I have no idea what world this is." Zhou Chun retorted angrily. Being abducted to a different realm to accomplish tasks was not out of the question, but one must first inform him of the novel, film, or anime world he had been thrust into. "Ding, host, please remain calm. This system believes in your extensive experience with novels and films. Additionally, please acquire causal points within 1 month to facilitate system upgrades. What if I fail to obtain causal points within a month? The system's energy will be depleted, and the host will face termination." Zhou Chun exclaimed, "Such an ancient trope. Can you not present something more original, system?" "Ding. This system can accommodate the host's request by severing your limbs, allowing you to survive or perish in this world." Zhou Chun found himself too exhausted to voice further complaints. He knew all too well that in this world, one does not receive rewards without effort. Indeed, profound affections cannot be retained through mere sentiment. Only cunning strategies can win hearts. Initially, this wretched system had promised him grand adventures. What a facade! The result? Not only was the system a desperate energy seeker, but it also threatened him with termination at the slightest provocation. The system, officially known as the Multiverse Exchange System, serves as Zhou Chun's golden finger, the quintessential emblem of fortune. Currently, the system resides at the lowest tier, capable of exchanging only first-level items. Only by amassing substantial energy can the system ascend to higher levels. The means to gather energy entails the host creating disturbances within the narrative world, thereby diverting the storyline from its original trajectory and accumulating abundant causal energy points. Open the panel. After venting his frustrations, Zhou Chun recognized the necessity of focusing on the task at hand. Otherwise, as a dimensional traveler endowed with a system, he would be no different from a mere idle fish. As Zhou Chun's words fell, a soft yellow light manifested in his mind, revealing a panel. At the top of the panel was an energy bar indicating level 1, 0/10,000. This signified that the current main deity was merely at level 1, and to ascend to level 2, Zhou Chun needed to accumulate at least 10,000 causal points. 10,000 causal points? Why don't you just go and steal them, system? Zhou Chun was utterly bewildered, on the verge of tears. Resigned, he continued to observe the panel, noticing that beneath the energy bar lay a solitary button. With a mere thought, Zhou Chun activated the options. Instantly, the light curtain shifted, presenting 4 options before him. Each of these primary options was accompanied by 4 secondary options. Upon selecting 2 options, a plethora of techniques materialized before him. Foundation Establishment Method. Originating from the mortal cultivation novel realm, 500 causal points. Tongbei Fist. From the martial universe realm, 200 causal points. Evil Repelling Sword Manual. A technique from the laughing in the wind realm, 150 causal points. After careful examination, Zhou Chun realized that these techniques were fundamentally rudimentary, truly befitting a level 1 system. Unsurprisingly lacking in quality. As a traveler, should he not commence his journey with celestial techniques of the highest echelon? However, even these low-tier techniques were beyond Zhou Chun's means. Beyond. At this thought, Zhou Chun, overwhelmed with sorrow, lamented, "System, according to the conventions of web literature, where is the new protagonist's welfare?" Ding. The novice welfare has been credited. Please check host. Aha, I knew it. I am the protagonist. Zhou Chun beamed with pride, opening the novice gift package in his mind. The system interface displayed 2 empty slots containing items. The first slot held an image of a firearm radiating a silvery luminescence. Zhou Chen clicked on the image, and a firearm materialized instantly in his grasp, accompanied by the display of an attribute panel. AK-47. Value: 300 causal points. Automatic rifle. Grade: Tier 1. Duration: 3 days. Efficacy: capable of inflicting fatal harm upon Tier 1 powerhouses. Not bad, he remarked. With a mere thought, Zhou Chen withdrew the weapon, admiring this AK that could, indeed, topple an elephant, feeling quite satisfied. The only lament was the weapon's limited duration of merely 3 days. This, too, was the unfortunate aspect of the novice benefits. Since Zhou Chen possessed no causal points, this AK-47 was effectively lent to him by the system, which would reclaim it once the 3 days elapsed. Unless Zhou Chen could acquire 300 causal points within this time frame to purchase the firearm, he would not be able to possess it permanently. Zhou Chen surmised with a hint of mischief that this might be one of the system's methods to spur the host into action, compelling him to engage in endeavors to earn causal points. Next, Zhou Chen turned his attention to the second item in the equipment column. There, he beheld a pair of peculiar yet exquisite orbs, within which 3 white jade-like patterns spiraled slowly, forming an eerie vortex that seemed capable of ensnaring a person's very soul. 3 Tomo Sharingan. Zhou Chen instantly recognized this renowned bloodline limit from the famed manga, Naruto, and promptly accessed the attribute panel. Sharingan. Value: 2,000 causal points. Category: Bloodline limit. Grade: Tier 2. Efficacy: Inside Eye. The Sharingan possesses the ability to perceive the energy flow of an opponent and discern their every subtle movement and hand seal. Hypnotic Eye. Capable of hypnotizing adversaries. Duration: 3 days. Upon reading the system's introduction, Zhou Chen, beneath his seemingly calm exterior, was filled with ecstatic joy. As a descendant of Indra, the elder son of the Sage of Six Paths from the esteemed Naruto series, the Sharingan is a highly progressive and formidable ocular technique. For Zhou Chen, whose physicality was languid and reflexes dulled, the combination of a Sharingan with the AK-47 would suffice to confront many low-level martial worlds. Even in the face of higher martial realms, he could still inflict harm upon certain lower-tier cultivators. Alas, it only lasts 3 days. It seems I must swiftly ascertain the nature of this world and promptly stir up some significant events. Zhou Chen expressed his regret, then eagerly declared, "System, implant the Sharingan for me, immediately." Even while ensconced in the depths of a perilous forest, Zhou Chen made a decisive resolution. Ding! Initiating implantation. Implantation successful. In less than 5 seconds, the Sharingan was embedded within Zhou Chen, prompting him to marvel at the system's prowess. Through the newly implanted Sharingan, Zhou Chen perceived the world around him with unparalleled clarity. Even the minute insects in the nearby thicket were vividly discernible. Just then, a flash of azure and white appeared within his Sharingan's field of vision from the thicket. Chapter 2. The Battle Against the Heavens? Kidnapping the Little Medical Sage. Come out. If you don't, I shall fire, Zhou Chen declared, brandishing his firearm with both hands. Fully activating his Sharingan, the dual Tomo spinning incessantly as he fixed his gaze upon the shadow concealed behind the bushes. Prepared to shoot without hesitation should the situation demand it. Thanks to the system's built-in dimensional language translator, the figure behind the foliage clearly understood Zhou Chen's threat. Although she was unaware of the term fire, the glimmering metallic object radiating dark light was evidently not something to be trifled with. Do not misunderstand, kind sir. I merely seek herbs, a delicate voice emerged, as a woman clad in white stepped forth from the underbrush. Her eyes reflected a mixture of fear and hesitation as they met Zhou Chen's. In that moment, Zhou Chen felt an unexpected brightness before him. The woman wore a pale white dress. Though her beauty could not be termed extraordinary, she was undeniably a rare gem. Her serene smile exuded an ethereal charm, enhancing her allure significantly. Zhou Chen's gaze roamed over her figure, ultimately resting upon her slender waist, delicately bound by a green ribbon. As he beheld her form, a hint of fascination flickered in his eyes. Nevertheless, being the protagonist chosen by the system, Zhou Chen was not the type to recklessly throw himself at a woman. Instead, he fired a shot at a massive stone beside her. The resounding gunfire shattered the rock into countless fragments, demonstrating the formidable power of the AK-47. Witnessing the sheer might of his attack, which surpassed even that of a peak combatant, the woman in white widened her eyes in shock and hastily stepped back. Delighted by her terrified expression, Zhou Chen concluded that she was no formidable opponent. With a sly smile, he inquired, "My lady, be so kind as to provide me with your name, age, place of residence, and occupation without delay, or you shall meet the same fate as that stone." The woman glanced at the oddly attired youth wielding the metallic weapon, gulping nervously before responding in a timid voice. "People call me the Little Medical Sage. I am 15 years old and currently work as a physician at the Wan Yao Zhai in Qingshan Town. Is this not the Gamma Empire?" Zhou Chen, upon hearing the terms Little Medical Sage and Qingshan Town, was instantly struck with a sense of foreboding, having perused countless tales. The young woman regarded him with confusion, yet complied. "Indeed, This is the Monster Beast mountain range, which belongs to the Gamma Empire. As these words registered, Zhou Qin's expression morphed into one of bewilderment. Could this truly be the world of Dou Songqiong? The renowned novel was infamous for its perilous atmosphere, where mountains could burn and seas could boil, where one could decimate armies and shatter the heavens. How had he, with such a fragile physique, arrived in such a terrifying realm? Shouldn't he have begun his journey in a more genial martial world? By the heavens, this system has truly deceived me. Realizing he had been duped, Zhou Chun licked his parched lips and asked with difficulty, "Do you know Xiaoyan?" "Xiaoyan? I do not know him," the little medical sage replied. Her eyes filled with confusion. Observing the sincerity in her expression, Zhou Chun let out a long sigh. It appeared the plot had yet to unfold significantly, and he might still witness the future Emperor Yin during his tumultuous rise to power. Perhaps he could even seize the burning decisions for himself. In an instant, Zhou Chun returned to his senses, contemplating the fragile yet stunning figure before him. The little medical sage, who, unbeknownst to anyone, would one day become the formidable Heaven Poison Queen in a Dosheng powerhouse. With this thought, Zhou Qin's mind began to churn. A talent with such boundless potential as the little medical sage should undoubtedly be recruited into his fold. With 3 to 5 years of guidance, she could emerge as a formidable ally. Noticing the boy's unsettling gaze fixed upon her, the little medical sage instinctively took a few cautious steps back. "Fear not, my lady. I am a good person. You are known as the little medical sage, are you not? I have heard of your exceptional medical skills and benevolent heart. Why not join me? I guarantee you will reach Dozong in 3 years, Dosheng in 5, and in 10 years. You shall break through to Dodi and sweep across the continent." The little medical sage stared at him in disbelief, her expression resembling that of someone who had just heard the most absurd tale. Zhou Chun felt his cheeks flush with embarrassment, realizing that such empty promises held little weight. "Heed my words, for as a significant character in the original narrative, the little medical sage is burdened with the innate poison body, a rare yet potent affliction that is difficult to control. When the power of the bearer cannot contain the toxicity, it erupts, leading to devastation in its wake. Tragically, her adoptive parents and entire village perished due to her uncontrolled poison body in her youth. Such a living source of poison would undoubtedly incite the desire for extermination from all." Thus, Zhou Qin's tone turned grave as he declared, "Little medical sage, I must inform you that your possession of the poison body has been revealed. You must come with me." Upon hearing the term poison body, the little medical sage's complexion turned ashen, her once rosy lips drained of color. It was clear that her secret had been exposed, a truth that would incite the wrath of the entire continent. Observing her panic-stricken demeanor, Zhou Qin softened his tone. "Little medical sage, I have come to this remote corner of the Gamma Empire specifically to find you. I hail from a powerful faction in Zhongzhou, and we possess the means to control your poison body, preventing your untimely demise and the resulting widespread devastation. We could even assist you in soaring to greatness, achieving the realms of Zong and Shang. Is that true?" The little medical sage's dim eyes suddenly sparkled with hope. "Indeed, I'm not even a combatant. What benefit would I gain from deceiving you?" Zhou Qin's gaze was filled with sincerity. After a moment of hesitation, the little medical sage found herself unable to resist the allure of secure life. As for the prospect of ascending to greatness, it had never crossed her mind. Examining the youthful figure before her, she furrowed her brow. "What do you intend to do with me? I'm still employed as a physician at the Wan Yao Zhai in Qingshan town. It would be unwise to leave abruptly. You have agreed?" Zhou Chun was overwhelmed with elation, astonished at how easily he had managed to recruit a future ace. Clearly, fate was on his side. Ding! The host has successfully persuaded the significant character, the little medical sage, from the original plot of Dou Songqiong to follow him, altering the course of the world line and earning 3,000 karma points. The host is encouraged to continue their efforts. Is this truly possible? Zhou Chun was left in a state of bewilderment. With merely a few words, he had altered the narrative and acquired 3,000 karma points in the process. With this realization, Zhou Chun's ambitions surged. Considering the limited duration of his AK in Sharingan, he needed to act swiftly to orchestrate a significant event to change the storyline and accrue more karma points. I shall target the Wan Yao Zhai's master, who is not a virtuous character in the original tale. Thus, Zhou Chun boldly proclaimed, "What do you mean? The master of Wan Yao Zhai is no good either. Over the years, he has orchestrated countless deaths, and I shall be the one to enact justice." Equipped with an AK-47 capable of annihilating first-tier life forms and the foresight granted by Sharingan, the seemingly defenseless Qingshan town was but a flock of lambs awaiting slaughter. Clap, clap! As soon as Zhou Qin's words fell, a series of sharp applause echoed from the nearby thicket. A burly, middle-aged man clad in rhinoceros leather armor, his features fierce and rugged, slowly emerged. His calloused hands clapped rhythmically, producing a cacophony of sound. Stopping in front of Zhou Chun, he scoffed, "Kid, what audacity you possess to threaten the master of Wan Yao Zhai, a mere waste without even a trace of Do Qi." With a shift in his attention, the middle-aged man turned to the little medical sage, Who would have thought that the savior of countless mercenaries in Qingshan Town is, in fact, a bearer of the poison body? How fortunate for my young commander Mu Li, who has been concerned for you and sent me to protect you. Protect? More like follow. The little medical sage clenched her teeth, her charming eyes fixed defiantly on the middle-aged man, revealing her steadfast spirit. Hao Meng surveyed the petite medical fairy with a gaze imbued with malice, bursting into laughter as he proclaimed, "Thanks to your maid, Feely, we have uncovered the fact that you, dear medical fairy, have stumbled upon a treasure left by a predecessor. We originally intended to trail you for a period to locate the cave of treasures, but to our surprise, you are revealed to be a cursed poison body. Since my young commander has no use for you, there is no necessity to spare your life." With a menacing grip on his grotesque knuckles, Hao Meng threatened, "Medical fairy, if you are wise, reveal the location of the treasure, and I might grant you a swift end. Otherwise, I shall render you incapable of seeking life or death." Beside them, Zhou Chun stared dumbfounded at the imbecilic figure before him, ultimately unable to contain himself as he adjusted the barrel of his gun, saying, "Cute, isn't it? Did you arrive too late to witness my prowess? Do you not recognize what I hold?" Hearing this, Hao Meng regarded Zhou Chun with a look of utter disdain, sneering, "Just a piece of scrap iron. What do you intend to use it for, a fire poker?" Then, amidst the pitying gaze of the medical fairy, a torrent of gunfire erupted. Tot 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 tot. Boom! In an instant, Hao Meng was knocked to the ground by the bullets from the AK-47. Looking down, he saw his chest riddled with numerous gaping wounds, blood gushing forth, as if it were free. "Kid, your commander will not let you off easy." Hao Meng gasped, struggling weakly as Zhou Chun, unfazed by the villain's customary dying words, fired again, shattering Hao Meng's skull in one swift motion. Such was the potency of the AK-47. Effortlessly dispatching a character from the world of Do Put Song Xiong, the leader of the Wolfhead Mercenary Corps, an 8-star Do fighter, Hao Meng, earning Zhou Chun 5 causality points. 5 points. Zhou Chun felt an overwhelming sense of discontent. It seemed that minor characters had no rights. If eliminating a mere minor character like Hao Meng, who appeared only once in the original story, yielded 5 causality points, how many would he obtain for annihilating the entire Wolfhead Mercenary Corps? Zhou Chun mused, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. The discomfort of having killed someone overshadowed by the prospect of the minor characters in the Wolfhead Mercenary Corps. As he glanced at the medical fairy, who appeared somewhat dazed, he holstered his weapon and grasped her delicate hand, saying, "How do we get to Qingshan Town? Let me there at once." The medical fairy, caught off guard by Zhou Chen's hold, trembled slightly, her cheeks flushed. Yet, she made no attempt to resist, whispering, "Will you not take a look at the treasure left by the predecessor? It lies not far off in the cave. With your strength, you could easily break through the barriers and guardian magical beasts set by the predecessors. We could split the treasures between us." Zhou Chun shook his head without a word. The treasure would remain there. It wouldn't run away. It was safer to ambush and eliminate the Wolfhead Mercenary Corps and the Wan Yao, Zhai personnel before they discovered Hao Meng's demise. After all, if they were prepared, Zhou Chun could very well find himself in dire straits. Moreover, those minor characters were potential sources of causality points. Additionally, items had time constraints. Seeing Zhou Chen's resolute decision, the medical fairy had no choice but to persuade him, "Are you truly set on killing the master of Wan Yao Zhai? He has treated me well over the years and is generally kind. He is not as malevolent as you think. Can you not spare him?" "Well, it depends on the situation. If he knows his place, I would not mind letting him go," Zhou Chen replied non-committally, insisting that the medical fairy lead the way. "All right, just a moment." She retrieved a short bamboo flute from her bosom, placing it to her lips and gently blowing. A peculiar sound wave emanated from the flute, swirling outside the forest. "I am summoning my companion," she said playfully, waving the flute, a first-tier blue eagle. Zhou Chun recollected that, in the original story, the medical fairy indeed possessed a flying magical beast, and he had foolishly considered walking out. Shortly after the sound waves were released, a piercing cry echoed from the distant mountains. A colossal eagle, resplendent in azure, soared through the skies, quickly descending to circle the cliff below. "Let's go." With the arrival of the blue eagle, the medical fairy let out a sigh of relief, nodding slightly. She was the first to leap onto the massive bird, while Zhou Chun ascended the eagle's wings, which were as broad as staircases. "You are remarkably light," he teased, landing on the eagle's back, casting a playful grin at the blushing medical fairy. Without responding, she reached out and patted the blue eagle, which immediately flapped its wings, sending a powerful gust of wind cascading around them. Then, it soared skyward, carrying the two of them aloft. Standing upon the expansive back of the eagle, Zhou Chun peered down at the receding forest and the small town barely visible ahead, braving the high-altitude currents as he inquired, "In which direction is the Wolfhead Mercenary Corps?" The Wolfhead Mercenary Corps is stationed to the south of Qingshan Town, where the area is almost entirely under their control. The medical fairy pointed toward the location the Blue Eagle was flying toward. The Wolfhead Mercenary Corps has been established in Qingshan Town for over a decade, with approximately 70 to 80 core members. Most of their strength lies below 5 stars. There are 3 captains in the mercenary corps. With Hao Ming already dead at your hands, only Mu Shi and Ganmu remain. Mu Shi's a Dome Master. Zhou Chen nodded. The so-called Dome Master was merely a low-tier cultivator, capable of forming an aura of Do Qi around their body to fend off blades and swords. But to withstand high-explosive armor-piercing rounds, Mu Shi would need another 30 years of training. Observing the encroaching stronghold of the Wolf Head mercenary corps below, Zhou Chen retrieved his AK-47, activating his Sharingan for a final warm-up. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Wolf Head mercenary corps in the main hall, Mu Shi, the leader of the mercenary group, sat at the center, gazing at his son, Mu Li, with a look of disappointment. You sent Hao Ming to monitor her just to pursue a woman? Hao Ming is the 3rd captain, an 8-star Do fighter. It's such a waste to use him like this. Seated on the lower left, Mu Li raised his shadowy eyes and grinned wickedly. Father, you don't understand. The medical fairy recently discovered a treasure, but she lacks the strength to retrieve it, and we remain unaware of its location. I have had people following her for some time. I see. You are too soft-hearted. If it were me, I would have captured her and beaten her half to death until she revealed the location. Mu Li frowned at his father's cruel words, replying, The medical fairy has healed countless mercenaries. Her connections are vast. If we harm her, it could lead to significant trouble. Moreover, before Mu Shi could respond, a series of sharp, rapid sounds erupted, accompanied by blood-curdling screams that were strangely melodious. Soon, a blood-soaked mercenary stumbled into the hall, desperately crying, Commander, someone has broken in. Our brothers are suffering heavy casualties. We cannot hold them off. What? Mu Shi sprang to his feet, alarmed, his eyes darting to his faltering subordinates. Where's the 2nd captain, Ganmu? He is a 9-star Do fighter. He cannot be overwhelmed. Looking for Ganmu? He is right here. A clear voice resonated in the hall, followed by the grotesque sight of a half-destroyed head being tossed inside. The head of the 2nd captain, Ganmu, rolled into the hall like a ball, silencing Mu Shi and his son instantly. You have some nerve. Mu Shi's eyes turned crimson. Yet he did not immediately command an attack against Zhou Chen. Instead, he inhaled deeply to calm his tumultuous emotions. Knowing that Ganmu was a 9-star Do fighter, the only one capable of killing him must be a powerful figure above a Dome Master. Such a person, Mu Shi was reluctant to offend lightly. Fixating on the relaxed youth before him, Mu Shi rasped, Who might you be? Has the Wolfhead Mercenary Corps wronged you in any way? As the saying goes, it is better to resolve a conflict than to escalate it. I wonder if there has been some misunderstanding between us. Observing Mu Shi's restrained demeanor, Zhou Chen raised an eyebrow, unable to discern whether it was mockery or admiration as he replied, Mu Shi, with your capacity for restraint and discernment, had you been born into a prestigious sect or an influential family, you might have had your day. Unfortunately, you are merely a lowly Dome Master. Offending someone like me, a destined protagonist, means your entire clan is doomed today. Then there is nothing left to discuss. Mu Shi took a deep breath, realizing that today would not end amicably. He decisively commanded, Mu Li, summon the others. Surround and attack him. Let me see just how capable this young punk really is. Understood. Nodding vigorously, Mu Li's face contorted into a sinister grin before he swiftly turned to relay commands. Mu Shi, observing Zhou Chen with a metallic pipe in hand, felt a surge of caution. With a flick of his right hand, a gleaming steel spear ascended slowly. The fighting spirit within him surged vigorously under the impetus of murderous intent, manifesting as a faint azure aura that gradually erupted from his body, ultimately forming a thin, protective garment of azure fighting spirit. Mu Shi's palm caressed the spear as his inner energy grew ever more tempestuous. Suddenly, with a low growl, he stomped his foot forcefully against the ground, propelling himself towards Zhou Chen at breakneck speed. His spear quivered slightly, conjuring several blossoms of white light in the air. Wind-soaring step, gale thrust, Mu Shi bellowed, as the spear's tip transformed into a deadly, pale shadow, piercing through the air towards Zhou Chen's neck from several dozen meters away. As a fighter, Mu Shi's speed surpassed that of an ordinary combatant by leaps and bounds. Although Zhou Chen's Sharingan could keep pace with Mu Shi's velocity, his ordinary human physique could not match it, causing him to miss several consecutive strikes. As Mu Shi's spear tip approached, Zhou Chen activated the full power of his Sharingan. The double tomo spinning frantically, finally revealing Mu Shi's flaw. The relentless sound of gunfire erupted, and Mu Shi, who was just about to close in on Zhou Chen, was sent hurtling backward. The powerful explosive armor-piercing rounds not only repelled Mu Shi, but also brutally tore through his protective azure garment, leaving 5 vivid blossoms of blood blooming upon his body. With a resounding thud, Mu Shi's body crashed heavily into the hall, akin to a broken sack, rendering Mu Li, who was leading a group of mercenaries, utterly dumbfounded and filled with terror. At this moment, Mu Shi lay on the ground, half alive, struggling to prop himself up, blood spilling from his mouth as he gasped. What is the reason for the annihilation of my group? Have you heard of the little medical sage? It all makes sense now. With that, Mu Shi fell back lifeless. Ding! You have slain a character from battle through the heavens. Mu Shi, the leader of the Wolf-Head mercenary group, a 2-star fighter. Reward, 50 causal points. 50 points? Not too shabby, Zhou Chun murmured, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. This time, he had indeed been careless. He anticipated the strength of a fighter. It seemed he needed to quickly enhance his ordinary physique. In a fleeting moment of contemplation, Zhou Chun then cast a predatory gaze at the trembling Mu Li, the vice leader of the Wolf-Head mercenary group. At that moment, both the mercenaries surrounding them and the little medical sage hiding atop the Blue Eagle fell into a stunned silence. The 2-star fighter, the fearsome leader of the Wolf-Head mercenary group who had dominated Qingshan Town for over a decade, had been so effortlessly slain. I'm done. I quit the group. A piercing scream shattered the silence, and the originally menacing mercenaries, poised to claim heads, scattered in panic, leaving only the pale, trembling Mu Li behind. Zhou Chun paid no mind to the nameless mercenaries, mere extras in the original story. After all, upon his entrance, aside from the vice leader Gone Mu, he had not accrued any causal points for the other mercenaries he had dispatched. It seemed he could not afford to indiscriminately farm points. Don't kill me. I've done nothing to the little medical sage. I know about the techniques and gold magic cores my father has hidden all these years. Spare me. While Zhou Chun was lost in thought, Mu Li, like a groveling dog, knelt before him, shamelessly pleading. Observing Mu Li, Zhou Chun could only feel a sense of amusement. Truly, a tiger father begets a dog son. How resolute Mu Shi had been. Look up at me, Zhou Chun said softly, his eyes swirling with the hypnotic power of his Sharingan. 5 minutes later, having gleaned all of Mu Shi's hidden assets through the hypnotic gaze, Zhou Chun decisively shot Mu Li, obliterating the foolish fool who dared to vie for the protagonist's woman, earning another 50 causal points. Gazing down at Mu Li's grotesque corpse, the little medical sage eventually emerged from her shock, her beautiful eyes sparkling with a hint of wonder. Gently brushing a feather of the Blue Eagle, she expertly maneuvered it to descend gracefully into the courtyard. Alighting from the eagle's back, she approached Zhou Chun, a hint of nervousness in her voice as she asked, "What do you plan to do next?" Zhou Chun glanced at her pale face and replied with a light chuckle, "Quite simply, we must be thorough in our endeavors. The owner of the Wan Yao Pharmacy is connected to the Wolf-Head mercenary group, and therefore, he must also perish." With that, Zhou Chun leapt onto the back of the Blue Eagle, pulling the little medical sage along, and they soared toward the direction of the Wan Yao Pharmacy. Not long after Zhou Chun's obliteration of the Wolf-Head mercenary group, news of Mu Shi's demise spread rapidly throughout Qingshan Town. The shocking revelation left everyone in utter disbelief, especially upon learning that a youth who appeared to be under 20 had managed to slay all 3 leaders of the Wolf-Head mercenary group. The harsh reality left many in awe, realizing that Qingshan Town was on the brink of a monumental shift. In a rather unique little manner, the stronghold of the Wan Yao Pharmacy, the defenses were notably severe, with more than 10 fully armed guards stationed at the entrance, indicating the wealth of the pharmacy's owner. Inside the tranquil hall, Mr. Yao, the owner of the Wan Yao Pharmacy, listened to his subordinate's report, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the table. "What did you say? That boy slaughtered the Wolf-Head due to the little medical sage?" Mr. Yao was instantly engulfed in a chill. He was well aware of the plot against the little medical sage in which he had participated. "This won't do. I need to find a place to hide." Mr. Yao was no fool. He was not foolish enough to stand firm when he knew death awaited him. Then, a series of muffled gunshots rang out. Under the guidance of the little medical sage, several loyal guards within the manor were swiftly eliminated. Zhou Chun strolled leisurely to confront the self-satisfied Mr. Yao, who was pale and trembling, yet still clinging to a glimmer of hope. "Young sir, let us discuss this calmly," he stammered. Before he could finish, Zhou Chun activated the hypnotic skill of his Sharingan, extracting all secrets of the Wan Yao Pharmacy. After all, Zhou Chun, newly arrived in this world, required not only causal points, but also money and resources. Once he had disposed of the useless Mr. Yao, Zhou Chun turned to the little medical sage, who had just dismounted from the Blue Eagle, and smiled warmly. "Help me gather the remaining guards. I intend to take over this Wan Yao Pharmacy." Chapter 5, Tiger Wolf Pill. The Power Fighters. The Wan Yao Pharmacy, within the manor, in a secret chamber. Ever since Zhou Chun had killed Mr. Yao, the Wan Yao Pharmacy had fallen into his hands. With the assistance of the little medical sage, who was familiar with the inner workings of the pharmacy, Zhou Chun easily purged Mr. Yao's loyalists. He then promoted a few honest individuals who were close to the little medical sage, through a combination of rewards and punishments. The pharmacy and manor, valued at over 100,000 gold coins, fell entirely into Zhou Chun's possession. At this moment, within the secret chamber, Zhou Chun held a green pill radiating with an ethereal aura, faintly evoking the roaring images of a tiger and a wolf. System, display panel attributes. Tiger Wolf Pill value, 3,000 causal points category, pill rank, first rank effect. Enhances physical strength, granting the might of both a tiger and a wolf, capable of easily shattering stones. Due to its creation through the sacrifice of living beings to the heavens, consuming it poses no future risks, allowing the host to partake with ease. Ah, splendid. The system has shown a modicum of conscience, not rendering my expenditure of the newly acquired 3,000 causal points in vain. Naturally, products from the system are of the highest quality. Listening to the system's self-promotion, Zhou Chen could not help but twitch his mouth, choosing not to engage in conversation. Ever since his battle with Mu Shi, he had realized that merely possessing good weaponry was insufficient. A body that did not match in quality would struggle against the formidable fighters of this world. Even a mere fighter had nearly caused him to falter. Thus, in the days that followed, he diligently sifted through the system for bloodline-enhancing pills. Cultivating techniques was far too slow and ill-suited for him. Ultimately, Zhou Chen settled on the Tiger Wolf pill produced by the Dragon Rune world. In the realm of the Dragon Talisman, this elixir has long been renowned. The ancient emperors constructed altars using 5-colored soil, offering an array of over 10 herbs and sacrificing tigers and wolves to the heavens, thus acquiring the extraordinary Tiger Wolf pill. Soldiers who consumed this potion became extraordinarily powerful, embodying the strength of both tiger and wolf, dominating the battlefield with unparalleled prowess. This is how the term Tiger Wolf Army came to be associated with the pill, which is regarded as a coveted treasure by many formidable factions within the Dragon Talisman world. With this thought in mind, Zhou Chen felt a surge of determination. Without further hesitation, he opened his mouth and swallowed the Tiger Wolf pill. Boom! The pill dissolved instantly upon entering his mouth, releasing an overwhelming fragrance that penetrated his very being, refreshing his spirit. A verdant aura enveloped Zhou Chen, weaving around him and flowing in and out of his 7 orifices. Every cell in his body trembled in joyous celebration, eagerly absorbing the essence of the tiger and wolf. It felt as though the shackles binding his body were instantly shattered by the pill's potency, and an immense power surged through him. His physical form quaked, resonating with the might of tigers and leopards. In mere moments, the Tiger Wolf pill reshaped Zhou Chen's physique, transforming his presence entirely. The facade of ordinariness faded, replaced by a profound depth akin to an unfathomable abyss. Faintly, the ethereal silhouettes of a tiger and a wolf circled him for quite a while. As the medicinal force subsided, Zhou Chen slowly opened his eyes, a divine light flickering across his gaze, captivating and tranquil. He felt the remarkable changes within his body. The once slack physique had become toned, with nearly perfect muscles in his arms and abdomen, exuding a rhythmic vitality. Boom! As Zhou Chen unleashed a punch, the sound of air being torn apart echoed, indicating that with just his physical form, he could stand toe-to-toe with powerful Dome Masters. Rising slowly, he couldn't help but express his admiration for the system's efficacy. System, display my personal attributes. At your command. In an instant, a luminous screen materialized in Zhou Chen's mind. Name, Zhou Chen. Occupation, Dimensional Traveler Race. Human Strength. Peak of the first stage Karma Points. 105 Equipment. None. Glancing at the empty equipment bar, Zhou Chen felt a tinge of embarrassment, realizing that his AK-47 and Sharingan had expired, and he lacked the Karma Points to redeem them. Knock knock. The sound of knocking echoed, and Zhou Chen immediately recognized it as the arrival of the little medical fairy. Kumin. With a thunderous rumble, the stone door creaked open, revealing the little medical fairy, clad in her signature azure attire, her exquisite beauty strikingly apparent. Gazing at Zhou Chen, whose aura had drastically transformed with a sharp edge, her eyes reflected astonishment. You've broken through? Indeed. Zhou Chen nodded, unabashedly taking her delicate hand, oblivious to any sense of propriety. The little medical fairy's face flushed crimson. She attempted to withdraw her hand, but found herself unwilling to resist. Pressing her lips together, she feigned seriousness and said, Didn't you ask me to contact some mercenaries? I've reached out to many of those I've treated before, as well as some reliable, small mercenary groups. After hearing your conditions, they are eager to join you and would like to meet you. Oh, that was quick. Zhou Chen raised his eyebrows, surprised by her promptness. After Zhou Chen annihilated the Wolf Head mercenary group a few days prior, their territory had been left vacant. Not wishing to squander the opportunity, he intended to establish his own force for intelligence gathering, overwhelming opponents, and safeguarding the burgeoning empire he was destined to build. Thus, he shared this idea with the little medical fairy, who had substantial connections and reputation in Qingshan town, and thereafter he stepped back, not paying much attention to the matter. He anticipated her enthusiasm in facilitating these connections. He was grateful. Zhou Chen grasped the little medical fairy's slightly chilled hand. Touched by her gesture, avoiding Zhou Chen's intense gaze, she blushed slightly, and with a touch of pride, said, Don't think too much of it. I merely want you to help me control my cursed poison body sooner. Haha, yes, I understand. Zhou Chen playfully flicked her adorable nose before she could react. Stepping out of the bedroom and shifting the topic. Where are those mercenaries? Sinner, lead the way. You scoundrel. The little medical fairy touched her dainty fair nose that Zhou Chen had just poked, taking a while to muster a response. Chapter 6. Establishing the Xianshun Pavilion in recent days. The atmosphere in Qingshan town has been rather peculiar. The once bustling mercenary trade has diminished significantly. In its place, mercenary factions are on high alert, even resorting to drawing swords at the slightest provocation. The tension among the mercenary groups in Qingshan town is hardly surprising, for Zhou Qin's actions had caused quite a stir. First, the Wolf-Head mercenary group was annihilated, and then one of the town's 3 dome masters, the 2-star dome master Mu Shi, was beheaded. People were still reeling from the shocking news when the head of the Wan Yao Hall, Master Yao, was also slain, along with numerous responsible guards, creating an atmosphere of fear. No one dared to visit Wan Yao Hall to purchase medicine anymore. All of this turmoil was reportedly instigated by the little medical fairy. Regardless of the world, wars often erupt over the competition for females, a notion universally accepted. Thus, the unfortunate little medical fairy, unaware of the chaos, was unjustly blamed by the gossips in Qingshan town. As rumors spread, they grew increasingly fantastical. Zhou Qin's decisive killing of Mu Shi transformed into a tale of heroism, claiming he was saving the little medical fairy from the clutches of evil forces. His identity morphed from a mere nobody into a scion of a prestigious family, the heir of a sect, a prodigy with dome master strength at merely 8 years old. The more illustrious the legends, the more they proliferated. Now, in the hall of Wan Yao Hall, mercenaries summoned by the little medical fairy, eager to pledge their allegiance to Zhou Qin, whispered amongst themselves about the romantic escapades between the little medical fairy and the young powerhouse. Father, look at this group of people. They were all saved by the little medical fairy, yet they are so ungrateful, speaking ill of her. A girl of about 12 or 13, clad in tight mercenary attire, gazed at the shameless and uncouth mercenaries with her large, dark eyes, indignant. Indate, Lingya. This is rather unbecoming. A rugged middle-aged man, hearing his daughter's words, sighed in response. This man, named Ka Gang, was the leader of the Blood War mercenary group. Though referred to as a mercenary group, it comprised merely 5 members, 3 men and 2 women. His daughter, Ling'er, was one of the women, while the other, named Qing Xin, along with 2 young men, were his disciples. The entire group relied heavily on Ka Gang, a 9-star dome master, for support. Ka Gang accepted the little medical fairy's invitation to meet the rumored young powerhouse who killed Mu Shi, as he sought to avoid the dangers and hardships of going solo. However, he was somewhat anxious, fearing Zhou Qin might reject them due to their weaker strength. As Ka Gang's thoughts wandered, a youth with striking features, high cheekbones, and a well-tailored outfit walked in through the hall's entrance, accompanied by none other than the goddess of all mercenaries in Qingshan town, the little medical fairy. Upon seeing Zhou Qin and the little medical fairy enter, everyone immediately fell silent, standing in unison to respectfully regard Zhou Qin. Zhou Qin, unfazed, strode directly to the main seat, taking his place alongside the little medical fairy, and then spoke with a clear, resonant voice. It is likely that you all understand the purpose of my gathering you here. Therefore, I shall be direct. Are you willing to join me and become part of the new force I, Zhou Qin, am establishing, the Xiantian Pavilion? Upon hearing this, a brief silence ensued, followed by expressions of delight among Ka Gang and the leaders of several small mercenary groups, as well as a few respected loose mercenaries. They had anticipated that this young powerhouse might judge them based on their inferior strength and subject them to tests or screenings. Many had feared they would be left behind in the ensuing competition. To their surprise, Zhou Qin, the young powerhouse, was exceedingly magnanimous, welcoming them all without hesitation. The mercenaries rose, bowing in unison, exclaiming, "We are willing to serve young Master Qin with our lives." Excellent. You shall soon realize that joining me is the greatest honor of your lives. Zhou Qin stood, surveying the assembly of over 100 mercenaries, his heart swelling with ambition. This, indeed, was my foundation. It seems the treasure, known to the little medical fairy, warrants exploration as well. Chapter 7. The Precious Dragon Stand. 3 days later. At the break of dawn, as the stars began to fade, 100 fighters clad in black brocade, each wielding a standardized sword, stealthily departed from Qingshan town, making their way toward the Monster Beast mountain range. These fighters were considered the elite among mercenaries, with most possessing a strength exceeding 5 stars. And the most formidable among them, Kagan and Fei Lei, were even 9-star fighters. At the center of the 100 uniformed black-clad individuals was an opulent carriage, drawn by 4 first-grade magical beasts known as blood horses. Kagan, the leader of the original Blood Battle Mercenary Corps and currently a steward of the Xiantian sect, was skillfully wielding a whip, acting as a temporary coachman. Inside the spacious carriage lay Zhou Qin, reclining comfortably, utterly indifferent to the flushed face of the little medical fairy and the 2 shy young maidens, Ling Er and Qing Xin, who were also members of the Blood Battle Mercenary Corps. The reason for allowing these 2 young maidens onto the carriage was primarily to demonstrate Zhou Qin's esteem for Kagan. Just a few days prior, when the mercenaries pledged their allegiance to Zhou Qin, the system promptly notified him that, due to the reclamation of the original plot character Kagan and his 5-man team from the Blood Battle Mercenary Corps, he had been awarded 500 causal points. This unexpected delight reminded Zhou Qin that Kagan had indeed appeared numerous times in the original storyline of Battle Through the Heavens, making him a seasoned supporting character. Furthermore, Kagan's prowess had already transitioned from a mere fighter to a doeling when Xiao Yan established the Flame Alliance, showcasing his exceptional cultivation talent. As a character deeply intertwined with the protagonist Xiao Yan, Kagan and his companions were inherently characterized as honest and dependable, which posed no problem for Zhou Chen. For Zhou Chen, talent was merely superficial. Equipped with the system, he could easily transform a waste into a master. In other words, while there were countless talent-laden lackeys, loyalty was a rare treasure. Establishing the Xiansheng Pavilion was akin to wielding a blade that must remain loyal and obedient, lest it turn against its wielder. With such honest and talented subordinates available for cultivation, would Zhou Chen waste his efforts on potential traitors? Thus, Kagan was appointed as a steward of the Xiansheng Pavilion and the leader of this treasure-seeking expedition. Kagan's daughter and disciple were also granted access to the carriage, further underscoring Zhou Chen's regard for Kagan. By the time the sun had risen high, Zhou Chen and his entourage had entered the Monster Beast mountain range. The terrain was rugged, prompting them to disembark and continue on foot. Outside the mountain range, everything remained relatively tranquil. However, shortly after their entry, they were besieged by numerous reckless magical beasts. The attackers were predominantly first-grade magical beasts known as red ice snakes, common at the outskirts of the Monster Beast mountain range. These creatures possessed ice attributes, harboring a chilling poison that would freeze the blood of any victim who remained untreated for half a day, leading to certain death. Nonetheless, the members of the Xiansheng Pavilion were all seasoned fighters above the 4-star level, and their experience made them adept at handling these 2 to 3-star serpentine beasts. Any occasional injuries would be promptly treated by the little medical fairy, who would personally expel the chilling poison. After a half-day's journey and a brief respite, Zhou Chen and his group gradually approached the cave, where the ancestral treasure was rumored to be hidden. This cave was nestled within a cliff, and since none among them could fly or dared to leap down, they resorted to ropes to descend one by one. Zhou Chen furrowed his brow and instructed Kagan, "Take a few men to scout the way." "Understood," Kagan replied, retrieving a bundle of ropes and securing it to a sturdy tree. After ensuring its strength, he tossed the rope over the cliff and called upon several mercenaries with around 6-star strength to descend cautiously. Moments later, accompanied by cries of surprise and shouts of battle, Kagan and his companions emerged, marked with earthy bloodstains. Kagan respectfully clasped his fists and reported, "Sect Master, we have successfully slain a first-grade rock snake guarding the cave. The area is now secure. Excellent work. Kagan, you shall remain here with the majority of the group, keeping watch for any threats to our retreat. Sienna, you and I will descend." As he spoke, Zhou Chen wrapped an arm around the little medical fairy's slender waist and descended the thick rope. Chapter 8. The Purifying Lotus Demon Fire Fragment. Before long, Zhou Chen and the little medical fairy safely reached the somewhat dim entrance of the cave. Once they landed, the little medical fairy quickly withdrew from Zhou Chen's embrace, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she surveyed the cave entrance. "Let's proceed." Zhou Chen grasped the little medical fairy's delicate hand, leading her into the cave. As they peered into the dark abyss, the little medical fairy's cheeks flushed. Yet she did not resist, silently following in Zhou Chen's wake. Walking through the tranquil and shadowy cave, a faint chill enveloped them, and the only sound was the soft echo of their footsteps. The oppressive darkness compelled the little medical fairy to grip Zhou Chen's right hand tightly. After traversing for over 10 minutes in this eerie stillness, Zhou Chen suddenly halted. The little medical fairy, unable to brace herself in time, bumped into Zhou Chen's back. The soft contact caused her to retreat a step, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "What are you doing?" Feigning composure, Zhou Chen pointed to a stone door emanating a faint yellow glow. "There is no path ahead." Upon hearing this, the little medical fairy furrowed her brows and stepped closer to the stone door. "Beyond this door should be our destination. Since the ancients chose to forge a cave here, I doubt they would create an impassable barrier. Regardless, I shall break through it." With that declaration, Zhou Chen unleashed his formidable physical strength comparable to that of a doucher, relentlessly striking the stone door. With a series of resounding crashes, the stone door crumbled into a pile of rubble. "Let's go." Zhou Chen grasped the little medical fairy's hand and strode confidently into the chamber beyond the door. As they stepped through, their surroundings widened dramatically. Inside the stone chamber, it appeared somewhat austere and spacious. Moonlight stones adorned the walls for illumination, and in the center stood a seat upon which a skeletal figure sat, its skull sunken and resting above a pale thigh bone. This eerie sight added a sinister aura to the otherwise serene atmosphere. Before the seat lay a long stone platform, upon which 3 locked stone boxes were neatly arranged. Additionally, in the 3 corners of the chamber, a substantial pile of glistening gold coins and other precious treasures lay scattered. The sheer quantity of coins likely exceeded several 100,000. Treasures that might hold little value to protagonists like Xiao Yan, just as the original owner of these riches had carelessly displayed them. It seemed they had not placed much weight on these yellow-white items. However, for Zhou Chen, this wealth represented the means to sustain his burgeoning faction. A solitary rogue like Xiao Yan could never comprehend the plight of a player like Zhou Chen, who understood that wealth was necessary for strength. Meanwhile, the little medical fairy paid no heed to the coins. Instead, her gaze shifted to the final corner, where a slight smile graced her features. There, a small flower bed constructed from earth housed a variety of blossoms, exuding a unique fragrance. Rushing toward the flowers, the little medical fairy exclaimed, "These are all mine. You mustn't steal them." Her voice was filled with delight as she playfully pouted at Zhou-Chun. "Of course, they are all yours. No one will take them from you." Zhou-Chun replied, his tone indulgent. Zhou-Chun nodded, a hint of amusement dancing in his eyes as he promised. The little medical sage, brimming with excitement, retrieved numerous exquisite jade vials from her spatial ring. She then produced a small jade spade, meticulously beginning to excavate the precious medicinal herbs from the flower bed, carefully placing them into the warm jade vials. Observing the little medical sage's diligent work, Zhou-Chun's gaze began to wander around the stone chamber once more. However, this time, his search yielded no further discoveries. Consequently, he directed his attention toward the 3 locked stone boxes atop the azure stone platform. Approaching the stone table, Zhou-Chun touched the metallic lock, which felt slightly warm to the touch. It was evident that this was no ordinary metal, thus, attempting to force the lock open would prove futile. Having extensively studied the original text, Zhou-Chun wasted no time locating the skeletal forebear's hand, where 3 black keys hung precariously upon the bones. As he stepped closer and grasped the keys, a gentle tug resulted in a crack. Due to the ravages of time, the skeletal arm broke away under this slight force. Gazing at the fractured bone, Zhou-Chun sighed resignedly, pondering how unfortunate his predecessor had been. Thus, he naturally discovered a small, ancient scroll concealed within the crevices of the bones, depicting 1/4 of the map leading to the Net Lotus Demon Fire's location. Chapter 9. The Little Medical Sage's touching moment. The Net Lotus Demon Fire, ranked 3rd among the extraordinary flames in the world of Do Put Song Cheong, was once possessed by an ancient pinnacle Do saint, the half-step Do Emperor, and was known to be the sole bloom of its kind in the universe. It possessed an extraordinarily high level of intelligence, capable of overwhelming 10 Do saints and even subduing 6-star Do saint titans. Upon gazing at the fragment of the Demon Fire scroll, Zhou-Chun pondered for a moment before shaking his head. It was still too early to think about the Net Lotus Demon Fire, as he had yet to obtain the burning decision. Ding! Obtained an important item from the original plot of Do Put Song Cheong. The Net Lotus Demon Fire fragment, altering the world line, reward, 500 karma points. What? Is this even possible? Zhou-Chun was momentarily taken aback, then elated. He had not anticipated that merely the fragment of the Net Lotus Demon Fire could alter the world line. Would obtaining other items also yield karma points? With 3,000 karma points in hand, Zhou-Chun felt a surge of joy as he turned around and effortlessly unlocked the 3 stone boxes with the key, discovering, as expected, 3 scrolls of cultivation techniques. The scrolls included the 7-colored poison manual, Eagle's Wing, and a mysterious middle-tier technique, Wave Overlapping. The 7-color poison manual was a secret method specifically designed for poison masters to concoct poisons, making it perfectly suited for the little medical sage. The Eagle's Wing, on the other hand, was a precious high-level flying fighting technique. It was known that in the Do Chi continent, only those with the strength of Do Ling and above could achieve short-distance flight. Upon reaching the rank of Do Wang or Do Huang, one could condense their outward Do Chi into energy wings at their back, liberating themselves from the Earth's constraints and soaring into the skies. This so-called flying fighting technique was a rare treasure that allowed lower-tier fighters to fly. As for the last middle-tier technique, Wave Overlapping, Zhou-Chun intended to pass it on to Ka Gang and others as an additional benefit for his subordinates. Ding! Obtain an important item from the original plot of Do Put Song Cheong. Eagle's Wing, altering the world line, reward, 500 karma points. Upon hearing the system's notification, Zhou-Chun felt puzzled as to why the 7-color poison manual and the middle-tier technique did not elicit any response. Could it be that in the original text, only the Eagle's Wing and the Demon Fire fragment were utilized by Xiaoyan? Speaking of which, without the Eagle's Wing, Xiaoyan would likely have faced insurmountable crises and could have lost his life several times. Indeed, the plot had changed. At this moment, the little medical sage, having finished digging up the medicinal herbs, hurried over, her hand reaching for the scroll that could cultivate poison techniques and concoct poisons, the 7-color poison manual. Wait! Zhou-Chun grasped the little medical sage's delicate hand, while his other hand playfully tapped her smooth forehead, producing a resounding thud. Observing the little medical sage, her forehead cradled in her hands and her eyes reddened with grievance, Zhou-Chun held her hands solemnly and said, "Xian, are you truly prepared to cultivate poison techniques and officially unleash that terrifying cursed poison body?" Upon hearing his words, the little medical sage fell into silence for a long moment before finally lifting her head, her bright eyes meeting Zhou-Chun's as she replied, "This is my destiny. The cursed poison body will erupt regardless of whether I cultivate poison techniques or not, bringing suffering to countless lives." Biting her lip, the little medical sage expressed a glimmer of hope. "I remember you saying that you would cure my cursed poison body and help me achieve greatness." Seeing the determination in her eyes, Zhou-Chun nodded and solemnly assured her, "Rest assured, I will resolve the plight that has tormented you for so many years. I promise." MHM. The little medical sage felt a wave of emotion, nestling into Zhou Chun's embrace, inhaling the comforting scent that enveloped him. Tears began to trickle down her cheeks, for it had been a long time since anyone had treated her with such kindness. Chapter 10. The Do Huang Yunyun Experience Card. Beautiful moments are always fleeting. Just as the little medical sage was overwhelmed with emotion, basking in the warmth shared with Zhou Chun, a cacophony of battle cries and clashing steel suddenly erupted from the cliff above. Zhou Chun's body stiffened, his expression darkening in disbelief. How could this be possible? Zhou Chen's face clouded with concern. Logically, the higher-ups of the Wolf Head mercenary group, who were privy to the treasuress' existence, should have been silenced long ago. Who dared to confront him? Zhou Chun. Was there a traitor among them? Let us go, we must ascend. We cannot allow ourselves to be cornered at the cliff's edge. The little medical sage grasped Zhou Chen's hand, urging him, don't rush, let us wait a moment and assess the strength of those ambushing us. Zhou Chun shook his head, preparing to use the 2,000 karma points he had just acquired. After all, news of his killing of Mu, she was well known throughout Qingshan town. Since they dared to ambush him, it was likely that their adversaries were stronger than Do Shi, and perhaps even Doda or beyond. At this moment, atop the cliff, Ka Gang was drenched in blood, several lacerations marring his muscular frame as he leaned on his blade, struggling to hold on. Surrounding him were Ling, Er, and dozens of others from the Xian Qin Pavilion, fiercely protecting him and the injured. Their blades were drawn outward as they faced the encroaching hundreds of mercenaries. Ka Gang, you truly are cautious, arriving before dawn. A cold voice echoed, and a rather slender figure stepped forth. This individual was notably young, with a pale complexion and a tall figure. Had his eyes not been so sharp, he might have been deemed handsome. Upon seeing this figure, Ka Gang's pupils constricted. He recognized him as Lin Shi, the leader of the Snake Nest mercenary group, one of the 3 major mercenary groups in Qingshan town and the youngest Do Shi in the area. Lin Shi surveyed the bloodied Ka Gang with a hint of regret, saying, why go to such lengths? We merely seek the treasures of the Forebears Cave and that boy's life. To lose your own life for a mere child seems rather foolish. To fulfill a trust is to be loyal to one's duty. Though I, Ka Gang, am but a mercenary living on the edge, I am not a heartless wolf. Blood trickled from Ka Gang's mouth, his form wavering, yet his gaze remained resolute. Taking a deep breath, he continued to glare defiantly at Lin Shi. Lin Shi, you truly possess great courage. Do you not fear that the Pavilion Master will come and eradicate your mercenary group? Do not forget, you are merely a 1-star Do Shi, not even as formidable as the deceased Mu Shi. Is that so? Then what if it were I? Before he finished speaking, an old man in gray robes appeared silently before everyone. I am Hao Chong, a 3-star Do Ling and an elder of the Hao clan. With his hands clasped behind his back, the old man exuded an air of arrogance. With his Do Ling strength, he could easily dispatch the 100 fighters before him. Even the seemingly powerful young man, suspected to be a Do, would find only death awaiting him. Do Ling, that is a 2nd-tier powerhouse. In that moment, Zhou Chun, hidden within the cliff's cave, heard the old man's words and felt a wave of unease wash over him. It was crucial to note that the system was still at level 1, with all exchange options being 1st tier. Practical items like RPGs, Cultivation flying swords, Kaleidoscope Sharingan, and cruise missiles were all 2nd or 3rd tier weapons or bloodlines. The system, at present, had no means to employ 1st tier weapons to vanquish 2nd tier powerhouses. It was nearly an impossible feat. System, do you have any solutions? Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Chun promptly sought assistance from the system. If the system were also at a loss, he would have no choice but to flee with the little medical sage on the Blue Eagle. After all, soaring through the skies, the elderly man's doling strength would surely be unable to pursue them. As for Ka Gong and the others, well, death to friends does not mean death to the Taoist. He could only hope to avenge them someday. Ding, given that the host has consistently demonstrated commendable intelligence. This system may temporarily activate the 3rd level function, character experience item. What is this item? Upon hearing there was still hope, Zhou Chun hastily inquired. Ding Do Huang Yunyun Experience Card, a specialty of the Dopo world. Experience duration, 30 minutes. During this time, the host will possess the Do Huang's strength and techniques of Yunyun, the sect leader of Yunlan's sect, valued at 30,000 causal points. Zhou Chun was momentarily stunned, licking his lips as he said, 30,000 causal points? That's exorbitant. I have no money. Ding, in light of the host's exceptional circumstances, this system can also provide special services. Your words instill a sudden sense of fear in me, Zhou Chun remarked, gazing at the system's unexpected audacity. Uncertain of how to respond, Ding, the host, must subdue an important supporting character of this world, Yunyun, the sect leader of Yunlan's sect, within a year, alter the world line, and allow the system to plunder causal points once for free as payment for this experience card. Zhou Chun, in truth, even without your prompting, I intended to do just that. He swallowed hard, speaking with little modesty. System, MMP. Chapter 11. Behold my divine might, indestructible. Dolan, we are finished. Upon hearing the elderly man's strength, many of the weak-willed immediately faltered, losing the will to resist. Wait, Are you from the Hao family of Northeast? The well-traveled Kagong suddenly seemed to recall something, his face falling into an expression of despair. Perhaps the young ones around him were unaware of the Hao family's reputation. But Kagong remembered all too well the terror of that clan. This family, situated in Haiyan City, could be considered a prestigious lineage even within the northeastern region of the empire. Though not as imposing as the three great families of the empire, they should not be underestimated. The primary reason for this was that the current head of the Hao family was a Do Wang powerhouse. Do Wang, a rank of immense weight in the Jaimar Empire, evoking awe in many. After all, this tier could be regarded as the true embodiment of strength. Quan Shi, I never expected a sly creature like you to have any ties to the Hao family. A clear, crisp female voice interjected. It was the sharp-tongued Ling heir, unable to contain her indignation. How dare you? Quan Shi is my Hao family's son-in-law, not something an insignificant ant like you could discuss. The elderly man, upon hearing this, was furious, his fingers suddenly shooting out a sea blue Do Chi beam, clearly intent on eliminating Ling heir. Witnessing this scene, Kagong's eyes widened in horror, but he could do nothing but watch as his daughter approached the brink of death. A faint sound emanated as a slender, fair hand gently tapped the Do Chi sword beam of the Hao family's elder. The formidable, seemingly indestructible Do Chi beam dissipated like snow meeting the sun, and Zhou Chun, clad in moon-white attire, appeared before Ling heir, with the little medical sage nestled comfortably in his arms. Young Master Chun, Ling exclaimed, her eyes glistening with tears of joy. Observing this scene, the elder's wrinkled face twitched, and he instinctively took a step back. The youth before him, so effortlessly dissolving his attack, was clearly not to be trifled with. Zhou Chun, satisfied with having stunned the audience with his display, surveyed the aging doling before him with disdain, saying, "Old fool, how do you wish to meet your demise? You insolent brat." The elderly man, enraged by this remark, summoned an ancient, exquisite Do Chi armor that enveloped him, drawing forth an 8-sided sword, ready to advance. Seeing the elder's hesitant demeanor, Zhou Chun let out a cold laugh. Retrieving a stone box from his spatial ring, weighing it in his hand, and tauntingly declared, "You Hao family seek treasures, do you not? Come, kill me. You seek death." The elder Hao Chong stammered in fury, thrusting his sword forward, the powerful Do Chi swirling around him, forming a massive sea blue vortex that consumed half the sky. Hurtling towards Zhou Chun, mid-level Xin, rank Do technique, glorious slash. So fond of announcing technique names, are you? In that case, I shall indulge in local customs. As the words fell, Zhou Chun radiated a blinding azure light. In an instant, hundreds of azure beams surged forth, ruthlessly cleaving down upon the elder and the hundreds of members of the Shi Nest mercenary group. Behold my divine might, indestructible, the extreme wind, the setting sun. Chapter 12. You, the Do Wang of Yunlan sect. The endless azure brilliance collided with the ice blue light, resembling meteors streaking across the sky, ferociously clashing in a spectacle of impending annihilation. Boom! The colossal energy unleashed by Zhou Chun surged forth like a tempest, erupting with enough force to obliterate the very heavens. Crash! The ice blue light, under the impact of Zhou Chen's Do Huang level energy, nearly shattered upon contact. Elder Hao Chong bore the brunt of the assault, the Do Chi armor enveloping him instantaneously torn to shreds, leaving him akin to a skinned wild boar, flesh mangled and bloodied, teetering on the verge of death. The Do practitioners of Shi Nest mercenary group behind him were caught in Zhou Chen's tumultuous energy wave, with nearly the entire group of hundreds annihilated, leaving only a scant few fortunate souls to survive. On the cliff, the elder Hao Chong, reduced to a shadow of himself, struggled to rise, his face charred and skeletal, resembling a ghastly specter. Yu Yanlan sects Do Wang. With that, the elder breathed his last. Ding target eliminated. Hao Chong, a 3-star doling, a character from the original plot of Do Pa, altering the world line, reward, 50 causal points. System, this is a doling. How come the price is the same as that of the Do Master Mushi? Ding Hao Chong is a marginal character in the original plot, with minimal influence on the world line centered around the protagonist Xiao Yin, hence the meager reward of causal points. I see. I had planned to eliminate dozens of Dolings and Do Wangs to accumulate points. Zhou Chun gazed at the mangled remains of Hao Chong, expressing a hint of regret. In truth, the Hao family cannot be deemed careless. Given Zhou Chen's achievements in slaying 2-star Do Masters at his age, the Hao family initially regarded him merely as a high-ranking Do Master, at most a novice Great Do Master. Yet, to be prudent, the Hao family dispatched a Doling Elder. Little did the Elder realize that the youth they believed to be merely a great Do Master had metamorphosed into a formidable Do Wang powerhouse of the Yunlan sect. The extreme wind, the setting sun. This is one of the most profound Do techniques of the Yunlan sect. There is no possibility of it leaking. At this moment, amidst a sea of corpses and scattered flesh atop the cliff, silence reigned, save for the heavy breaths of the mercenaries. Who could have anticipated? Who would have thought? The resplendent youth standing before them was a high-ranking Do Wang powerhouse. The once arrogant, doling elder of the Hao family had been slain in a single blow by this young man. Behind Zhou Chun, the disciples of the Qin sect were engulfed in astonishment and elation. The very reason they had allied with Zhou Chun was due to his boundless potential. Who could have predicted that Zhou Qin's strength would be so extraordinary? A Do Wang. This was the very title proclaimed by the slain elder. Moreover, according to the elder's dying words, this young Do Wang hails from the Yunlan sect. They had indeed latched onto a golden thigh. For the Yunlan sect could be considered the foremost power of the Jiamar Empire. A true behemoth. After a long while, the members of the Xianqian Pavilion, still reeling from the immense shock, regained their composure. Kagong, dragging his severely injured body, personally led a team to capture the surviving members of Xin Nest mercenary group. Inquiring how Zhou Chun intended to deal with them, Zhou Chun regarded the kneeling mercenaries, desperately pleading for their lives, and slowly stated, "I spare you because you still possess value." Chapter 13. This black pot, you Yunlan sect shall bear. What use are these mercenaries? This undoubtedly resonates with the sentiments of all present. Is there to be some horrific blood sacrifice? Observing the bewildered crowd, Zhou Chun shook his head, first offering an internal apology to the multitude of Yunlan's own compatriots represented by Yun Yun. Then, with an utter lack of shame, Zhou Chun boldly declared, "Relay a message to that Do Wang of the Hao family. Inform him that I am responsible for the death of his elder and his son-in-law. If he seeks vengeance, he may come to Yunlan Mountain. I shall be ready at any time." Upon uttering such provocative words, the mercenaries fell utterly silent, save for Linger, who stood beside Zhou Chun, pointing at a kneeling individual and with wide, innocent eyes feigned confusion, asking, "Young Master Chun, but isn't the Hao family's son-in-law, Lin Shi, still alive?" "Oh, he is dead now." Casting a glance at Linger, who was playing her tricks, Zhou Chun without hesitation advanced and severed the head of Lin Shi, who had narrowly escaped death. Addressing the kneeling mercenaries, Zhou Chun waved his hand dismissively, commanding, "Depart." Upon hearing this, the mercenaries felt as if a great reprieve had been granted, and they fled with remarkable speed, vanishing into the vast forest in an instant. Feeling the immense power of the Do Huang level gradually dissipate within him, Zhou Chun was somewhat displeased. It was evident that the 30-minute limit had expired. Humans are always like this. Having tasted the exquisite sensation of power, they cannot accept moments of weakness. "Young master, what shall we do next?" At this moment, sensing the atmosphere growing tense, Kagan, aware of the need to support the leader, inquired at an opportune moment. Zhou Chun glanced at Kagan, surprised that this seemingly honest and simple man possessed such a knack for flattery. Truly, one should not judge by appearances. The wolf head has been vanquished, and the serpent's nest is no more. It is time to unify Qingshan Town. Zhou Chun, feeling somewhat weak, leaned against the little medical sage to maintain composure, resolutely stating, "As you command." Everyone echoed in unison. Days later, in Black Rock City, within the Hao family, an elder, donned in luxurious garments and with a rather somber expression, sat in a chair adorned with soft furs. His gaze, akin to that of a venomous serpent, fixated intently on the mercenary below, his tone grave as he spoke. Indeed, Elder Hao Chong, before his demise, explicitly stated that the young Do Wang is from Yunlan zone. The technique he employed was the wind's extremity, sunset Sunday. The mercenary, who had come to deliver the news, trembled with fear, his voice quavering. The earth-level Do technique. Wind's extremity is indeed a closely guarded secret of Yunlan zone. It's true, they are from Yunlan zone. Curse be it. The elder gritted his teeth, and with a crack, he broke the armrest of his chair. To seize a treasure from a small place like Qingshan Town, they even dispatched a Do Ling expert. This is utterly inexcusable. How could they have encountered people from Yunlan zone? It's all that damned Lin Shi's fault. Were it not for his instigation, how would the Hao family have learned of what was in Qingshan Town? Damn it. The elder silently cursed the already departed Lin Shi, pondering the overwhelming strength of Yunlan zone, a Do Huang and numerous Do Wangs. With Dan Wanggu, he also being an elder of Yunlan zone, the Hao family could never contend with them. Moreover, when did Yunlan zone acquire another young Do Wang? Could he be the heir to the sect? That also seemed incorrect, as the heir to Yunlan zone was Nalin Yunran, whom he had met during a prior visit to the imperial capital. Could this be the profound foundation of Yunlan zone? A flicker of trepidation and dread crossed the elder's gaze. Below, witnessing the elder's formidable presence, the mercenary kneeling in the hall trembled in fear, stealing a glance at the enraged elder, and continued, "That young Do Wang from Yunlan zone also said, if you desire vengeance, you should go to Yunlan Mountain to find him. He is always ready." How dare they? With a thunderous roar, the elder rose, causing the chair behind him to explode into splinters. "Yunlan zone, is it? I may not be able to contend with you now, but I shall settle this score with you in due time." Chapter 14. The calamitous poison body, the burning technique. At this moment, nearly 10 days had passed since Zhou Chun had slain the elder of the Hao family. Throughout these 10 days, Leveraging Zhou Qin's formidable presence and the head of the Hao family elder, all forces in Qingshan town either retreated or disbanded entirely. As an outer force of the Xianxun Pavilion, some were dealt with by Kagan's men. In a brief period, the formal members of Xianxun Pavilion had surpassed 300, all being 4-star doubters or above. When including the outer forces, the total exceeded 1,000, establishing them as a dominant power near the Monster Beast mountain range. Furthermore, to bolster the strength of Xianxun sect, Zhou Chun entrusted the Xin-level techniques he had obtained from the cave, along with the techniques from the Wolfhead Mercenary Corps and Mr. Yao as private collection, to the over 100 mercenaries who had fought alongside him on Blood Battle Cliff for their cultivation. Many beneficial pills for cultivation from the Wan Yao Zhai were also distributed to his subordinates. These seemingly casual actions from Zhou Chun profoundly won over the hearts of his men. It is noteworthy that many of these mercenaries of humble origins lacked even yellow-level techniques, practicing only rudimentary, unranked methods passed through the populace. The sudden bestowal of yellow, or even Xin-level techniques, naturally filled them with immense gratitude towards Zhou Chun. To Zhou Chin's delight, after cultivating Xin-level techniques, nearly all of the over 100 mercenaries experienced explosive breakthroughs, with Kagan and a 9-star doubter named Fei Lei achieving breakthroughs to Doshur. 2 Doshurs represented absolute power in Qingshan town, allowing Zhou Chun to liberate himself from worries that his forces might be flattened during his absence. With 2 Doshurs managing affairs in Qingshan town, Zhou Chun found himself relieved from the burdens of the busy sect affairs, spending time in a secluded valley with the little medical sage. This valley was completely isolated from the outside world, shrouded in thick mist, rendering it exceptionally concealed. In the original narrative, this was a natural formation. Due to its extreme seclusion, it served as an ideal refuge, known only to Zhou Chun and the little medical sage. At this moment, Zhou Chun paced anxiously within a serene and elegantly arranged room in the valley. Behind a pink curtain, a blurred silhouette could be discerned, accompanied by a fragrant aroma of medicinal herbs emanating from within. In recent days, as the little medical sage was resolute in her cultivation of the 7-colored poison scripture, Zhou Chun remained by her side to prevent any unforeseen incidents. As for curing the little medical sage's calamitous poison body, a first-tier system was insufficient. After a considerable time, just as Zhou Chun was about to lift the curtain to observe the situation, the little medical sage emerged, garbed in a white gown, her complexion pale, holding a jade bottle made of sheep fat jade. Zhou Chen's gaze shifted from the bottle to the little medical sage's luscious red lips, and his pupils constricted sharply. He noticed remnants of black powder lingering at the edges of her lips. Judging by its color and scent, it was undoubtedly highly toxic. Have you lost your mind? Why have you begun consuming poison so quickly? Are you not afraid of the calamitous poison body erupting? Zhou Chun rushed forward, gripping the little medical sage's shoulders, his anxiety palpable. The little medical sage gazed at Zhou Chun, touched by his deep concern for her well-being, brushed aside a strand of hair from her forehead, and a flicker of tenderness, mingled with pain, crossed her eyes. I cannot help myself. The poison is as addictive to me as delicacies. She wiped away the toxic powder from the corner of her mouth, softly lamenting. Ah, Zhou Chun sighed, understanding that this was an unavoidable reality. For those with a calamitous poison body, the more potent the poison, the greater its allure. Some would even go so far as to commit murder for it. In their eyes, potent poisons held the same irresistible attraction as Eva, exotic fire, does for alchemists. They would pursue it relentlessly, even if it led to their own demise. Moreover, upon ingesting the poison, individuals with a calamitous poison body would bizarrely transform the poison's inherent toxicity into a uniquely potent poison doqi. In simpler terms, the little medical sage did not need to endure harsh training. She merely needed to consume poison continuously to enhance her strength. However, the price she would ultimately pay would be the excruciating pain of 1,000 poisons consuming her, leading to a slow demise. Thinking of this, Zhou Chun felt a pang of sorrow, caressing the little medical sage's pale yet exquisite face. He spoke earnestly. Rest assured, I shall heal you, and it shall be soon. Zhou Chun has made up his mind to swiftly embark on a journey to the hometown of the protagonist, Shaoyan, in Wutan City, to orchestrate a series of events that will yield substantial karmic points, thus hastening the upgrade of his system to a level capable of suppressing or resolving the calamity of the poisonous body. I believe, Xiao Yixin smiled, reminiscent of a blooming white lotus in the Wan Yao Zhai manor. At this moment, in the study, the newly ascended Dome Master, Kagang, was respectfully kneeling on one knee, reporting to Zhou Chun about the significant affairs of the past few days. The traitor infiltrated by the Snake Nest mercenary group has been uncovered. Master, what shall we do? Eliminate him? No, eradicate his entire family. Zhou Chun waved his hand, uninterested in the trivialities Kagang was discussing, and directly inquired, have you gathered any information on the Xiao family in Wutan City? Kagang nodded, producing a red scroll sealed with wax, and presented it to Zhou Chun for his perusal. Zhou Chun unrolled the scroll and scrutinized it for a considerable time before exhaling a sigh of relief. It appears that the plot is still within reach. According to the report from the spies sent to Wutan City, the Xiao family is currently under no unusual activity. The Xiao Yan, whom Zhou Chun had specifically instructed to keep an eye on, remains an unremarkable Do Qi practitioner at the third stage and has not yet been betrothed. According to the intelligence, Xiao Yan is now over 14 years old and will soon reach the age of 15. It seems that the annulment of the engagement with Nalan Yanran is imminent. Zhou Chun murmured to himself. It seems that the medicine elder has not fully awakened yet. Seizing the burning formula may not be out of reach. The burning formula is a superlative technique passed down from the vast world, capable of being cultivated all the way to the realm of a saint-level heaven supreme or even the ruler of the world. In the system's assessment, the burning formula is rated as at least a tier 7 technique. It is important to note that within the system's framework, the strongest heavenly tier techniques in the Dopa world are only rated as tier 4. The burning formula, I shall cultivate it. Zhou Chun clenched his fist, reducing the intelligence scroll to mere dust. For Zhou Chun, who is well versed in the original text and the hiding places of various strange fires, the burning formula serves as a cheat that could propel him to great heights. In these times, what protagonist does not possess a few cheats, lest they feel embarrassed to venture out? Thus, acquiring the burning formula is imperative for Zhou Chun, whether through literary means or martial prowess, especially considering that obtaining the burning formula would undoubtedly yield immense karmic points. After all, this is the protagonist Xiao Yan's cheat, a peerless technique that directly influences the trajectory of the world. Perhaps, by then, the system will upgrade to a level capable of healing Xiao Yixin. Chapter 15. Visiting the Xiao family in the northeastern region of the Gamma Empire, Wutan City, though situated at the foot of the Beast Mountain Range, has risen to the status of one of the Empire's major cities, albeit at the bottom tier. Nevertheless, as a key node controlling the northeastern territory and the Beast Mountain Range, Wutan City's walls soar to several dozen zhang, constructed from basalt transported from nearby volcanic ranges, capable of withstanding the full force attacks of a Do Wang without crumbling. At this moment, at the bustling city gates, a procession of dozens clad in white brocade, adorned with star patterns on their left chests, rolled in. These Do practitioners generally possess strengths above 6 stars, with a middle-aged man boasting blue hair leading the charge. A Do master among them. A luxurious carriage, drawn by 4 first-tier magical beasts, the Crimson Blood Horses, was at the center. Fei Lei, a Do master, was walking alongside, holding the reins. Upon witnessing the spectacle, the pedestrians preparing to enter and exit the city couldn't help but glance over, whispering amongst themselves. The soldiers guarding the city gates even dared not impede these individuals to collect entrance fees. Instead, they wore smiles that were almost servile. The group finally came to a halt in front of a grand, ancient inn with flying eaves and bracketed roofs, reputed to be the most opulent establishment in Wutan City. Fei Lei, having long since dispatched scouts, reported, "Master, we have arrived." Breaking through to the Dome Master level, Fei Lei reached out to lift the curtain of the carriage, his expression one of utmost respect as he gazed at Zhou Chun and Xiao Xian. Just a few days prior, Zhou Chun and his entourage had flown to the nearest Feng Luo city via the Gamma Empire's first-tier flying transport magical beast. And after a long ride, they finally arrived in Wutan City at noon today. How about we rest at the inn for the night and pay a visit to the Xiao family tomorrow? It would be prudent to prepare, Xiao Yixin suggested, brushing back her strands of hair. Fei Lei also looked over, clearly indicating that none of them wished to visit the Xiao family at night. Is the family head Xiao Zhan at the Xiao residence? What about Xiao Yan? Zhou Chun turned to ask. Fei Lei behind him. Both Xiao Zhan and Xiao Yan are present, but Xiao Yan is merely a waste, a Do Qi practitioner at the third stage. So why should the master care? Fei Lei, evidently obeying Zhou Chen's instructions, had conducted an investigation and was cautious about asking unnecessary questions. Zhou Chun cast a sidelong glance at the somewhat puzzled Fei Lei and decisively declared, "I have an urgent matter at hand. We cannot afford any delays. To avoid unnecessary complications, we shall head to the Xiao family now." Fei Lei, bring out the prepared invitation. Excitement flickered in Zhou Chen's eyes. This was his opportunity to establish a foothold in the Do Qi continent. At the Xiao family's council chamber, what did you say? Someone is visiting? Who might it be? The current head of the Xiao family, Xiao Zhan, exclaimed in astonishment, rising from his seat. The visitors are said to represent a force called Xianqun Pavilion, a male and a female, and they are waiting in the parlor. There is also a guard delivering the invitation, who, like me, is a Do master. The family steward, Steward Amo, spoke in a deep voice. A Do master guard? Xiao Zhan's eyes flickered with uncertainty. Although he had never heard of the Xianqun Pavilion, being able to afford a Do master level guard is not something to be taken lightly. It is known that Do masters are pivotal supports within the Xiao family, second only to the family head and the 3 elder Do masters. This is their invitation. Steward Mo retrieved a gilded sky blue invitation and handed it to Xiao Zhan. Upon receiving it, Xiao Zhan opened it, scanned its contents, and his expression changed drastically as he hastily exclaimed, "Go greet our esteemed guests in the council chamber." "No, I I shall personally welcome them. Inform Yanya, Xiao Zhan urged, disregarding Steward Mo as he hurried towards the reception room. Steward Mo cast a glance at the characters on the invitation, where it clearly stated, "We of the Xianxin Pavilion can resolve your son Xiao Yan's cultivation issues." Chapter 16. Do cats and dogs dare to speak? In the Xiao family's parlor, Zhou Chun and Xiao Yixian sat comfortably in their chairs, while Fei Lei remained silent, his guard stationed behind them. At this moment, Xiao Yixian and Zhou Chun were feeding each other candied fruits, appearing entirely unconcerned despite the gravity of their mission. Much to the dismay of the Xiao family's attendants who were sweating profusely. Suddenly, Zhou Chen's expression turned serious as he fixed his gaze on the entrance, the entire hall seeming to brighten in anticipation. Sure enough, before he could finish speaking, Xiao Zhan entered with his son Xiao Yan, addressing the esteemed guests. "I apologize for not welcoming you sooner. It is truly inexcusable." Before them stood a stately middle-aged man in his 40s, with prominent brows and large eyes, followed by a youth with a high nose, delicate features, and a gaze filled with despondency. Surely, this was the protagonist Xiao Yan, who had suddenly fallen from grace. "No need for formalities, family head Xiao. We have come in haste and apologize for the intrusion." Zhou Chun rose and clasped his hands in greeting. Turning to indicate Xiao Yixian, he introduced, "This is my friend and alchemist from the Xianshan Pavilion, Xiao Yixian." Xiao Zhan nodded, discreetly casting a glance at Xiao Yixian, instantly feeling a prickling sensation in his eyes. It seems this seemingly delicate young girl is not to be underestimated. Once they settled into the council chamber, before Zhou Chun could speak, Xiao Zhan, unable to contain his impatience, pulled his silent son Xiao Yin closer and anxiously asked, "Zhou Chun, is what you mentioned in the invitation truly the case?" Zhou Chun smiled serenely, toying with his teacup. "Family head Xiao, did I travel all this way to Wu-Tan City merely to mock your Xiao family? What can be done? How can my cultivation talent be restored?" Before Xiao Zhan could respond, Xiao Yan's youthful face was filled with excitement, his dark eyes fixated intently on Zhou Chun. "Xiao Yan, my young brother, please calm down." Observing Xiao Yan's anxious demeanor, his fists tightly clenched, Zhou Chun could empathize with Xiao Yan's suffering and found it admirable. From being an unparalleled genius who broke through to the Do practitioner stage at 11 to suddenly being reduced to a waste at the Do Chi third stage, enduring countless scorn and ridicule, Xiao Yan's ability to persevere through 3 years at such a tender age is indeed a testament to his steely resolve. Zhou Chun, adhering to the principle of equivalent exchange, declared, "Thus, we should first discuss what I might gain in order to restore Xiao Yan's cultivation talent." Zhou Chun turned his head, a smile that was neither here nor there gracing his lips as he regarded the father and son of the Xiao family. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Zhan nodded resolutely and declared, "Indeed, as long as young Master Zhou can cure my son's persistent affliction in cultivation, I, Xiao Zhan, would not hesitate to exhaust my family's wealth." "Oh, does the clan leader intend to squander the family fortune without regard for the thousands of mouths in the Xiao family? Have you even consulted the 3 of us elders?" A sarcastic remark echoed through the hall, followed by the entrance of 3 elderly men, their expressions impassive and their faces lined with wrinkles, who strode into the assembly hall without a care for Xiao Zhan's dignity. The eldest elder, Xiao Shan, bowed slightly to Zhou Chun and, along with the other 2 elders, took their seats at the head of the table, exuding an air of disruption. Witnessing the scene, Zhou Chun shook his head. With such hindering incompetence, it was no wonder the Xiao family had been in decline for a millennium, dwindling from the ancient 8 clans that boasted peak Do saints to the soil-dwelling denizens of Wu-Tan City, whose highest combat power was merely that of a great Do master. At that moment, Xiao Zhan was seething with anger. The 3 elders were brazenly embarrassing the Xiao family. Just as he was about to erupt, Zhou Chun interjected, "Clan leader Xiao, my request is, in fact, of little concern to the Xiao family. This matter hinges solely upon Xiao Yan's assent." Pausing for effect, Zhou Chun continued, "Thus, there is no need for your clan's trifling chatter. I have no time for such nonsense." Upon hearing Zhou Chun liken them to mere cats and dogs, the 3 elders were instantly infuriated. The hot-tempered 3rd elder sprang to his feet, his sleeves billowing, energy surging forth. "Do you not regard me as your clan leader?" Xiao Zhan slammed his palm onto the table, his eyes blazing as he reprimanded. 3rd elder, realizing that the usually amiable Xiao Zhan had genuinely lost his temper. The 3rd elder dared not provoke him further and begrudgingly took his seat. Xiao Zhan sighed, casting a glance at Zhou Chun, who wore a sardonic smile, and felt a tinge of embarrassment as he said, "Please excuse my family's rudeness, young Master Zhou. May I inquire what you require for my son as treatment?" "The ring, Xiao Yan's ring. Impossible. That is my mother's heirloom. You shall not have it." Before Zhou Chun could finish, Xiao Yan's eyes reddened, and he shouted, causing Xiao Zhan to feel quite awkward. In light of Xiao Yan's refusal, Zhou Chun maintained his composure, sipping tea before saying, "Your mother's? Young brother Xiao Yan, one may indulge in reckless dining, but one must not speak carelessly." Pausing, Zhou Chun's tone grew icy. "This ring is in fact a lost item of the Xianxin Pavilion. To recover it, We have dispatched countless powerful individuals to scour the entire Duki continent for no less than several decades, expending immeasurable resources, suffering countless casualties, and accruing numerous debts while obliterating countless families and sections. Now, you dare to claim it as your mother-s? Young brother Xiao Yin, not only I, Zhou Chun, cannot acquiesce, but the multitude of powerful beings behind me would never agree. As Zhou Chen's grandiloquent assertions echoed, aside from the little medical fairy struggling to suppress a smile, the others felt a tightening in their chests. Though the Xiao family might lack sophistication, they were not fools. It was clear that this Zhou Chun was overtly threatening the Xiao family. Failure to surrender the ring could lead to their annihilation. At that moment, Xiaoyan was also taken aback. He had not anticipated that this seemingly jovial youth could turn so swiftly, resorting to threats of annihilation. Observing the Xiao family members who were clearly intimidated, Zhou Chun seized the moment, stating, "This ring holds great value. We must acquire it by any means necessary. Moreover, you lack the secret methods to control the ring. Possessing it would be utterly futile." However, Zhou Chen's tone softened. "As compensation for taking the ring, I shall not only cure young Master Xiao Yan's affliction, but also offer a mid-level Xian rank cultivation technique in exchange for this ring." With that, Zhou Chen signaled to the little medical fairy, who immediately understood, producing a long white jade box and presenting it to Xiao Zhan. "This is a mid-level Xian rank technique, Waves of Rebirth." The members of the Xiao family gasped in astonishment. After all, the entire clan possessed only one mid-level Xian rank technique, Furious Lion's Roar. The three elders' eyes sparkled with greed, almost urging Xiao Yan to agree immediately. "What are you waiting for? Xiao Yan, do you not wish to restore your cultivation talent? Or do you intend to remain a waste for the rest of your life?" Seeing Xiao Yan hesitating, the eldest elder, Xiao Shan, in a fit of exasperation, provoked, "Indeed, young Master Xiao Yan, your mother would surely approve of this exchange." The hearts of parents everywhere are the same. Suddenly, the usually silent little medical fairy delivered a sharp retort, shattering Xiao Yan's psychological defenses. "Very well, I will give you the ring." Xiao Yan bit his lip fiercely, struggling to hold back tears. True to his nature, he promptly removed the black ancient ring from around his neck, solemnly handing it over to Zhou Chun. At the moment Zhou Chun accepted the ring, an all-too-familiar prompt from the system resonated. Ding. Host has acquired the medicinal respector's personal ring, significantly altering the world line. Reward: 10,000 causality points. 10,000 causality points? Upon hearing the system's announcement, Zhou Chun nearly bit his tongue. Ding. Host causality points have reached the maximum limit of 10,000. Would you like to upgrade the system? Upgrade. Ding. System upgrading. Please do not disturb. Completion countdown. 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. As Zhou Chun felt the system within him upgrading, he struggled to contain his excitement, knowing that from this moment forth, everything would be profoundly different. Cough, cough. Just as Zhou Chun was brimming with elation, Xiao Zhan cleared his throat, a hint of nervousness in his voice. "Young Master Zhou, the ring has been given to you. What method do you have to heal my son Xiao Yan?" "What? My apologies for my earlier outburst." Zhou Chun smacked his forehead, and the little medical fairy immediately understood, wiping her fingers over a ring, causing a completely green ancient jade box to materialize in her hand. Opening the box, the Xiao family members found none of the miraculous phenomena they had anticipated. Instead, there lay merely a lump of white dough. "This is..." Xiao Zhan gazed at Zhou Chun, puzzled. Zhou Chun smiled, unfazed, and fabricated a lie. "This is a medicinal pill passed down in my pavilion, known as the Heaven-Mending Pill. It can reshape bones, alter talent, and rectify deficiencies. Though it appears to be mere dough, it is, in fact, an invaluable 6th-grade medicinal pill." A 6th-grade medicinal pill? The Xiao family members were immediately astonished. Given their strength, acquiring even a 4th-grade pill would be a monumental achievement, let alone a 6th-grade one, which they had never even seen. The three elders leaned in, peering at the unremarkable lump of dough in the jade box, scrutinizing it for a long time without recognizing its true nature. Perhaps they simply lacked the knowledge to identify a 6th-grade pill. However, the Xiao family was still far too young and naive. They could never fathom that from the moment Xiao Yan had removed the ring, his talent had already returned, and the dough-like 6th-grade pill was, in reality, nothing more than a lump of dough. At this moment, Xiao Yan's eyes were fixed intently on the dough, filled with desire and hope. Zhou Chun, observing this fellow traveler who had been tormented by the medicinal elder for over 2 years, found it somewhat amusing as he passed the dough to him. "Simply chew it and swallow, then cultivate for a night, and your talent shall be restored." "Really?" Xiao Yan asked incredulously. Wasn't the consumption of a 6th-grade medicinal pill supposed to be more extravagant? "Indeed." Zhou Chun shamelessly nodded and turned to Xiao Zhan, stating, "I uphold the principles of fairness in my transactions. To ensure the efficacy of this pill, I shall remain at the Xiao family residence for 1 night as a guarantee." "Very well, just 1 night," Xiao Zhan acquiesced. "Let's see if we can counter sooner." As night fell over Wutan City, the stars dotted the sky. Within the Xiao family's secret chamber, Xiao Zhan anxiously watched his son Xiao Yin cultivate dou qi, his palms sweating profusely. After what felt like an eternity, a breath of turbid air escaped his lips as Xiao Yin slowly concluded his practice, his eyes sparkling like stars. "Yinner, how was today's cultivation? Did you see any results?" Xiao Zhan inquired urgently, his gaze filled with affection and hope. Upon hearing his father's words, Xiao Yin could not suppress a smile, vigorously nodding. "The dou qi from my cultivation has not dissipated. My talent has been completely restored, even superior to his previous talents. The speed of dou qi generation was markedly accelerated and more refined. Excellent, excellent, excellent." With a resounding clap on his desk, Xiao Zhan erupted into hearty laughter, his heart brimming with uncontainable joy. His son's cultivation talents had returned, and the prospect of him becoming a formidable force was now just around the corner. Not to mention, the Xiao clan had fortuitously acquired a profound-level cultivation method and established a connection with the incredibly mysterious Xiantian pavilion. Observing his son, who had regained his confidence and displayed a fervent fighting spirit, Xiao Zhan felt immense delight and gratitude towards Zhou Chun, feeling a deep respect for Zhou Chen's enigmatic abilities. Chapter 19. The Tragic Life of Yao Chun in the guest room of the Xiao family. Zhou Chen suddenly sneezed, pondering who might be thinking of him. Amidst the flickering candlelight, he toyed with the black ring he had painstakingly obtained, the ring of the revered pharmacist, Yao Chun. Speaking of this esteemed figure, his life was one of misfortune. According to the legendary tale of Yao Lao, Yao Chun's existence mirrored the tragic life of Xianglin's wife as depicted by Lu Sun. In the Douqi continent, strength was paramount, and the mightiest forces were none other than the ancient 8 clans. These clans were all descendants of Dou emperors, replete with numerous powerful figures, namely the Soul Clan, Xiao Clan, Ancient Clan, Flame Clan, Thunder Clan, Stone Clan, Spirit Clan, and Medicine Clan. Yao Chun belonged to the Medicine Clan, and from a young age, he faced relentless adversity. His father perished in battle, and as he grew, he was betrayed by his kin, Yao Xingji, leading to his expulsion from the clan, which ultimately caused his mother's demise from grief. After being cast out, Yao Chun wandered through the Central State, where he met Feng Xian, a wayward young man. Together, they traversed the continent, leveraging their talents and efforts to earn the title of the foremost alchemist in Central State, reaching the pinnacle of 9-star Dou Zun. During this time, he aided Feng Xian in consuming elixirs to ascend in strength, achieving Dou Zun status himself. Subsequently, Yao Chun experienced a series of heart-wrenching romances with the princess of the Fox clan, his master Han Lingshan, and the unparalleled prodigy of the Dan Tower, all harboring affections for him. However, as Zhou Chen remarked, Yao Chen's life was a tragic saga. Initially, the Fox clan, with whom he was to wed, was besieged by a multitude of Dou saints. The clan leader, a high-ranking Dou saint, sacrificed himself to ensure the clan's escape to another realm. Following this, while seeking the 11th unusual fire, Yao Chun's master and beloved, Han Lingshan, perished in a bid to save him. In other words, whenever Yao Chun was on the verge of marriage, his beloved would either vanish or meet a tragic end. What a lamentable fate. Later, disheartened, Yao Chun established the Xingyun Pavilion, becoming its master. In the ancient ruins, he discovered the burning technique left behind by the ancient Emperor Tuaxi and adopted an orphan named Han Feng as his disciple. The final chapter of his story was even more sorrowful. Betrayed by his disciple Han Feng, Yao Chun was pursued by the Soul Hall, losing his physical form and having his soul sealed within this ring, drifting through time until it was obtained by Xiao Yin's mother. Reflecting on Yao Lao's tragic life, Zhou Chun could only feel profound sympathy and continue to scrutinize the ring. After a prolonged examination, Zhou Chun, with his Dome Master cultivation, could not detect the presence of a spirit within the ring. Indeed, Yao Chun had suffered grievously. Truth be told, had it not been for the extraordinary perceptiveness of Xiao Yan, a reincarnated individual, it would likely have taken even the Dou Emperor's Dou Qi to awaken the slumbering Yao Chun. Nevertheless, even without such an innate perceptive advantage, Zhou Chen believed he could rouse this venerable old man. In fact, by consistently channeling energy, particularly that which nourished the soul, Yao Chun's spirit would inevitably awaken. Having absorbed Xiao Yin's Dou Qi for over 2 years, Yao Chun was on the verge of awakening, requiring only one final push. Unable to rely on conventional methods to awaken Yao Lao, Zhou Chun had his omnipotent system to assist him. With the system's aid, capturing an old alchemist would be a cinch. Suddenly, the door creaked open as Xiao Yixian entered. Observing Zhou Chun's focused demeanor, curiously she inquired, "What is so extraordinary about this ring that it compelled you, the famed sugar rooster, to exchange it for a profound-level cultivation method?" Gazing into Xiao Yixian's eager eyes, Zhou Chen refrained from answering directly, instead asking, "Have you dispatched someone to purchase soul-repairing medicines from the Maitel auction house?" "Of course," she replied. "But what do you need soul-repairing medicines for?" "For this ring," Zhou Chen replied. Chapter 20. The invitation from Yafei. Zhou Chun paused momentarily, not wishing to conceal anything from Xiao Yixian, who was aligned with him in purpose. He candidly explained, "Within this ring lies the slumbering soul of a powerful being. If I can awaken him and provide ample soul-repairing elixirs for his recovery, it will undoubtedly be a lucrative endeavor." Zhou Chen whispered, wary of being overheard. "That is impossible. A person cannot be resurrected. How can a mere soul exist?" "Indeed." Zhou Chen nodded. "Xian did you not once aspire to be an alchemist? The soul within this ring belongs to a superlative powerhouse, renowned across the continent decades ago as the foremost alchemist, a master of 9-tiered elixirs, a pinnacle Do Zun at the 9 revolutions, and the head of the Xinyun Pavilion. Yao Chun, the legendary alchemist of decades past?" Xiao Yixian's delicate face was a picture of astonishment, completely unprepared for the revelation that the spirit within the ring belonged to the illustrious Yao Chun. After a brief moment of shock, her eyes sparkled with excitement. "Once you awaken him, I must meet Yao Chun. Perhaps I could even become his disciple in alchemy." Zhou Chen nodded. "That will depend on how well you negotiate with the person in charge of the Mytel auction house. When can we expect the elixirs?" "Right now," she exclaimed, producing a storage ring with a flourish. "The person in charge agreed to your proposal of exchanging 200,000 gold coins and a profound level dough technique for elixirs worth 1,000,000 gold coins. The ingredients are right here in this ring." However, Xiao Yixian smirked mischievously, her tone taking on a slightly teasing quality. "The head of the auction house would like to meet you because there are some issues with the source of that profound level technique, Guanlan/. She's a stunning beauty named Yu Fei, and I bet you'll be quite taken with her." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chen recognized the glimmer of jealousy in Xiao Yixian's eyes. He quickly reassured her, "Rest assured, my heart belongs only to you." After uttering those insincere words, Zhou Chen hastily retrieved the 6 vials of soul-repairing medicine from the storage ring, 3 vials of second-tier soul, nourishing dew, and a medicinal substance, the jade dragon fruit, which could be juiced and applied. These precious elixirs, valued at 1,000,000 gold coins, were obtained from the techniques of the elder from Hao family, whom Zhou Chen had eliminated, arguably a form of karmic retribution for the elder's misdeeds. With everything prepared for the application of the elixirs to awaken Yao Lao, Zhou Chen hesitated. The system was still upgrading and unavailable for use, leaving Zhou Chen with only the strength of a Dome Master and his rapid progress in the Poison Scripture, yet still barely at the Dome Master level. Facing an ancient being who had lived for countless years, even if this being was incredibly weak, 2 Dome Masters were insufficient. If Yao Lao were to become hostile, it could spell disaster. In the original narrative, when Yao Lao possessed Xiao Yan's body temporarily, he wielded the power of a Dou Emperor, even stripped of his body. He likely retained the strength of a Douling. 2 Dou Masters were clearly no match for such an entity. Watching the countdown on the system, still showing 5 hours, the cautious Zhou Chen decided to wait a little longer. After all, a moment's delay was inconsequential. Chapter 21. The second-tier lottery system in the dead of night. Ding. System upgrade complete. The second-tier lottery system is at your service. Zhou Chen, whose eyes were nearly bloodshot from waiting, embraced the slumbering Xiao Yixian in his arms, feeling a surge of joy. "System, please elucidate your new functions." Ding. The second-tier system possesses new capabilities, allowing the host to draw cultivation techniques and items from system. Each draw for second-tier item requires 1,000 causal points. Should you wish to draw a third-tier item, 5 times the cost is necessary. For a fourth-tier item, 50 times the cost is required. Zhou Chen silently scorned the money-hungry system and inquired, "Is there a quality guarantee for the extracted items? Are they purely random?" Ding. All items extracted by the host are of second-tier quality, though their variety is uncertain. This is far too random. I would rather purchase the techniques and items I require through the original exchange system, Zhou Chen replied, shaking his head. His cautious nature made him intolerant of such a gamble of fate. Ding. The first-tier exchange system has been disabled. The host will no longer be able to purchase any items directly and must solely utilize the lottery system. Zhou Chen was momentarily bewildered. What did this mean? Why did it seem like the upgrades were becoming increasingly disadvantageous? Could it be? Zhou Chen pondered with growing dread. But the system lacked the ability to exchange for all items and could only impose such restrictions on the host for the sake of control. In that case, this system warranted his vigilance. Feigning casual banter with the system, Zhou Chen discreetly remained on guard. System, display my attribute panel. Ding. Receiving request. Retrieving data. Name, Zhou Chen. Occupation, Dimension Traveler Race. Human Strength. Peak of first-tier causality points, 11, 105 equipment. None over 11,000 points. Zhou Chen felt a surge of satisfaction. But business took precedence. System, grant me 3 lottery chances. Ding. Request received. Processing. Ding. Deducting 3,000 causality points. 3 lottery draws initiated. As a somewhat blurry, multicolored will spun in his mind, the system's lottery function officially displayed its prowess. Ding. The host has acquired a second-tier bloodline spirit power, capable of rapidly enhancing cultivation. Though subsequent bloodline advancement is necessary, otherwise it can only reach the peak of the second tier. Note, this bloodline carries significant risks. Please use it cautiously. The peak of the second tier? Approximately 9-star Doling. How splendid. Though the risks are considerable, it could be utilized by my subordinates. Zhou Chun shamelessly resolved to use his underlings as test subjects. Let us give it a Ka-gang. Ding. The host has obtained a second-tier elixir, Ice Heart Pill. Originating from the world of mortal cultivation, it can suppress the emergence of inner demons, assisting cultivators in their training. Currently of no use. Ding. The host has acquired a second-tier weapon, the Zanpakuto, Shurkai. This sword hails from the world of bleach, crafted in mass by the sword god, Urahara Kisuk. It can inflict immense, fatal damage to spiritual entities capable of self-promotion. Splendid. Zhou Chun exclaimed in delight. The Zanpakuto, capable of dealing substantial fatal damage to spirits, is akin to the black chains used by the Soul Hall against spiritual bodies, perhaps even stronger. After all, the world of bleach specializes in dealing with souls, an area of particular expertise. It seems the time has come to summon Yao Lao. If negotiations falter, a blade may be the only recourse. Summon Zanpakuto. Instantly, an unremarkable Zanpakuto appeared in Zhou Chen's hand. Feeling the immense power sealed within the blade, he exerted every effort to establish a connection with it, but failed to unlock its seal or manifest its first form. It appears I can only threaten Yao Lao with this sword and then hand it over to my subordinates. Perhaps, when combined with the spirit power bloodline, there will be a unique style to behold. Chapter 22. The threat of the Zanpakuto, 1 drop, 2 drops. Expensive medicinal liquid dripped from Zhou Chun onto the black ring, a glimmer flashing as it was swiftly absorbed. At last, the highly valuable liquid was exhausted, and Zhou Chun deemed that Yao Lao should finally awaken. Beside him, Xiao Yixian watched the ring with eager anticipation, while Zhou Chun nervously fixated on the object, declaring, Yao Zun, it is an honor to meet you. Why not reveal yourself? Moments passed, yet the ring remained silent. Xiao Yixian cast a helpless glance at Zhou Chun, who felt a flush of embarrassment. He had no idea whether Yao Lao was awake or not. His words were merely a probe, trying to draw out the cunning elder. It seems that Yao Zun has not yet awakened. Xiao Yixian expressed her disappointment. Zhou Chun, too, felt somewhat disheartened. However, upon reflection, if someone as weak as Xiao Yin could awaken Yao Chun, there was no reason for Yao Lao not to respond after all the resources provided. Moreover, Yao Lao had absorbed Xiao Yan's Do Qi for over 2 years. The foundation was already laid. After pouring 1,000,000 gold coins worth of medicinal liquid, he must surely wake up. Could it be that the old man had already awakened but chose to remain hidden? Considering that Yao Chun had secretly absorbed Xiao Yan's Do Qi for 3 years, Zhou Chun would not overestimate the old man's integrity. Thus, he forcefully hurled the ring to the ground and brandished the Zanpakuto, proclaiming loudly, Yao Lao, eavesdropping on our conversation must be quite enjoyable. If you do not reveal yourself, I shall shatter this ring and sever your soul. Zhou Chun raised the Zanpakuto in a threatening manner, declaring, Behold, this is a professional weapon for slaying souls. With your current strength, if you do not attach yourself to a human, you will find yourself on a path to demise. Will you choose to emerge and converse amicably with your junior, or will you force me to take more drastic measures, leading to your obliteration? Zhou Chen's fierce words caused Xiao Yixian to roll her eyes, glancing at the still silent ring, her disappointment growing. Yao Zun must still be asleep. No sooner had she spoken than the black, ancient ring, which had been forcefully thrown to the ground, suddenly levitated. A flash of light enveloped it, and a ghostly figure resembling a genie from Aladdin appeared. The elder's face was kind yet aged, leaving Xiao Yixian wide-eyed. Zhou Chun gazed at the suddenly materializing Yao Chun, thinking to himself that this old rascal truly lacked integrity, though his visage revealed no sign of this. Instead, he smiled warmly, saying, It is a pleasure to meet you. Yao Zun, I apologize for my earlier rudeness. Having previously threatened with violence, Zhou Chun instantly adopted a courteous demeanor, even bowing to Yao Chun. This shameless maneuver made Xiao Yixian blush. Yao Chun, clearly taken aback by Zhou Chen's audacity, sighed in resignation. Regardless, you have awakened me, so I must express my gratitude. Shifting the conversation, Yao Chun continued, However, young man, how did you come to know my identity, and how did you realize I resided within this ring? Yao Chen's aged visage suddenly grew serious as he cast a barrier to prevent any leakage of his aura, his eyes flashing with an intimidating murderous intent. Zhou Chun felt the oppressive aura from Yao Chun, struggling to breathe, yet maintaining a bright gaze. He straightened his back and boldly stated, How I know is of little consequence. What matters is whether you still intend to refine your body and be reborn. Do you seek revenge against the Soul Hall and Han Feng? Are you willing to let go of everything in this world? Chapter 23. With a burning decision in hand, the world is mine. In a guest room with the Xiao family, an old man and a young one faced each other in silence, the air thickening with tension. Xiao Yixian stood to the side, anxiously awaiting the outcome. Ultimately, it was Zhou Chun who could not endure the silence any longer. Though his physical strength was sufficient to contend with Do Shi, Yao Chen's aura still weighed heavily upon him, nearly suffocating him. Nevertheless, Zhou Chun gritted his teeth and held firm, tightly clutching the Zanpakuto capable of reaping souls. Suddenly, Yao Chen's oppressive aura dissipated, causing Zhou Chun to tremble. Had Xiao Yixian not been there to support him, he would have collapsed to the ground. With a sweep of his ethereal sleeve, Yao Chun intoned, "Young man, how did you uncover this secret?" Zhou Chun exhaled, smiling. "Does that truly matter? Do you have any other choices left?" "Ha! The old man has many choices. Not to mention, the young lad Xiao Yin, who has supplied me with Do Qi for over 2 years, is quite a reliable option. Far more so than you, this audacious young man." Pausing, Yao Chun glanced at the vigilant Xiao Yixian before softening his tone. "What a talented young lady. You are indeed fortunate." With that, Yao Lao proactively eased the atmosphere, saying, "Please sheath that blade. Let us discuss matters properly." "You cunning old fox," Zhou Chun silently cursed, yet ultimately complied, slowly sheathing the Zanpakudo and stating, "I wish to become your disciple." Yao Chun furrowed his brows, genuinely disinclined to take Zhou Chun as his disciple. Initially, Yao the Elder had planned to absorb Xiao Yin's Do Qi for another 6 months before fully awakening and accepting Xiao Yin as his apprentice to help him fulfill his aspirations. However, this young man named Zhou Chun abruptly emerged, cunningly swindling the ring from Xiao Yin, thereby completely disrupting Yao Chen's original plans. Furthermore, the betrayal by Han Feng from years past had deeply wounded him, instilling in him an instinctual wariness towards such matters. Zhou Chen's presence was exceedingly peculiar and shocking, as if he possessed an omniscient awareness, even knowing the intricacies of Yao Chun's own background. Who would dare accept such a disciple? Observing Yao Chun's tightly knit brows and recalling the character's demeanor in the original narrative, Zhou Chen quickly discerned the elder's thoughts. Exhaling lightly, he spoke, "Esteemed Yao, having a disciple like Han Feng truly brings sorrow. However, I assure you, I am not of such despicable character. I believe in repaying kindness tenfold." After a brief pause, he sincerely added, "Moreover, if you have any conditions, feel free to express them." Seeing Zhou Chun's earnest inquiry, Yao Chun felt a twinge of reluctance to refuse. Most importantly, he found himself with no real alternative. Currently, as merely a spiritual entity, he was exceedingly weak, without possessing a corporeal form. His strength barely equated to that of a Douling. Although Douling was indeed formidable, capable of dispatching several Doushur without issue, the bizarrely designed knife in the young man's possession was truly terrifying. Even from a distance, Yao Chun felt an icy chill emanating from it. It was likely a weapon specifically crafted to combat spiritual entities. Thus, Yao Chun gazed at this mysterious youth, who was privy to so many of his secrets, and sighed, reluctantly stating, "Agree to 2 conditions, and I shall accept you as my disciple." "Please, proceed," Zhou Chun replied. "First, eliminate Han Feng for me and cleanse the ranks." Without hesitation, Zhou Chun nodded affirmatively, agreed. Yao Chun was momentarily taken aback, followed by a surge of delight. It seemed this young man was quite agreeable. In truth, regardless of whether Yao Chun had mentioned it, Zhou Chun would have sought to eliminate Han Feng, for the 15th rank the high Xine Yin was in Han Feng's possession. Clearing his throat, Yao Chun continued, "The second matter concerns the crafting of a physical body for me to aid in my resurrection." In the original story, when Yao Chun accepted Xiao Yin as a disciple, he certainly had ulterior motives, yet he found himself with no other choice, compelled to gamble on Xiao Yin. After all, having been betrayed by his most trusted disciple, he was naturally more cautious in selecting Xiao Yin, ensuring he understood the young man's character beforehand. "However, you must wait a while. My current strength is insufficient to assist you in reconstructing your body." Zhou Chun frowned, realizing that accomplishing this task was still quite challenging. Yao Chen's resurrection required 3 conditions. First, a practitioner of the burning decision with 3 types of ego to help forge a body capable of housing a soul. Second, 3 materials, a 7th-tier pinnacle pill, a blood-bone fusion pill, and the essence blood of a 7th-tier magical beast. Lastly, a corpse of a Do Zone level expert. Although Zhou Chun, possessing a system, was confident, he was not arrogant enough to believe he could defeat a Do Zone who wielded spatial abilities. Yao Chun understood the difficulties, and upon hearing Zhou Chen's response, he found himself believing a little more in the young man's sincerity. At the very least, Zhou Chen was not being dismissive. "Well, I have endured decades of slumber. A few more years are inconsequential." With a hint of resignation, Yao Chun sighed, and then looked at Zhou Chun, stating, "Today, I shall accept you as my disciple." "Thank you, master," Zhou Chun eagerly expressed, seizing the moment to affirm his dedication. Yao Chun nodded. "Since you have pledged yourself to me as a disciple, it is only fitting that I impart some techniques and skills to you. I see that you have yet to cultivate any Do Qi, relying solely on your formidable physique. Thus, you are well suited for a particular technique." As he spoke, Yao Chun retrieved a technique radiating a scorching aura, declaring, "This technique is known as the burning decision, capable of evolving through the consumption of Ioa. My desire to resurrect relies heavily on this technique." However, Yao Chun awkwardly added, "Alas, this technique is merely of the yellow rank, low tier." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun feigned silence, yet internally, He was elated. After so many days of scheming, a breakthrough had finally emerged. Fortune does indeed favor the diligent. Thus, Zhou Chun resolutely declared, since this will benefit my master's resurrection, how could I not learn it? Please bestow this technique upon me. Have you truly considered this? Yao Chen gently urged, even if this burning decision is of the yellow rank, I have resolved to practice it, so that I may swiftly assist my master in the reconstruction of your body and seek vengeance. Zhou Chun declared steadfastly. Very well. Then I shall impart the burning decision to you. Chapter 24. The Technique of Poison Pills Master. Wait a moment. Zhou Chun suddenly interjected as if recalling something. What is it? Yao Chen frowned, wondering if the young man had reconsidered. Zhou Chun, however, had not wavered. The burning decision, an unparalleled technique among the myriad realms, was an invincible asset. Why would he ever contemplate backing out? Instead, he recalled the earlier request of the little doctor, who stood beside him, gazing earnestly at Yao Chen with her delicate hands clasped. Master, this is my friend and future companion, the little doctor. She has long aspired to be an alchemist, and has stood by me through thick and thin. I hope you might offer her some guidance. Yao Chen felt a wave of warmth at Zhou Chen's words. Someone who cherished old friendships could not be inherently bad. After a moment's contemplation, he addressed the expectant little doctor, saying, extend your hand. Let me assess your qualifications. An eerie poison body? Upon contact, Yao Chen instantly recognized this dangerous and potentially catastrophic toxin. Astonished as he exclaimed, young man, are you aware of the perils of this eerie poison body? Clearly, Yao Chen held strong opinions about the eerie poison body, his expression darkening. The little doctor felt her eyes welling up at his disparaging remark. Observing Zhou Chun's indifferent demeanor, Yao Chen continued, young man, you may not grasp the magnitude of this eerie poison body's threat. With a grave countenance, Yao Chen recounted, in my youth, a woman possessing the eerie poison body once wreaked havoc in the Central Plains, transforming an entire empire into a toxic wasteland, where countless spirits roamed. Yet, this was not the most shocking part. The most astonishing aspect was that when the empire's powerful figures banded together to confront her, one by one, they fell. The weakest among them were at least Do Ling level, with one even on the cusp of reaching Do Zone, a 9-star Do Huang. As he spoke, Yao Chen spread his hands, lamenting, regrettably, they all perished at her hands. Eventually, the situation escalated, attracting a Do Zone level powerhouse. After a cataclysmic battle unknown to outsiders, the woman, merely a 5-star Do Huang, fled grievously injured, while the aging powerhouse of the opposing side suffered from the toxins for a full decade before fully recovering. How could this be? The little doctor gasped, her delicate lips pressed tightly together. Although she was aware of the eerie poison body's dangers, she had never imagined it to be so formidable. Seeing Yao Chen's deep-seated bias against the eerie poison body, Zhou Chun felt compelled to defend the little doctor. Master, a person's constitution is innate, yet their character is developed over time. Like a blade, it can only be wielded for evil in the hands of a malevolent individual. The little doctor has always been kind-hearted, never proactively taking lives. I have continuously sought methods to control the eerie poison body. As he spoke, Zhou Chun believed that the centuries-old Yao Chen would be receptive to his words. Indeed, upon hearing Zhou Chun's perspective, Yao Chen nodded in agreement, acknowledging, I did not expect you to possess such a commendable disposition at such a young age. Turning to the timid little doctor, Yao Chen felt a pang of sympathy and softened his demeanor, reassuring her, the eerie poison body is not uncontrollable. I know of a method to condense poison pills that will allow the bearer of the eerie poison body to completely master the toxins within. However, the materials for this poison pill are elusive. It requires the core of a 7th-tier scorpion dragon beast and the Bodhi transformation essence. Moreover, 3 types of Yao are also necessary for its creation. Rest assured, Master, once I have successfully cultivated the burning technique, I will certainly procure these materials for you. Moreover, I shall refine your body anew and eliminate that beast, Han Feng. Zhou Chun interjected fervently, his words laced with determination. I await your good news, replied the elder, observing his disciple with growing satisfaction. Perhaps this time, he had entrusted his hopes to a capable individual. Chapter 25. The Thoughts of Xiao Mei as Dawn Broke. Zhou Chun sat cross-legged in meditation, his breath flowing rhythmically. White wisps of energy gradually coalesced in sync with the hand seals he formed, transforming into a vibrant red hue, which he inhaled deeply. This cycle continued, and soon, a brilliant red glow began to emanate from Zhou Chun's body. At that moment, the elder and the little healer stood nearby, with the elder offering guidance on the operation of the burning technique. Zhou Chun exhaled a breath of stale air, his eyes gleaming with joy. He had devoted an entire day and night to mastering this technique. When the energy of the burning technique circulated within his dantian, a wave of exhilaration surged through him. Not bad, my boy. Your talent is commendable. You've grasped the fundamentals in just one night. However, remember that the burning technique is merely a low-tier yellow-grade skill. To advance further, you will require extraordinary fire. The elder stroked his long white beard, his heart swelling with pride. You are nearly on par with that boy Xiao Yan's talent. Yet, recalling Xiao Yan, the elder felt a pang of guilt. After a moment's contemplation, he suddenly asked, "What are your thoughts on Xiao Yan, my young disciple?" At these words, Zhou Qin's heart skipped a beat. Did the elder intend to pass the burning technique to Xiao Yan as well? Zhou Qin's mood soured momentarily. After all, who wouldn't want to monopolize something precious? However, a thought crossed his mind. Why not let it be? If the elder had intentions of his own, there was little he could do to change that. Instead, it would be prudent to curry favor with the elder. Thus, Zhou Chun reluctantly remarked, "I met Xiao Yan once. He possesses a resolute will and extraordinary talent. Truly an exceptional cultivator." Upon hearing Zhou Qin's words, the elder smiled with satisfaction. "You speak the truth. Xiao Yan has absorbed my energy for 2 years without reciprocation, and I find it difficult to overlook this." Pausing for emphasis, he continued, "I have decided to take him as my disciple and impart the burning technique to him. From this day forth, he shall be your junior brother. Together, you shall strive to make a name for yourselves in the Duki continent." With that, the elder vanished in the blink of an eye, clearly off to entice Xiao Yan. Zhou Qin's gaze flickered, but he paid it little mind. After all, he was a traveler from the realms beyond, far surpassing Xiao Yan's advantages and background. Besides, having Xiao Yan as a junior brother could be advantageous, at the very least. When the time came to band together against adversaries, they could enlist this future flame emperor. The little healer, observing Zhou Qin's mischievous smile, pouted slightly, feeling a twinge of jealousy. Am I truly not allowed to become the elder's disciple? Zhou Chun, remembering her presence, quickly embraced her, gently caressing her somewhat aggrieved face. Do not dwell on it too much. Once you master the poison body, you too shall become an unparalleled powerhouse. At that point, being an alchemist will be of little consequence. The little healer nodded obediently, leaning softly against Zhou Qin's chest. After a moment, she seemed to recall something and began to draw circles on his chest. Isn't Miss Yafei from the Miter Auction House eager to meet you? Are you going to go? Oh, if Miss Yafei has invited me, I shall make an appearance. To be honest, I am quite curious to meet this renowned beauty of the Miter family. Zhou Chun stretched his limbs, preparing to encounter the alluring Yafei, as she was said to be in the original tale. Lecture, I want to accompany you, the little healer remarked, sensing Zhou Qin's intentions. Zhou Chun, feeling somewhat helpless, nodded. Jealous women could be quite troublesome. Pushing open the door, he squinted slightly, allowing his eyes to adjust to the warm sunlight before leading the little healer down the gravel path toward the Xiao family estate. The path was flanked by lush green willows, invigorating both of them with its vibrant hues. As they turned a corner, the sounds of youthful laughter echoed from another path, disrupting the tranquil atmosphere. Zhou Chun frowned slightly, directing his gaze toward the source of the cheerful commotion. A group of giggling young maidens approached, and among them was a strikingly beautiful girl, her eyes radiating innocence despite her alluring demeanor. Her smile, enchanting yet subtle, made the other less experienced girls feel a pang of envy, prompting them to lavish her with compliments. Sister Xiao Mei, you're almost at the 7th stage of Duki. How impressive. At this rate, it seems you will become a true fighter in no more than 3 years. Indeed, she is a seed-level talent within the family. Listening to the envious remarks from her peers, Xiao Mei's smile widened, fueled by vanity, a temptation that many young girls find hard to resist. As she exchanged laughter with her friends, her gaze suddenly drifted, landing on Zhou Chun and the little healer nearby. The laughter abruptly ceased, as they had clearly never encountered these two strangers before. Xiao Mei fixated on the dashing youth in the embroidered robe and the ethereal girl by his side. After a moment of contemplation, she recalled that her grandfather, the third elder of the Xiao family, had mentioned receiving a mysterious guest. Could it be them? According to her grandfather, these two esteemed guests from the enigmatic Xiantian pavilion had come to the Xiao family to procure an ancient black ring. In exchange for this ring, they had generously gifted the Xiao family a profound technique and even a 6th grade pill to enhance Xiao Yan's cultivation potential. What immense power must they possess? Surely, they rivaled the Yulan sect's dominance over the Jia Ma Empire. If she could cultivate a favorable relationship with these two, especially if something were to blossom between her and that graceful young man. Xiao Mei, ever confident in her beauty, swayed her figure and approached Zhou Chun and the little healer. With a flirtatious glint in her eyes, she greeted them. Is this young gentleman the esteemed guest who graced our Xiao estate yesterday? Should you wish to tour our grounds, I, Xiao Mei, would be delighted to guide you. Clearly, the little healer at Zhou Chen's side had been entirely overlooked. Before Zhou Chun could respond, the little healer narrowed her eyes, displeased. No need, we prefer tranquility. Upon witnessing the little healer's fierce demeanor, Xiao Mei felt a chill down her spine. Just as she mustered the courage to retort, a cool voice resonated from afar. I heard a distinguished guest arrive at the Xiao family yesterday. Sinner has been eager to meet you. Chapter 26. Gu Sinner Zhou Chun followed the direction of the voice and beheld a girl in a purple dress standing gracefully before him. Her demeanor exuded an ethereal calmness, reminiscent of a lotus in bloom. Despite her youth, She possessed a beauty that could captivate nations. Zhou Chun furrowed his brows. This newcomer seemed far from benign. Sun Er took a few delicate steps forward, her gaze fixed firmly on Zhou Chun, ignoring both Xiao Mei and the little healer entirely. Her words dripped with an unsettling undertone. You are Zhou Chun, are you not? Yesterday, you coerced Xiao Yan into surrendering his mother's relic, threatening to annihilate the Xiao family if he refused. Sun Er smiled, her voice soft, yet the implications sent a shiver down Zhou Chen's spine. Come now. I was merely speaking in jest yesterday. There's no need to take it so seriously, he thought, bewildered. This girl certainly held a grudge. Indeed, one should never provoke a woman. Zhou Chun felt utterly perplexed, having not anticipated Sun Er's concern for Xiao Yan. Ironically, he had actually contemplated emulating Uncle Wang next door by digging into Xiao Yan's backyard. It is now apparent that the road ahead is fraught with challenges. Moreover, Sun Er is backed by an ancient clan and is accompanied by a peak Do Huang guardian. He is indeed someone I cannot provoke lightly. However, even in defeat, one must maintain composure and cannot simply allow this young lady to flaunt her arrogance. Thus, Zhou Chen cleared his throat and calmly remarked, Miss Sun Er, I believe you are mistaken. That ring was exchanged fairly with the Xiao family using Xin-level Do techniques, and young Master Xiao was quite agreeable to the trade. You may inquire with him if you wish. Is that so? Sun Er retorted, her expression impassive as she scrutinized the unflappable Zhou Chun. A chilling indifference filled Zhou Chen's ears as she continued. I'm not concerned with who you are. Just know that should anything happen to the Xiao family, your Xianqian pavilion will meet a similar fate. Observing Zhou Chen's unwavering demeanor, Sun Er's enchanting eyes, reminiscent of autumn waters, suddenly flickered with a slender wisp of golden flame, emanating palpable threats and murderous intent, sending shivers through those around them. Sensing the precarious situation, Xiao Mei hastily led her companions away. Neither Sun Er nor the enigmatic Zhou Chun was someone she could afford to offend. Only the little medical sage and Zhou Chun remained unfazed. The former glared indignantly at the haughty young woman before her, while Zhou Chun suddenly burst into laughter. Miss Gu Sun Er, how intriguing your skill is. Do you intend to incinerate me with that golden emperor's flame? What? You actually know of it? Who are you? And what is your purpose in visiting the Xiao family? Upon hearing Zhou Chen's words, Sun Er's expression turned icy. This Zhou Chun was undoubtedly suspicious. He was aware of the ancient 8 clans, and even recognized her clan's golden emperor's flame. Could it be that Zhou Chun was also someone from an ancient power, seeking to covet the Xiao family's ancient treasures? As for who I am, Miss Sun Er need not concern herself. Just understand that I have no interest in the trivial matters of your ancient clans, provided you do not provoke me. Zhou Chen shot a cold glance at the stunning young woman before him and slowly added, Miss Sun Er, I have pressing matters to attend to. Please allow me to pass. With that, Zhou Chen maintained a stoic expression and, leading the little medical sage, brushed past Sun Er without a second thought. He had no desire to engage in idle chatter with a girl of merely 15 or 16 summers. Perhaps due to Zhou Chen's adeptness at maintaining his composure, Sun Er ultimately did not obstruct him. What she would do in secret was beyond Zhou Chen's control. As Zhou Chen moved further away, Sun Er furrowed her delicate brows and addressed the empty space beside her. Elder Ling, have you discerned anything? No sooner had Sun Er spoken than the air shimmered with ripples, and an elderly man clad in black gradually materialized. The elder exhibited profound respect towards Sun Er, speaking in a hushed tone. This young man, in terms of strength, is at most at the dosha level. The girl beside him seems to be cultivating poison do qi, yet her power is also quite feeble and poses no threat. Elder Ling, do you truly believe that someone who is knowledgeable about the ancient 8 clans, and even aware of my innate flame, the Golden Emperor's flame, is insignificant? Sun Er clearly found Elder Ling's assessment unsatisfactory and countered, perhaps it would be prudent for you to find an opportunity to probe his background. Elder Ling responded respectfully, yes. Ascertain his strength and origins. I will not allow him to harm Brother Xiao Yan. Sun Er clenched her delicate fist resolutely, declaring, perhaps we can glean some information from that girl known as the little medical sage. A mischievous smile danced across Sun Er's face as her eyes twinkled with cunning delight. Unbeknownst to Zhou Chun, who was swiftly departing the Xiao family estate, Sun Er was busy plotting against him. As soon as he exited, Fei Lei, accompanied by a contingent of the Xianshan Pavilion's guards, awaited him outside the Xiao residence. Fei Lei greeted, Pavilion Master, what are our next steps? The little medical sage smiled gently. She was still not quite accustomed to Fei Lei's deference towards her and softly replied, to the Maitel auction house. No, let us return to the inn first. Zhou Chen recalled Sun Er's overt hostility and instinctively felt that the matter was far from resolved. It would be prudent to enhance his strength using the system, lest he fall prey to the Do Huang guardian dispatched by the ancient clan to protect Sun Er. With that, Zhou Chen and the little medical sage boarded the carriage, heading toward the inn they had reserved upon entering the city. The beautiful lady can wait. My life is my own, Zhou Chen mused silently as he sat in the carriage. Chapter 27. 9-star Do Ling, command me. At the most luxurious inn in Wutan City, Zhou Chen had booked an entire floor. Upon returning, He promptly summoned the system and accessed his personal attribute panel. Ding. Data being retrieved. Please hold on. Name: Zhou Chun. Occupation: Dimension Traveler Race. Human Strength. Peak First Stage Causality Points. 8105. Equipment: Spiritual Bloodline. Ice Heart Pill. Soul Reaping Blade System. I wish to spend 5,000 points to draw a third-tier item. Ding. Processing. Ding. Deducting 5,000 causality points. Drawing a third-tier item. As a somewhat blurred, colorful will spawn in his mind. Finally, ding. Drawn third-tier cultivation technique. Qingyun True Method. This technique originates from the righteous leader of the Zhu Xian realm, Qingyun Mountain's Qingyun sect. It can harness the power of heaven and earth, wielding immense might. Damn! Zhou Chun cursed vehemently, knowing the system was unreliable. What he needed was a means to rapidly bolster his strength, specifically an item that enhanced offensive capabilities, rather than this so-called useless technique that couldn't be mastered in a day. Taking a moment to calm himself, Zhou Chun examined the introduction of this so-called Qingyun True Method from the Zhu Xian realm. The technique consisted of two forms. First form, slaying ghosts and gods. True Method, with righteous aura, everlasting as heaven and earth, not seeking to slay immortals, but to vanquish ghosts and gods. Second form, divine sword controlling thunder. True Method, in the nine heavens, transform into divine thunder with majestic heavenly might, guided by the sword. As the pinnacle of third-tier techniques, the Qingyun True Method could rival the peak earth-level Do techniques from the Dopa world, even the lower-tier heavenly techniques. Alas, it was of little use to Zhou Chun at this juncture. Even with a technique of such caliber, a dosher could not possibly contend against Sun Er's Do Huang companion. Perhaps Zhou Chun was slightly paranoid. He thought, system, I shall spend another 2,000 causality points to see what else can be procured. Ding. Processing. Ding. Deducting 2,000 causality points, drawing 2 second-tier items. As the colorful will spun again in his mind, finally ding, drawn second-tier sci-fi weapon, Poison Spike single-unit temperature pressure missile. This weapon has a range exceeding 5 kilometers and can severely injure third-tier experts with its high temperature and pressure. Now that's more like it. Zhou Chun nodded in approval, acknowledging the system's competence. This exemplified the advantages of technological weaponry, capable of mass production with significant power to overcome opponents of higher tiers. Though the Poison Spike missile itself was not formidable, when equipped with a temperature pressure warhead, its potency escalated dramatically. Within a fraction of a second of detonation, the air surrounding the target would be incinerated. The resultant intense pressure reaction would instantaneously create a vacuum-like zone akin to that of outer space. An ordinary person would find their body ruptured due to the imbalance of internal and external pressure within a thousandth of a second. Thus, the temperature pressure missile was also referred to as a vacuum implosion bomb. Such a formidable vacuum pressure would be akin to surviving in a vacuum of space. Even a third-tier Do Huang expert might struggle to withstand it, potentially suffering severe injuries or even losing their life. Against one of humanity's pinnacle technologies, the vacuum implosion bomb, even a Do Huang would find themselves outmatched. Naturally, this was contingent upon hitting the target. With a trump card against Ling Ying secured, Zhou Chun turned to examine the final prize. Ding! Drawn second-tier fantasy elixir, Shattered Earth Pill, originating from the CNNI realm, capable of significantly enhancing the cultivation of a user, instantly elevating a third-tier expert by 1 level. However, it carries considerable risks and can destabilize the user's foundation. Indeed, one should be wary of bargains. Zhou Chun had no intention of consuming such perilous items. However, just because he wouldn't partake in them did not mean he couldn't offer them to others. Xiao Yao, please summon Fei Lei, the little medical sage. Having patiently observed Zhou Chun deep in thought, soon called for Fei Lei, who promptly entered. Zhou Chun, regarding his tall and loyal subordinate, spoke earnestly. Fei Lei, I have an opportunity for you to rapidly enhance your strength to the Do Ling level, but the cost is an unstable foundation, and it may even pose a threat to your life. Are you willing? Absolutely. Fei Lei responded almost instinctively. For a mere lowly mercenary like him, attaining the status of a Doling was nothing short of a monumental blessing, a treasure worth any sacrifice. That day, perched on the precipice of the Monster Mountain, he had witnessed firsthand the formidable strength of the Hao family's Doling. Of course, before the sect master, even a Doling was hardly something to boast about. Swallowing his pride, Zhou Chun retrieved a fractured earth pill and administered it directly to Fei Lei. However, after several minutes of anticipation, Fei Lei remained utterly unresponsive, causing Zhou Chun to break into a cold sweat. Could the system have deceived him? This would be a tremendous embarrassment. In desperation, he contemplated giving the original spiritual bloodline intended for Kagang to Fei Lei instead. Suddenly, an overwhelming force erupted from within Fei Lei, causing all his capillaries to burst forth with blood. In mere moments, his skin cracked, and his clothes became drenched in crimson, transforming him into a blood-soaked figure. Surely, he would be all right. The little medical sage observed Fei Lei's dire state with concern, yet reassured him, fear not, for the system's products are always of the highest quality. Indeed, as if on cue, Fei Lei's breath began to stabilize, and the wounds across his body swiftly healed. Within a mere quarter of an hour, he had fully recovered. His resounding Do Chi heralding the emergence of a genuine Doling. Your humble servant has successfully broken through to the 9-star Doling, thanks to the sect master's generous endowment. Fei Lei, regaining his senses, immediately knelt on one knee, offering his utmost respect, devoid of arrogance or disrespect. Chapter 28. Ling Ying had acquired a 9-star Doling subordinate, a fact that filled Zhou Chun with unbridled joy. Although a 9-star Doling was not particularly powerful, it was sufficient to shield Zhou Chun from harm and purge the insignificant foes. While Zhou Chun and Fei Lei conferred with the little medical sage regarding the operations of the Xianxin Pavilion, Fei Lei's gaze suddenly fixed upon the ceiling, and he exclaimed fiercely, "Waves of shadows." As a loyal subordinate, Fei Lei wasted no time and unleashed a profound tier Do technique, shattering the roof in an instant. His figure surging towards the source of the disturbance. "Humph, I was merely careless for a moment. Do you think I am easy prey?" At the sight of the commotion stood a black-robed elder, arms folded behind his back, exuding an air of mastery. Without warning, a torrent of shadows erupted from behind him, engulfing the sky in darkness. The sheer magnitude of this display rendered Fei Lei's face pale with fright. This could only be a Do Huang. The black-robed elder, suspended amidst the sea of shadows, resembled a celestial demon descending from the heavens, cackling with unrestrained arrogance. "Today, I, Fei Lei, shall see just who you are." With no intention of retreating, Fei Lei unleashed his most powerful technique, the Guanlan Slash. Realizing his adversary was overwhelmingly strong, he activated his trump card. This technique had been obtained from a deceased elder of the Hao family. The dark shadows behind the black-robed elder blotted out the sun, even obscuring the rays of light that struggled to penetrate. The inn above was completely shrouded in darkness, forcing Zhou Chun to concentrate his Do Chi in his eyes to discern the ongoing battle. Linging, Zhou Chun clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he muttered. The Shadow Do technique, a hallmark of the peak Do Huang Ling Ying. Thankfully, he had been prudent enough to return to the inn to draw a lottery from the system. Otherwise, he would have been in dire straits. "Sonaire, you little girl, just wait. I will not let go of this grudge, and one day, I shall settle the score." Zhou Chen's expression fluctuated between grimness and resolve as he retrieved a toxic sting missile from space, freshly drawn from the system's lottery. "A Do Huang, is it? Today, I shall make you pay dearly." Meanwhile, observing Fei Lei recklessly charging towards him, Ling Ying could not help but admire the loyalty of his devoted subordinate. With a thunderous shout, he declared, 10,000 shadows bind." Ling Ying's form melded seamlessly into the enveloping darkness, and with a swift gesture, the surrounding shadows surged forth, coiling and spiraling toward Fei Lei. Two serpentine streams of contrasting colors, one blue and one black, each containing terrifying energy, sliced through the air, colliding with a deafening roar that echoed like thunder. In an instant, the overwhelming energy released from the explosion dispersed the surrounding shadows, allowing shards of sunlight to pierce through and illuminate the ground below. Before he could process it, Fei Lei, who had just been bold and valiant, was sent flying, covered in blood, clearly no match for Ling Ying's singular attack. The battle above the inn swiftly drew the attention of numerous powerful figures in Wutan City. Observing the towering shadow that blotted out the sun, local experts were drenched in cold sweat. What kind of powerhouse has appeared here? On the balcony of the Mitre auction house, Yafei stood with her hand over her mouth, incredulous at the unfolding battle. After a long moment, she turned to an elder beside her and asked, "Master Gu and I, what level of power do you believe those two possess?" "That shadow is at least a Do Wang, perhaps even stronger. As for the one who was struck down, he is likely a Do Ling," the elder replied, his weathered face creased with worry. What business does such a formidable presence have in Wutan City? Suddenly, Yafei recalled that a force named the Xianxin Pavilion had recently come to the Mitre auction house to sell profound tier techniques, led by a graceful young lady in white. With her keen insight, Yafei immediately recognized that the technique Guanlan Slash belonged to the Hao family's ancestral techniques and was likely stolen property. Given the importance of the Guanlan Slash, it was undoubtedly safeguarded closely by the Hao family's elder, whose strength was that of a Do Ling. Could it be that the fierce conflict unfolding before her was connected to the Xianxin Pavilion? Moreover, she had previously harbored thoughts of recruiting them and had even extended an invitation, realizing the gravity of the situation. Cold sweat began to trickle down Yafei's fair and delicate face. This was a veritable hot potato. "Have someone investigate who is residing in the inn," she commanded, her complexion pale yet stunningly beautiful. Chapter 29. Even a Do Huang can be slain. Above the inn, Zhou Chun gazed at the formidable Ling Ying and the bloodied, unconscious Fei Lei, his expression dark as night. "Boy, you're still too young. Today, I shall impart some valuable life lessons." Ling Ying, concealed in the shadows, felt a swell of self-satisfaction. "Oh, is that so? Just based on you?" Zhou Chun raised an eyebrow, scoffing, a mere shadowy figure. "I foresee your life destined to be one of servitude." Do Huang Ling Ying, Upon hearing this, Ling Ying's countenance shifted dramatically, the shadows swirling around him nearly dissipating. His aged voice trembled with alarm. How do you know? Because. Before Zhou Chun could finish, he seized the opportunity while Ling Ying was momentarily distracted, swiftly launching a missile with a shout of soul strike. Whoosh! The toxic sting missile, a product of humanity's industrial age technology, soared towards Ling Ying with astonishing speed, trailing a bluish flame. Despicable. Ling Ying was furious. Although unaware of the nature of the projectile, he sensed the imminent danger. He quickly activated his signature Shadow Dou technique, leaving behind numerous afterimages as he darted through the air. Zhou Chun, unperturbed by Ling Ying's incredible speed, remained confident in the guidance of the infrared, heat-seeking technology of the missile. As long as Ling Ying could not conceal his emitted heat, he would not escape the missile's pursuit. Moreover, the energy expenditure from using his Dou techniques would only increase the heat signature and make him an even more prominent target. After a brief moment, realizing he could not evade the missile, Ling Ying's expression darkened with humiliation. As a Dou Huang, being chased like this was an affront to his dignity. Determined, Ling Ying halted, extending his palm from within his robe as dark energy coalesced in his hand with haste. In an instant, a black spear over 2 meters in length materialized, its surface adorned with intricate black patterns, while energy flowed like rippling water, emanating wisps of dark mist that lent it a sinister aura. With a firm grip on the black spear, Ling Ying cast a fleeting glance at the ominous apparatus hurtling toward him. A smirk curled at the corner of his mouth as he tightened his grasp, taking a half step back with his right foot, his body twisting into a semicircle. With his right hand clutching the spear, he momentarily stilled before suddenly twisting his body, unleashing a massive arc of energy as the spear shot forth, targeting the missile with a ferocious intent. Devouring serpent. The black spear soared like a dark meteor, cleaving through the air, and amidst the swirling black mist, it subtly coalesced into the form of a colossal black serpent that roared defiantly at the sky. The very space trembled in response to the overwhelming force descending from above, causing the renowned powerhouses of Wutan City to change countenance in alarm. Under the watchful, apprehensive gazes of the onlookers, the bizarre metallic contrivance collided violently with the spear's tip. In an instant, an earth-shattering explosion erupted, compelling the spectators to cover their ears as debris flew and a tempest arose. The entire inn and the surrounding streets, within 100 meters, succumbed to the relentless energy surge, crumbling to ruin. The black radiance of Ling Ying and the fiery explosion of the missile intertwined above, where the two forces met. The very fabric of space exhibited twisting distortions and fissures, giving rise to a colossal mushroom cloud that ascended at the battlefield's heart. Such was the ferocity of the thermobaric bomb. The extreme heat and pressure inflicted instantaneous damage akin to that of a nuclear weapon. The black spear could not withstand for long. It quickly dissipated within the mushroom cloud as the overwhelming pressure surged through the heavens, bearing down upon Ling Ying, who remained oblivious to the science or the means of evasion. At a loss for better alternatives, Ling Ying bellowed, channeling his fighting spirit as a dense black mist enveloped him, expanding until it shrouded the entire sky. Upon reaching a critical mass, the mist abruptly contracted, shrinking down to a human-sized sphere, illustrating the immense density of this energy. As the black mist gradually receded, it formed a thick, dark orb encasing Ling Ying in midair. The citizens of Wutan City gazed upward, spellbound, as a visible shockwave slammed into the mist with a thunderous report. The shockwave penetrated the formidable defense of the black fog, causing the orb composed of thick mist to collapse rapidly, akin to snow melting beneath the scorching sun. Soon, the concave sphere could no longer withstand the incessant shockwaves, the rich black mist dissipating as if swept away by a violent gale. The powerful shockwave propelled Ling Ying backward like a baseball, causing him to spew forth blood in mid-flight, which scattered for dozens of meters before he crashed heavily to the ground. Not ceasing his momentum, Ling Ying carved a deep trench across the earth, uprooting buildings in his wake. The onlookers of Wutan City gasped in horror, while Yafei, situated in the loft of the middle auction house, was rendered speechless. A Dou emperor, how could he be so easily vanquished in a single strike? Coughing, beneath the ruins of the inn, Zhou Chun emerged slowly, cradling Xiao Yixian. Realizing his oversight, Zhou Chun was astounded by the bomb's power, which far exceeded his expectations. Though positioned several hundred meters from the battlefield, the residual waves had still reached them. Grateful for their distance, they had only suffered from the dust and smoke. With Xiao Yixian responding, "I'm fine, but Fei Lei may be injured. I must go find him." Shaking her head, Xiao Yixian recalled the loyal Fei Lei trapped beneath the rubble, her kindness urging her to seek him out. Zhou Chun nodded gravely, casting his gaze toward the direction where Ling Ying had fallen. "Ling Ying, today you shall meet your end." Spitting out dust, he drew a gleaming long knife and strode purposefully toward the incapacitated Ling Ying, who lay on the ground, his body twitching involuntarily as he struggled to open his eyes. which suddenly gained a glimmer of awareness upon seeing Zhou Chen advance with a blade in hand. A shiver coursed through Ling Ying, though aged. He had no desire to meet his demise. Just then, a girl in purple rushed forth, her petite frame swiftly placing itself before Ling Ying. She lifted her gaze, her eyes locked onto Zhou Chen, a fleeting flicker of golden flames igniting within them. Miss Sun Er, step aside. I am about to take a life. Zhou Chen's smile radiated with brilliance, his white teeth glimmering like that of a sunlit youth, momentarily disarming Sun Er's resolve, yet her words were laced with an unsettling urgency. Wait, please. Sun Er's voice trembled as she witnessed Zhou Chen approach Ling Ying with a knife raised, her tone growing frantic. I only sent someone to test the waters. I never intended to make an enemy of you. Please spare him. The usually aloof Sun Er's demeanor softened, her purple eyes wide and pleading as she turned her gaze toward Zhou Chen. Given her status and beauty, she had never humbled herself in such a manner. Yet here she was, earnestly beseeching a man. Hearing her words, Zhou Chen scrutinized Sun Er, a sardonic smile playing at his lips. Miss Sun Er, do you truly believe that by adopting such a pitiful guise, I would be inclined to lower my weapon like some mindless fool? Do you think the world bends to your will? Zhou Chen's laugh was cold as he plunged a knife into Ling Ying's thigh. Xun Egaspit, her hand covering her mouth in disbelief as she stared at Zhou Chen. Conversely, Ling Ying clenched his teeth, remaining silent. A glimmer of pain flashed in Sun Er's eyes as she implored, Please stop. Zhou Chen, it was my mistake. I should not have tested you. I beg you. Spare elderling. Oh, Zhou Chen shrugged, icily asserting, Those who dare strike at me must be prepared for death. Moreover, this elderling has injured one of my subordinates and squandered an artifact of mine, all while arrogantly attempting to impart life lessons to me. If I do not kill him, my thoughts will remain unfulfilled. With that, Zhou Chen feigned to strike toward Ling Ying. No, I will compensate for your losses, and I can heal your subordinate's injuries. Whatever else you desire, you may ask. Upon hearing the implications of Zhou Chen's words, Sun Er quickly replied, Had you said this sooner, Elderling would not have suffered this blade. Zhou Chen sheathed the knife, speaking with a refined demeanor. It is not that I wish to kill the old man. In truth, my principle with those who dare oppose me is singular. Death. Those who dare to confront me, such as the wolf-head mercenary Korhao Meng, met their demise, and their entire mercenary band was annihilated. The Wan Yao Zhai obstructed my path, resulting in their utter destruction. The elder of the Hao family, who dared to seize my treasure, was slain in a single blow. Those who challenge me, the destined protagonist and interdimensional traveler, typically face a grim fate. Yet with Ling Ying, it is not that I am unwilling or afraid to kill him, but rather, I cannot. The reason is simple. The Dookie world possesses two exceedingly troublesome techniques, soul storage and spatial wormhole technology. Almost every sect and family in the Dookie realm preserves the soul seeds of their powerful and significant individuals within specially crafted life jade tokens. Should a family expert be slain, the life jade token shatters, prompting a legion of family experts to seek vengeance. As Sun Er's personal guard, Ling Ying undoubtedly possesses a life jade token within the ancient clan. Should I slay Ling Ying, the ancient clan will undoubtedly retaliate with full force. For Ling Ying is the protector of their young lady, Sun Er. It stands to reason that if Ling Ying is slain, Sun Er would be in grave danger as well. It is utterly inconceivable that the ancient clan, with its venerable cunning, has survived for millennia without foreseeing this predicament. Thus, it will not be long before a formidable Do saint from the ancient clan descends upon Wutan City through a spatial tunnel, and even the illustrious Gu Yuan, a pinnacle Do saint of 9 stars, may arrive, particularly since Sun Er is his daughter. At that juncture, one must ponder the fate of Zhou Chen. While the system boasts considerable strength, it is merely at the second tier, incapable of endowing Zhou Chen with the power to vanquish a 5th-tier Do saint in a single blow. Even if escape were an option, it would be an arduous endeavor. Gu Yuan, the clan leader, possesses an imperial-level soul, capable of scanning the entirety of the realm. Unless Zhou Chen were to flee to another dimension, his demise would be inevitable. Moreover, even if Zhou Chen could utilize the system to teleport to other planes, what would become of Xiao Yixin? It would be utterly unscrupulous to abandon her. Perhaps it would be more straightforward to seize the opportunity to win over Sun Er, presenting her with a delightful October parent-child package, thereby gifting Gu Yuan a little grandson. What a splendid notion. Having contemplated this, Zhou Chen swallowed his indignation and resolved to extract substantial benefits first, seeking to procure a batch of high-tier elixirs and martial techniques. Subsequently, he would find an opportunity to undermine Xiao Yan. Thus, Seu Chen Geist of Sunar, reminiscent of a cunning wolf eyeing a tender lamb, and stated, Now, Sun Er, do enlighten me. What reparations might you offer? Think carefully before you speak. Chapter 31. The unprincipled Transmigrator might a mid-tier Earth-level martial art, the Awakened Thunder technique, coupled with a healing Earth Spirit pill for your subordinate. Suffice to compensate for your losses? Sun Er pondered for a moment and replied earnestly. Zhou Chen smirked, a hint of mockery gracing his lips. Sun Er, Your ancient clan is vast and prosperous. How is it that your apology lacks generosity? It appears that you, Miss Sunner, possess a heart of stone, utterly indifferent to the well-being of the venerable Ling Ying, who has cared for you since childhood. As he spoke, Zhou Chun produced a blade, gesturing it before Ling Ying as if contemplating the most suitable place to strike. If you find my demands unsatisfactory, we can adjust. Sunner shall bear the consequences. Seeing Zhou Chun preparing to inflict harm upon Elder Ling, Sunner, in a state of urgency, divulged her bottom line. All right. I do appreciate a kind-hearted, straightforward person like you, Sunner. Then I shall not hold back. Zhou Chen's face lit up with joy as he boldly declared, I ask for little, merely the spatial rings of both you and Elder Ling. However, as Sunner was about to agree, she suddenly realized that his request for her spatial ring amounted to demanding her entire fortune. This greedy scoundrel, yet outwardly, Sunner dared not contest Zhou Chun, for Elder Ling's life was still in his hands. Thus, she feigned calmness and softly responded, Lord Zhou, are you jesting? Jesting? Do I appear to be in jest? Zhou Chun scanned Sunner's ample bosom with disdain, retorting, I am quite busy. I have no time for frivolity with a girl like you. The derision in Zhou Chen's gaze left Sunner deeply offended, inciting her ire as she retorted, Within my spatial ring lies the ancient clan as secret technique, the imperial seal art, as well as my token. Would you dare accept them? I would not. Zhou Chun unabashedly replied. The imperial seal art is one of the foundational techniques of the ancient clan. A high-tier earth-level art comprising 5 forms. The mountain seal, the ocean seal, the earth seal, the sky seal, and the ancient emperor seal. Mastery of these 5 seals rivals celestial tier martial techniques, possessing the power to upheave oceans and devour worlds. Such a clandestine treasure, Zhou Chun dared not covet. After all, he is not Xiao Yin, endowed with the protagonist's halo or Sunner's protection. To practice the ancient clan's secret arts would likely result in being pursued by their Do Saints. However, while he dared not claim the imperial seal art, there was no need for civility regarding other matters. Zhou Chun adopted a righteous demeanor, stating, The imperial seal art is a private inheritance of your clan. I, Zhou Chun, have not sunk so low as to covet another's legacy. With a shift in tone, he continued, Aside from the imperial seal art, I presume there are no restrictions on other items. I shall graciously accept them. As for your token, I shall consider it a gift from a friend. Wouldn't you agree? Miss Sunna, you are shameless. Sunna was nearly apoplectic with rage at the audacity of the man before her, kidnapping a hostage for ransom, and yet articulating it so elegantly. Truly a prime example of baseness. Miss Sunna, will you acquiesce or not? Zhou Chun, uninterested in further banter, directly inquired. Will you comply? Sunna retrieved the scroll containing the imperial seal art from her spatial ring and subsequently tossed the ring, filled with an assortment of precious materials and elixirs, to Zhou Chun. As Zhou Chun accepted the ring, he was perplexed by Sunna's uncharacteristic decisiveness. Her countenance bore no trace of sorrow, revealing nothing of the significant extortion she had just endured. Truly, the heiress of the ancient clan is indeed affluent. Perhaps I did not extort enough, Zhou Chun mused silently. As a transmigrator, he had no concept of integrity. Chapter 32, Mid-tier, Earth-level Martial Art, Awakened Thunder Technique. Lord Zhou, having accepted your reparations, may I now release him? Sunna observed Zhou Chun, who seemed preoccupied, and furrowed her brow, nervously reminding him, fearful that he might reconsider. Release? I have not captured anyone, Zhou Chun replied. Ms. Sunna, this is merely a misunderstanding. With the reparations secured, Zhou Chun's spirits lifted considerably. He personally assisted the gravely injured Ling Ying to his feet, warmly stating, Elder Ling, I apologize for the transgressions. It appears we have encountered a case of mistaken identity. Had you revealed your true status sooner, I certainly would not have laid hands upon you. Upon uttering this, the entire assembly fell into stunned silence. Even the previously concerned Xiao Yixian, who had just extricated the severely injured Fei Lei, was rendered speechless. Such audacity! Ling Ying gazed at Zhou Chun, whose face was adorned with a smile, radiating warmth and familiarity, and felt a pang of frustration in his chest, nearly choking on his indignation. Friend with Sunna? Is it customary for friends to extort and resort to violence at the slightest disagreement? Recognizing the awkward atmosphere, Xiao Yixian stepped forward to diffuse the tension, stating, Miss Sunna, Brother Chen merely enjoys jesting. He possesses a kind heart. Ha! Sunna glanced at the earnest Xiao Yixian, sighing internally. Another naive girl, easily swayed. Seeing that Sunna remained unmoved, Xiao Yixian turned her attention back to Zhou Chun, saying, Fei Lei is gravely injured. I utilized some lower-tier elixirs to revive him. My subordinate failed to withstand the formidable foe, and I feel remorseful. Please, Lord, do impose your judgment. Fei Lei, dragging his wounded form forward, knelt before Zhou Chun with a thud, hoarsely declaring, I regret my failure to protect you, Lord. Seeing Fei Lei, bloodied and battered yet still prioritizing his duty, Zhou Chun felt a surge of gratitude. Indeed, the people of this other world possess a certain purity. Thus, Zhou Chun stepped forward, assisting Fei Lei to his feet. and solemnly stated, "You have displayed unwavering loyalty, confronting a Do Huang with your Do Ling physique." Pausing for effect, Zhou Chun then produced a 6-tier healing elixir, the Earth Spirit Pill, emanating a profound aura with a yellowish glow, and gently remarked, "This is a 6-tier healing elixir, the Earth Spirit Pill, capable of restoring your injuries in an instant." Open wide. With a flick of his finger, the coveted 6-tier elixir, sought after by countless powerful beings, was delivered into the mouth of the humble Do Ling, Fei Lei. This spectacle left Sun Er astonished. After all, the highest tier elixirs in her spatial ring were merely 6th-tier. She had not anticipated that this unscrupulous individual would so generously bestow such a treasure upon a mere Do Ling. In an instant, a wave of life force surged forth, enveloping Fei Lei in a yellowish glow. His injuries rapidly began to mend, fractured bones realigned with crackling sounds, and flesh that had been torn asunder began to sprout new tissue. Within mere moments, the grievously wounded Fei Lei, whose energy reserves had been nearly obliterated, appeared revitalized and radiant, showing no signs of his former affliction. The once dull eyes of Fei Lei sparkled with renewed vitality as he gazed upon his smooth, unblemished arms. Just moments ago, he had endured the excruciating loss of a substantial piece of muscle, a testament to the efficacy of the 6th-grade elixir. As a 9-star doling, he felt unworthy of such a boon. With a hint of emotion welling in his eyes, the stalwart Fei Lei bowed deeply and proclaimed, "Master, your benevolence overwhelms me. I shall repay you with unwavering loyalty, ready to brave fire and water at your command." Indeed, Zhou Qin sought to instill in Fei Lei a sense of gratitude, compelling him to charge into battle as a shield for others, willing to sacrifice his life for the cause. "However, I do not require you to risk your life in such a manner. Instead, I shall bestow upon you another invaluable technique, the mid-level Earth rank skill, Thunder Awakening." Without a hint of hesitation, Zhou Chun retrieved this prestigious technique from Sun Er's spatial ring, a method potent enough to establish a sect, and carelessly tossed it into Fei Lei's hands. Such spoils, obtained through theft, bore no weight of regret. This skill, classified as mid-level Earth rank, could only be rivaled by the wind technique of the Yunlan sect within the Jiama Empire. "I hope you cherish it well, and serve me faithfully." Fei Lei, cradling this life-altering technique in his hands, trembled with excitement as he vowed, "I shall defiantly face 1,000 deaths to repay your profound grace." Chapter 33. Amir Do Wang, easily annihilated. At the Tamir Auction House, the largest in Wutan City and affiliated with the wealthiest family in the Jiama Empire, the Tamir family, wealth and influence reigned supreme. The Tamir family boasted a long-standing history, having thrived within the empire for centuries, weaving a complex network of relationships. Rumors suggested that this opulent family held subtle ties to the imperial royalty. Within the empire, the Tamir family stood alongside the Nalan and Mu families as the 3 pillars of Jiama, each wielding considerable power across various sectors, including commerce and the military. Thus, with such a formidable backing, no one dared to covet the profits of the auction house. At that moment, outside the resplendent entrance of the Tamir auction house, dozens of guards adorned with star-emblazoned badges from the Xianqian Pavilion were strategically positioned. Fei Lei stood beside Zuchen, his imposing presence effectively dispersing the crowd within a 10-pace radius. Clad in a form-fitting cultivation robe, Zhou Chun exuded an air of elegance as he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding a charismatic vitality. He donned 2 sizable spatial rings, one belonging to Sun Er, the other to Ling Ying. After Sun Er had delayed his encounter with the stunning beauty Ye Fei, he felt compelled to exact some form of compensation. Meanwhile, the little medical fairy had been lured away by Sun Er to explore the marketplace. Following the earth-shattering battle that had rocked the city mere hours earlier, Zhou Chun had extorted an abundance of techniques and elixirs from Sun Er, even pilfering Ling Ying's family heirloom, the Shadow Do technique. Normally, Sun Er would show him no kindness. Indeed, whenever she faced him, her lovely visage would contort into a chilling mask of hostility. However, her demeanor towards the little medical fairy was far warmer, having gifted her a rejuvenating elixir and inviting her to accompany her to the Shao family market. Though Zhou Chun was aware that Sun Er likely sought to extract information from the little medical fairy, he refrained from interfering. The 2 young ladies joyfully set off together, unbothered by the vigilant stares of the armed guards at the entrance. With steadfast resolve, Zhou Chun and Fei Lei strode directly into the Tamir auction house. Upon entering, a wave of heat washed over them, only to be replaced by a refreshing coolness, creating a surreal sensation as if they had stepped from one realm into another. It seemed this world of conflict and mystique boasted a remarkably advanced air conditioning system. Zhou Chun chose not to venture further, confident that the adept Ye Fei, renowned for her charm and guile, would soon receive word of his arrival and come to greet him. True to his expectations, the sound of hurried footsteps approached, and a striking figure emerged. "Ah, you must be Master Zhou of the Xianqian Pavilion. Truly, you are a young prodigy," a sweet, melodious voice floated to his ears. accompanied by an intoxicating fragrance that sent a shiver down his spine. Cursing inwardly at the enchanting presence, Zhou Chen calmly shifted his gaze to the alluring woman in the crimson dress. Up close, he marveled once more at her mature allure. Her playful smile and shimmering eyes seemed perpetually poised to ensnare the hearts of men. With a graceful neck and a serpentine waist, she moved with an innate elegance that rendered even Zhou Chen, a seasoned veteran, momentarily flustered. Forcing himself to suppress any inappropriate thoughts, Zhou Chen nodded slightly and remarked, "I hear you wish to meet with me?" With a delicate hand covering her lips, Yafei laughed lightly before responding, "I initially hesitated to trouble you, but the Earth-rank Dou technique, Spectral Slash, that you sold to the Tamir auction house is the core secret of the Hao family from the Northeast province, making it a delicate matter to handle. Oh, if it were truly so troublesome, you would not have made the purchase. After all, your Miter family is one of the 3 great families of the Jiaoma Empire. Would you truly fear the Hao family, a mere local clan?" Zhou Chen raised an eyebrow, observing Yafei with an air of nonchalance. Upon meeting the gaze of this striking youth, Yafei furrowed her brows slightly, realizing that her renowned beauty had failed to impress him. With a sigh, she pouted her luscious lips and lamented, "Master Zhou, you speak the truth. Ever since our family's esteemed elder, the Ice Emperor Haiba Dong, went missing, we have only Grandpa Tung Shan as our Dou Wang. The Hao family also has a Dou Wang. If they were to pursue us, we would be at a disadvantage." Seeing the feigned sorrow on Yafei's face, Zhou Chen had little patience for her cunning games. He cut to the chase, stating, "Yafei, let me be frank. This Dou technique indeed belongs to the Hao family." Zhou Chen showed no inclination to conceal the truth. The Hao family, with its solitary Dou Wang and a handful of Dou spirits, did not pose a threat in his eyes. A wicked grin spread across his face as he continued. "A Dou spirit elder from the Hao family foolishly crossed paths with the blade of my Xianqian pavilion, and I dispatched him to the dogs. That mere Dou Wang from the Hao family? I could easily eliminate him." Chapter 34. Já fez intentions. Já fi gaspe din astonishment. Though she had anticipated the dubious origins of the Earth-rank Dou technique, she had not expected the Hao family to sacrifice a Dou spirit elder for it. What shocked her further was that this young man spoke of slaying a Dou spirit with the same casualness one would use to describe the killing of a chicken. Such a bold proclamation was something even the Miter family, one of the 3 great families of the Jiaoma Empire, would never dare to utter. "Master Zhou, you jest. Please, let us discuss this in the VIP room," Yafei stammered, her surprise causing her words to falter. It seemed that the so-called Xianqian pavilion possessed far greater strength and influence than she had ever imagined. As she reflected on the monumental battle that had transpired in Wutan City mere hours ago, she could not help but draw a connection between the 2 events. Perhaps this time, she had indeed hooked a great fish, or perhaps even a true dragon. The very landscape of the Jiaoma Empire could shift as a result. Realizing that winning over this exceptionally gifted young Master Zhou would require more than mere pleasantries, Yafei led Zhou Chen and Fei Lei up to the VIP room on the 2nd floor. Once seated, she took the time to brew a cup of fragrant tea for Zhou Chen, her graceful movements leaving him momentarily spellbound. "Now, Miss Yafei, might I inquire as to the purpose of your invitation? Surely, you do not merely wish to meet me?" Zhou Chen mused, swirling his teacup with a playful smile. Yafei, taken aback by the directness of Zhou Chen's inquiry, felt a tinge of embarrassment. "Master Zhou, I truly only wish to get acquainted," she stammered. Before she could finish her sentence, Zhou Chen waved his hand gently, saying, "Miss Yafei, the title Master Zhou feels rather distant. Just call me Zhou Chen." "Very well, Zhou Chen," she replied, but before she could continue, Zhou Chen interrupted, "Wait. Let me guess your true purpose for meeting me. As the legitimate daughter of the Tamir family, you possess limited strength, not even qualifying as a fighter, yet your unparalleled beauty suggests a different fate. Logically, in this ruthless world where the strong prey upon the weak, you would be nothing more than a pawn, manipulated by the upper echelons of the Tamir clan and treated merely as a tool for marriage alliances. It has come to my attention that one of the 3 prominent families of the Jamar Empire, the Mu family, particularly Mu Zhan, has taken a keen interest in you." Setting down his teacup, Zhou Chen, enthralled by his deductions, continued, "Yet your lofty aspirations drive you to carve out your own path, refusing to be a mere marionette, even aspiring to seize power within the Tamir family. However, lacking both strength and connections, you must rely solely on your beauty and cunning to navigate these treacherous waters. You would not forsake any opportunity to court external allies, which is precisely why you sought me out. Am I correct?" Upon finishing his statement, Zhou Chen's star-like eyes fixated intently on the exposed schemer, Yafei, a hint of mockery dancing in his gaze. "How did you know?" "Já fez complexion paz." Her heart racing, clearly shaken by Zhou Chen's incisive remarks. "Why, I have perused the original text." Zhou Chen mused inwardly, relishing the moment. Observing Zhou Chen, who seemed to possess an omniscient awareness yet remained unaffected, Yafei felt a chill run down her spine. This revelation indicated that the influence of the Xian Chun Pavilion far surpassed her expectations, making it all the more enticing to ally with. Clenching her teeth, Yafei rose with determination, resolved to invest significantly in courting the enigmatic yet exceedingly youthful head of the Xiantian Pavilion. She sensed that this was an opportunity she could not afford to miss. Should she let it slip away, it might never return. Chapter 35. Capturing Yafei. Having made her decision, Yafei approached a row of ornate wooden cabinets and carefully retrieved a jade box, still exuding a chilling aura. Upon opening the box, she extracted a peculiar pink herb resembling a wolf's head, its surface adorned with numerous quills, which astonishingly appeared to be in motion. Pushing the box forward, she presented it to Zhou Chun, saying, "Mr. Zhou Chun, have you not been collecting soul-rejuvenating herbs of late? This is the invaluable wolf's blood jade root, worth millions of gold coins and virtually priceless. If you could lend your assistance to me, this herb shall be yours." Yafei anxiously locked her gaze on Zhou Chun, fearful of his refusal. It is worth noting that aside from herself, this herb was her most treasured possession. Taking the wolf's blood jade root from her hands and feeling its quills, Zhou Chun felt quite pleased. Master Yao was indeed in need of such a soul-nourishing supplement. Possessing this herb would surely deepen Master Yao's gratitude and reliance on him. The title of Yao Zun's disciple not only signified the support of a ninth-tier alchemist, but also represented the position of the Starfall Pavilion's master, along with its vast network of resources. However, a single wolf's blood jade root was not enough. Zhou Chun, driven by ambition, aimed to acquire both Yafei's resources and her person. Thus, he boldly declared, I, Zhou Chun, am always eager to assist, rapping his fingers rhythmically on the table. Zhou Chun added playfully, "However, the value of this wolf's blood jade root does not seem sufficient to warrant my support as your pillar." "Oh, if the wolf's blood jade root is insufficient, what if I were to offer myself?" Upon hearing this, Yafei recognized that the young man before her was indeed interested in her. Biting her lip, she slowly stood, swaying her figure as she approached Zhou Chun, her delicate hand resting gently on his shoulder. It must be said, Yafei's approach was indeed a direct assault on Zhou Chen's vulnerabilities. Feeling the softness on his shoulder, Zhou Chen's heart fluttered, and his body involuntarily reacted. Reflecting on the numerous protagonists in web novels who remained unperturbed despite being surrounded by beauty, Zhou Chun felt a twinge of embarrassment. In his mind, having a throne without using one's brain was foolish. One should seize every opportunity. "Ms. Yafei, please maintain your decorum," Zhou Chun said with a serious expression, firmly grasping her delicate hand, though his grip refused to loosen. "Giggle, young Master Zhou. Yafei is at her wit's end. Do assist me," she replied playfully, her eyes sparkling with a hint of desperation. Unable to resist any longer, Zhou Chun stood abruptly and pulled Yafei into his embrace, his hands roaming. "Sir, please maintain your decorum." Yafei exclaimed, "Herchakes instanti flushit, fighting in indignation." At her words, Zhou Chun promptly released her, unwilling to be ensnared by this enchanting temptress. Noticing that Zhou Chun was not captivated by her beauty, Yafei's eyes flashed with disappointment as she resorted to a more pragmatic approach, asking, "How have you considered my request, young Master Zhou?" Reflecting on the earlier encounter, Zhou Chun concluded that such a treasure as Yafei should not be left for mere mortals. As for the relationship depicted in the original text between Xiao Yan and Yafei, after all, Xiao Yan ultimately let Yafei down. So why not take matters into his own hands? Thus, Zhou Chun nodded seriously and proclaimed, "I, Zhou Chun, have always taken it upon myself to assist those in distress and rescue fair maidens. If Miss Yafei is in trouble, how could I possibly stand idly by? You agree?" Yafei exclaimed with joy, having prepared herself for rejection. "Your wolf's blood jade root and your allegiance. I shall not let either slip away," Zhou Chun declared unabashedly. As a transmigrator, he had long discarded any notions of integrity. Ding! Host has formed an alliance with a crucial supporting character, Tamir Yafei, altering the course of the world. Reward: 1,000 causality points. Ding! Please continue to deepen your relationship with Yafei to acquire further causality points. Is that even possible? Zhou Chun was taken aback, not anticipating that such verbal promises could yield causality points. It seemed the system harbored many secrets yet to be uncovered. Moreover, not only had he obtained the wolf's blood jade root to strengthen his bond with Master Yao, but also secured Yafei's allegiance, which signified not just causality points, but the vast resources of the Maitel family, a monumental gain. Both Zhou Chun and Yafei had benefited from this arrangement, their interests aligning seamlessly. Nevertheless, having secured his advantages, Zhou Chun sought to distance himself from this enchanting, yet currently unattainable beauty. He casually waved his hand at Yafei, saying, "Let be as such. Should you require assistance, simply present this token to find me." With that, Zhou Chun tossed her a token engraved with celestial designs. Yafei, her enchanting smile brightening her countenance, accepted the token with both hands, her allure undeniable. Chapter 36. Ancient Families? Super Sects? Responding nonchalantly, Zhou Chun was about to exit when he suddenly recalled something. Turning back to Yafei, "I shall be departing from Wutan City soon. Should you need to reach me, you may present the token to find Fei Lei." Having said that, he turned to Fei Lei, instructing Fei Lei, should I have business that requires travel, remain in Wutan City, and act according to the star token. Understood, Pavilion Master, Fei Lei replied respectfully, clasping his fists. With that, Zhou Chun exited the room, leaving behind the intoxicating allure of Yafei. He had many matters to attend to, not least of which was the impending opportunity to participate in Master Yao's plans to take Xiao Yin as a disciple. Zhou Chun intended to make a favorable impression as a benevolent elder brother, ensuring that when the time came for Xiao Yin to act as his enforcer, it would be much easier. Meanwhile, Fei Lei remained silent, merely nodding at Yafei before following Zhou Chun out, dutifully fulfilling his role as a bodyguard. Truth be told, had Fei Lei not been acutely aware of Zhou Chen's proclivities, he would never have bowed to a woman who was not even a fighter. Watching Zhou Chen's retreating figure, Yafei's smile gradually faded, her brows knitting together as she leaned lazily against the table, her silhouette accentuated by the chair. Uncle Gu and I, what do you think of him? After a brief silence, she inquired softly. Are you referring to the head of the Xian Chen Pavilion? Zhou? He mused. His own strength seems limited to that of a fighter. An elderly man, his hair slightly graying, emerged from the compartment. His face radiated a healthy glow, and although his azure robe appeared unremarkable, it subtly shimmered with an ethereal light, indicative of some magical crystal protection. Prominently displayed upon his chest was an emblem resembling a medicinal furnace, adorned with two silver ripples that sparkled with a noble brilliance. This individual was none other than Gunny, a second-tier alchemist stationed at the Tamir auction house. Am I to believe that I presented him with invaluable medicinal materials only to be taken advantage of? What a grave loss. Yafei furrowed her brow, struggling to comprehend the situation. Loss. Do you truly think that a high-ranking Dou spirit expert, who is capable of providing constant protection, lacks significant status? Gunny, while maintaining a respectful demeanor, could not help but retort. It is worth noting that besides being a second-tier alchemist, he was also a 3-star Dou master. While his prowess might be deemed average, his insight was undeniable. The Dou spirit expert? You mean the guardian who has been staunchly supporting Zhou Chun, the one tasked with aiding me? Fei Lei? Yafei clutched her delicate hand to her crimson lips, disbelief etched on her face. Gunny nodded affirmatively. Indeed, that esteemed mister. Fei Lei is not only a Dou spirit, but is also on the cusp of breaking through to Dou Wang. He possesses an overwhelming aura of Dou Qi that he can scarcely contain. I have only encountered such a formidable presence once before, that of the then upcoming Dou Wang of the Tengshan clan. After a brief pause, Gunny continued. Moreover, the recent battle from half a day ago has been thoroughly investigated. Upon hearing this, Yafei was momentarily stunned before she grasped the gravity of the revelation. Is it truly him? Indeed, Gunny affirmed solemnly. Among the guests at the inn that day was Zhou Chun and his entourage. Most crucially, the Dou spirit expert who stood resolutely behind Zhou Chun is unmistakably the very same who clashed with the Dou Emperor. Unbelievable. I never anticipated he possessed the strength to contend with a Dou Emperor. The brilliance in Yafei's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. It appeared that her decision to ally with him was exceedingly sagacious. The Dou Emperor, a figure standing atop the pinnacle of the Gamma Empire, capable of directly opposing the Yunlan sect? If my conjecture holds true, this esteemed Zhou Pavilion Master may very well have vanquished that Dou Emperor, perhaps even annihilated him. Gunny shook his head and elaborated. Otherwise, do you believe that Zhou Pavilion Master could engage in light-hearted conversation with you, unscathed? Yafei murmured. But who is he, truly? Could he be from the ancient families or super sects of Zhongzhou? That seems unlikely, as Zhongzhou is the heart of the world, flourishing beyond measure. Why would individuals from there venture to our remote northwestern region? Gunny shook his head, stroking his beard with a chuckle. You are mistaken. Though Zhongzhou is indeed prosperous and teeming with formidable experts, our northwestern region is not devoid of interaction with it. Take the Black Corner region, where the Canaan Academy resides. Each year, countless powerful individuals who have offended others in Zhongzhou escape to this place. Even the elite forces of Zhongzhou, such as the Xinyun Pavilion, have had their secret techniques auctioned off in the Black Corner region. Observing the puzzled expression on Yafei's face, Gunny chuckled heartily, pride evident in his tone. This is the benefit of being an alchemist. While my status as a second-tier alchemist and 7-star Dou master is rather ordinary, most Dou spirit experts must show me deference. Even when facing a Dou Wang, my voice carries weight. Therefore, I am privy to much information. I wonder how the forces backing Zhou Chun compare to the renowned powers of Zhongzhou. Those are the 1 tower, 1 hall, 2 sects, 3 valleys, and 4 pavilions. Chapter 37. Killing the chicken to get the egg. Heavenly Retribution Thunder. Achoo! Zhou Chun, who had just redirected the carriage towards the Shao residence, suddenly sneezed. He rubbed his nose, pondering whether Yafei was perhaps thinking of him with longing. Not wishing to dwell on it, Zhou Chun, accompanied by Fei Lei, boldly entered the Shao residence. He casually intercepted a member of the Shao family and learned that Xiao Yin was currently at the back mountain. Leading him, and Fei lay directly there. After all, the main plot could not be missed. Perhaps he could even accumulate some causal points in the process. At that moment, Dusk had fallen, the temperature plummeting, and a thin layer of light mist enveloped the mountaintop, lingering stubbornly. Having just been released from confinement, Yao Lao was presently ensnaring the naive Xiaoyan, who remained oblivious to the fact that it was the very elder before him who had drained his dou qi for over 2 years, rendering him a waste. Did you witness the fierce battle in Wutan City just now? Yao Lao gazed intently at Xiaoyan, coaxing him gently. Did you see those who could soar through the skies? They are undoubtedly experts above Douwan. Xiaoyan swallowed hard, disbelief etched across his face. One of them was your senior brother? What? Xiaoyan's mouth fell agape, astonished beyond words. Now, I pose a question to you. Do you wish to become my disciple and pursue the path of an alchemist? Yao Lao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his white hair and beard giving him the appearance of a venerable elder, exuding the essence of a master. An alchemist? Xiaoyan was taken aback, his brow furrowing deeply. In the dou qi continent, everyone aspires to become an alchemist. But is it something that just anyone can achieve? The stringent requirements, suddenly pausing mid-sentence. Xiaoyan's eyes widened as he realized. Have I reached the threshold? Well, barely, Yao Lao replied. Young one, will you pursue this path, or not? Shaking his head in exasperation, Yao Lao's impatience began to surface. Meanwhile, Yao Chun had been observing Xiaoyan's behavior, having been alerted by the recent battle in Wutan City, where he discreetly aided Zhou Chun, all while assessing Xiaoyan's character and potential. His dwindling patience was nearing its end. Xiaoyan, no longer hesitating, nodded vigorously. To become a distinguished alchemist was a coveted aspiration, even within the grand forces like the Yunlan sect. Very well, then let us proceed with your initiation. Yao Lao perched himself cross-legged upon a stone, a sly smile gracing his lips. Is there really a need for initiation? Xiaoyan replied, exasperated. Do you expect me to forsake my dignity and beg for your teachings? Rolling his eyes, Yao Lao responded, what nonsense! Do you think I would willingly impart my knowledge without you formally becoming my disciple? Dream on. With a resigned sigh, Xiaoyan acquiesced, respectfully performing the initiation ritual before the elder. Having observed your proper etiquette, I am satisfied. Yao Lao nodded, his tone softening. I am known as Yao Lao. As for my origins, it is best not to divulge them now, lest you become distracted. Just know that in my eyes, 5th and 6th tier alchemists are but trifles. Xiaoyan's mouth twitched at Yao Lao's nonchalant demeanor, and he nearly voiced his thoughts, only to swallow them back. What on earth is this old man's background? To consider the renowned Dan Wang Guhi, who is merely a 6th tier alchemist, as insignificant? If such words were to escape, he would surely be ridiculed as a lunatic throughout the entire Gamma Empire. As Yao Lao prepared to speak, a clear voice rang out, Xiaoyan, my junior brother. Do you truly believe that in the presence of a 9th tier Grandmaster alchemist, a 6th tier alchemist holds any significance? Just as the words fell, Zhou Chun strode in with an imposing presence alongside Fei Lei. He then executed a respectful 90-degree bow, saying, Master, I apologize for my tardiness. Beside him, Xiaoyan gazed at the figure who had taken his ring, yet cured his wasted condition, disbelief evident on his face. Moreover, the highest-ranked alchemist in the dou qi continent is only a 9th tier. How can an elder who is merely a remnant of his former self be a 9th tier alchemist? Is this some sort of deception? Xiaoyan, do you know who stands before you? Yao Lao in does it. He is none other than the illustrious 9th tier alchemist, the pinnacle Dou Zun, and the master of the Xingyun Pavilion. Zhou Chun had no intention of keeping Yao Lao's identity a secret, fervently conveying to Xiaoyan just how formidable and unparalleled Yao Lao was. I have taken a Dou Zun expert as my master. Xiaoyan was utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, Zhou Chun relished the system's notification. Ding. Host has prematurely revealed the identity of Yao Zun, altering the world line. Reward, 1,000 causal points. Ding. Please continue to strive and further alter the world line of the protagonist Xiao Yan in the Doupo world to amass more causal points. Oh, what if I were to eliminate Xiao Yan? Would I instantaneously obtain tens of thousands of causal points and elevate the system to level 3? Zhou Chun, upon receiving a subtle nudge from the system, stroked his chin thoughtfully. He quietly contemplated that the Doupa Songqiong world was an advanced plane, where the will of the world was particularly formidable. As the host, slaying the protagonist of this realm would likely provoke the wrath of the world's will, manifesting as a cataclysmic thunderstorm that only a 6th tier powerhouse could withstand. A 6th tier powerhouse? That corresponded to a Dou Emperor, akin to the supreme being of the Great Thousand World. Zhou Chen's lips twitched as he abandoned this perilous notion. Having the future Flame Emperor as a formidable ally was indeed advantageous. Why engage in a life-and-death struggle when one could reap benefits more gradually? The causal points would not diminish. In fact, they might amplify. Chapter 38. The Star River Order observing the astonished Xiaoyan, who was about to be further deceived by Yao Lao. Zhou Chun's abrupt revelation of his identity left Yao Lao somewhat displeased. However, flattered by Zhou Chen's exaggerated praise, Yao Lao felt a surge of satisfaction and gently inquired, What brings you here, my young friend? Zhou Chun produced the wolf head blood jade root, presenting it to Yao Lao, stating, Master, Your soul injury has yet to heal. This wolf head blood jade root, which I obtained at great cost, possesses remarkable healing properties for the soul. Your thoughtfulness is appreciated. Accepting the wolf head blood jade root, Yao Lao's gaze softened towards Zhou Chun. This enigmatic disciple might indeed be worthy of trust. One day a teacher, a lifetime a father. Master has imparted profound techniques to me, guiding and enlightening me. Such kindness is immeasurable. One day, I shall eradicate Han Feng for you, restore your form, and obliterate the Soul Palace. Zhou Chun spoke solemnly. For Yao Lao had bestowed upon him the supreme technique, the burning decision, which could lead directly to the realm of the Dou Emperor. Regardless of this bond or future power dynamics, Yao Lao was an essential ally to cultivate. Yao Lao, witnessing Zhou Chun's resolute determination, felt a sense of relief. The recent battle had not tarnished the reputation of Yao Chun. With a squint, he remarked, that was merely luck. Master, you are aware that the Dou Huang remains formidable. I engaged him in a fierce battle for 300 rounds, and it was only through wit and valor that I emerged victorious. Zhou Chun spoke with bravado, conveniently omitting the fact that he had triumphed solely due to external assistance. Indeed, I was initially prepared to rescue you, but you swiftly dealt a decisive blow to that ancient clan's Dou Huang, Ling Ying, and even extracted a hefty toll. You truly embody the spirit of your master in those moments. Yao Lao continued to smile warmly, embodying benevolence. Master, such matters of eavesdropping are rather inappropriate, are they not? Zhou Chun felt a sudden rush of sweat, realizing that Yao Lao had quietly observed the entire exchange, including his shameless extortion of Sun Er. Meanwhile, Xiao Yin remained lost in the monumental revelation of his teacher's identity as the revered Yao Lao. Boom! At that moment, a dazzling star mark shot into the sky within the city of Wutan, standing out against the white clouds, vibrant and lifelike, as if it had ascended to the very apex of the heavens. It blossomed in a resplendent display, transforming into a cascade of brilliant blue light. In an instant, half the sky seemed to be bathed in a breathtaking azure hue, akin to the galaxy star river order, a signal from the Xianchun Pavilion, heralding an urgent crisis. Could it be? Zhou Chun swiftly grasped Xiao Yin, urgently inquiring, Xiao Yin, do you see the star mark in the sky? What direction does it point to? It is the direction of my Xiao family's market. Xiao Yin glanced towards the position of the star order and, with certainty, declared, this is bad. Sun Er and Sun Er are in danger. Recalling Sun Er's outing with the little doctor, Zhou Chun felt an ominous premonition. Master, time is of the essence. I beseech you to lend me your strength. Zhou Chun turned to Yao Lao, imploring him. After all, to swiftly traverse to the Xiao family market on the other side of the city, flight was the most expedient option. Very well, focus your mind. I shall merge my essence with you. Yao Lao responded, transforming into a surge of energy that enveloped Zhou Chun. Boom! An inexplicable force swiftly enveloped Zhou Chun entirely. And suddenly, he found himself floating in mid-air, fiery red wings of Dou Qi unfurling behind him, his elongated figure resembling a magnificent dragon, exuding an overwhelming presence. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from Xiao Yan's sight. Take me with you. Xiao Yan lamented, on the brink of tears. Acutely aware that Sun Er was also in peril, thus his urgency intensified. Turning to the formidable figure of Fei Lei, he brightly exclaimed, Big brother, you possess considerable strength alongside brother Zhou. Could you assist me in reaching there swiftly? Fei Lei nodded, replying earnestly, I cannot maintain prolonged flight, and my movements may be rather abrupt. Young Master Xiao, brace yourself. With that, Fei Lei grasped Xiao Yan by the collar and shot forth like a bolt of lightning, utilizing the foothold of the back mountain. They rapidly headed towards the location of the Star Order. Slow down. Xiao Yan's terrified cries were drowned out by the fierce winds, gradually fading away. Chapter 39. Danger in the market to the west of Wutan City lay the Xiao family's control market. While they maintained order and security, those who set up stalls and conducted trade within the market were obliged to pay a commission to the Xiao family, a long-standing custom in the Douqi continent. Generally, disruptions were rare. However, it was clear that today, trouble had arrived, and it was no small matter. At this moment, within the market, dozens of Xiao family's protectors, all with a strength exceeding 4 stars, lay scattered on the ground, bloodied and mangled. Many were evidently lifeless. Meanwhile, the guards dispatched by Zhou Chun to protect the little doctor were also injured, brandishing their blades in defense of her and Sun Er. Miss Sun Er, and this fair maiden, cease your futile resistance. From amidst the throng, 2 elegantly dressed youths, surrounded by a multitude like stars around the moon, were led by one of them, who belonged to the Jia Lai family, one of the 3 prominent families in Wutan City. Do you possess an audacity beyond measure? This is the Xiao family S market. Do you not fear conflict between our 2 families? Sun Er fool here delicate plow. Gazing at the deranged Jia Lai Ao and his companions, attempting one last stand. I do fear a conflict, but this esteemed gentleman beside me does not. Jia Lai Ao responded, his demeanor shifting from a tyrant to a sycophant as he fawned over the youth clad in luxurious garments beside him. This is young Master Lu Shi, a first-tier alchemist. His teacher is a third-tier alchemist, and many Dou Ling powerhouses seek favor with his master. The Xiao family, merely a handful of great Dou masters, is laughable. Jiao Lai Ao gestured toward the sinister-looking youth beside him. Lu Shi, around 20 years of age, possessed striking features, yet his complexion was somewhat pallid. His eyes, now filled with lascivious intent, fixated upon the two graceful young maidens standing not far away. To the left, Sun Er donned an elegant outfit, her exquisite face devoid of any embellishment, radiating natural beauty. Her silky hair was casually tied with a short green scarf, cascading down her waist. As the breeze caressed her, her hair danced enticingly. To the right, the little doctor wore a pale white dress, though not an absolute beauty. She was undeniably a rare sight. Her serene smile exuded an ethereal quality. Lu Shi's gaze roamed over the little doctor, ultimately settling on her slender waist, accentuated by a green ribbon. The sight of her delicate form ignited a glimmer of greed and lust in his eyes. Lu Shi's face flushed with fervor as he gazed upon Sun Er and the little doctor. His hand trembled slightly with excitement. These two elegant maidens were unlike any he had encountered before. Their otherworldly grace made him, a man devoted to his beloved, yearn to possess them immediately. In this world, there is no woman that Lu Shi cannot obtain. Jia Liao, executed swiftly. Today, I shall savor the delights of these two beauties. With a grim expression, Lu Shi waved his hand, coldly commanding, seize them. As Galio spoke, the dozens of combatants behind him immediately closed in menacingly on Sun Er and the little medicine fairy. Liu Shi, you must think carefully. This lady is not one of the Xiao family. She is the wife of the master of the Xianchen Pavilion. If you provoke her, the consequences are beyond your imagination. Sun Er glanced at the elite fighters of the Galio family surrounding them, her dark, glistening eyes darting as she quickly pushed the little medicine fairy forward as a shield, hoping to intimidate these lust-driven fools. The mere thought of Zhou Chun filled her with resentment. Although Old Ling had consumed the Earth Spirit pill, his injuries were too severe, necessitating a lengthy recovery, which incensed Sun Er, who had been raised by him. Liu Shi smirked ominously, exclaiming, Xianchen Pavilion? I have never heard of such a force in the Gamma Empire. Ha! Even if their master were present, Liu Shi could still make him kneel and beg for mercy. Upon speaking, Liu Shi waved his hand, and Galio, along with his subordinates, began to encircle Sun Er and the little medicine fairy, evidently preparing for an assault. The little medicine fairy lifted her delicate head, gazing coolly at Galio and his approaching men. Her expression remained unchanged as she spoke with a gentle voice laced with a hint of frost. If you choose to strike, do not regret it. Regret? My dear, I advise you to surrender quietly. It would be unfortunate if I were to harm you. Galio stepped forward, his palm clenched as a gleaming silver spear materialized, radiating a faint silvery light, clearly a weapon embedded with a magic core. Capture them, regardless of the cost. At Galio's command, a chorus of bloodthirsty shouts erupted as they charged forward, and the guards of the Xianchen Pavilion found themselves on the verge of collapse. You leave me no choice. The little medicine fairy sighed softly, her body swirling with strands of gray toxic gas that surged violently through her meridians, the terrifying aura reaching its zenith. Observing the encroaching combatants from the Galio family, she gracefully waved her long sleeves, gray combat energy enveloping her surroundings. In an instant, many felt an unsettling shift, their faces transforming from normal to a shade of purple, unmistakable signs of poisoning. Realizing the situation, the relatively stronger Galio, who had not succumbed to the toxin, fixed a fearful gaze on the little medicine fairy. You are a poison master. The sight of numerous incapacitated individuals on the ground, their faces turning purple and frothing at the mouth, frightened the few who remained unharmed, causing them to flee from her attack range. The mention of a poison master cast a heavy pall over the atmosphere. The guests and mercenaries in the nearby market exchanged complex glances, tinged with fear and even a hint of disgust. A poison master? How could there be one in the Gamma Empire? Is she a spy sent by the Outcloud Empire? Amidst the murmurs, the little medicine fairy's previously frosty demeanor shifted slightly. As for Sun Er, she maintained her cheerful smile, her expression unperturbed. For the heir of the ancient 8 clans, she had heard tales of the Soul Palace's grotesque beings. The notion of a poison master was hardly daunting. Ha! A poison master? How intriguing. Instead of feeling fear upon discovering the little medicine fairy's identity, Liu Shi became even more audacious, grinning wickedly. My dear, you are truly seeking your own demise, daring to reveal your identity as a poison master in the Gamma Empire. Do you not know that, due to the conflicts with the Outcloud Empire's poison masters, the Apothecaries Association and the royal family have been relentlessly hunting them down? Liu Shi laughed maniacally, producing a bright red pill and flicking it into Galio's mouth. This is a second-tier antidote pill, capable of defending against poisons of the combat master level. After consuming it, capture those 2 girls for me. Galio, after swallowing the pill, grinned ominously. No problem. However, young Master Liu Shi, Do promise me the business of the Galio family's revitalizing powder. Revitalizing powder? Liushi scoffed disdainfully. As long as I can obtain them, I will assist you in refining it. We will crush the Xiao family. Moreover, I can concoct 2 or 3 other types of pills. If successful, the Galio family can dominate Wutan City through these medicinal businesses. Upon hearing this, Galio was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Liushi to so readily disclose his own intentions. While feeling a rush of joy, Galio inwardly mused whether a lower intellect increased the chances of becoming an apothecary. He then tightened his grip on the spear and lunged fiercely at the 2 girls. As Galio's menacing figure drew closer, the little medicine fairy activated her poison energy. Yet her lack of battle experience caused her to falter. Mean Vida, Xunea, witnessing this disgusting trash approach, felt her expression shift. It seemed she must take action herself, despite her initial desire to conceal her strength. With a deep breath, Suner's autumn-like gaze ignited with golden flames, and delicate hands began to condense a fierce golden combat energy. Suddenly, a figure streaked down from the heavens, crashing into the market square of the Xiao family, sending debris flying and a powerful pressure radiating outward. Just as Galio was about to seize the 2 women, the descending figure landed with a crash, causing his chest to cave in, rendering him a mere heap of blood and flesh on the ground. With his remaining intact head displaying an expression of disbelief and terror, Galio was dead. As the dust settled, the figure stepped onto Galio's mangled corpse, revealing a sight that horrified all present. Galio's body was utterly unrecognizable, and everyone was left in stunned silence, even Suner, whose eyes widened in shock, her rosy lips forming a perfect O. Did not old Ling say that Zhou Chen's strength was merely that of a combat master, possessing only some peculiar artifacts? How could he himself be this powerful? Descending from the sky, he was at least a high-tier combat spirit, if not a combat king. Zhou Chen kicked Galio's corpse aside, ignoring the terrified expressions of Liushi and the other Galio henchmen. He turned to gently touch the little medicine fairy's pale face, offering reassurance. Do not fear, I am here. Everything is over. Yes, I believe you. The little medicine fairy nodded, a hint of happiness in her demeanor, not glancing at the soon-to-be-dead scum. Having experienced much, her once kind heart had begun to harden. After comforting the little medicine fairy, Zhou Chun turned to Suner, a teasing smile playing on his lips. Miss Suna, given your formidable strength and your ever-vigilant bodyguard, why do you insist on playing the innocent lamb while using my little medicine fairy as a shield? Suner playfully blinked her enchanting eyes, sticking out her tongue adorably as she replied with a smile. Master Zhou, you jest. Old Ling was injured by your hand. Where can I find a bodyguard? Besides, I have only just reached the rank of a 9-star combatant and am but a young woman. How could I possibly contend with these ruthless individuals? Ha, I believe you. Zhou Chun grinned, nodding, while secretly adding, it's hard to trust you. Despite Suner's outwardly gentle demeanor, he suspected she harbored intentions of carving him into pieces. Ignoring the cunning girl, Zhou Chen turned his gaze to the terrified Liushi and his entourage, speaking slowly. Will you settle this yourselves, or shall I assist you in your departure? You. Liushi trembled, pointing a shaking finger at the figure who had descended from the sky and slain Galio. You dare to kill Galio? Aren't you afraid of retribution from the Galio family? Retribution? With a few combat masters from the Galio family? Since when do the strong fear pursuit from a weak? Zhou Chen rolled his eyes, questioning Liushi's intelligence. Could he truly not grasp the most basic concept of power dynamics? As he prepared to unleash the combat energy bestowed upon him by the apothecary elder, Zhou Chen intended to eradicate these audacious scoundrels. The living had little use, but the dead held great value. Galio had just granted him a hefty 100 karma points. As Zhou Chen approached, Liushi's face turned pale with terror, collapsing to the ground, his voice trembling. My teacher is a 3rd-tier apothecary and has connections with many powerful combat spirits. If you dare to kill me, my teacher will not spare you. The Xiao family will also be implicated. Zhou Chun gazed at the imbecile before him, casually digging at his ears, and chuckled. Rest assured, even if your master does not seek me out, I shall certainly pay a visit to him. With a light smile, the murderous intent within Zhou Chen's obsidian eyes surged abruptly, his alabaster fist crashing down mercilessly upon Lu Shi's head. Clearly, Zhou Chun intended to resolve this matter with the most primitive and brutal means, warning this fool, who dared to covet the little medical sage, to be more discerning in his next life. Observing Zhou Chun's ruthless approach, Lu Shi turned pale, a look of terror engulfing his features. In the market, onlookers gasped as they witnessed the first-rate alchemist Lu Shi on the brink of bloodshed. Zhou Chen's decisive actions leaving many astounded. Sun Er, her ruby lips slightly parted, stood frozen in place, having witnessed Zhou Chen's no-nonsense approach to violence before, yet still unaccustomed to it. Logically, this Zhou Chen, with his fair complexion and scholarly demeanor, seemed an unlikely harbinger of such lethal intent. All eyes followed Zhou Chen's iron fist, but just as it was a mere half-meter from Lu Shi's skull, a sudden thunderous roar erupted, reverberating through the street. You dare, boy! Listening to the fury-laden shout, and seeing the glimmer of surprise in Lu Shi's eyes. Zhou Chen squinted, a cold smile gracing his lips as he intoned, Lu Shi, do you truly believe you can escape unscathed? With that, Zhou Chen's fist did not waver. Instead, it descended with even greater ferocity. His actions evidently incited the wrath of the earlier shouter. A sharp curse slicing through the air like a bolt of azure lightning, aimed straight at Zhou Chen's head, unfazed by the incoming torrent of energy. Zhou Chen's expression remained unchanged as he retaliated with a punch from above. Lu Shi, a fighter of the Dome Master rank, could not even utter a word before his head was driven deep into his chest, his spine shattered and bones protruding grotesquely from his back, flesh and blood exploding forth. Lu Shi was dead. Ding! Host has slain the supporting character Lu Shi, a first-rate alchemist from the world of Do. Pa. Reward, 300 karma points. Indeed, a notable character from the original story, one whose name had graced several chapters. Bold, you wretch! A figure rushing to Lu Shi's aid bellowed in a frenzy, his hands curling into claws as he swept them before him, dense azure Do Chi coalescing into several light azure energy blades. The blades surged forward, swelling in size, forming a massive azure vortex aimed directly at the unsuspecting Zhou Chen. Get away! The little medical sage could not help but exclaim in alarm, while Sun Air surged with faint golden Do Chi, poised to assist the oblivious Zhou Chen. Boom! The azure blades sliced toward the defenseless Zhou Chen, followed by a sound akin to thunder, leaving the majority of the crowd momentarily dazed. The swirling vortex of energy obscured the scene, morphing it into a haze. Brat! You killed my son, Galio, and now you've slain my disciple Lu Shi. I shall make you pay dearly for their deaths. The approaching figure's face twisted with the ecstasy of vengeance, unable to fathom how the boy, struck by his Xian rank Do technique, the Gale Blade, could possibly survive. After a moment, as the dust settled, Zhou Chen stepped forth, his attire still pristine, unblemished by the chaos. The azure wind blades seemed as though they were separated by an invisible force field. No matter how close they came, they could never reach him. You are the patriarch of the Gale clan, Gale Bai, Zhou Chen remarked, gazing at the middle-aged man whose eyes burned with hatred. Gade biskum prediction darkened, his pupils constricting in disbelief. How could this youth, who had withstood his full force attack, remain unscathed? What level of cultivation is this? Do spirit? Do king? Sir, my son, and you share no enmity. Why must you resort to such lethal measures? Gale Bai, his vengeance momentarily clouding his judgment, attempted to negotiate. After all, he was not merely a father, but the patriarch of the Gale clan. This youth's strength was far beyond their capabilities. A moment's carelessness could lead to utter annihilation. Enmity? You are not worthy to harbor any grievances against me. Would you hold a grudge against an ant? He dared to lay hands on my Xian. He must be prepared to face the consequences. Zhou Chen maintained his calm demeanor, his tone as merciless as ever. Touch my woman, and I will eradicate your entire clan. While this may have been youthful bravado, was it not also fair? Scoundrel, how dare you? Upon hearing Zhou Chen's intent to wipe out the Gale clan, Gale Bai could no longer contain himself. With a forceful stamp of his foot, he transformed into a gust of wind, inexplicably appearing above Zhou Chen. A sinister gleam flickered across Gale Bai's impassive face as he tightened his fist, surging azure, Do Chi rapidly coalescing into a colossal whirlpool. Boom! A tremendous crash resounded throughout the marketplace, stirring a tempest that sent many weaker fighters tumbling, caught in a shockwave. Receive my punch, and I shall spare your life. Zhou Chen regarded the all-out assault from Gale Bai with a hint of derision. How audacious for a Do master to ambush one who possessed the strength of a Do emperor. Chapter 43. The Next Dimension Boom. Gale Bai was sent flying hundreds of meters, his body propelled like a cannonball, bones shattered, blood gushing forth as if it were free of cost, pinning the ground for hundreds of meters. Your master Lu Shi will not spare you. Gale Bai's eyes reflected despair as he coughed up blood in great heaves. You and Lu Shi share similar lines. Did you both attend the Villain Academy? Zhou Chen mocked, gazing upon Gale Bai, whose breaths grew shallow. Ding! Host has slain the supporting character Gale Bai, patriarch of the Gale clan. Reward, 300 karma points. Having dealt with Gale Bai, Zhou Chen exhaled deeply. After this series of actions, though he had relied on Yao Lao as power, he felt a bit fatigued. Thank you, master. It's nothing. You are decisively ruthless, showing none of the naivety of youth. You are rather cunning, much like those aged foxes who have lived for centuries, Yao Lao commended in Zhou Chen's mind. However, I advise you to check on your companion's condition. She has overexerted her toxic Do Chi, risking the outrageous poison body. What? Zhou Chen, heeding Yao Lao's warning, swiftly turned to see the little medical sage's complexion pale, her body swaying perilously, clearly enduring immense pain. What's wrong? Zhou Chen rushed to support her. Anxiety etched on his face. I sensed the outrageous poison body about to erupt, she murmured just before her head drooped to one side, unconscious. Xiania? Xiania. Seeing her collapse, Zhou Chun's eyes widened in alarm. Brat, this girl has overexerted her toxic dou qi. The source of the outrageous poison within her is likely to explode. Yao Lao urged urgently within Zhou Chun's mind. Quickly, take her away and find a secluded place. Otherwise, should the outrageous poison body erupt, everyone within several miles will perish. Master, do you have a way to save her? Or perhaps temporarily suppress this outrageous poison body? Zhou Chun gritted his teeth, unwilling to leave, desperately inquiring. Each time the little medical sage's poison body erupted, it drew her closer to death. I can utilize the ancient spirit cold fire to seal her poison temporarily, Yao Lao replied gravely. However, this method carries great risks. If a treatment or continued suppression is not found within 3 months, the eruption of the outrageous poison body will be 100-fold more violent than now. At that point, her life will be in grave danger. Upon hearing these words, Zhou Chun was immediately engulfed in hesitation. Finding a remedy for the little medical fairy within a month seemed an insurmountable challenge given the current capabilities of the system. The lottery was entirely a matter of chance. To draw the exact item capable of curing the calamity poison body appeared to be an impossible task. Even if Zhou Chun were to recklessly disrupt the plot to seize causal points and elevate the system to the 3rd tier, it would still likely prove futile. Who could predict the nature of a 3rd-tier system? Moreover, upgrading to the 3rd tier required a staggering 100,000 causal points. Unless Zhou Chun were to eliminate all the protagonists like Xiao Yan, Sun Er, and Yao Lao, and withstand the wrath of heavenly tribulations that only a Dou Emperor could endure, such a feat was utterly unattainable. As for the conventional route of seeking a 7th-tier magic core from a heavenly poisoned scorpion dragon or the 3 types of Ioa, the likelihood of completing such tasks within a month was virtually non-existent. Not to mention, even if Zhou Chun could slay a Dou zone-level heavenly poisoned scorpion dragon, could he even locate one? System, do you have any solutions? In moments of uncertainty, one must consult the system. Otherwise, what purpose does it serve? Ding! The host can open a dimensional portal, temporarily transporting to another realm capable of effectively treating the calamity poison body. A splendid idea. Guided by the system's subtle encouragement, Zhou Chun suddenly recalled a realm that could undoubtedly cure the calamity poison body. How many causal points will it cost? Name your price. Zhou Chun understood that given the system's insatiable appetite for resources, it would likely demand a considerable fee. Ding! According to the host's 1st-tier strength, it will require 3,000 causal points to establish the dimensional passage. That's not too steep. Zhou Chun nodded in agreement. The system's pricing seemed reasonable, though it could also be attributed to his lowly 1st-tier strength. If 2nd- or 3rd-tier powerhouses sought to traverse dimensions, they would undoubtedly face far greater resistance, and the costs and causal points would likely skyrocket. Resolute in his decision to venture into a new realm in search of a remedy for the calamity poison body, Zhou Chun acted decisively. Addressing Yao Lao in his mind, Master, please execute the seal. I shall handle the matter of healing. Chapter 44. The Sunfire Seal. Since you have made up your mind, I shall lend you my assistance. Upon speaking, Yao Lao instantly took control of Zhou Chun's body, summoning clusters of pale, bone-like flames. The bone spirit cold fire. Ranked 11th among the Yio in the Dou Qi world. Upon witnessing the spectacle, Sun Er's eyes widened in shock. With her background as a noble from an ancient clan, she could unmistakably identify it as Ioa. This detestable Zhou Chun truly had an abundance of hidden cards. Sunfire Gathering. Zhou Chun's hands surged with bone spirit cold fire as he rapidly formed intricate seals and a fiery totem. The Sunfire Seal gradually materialized in the void. With a powerful shout, the flame totem surged into the little medical fairy's body, immediately suppressing her impending calamity poison body, while the dark toxic energy on her face gradually receded. Zhou Chun, take her down to rest. Remember, within 3 months, you must find a solution for the calamity poison body, even if it is merely a temporary suppression. Yao Lao's somewhat feeble voice echoed in Zhou Chun's mind, causing a tightening in his heart. It seemed imperative to swiftly traverse the new realm and discover a remedy for the calamity poison body. However, which realm should he choose? Zhou Chun's expression grew grave, and his hatred for the Gailey family intensified. These beasts were the reason for the little medical fairy's plight. This time, he was determined to leave no trace of the Gailey clan. Moreover, annihilating this family, which played an active role in the early parts of the original story, would surely yield a substantial amount of causal points. Whoosh! Just as Zhou Chun's murderous intent surged, a gust of wind swept by as Fei Lei rushed over, clutching Xiao Yan. Ugh! After being jostled violently by Fei Lei, Xiao Yan felt dizzy and nauseous. Xiao Yan, you are late, Zhou Chun remarked slowly, observing Xiao Yan's pale face and incessant retching. Once Xiao Yan regained his composure, he immediately turned to Sun Er. Seeing her brother, Xiao Yan's concern for her was evident, and disregarding his earlier discomfort, he smiled sweetly and said, Brother Xiao Yan, Master Zhou has already dispatched all the villains. All of them? Xiao Yan turned his gaze to the bodies strewn about the venue, his pupils dilating in disbelief. The father and son duo from the Gailey family laid dead on the spot, their deaths gruesome to behold. One even had his head crushed into his chest cavity. Master Zhou, you killed them all? Xiao Yin trembled as he pointed at the horrific scene, incredulous. Just a bunch of ants. You will be able to do it too. Zhou Chen waved his hand dismissively. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan's lips twitched. He thought to himself, you also relied on Yao Lao's power, making it sound as though it was entirely your doing. Steadying himself, Xiao Yan voiced his concern, but the Gailey family leader is dead. They will surely go mad with rage. The Imperial City Guards of Wutan City will not stand idly by. Oh, are you suggesting I should eradicate the Gailey family and the Gamma Empire City Guards to eliminate future threats? Zhou Chen replied to the worried Xiao Yan with a playful tone. Xiao Yan's mouth fell agape, staring at Zhou Chen in disbelief. Senior brother, your bloodlust is rather intense. Even Sun Air shot Zhou Chen a sideways glance, rolling her eyes. This young man, with his scholarly demeanor, seemed to swiftly resort to exterminating entire families at the drop of a hat. However, the phrase touch my woman, and I will annihilate your entire clan, was undeniably imposing. Sun Air glanced at the blissful little medical fairy, feeling a twinge of envy. Brother Xiao, Yin pales in comparison to this Master Zhou. Zhou Chen paid little heed to the thoughts swirling in the minds of these youngsters and commanded decisively, Fei Lei, go and eradicate the Gailey family. Remember, I want every last one of them gone. Zhou Chen gritted his teeth, his voice icy, leave no trace. Understood. Fei Lei bowed and promised. Then launched himself towards the Gailey family's direction. With his 9-star Douling power, it was more than sufficient to wipe out the entire Gailey clan. Observing the somewhat reluctant Xiao Yan, Zhou Chen shook his head. It seemed he still lacked experience, considering that relying solely on Fei Lei might leave some loose ends. Zhou Chen continued, Junior brother, notify your father, Xiao Zhan, and have the Xiao family members intercept the Gailey family's escape routes. We must not let a single one escape. They have harmed the little medical fairy, and I shall ensure they are completely annihilated. Chapter 45, Gailey Fury, Personal Vendetta. In a brightly lit hall, the atmosphere was tense and oppressive. Numerous individuals adorned in the garb of the Gailey family's upper echelon occupied the hall. At the head of the hall, the central seat remained conspicuously vacant, while 2 elders of the Gailey clan paced back and forth anxiously. The clan leader has been gone for so long to the Xiao family's marketplace. Could something have happened? Gailey knew, the second elder, fretted as he walked back and forth. Calm yourself, second brother. What could possibly happen? It's merely a minor dispute between 2 children. The clan leader's visit is simply to ensure that Xiao Ao and that Lu Shizhouman do not suffer any losses. A robust elder with a kind expression calmly replied. He was the first elder of the Gailey family. After hearing his brother's words, Gailey knew, weary, blinked and halted his pacing. Just as he was about to take a brief rest, he suddenly heard distant shouts and the sounds of battle emanating from the grand entrance. Furrowing his brow, Gailey knew was about to call for someone to inquire about the situation when a guard from the Gailey family rushed in, kneeling on one knee in the hall, urgently reporting, Elder, a grave incident has occurred. We are under attack, and the guards and clansmen are suffering heavy casualties. We cannot hold them back. What? Upon hearing this, the entire hall erupted into chaos among the Gailey clan members. They were one of the 3 major families of Wutan City, known for their propensity to slaughter others. Who would dare attack them? The smile on the first elder's face gradually froze, and the teacup in his hand shattered into powder, which dripped from his palm, mingled with tea. Meanwhile, Gailey New stepped forward, his countenance icy as a violent aura surged within him, creating a gust of wind that howled through the air. Who dares? Realizing the clan leader had yet to return, a sense of foreboding gripped the hearts of the Gailey clan members. Could it be the Xiao family? A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes, and a furious Gailey New immediately rallied a large number of clan members to hasten towards the front courtyard of the Gailey estate for reinforcement. The elder of the Gailey family wore a grave expression as he summoned a group of clan members, preparing to retreat through the secret passage that had long been prepared by the Gailey clan. An unsettling intuition gripped the elder. This time, they had provoked a foe they ought not to have trifled with. The downfall of the family may not be terrifying, as long as there remains a spark of hope and living kin. What instilled true dread was the prospect of complete annihilation, which would render them utterly powerless. Upon their arrival at the front courtyard, Gailey New and his companions were met with a scene of utter carnage. Severed limbs and lifeless bodies littered the ground. Not a single one of the Gailey family, as hundreds of guards and clan members, had survived. Atop a decorative rock formation in the courtyard sat a burly man clad in black robes, adorned with a starry emblem on his chest. It was evident that this individual was responsible for the massacre of over 100 members of the Gailey clan. Your Excellency, what grievance do you hold against the Gailey family to warrant such a massacre? Gailey New's voice trembled with fury and sorrow as he surveyed the black-robed man. He was no fool. Any individual bold enough to infiltrate the Gailey clan alone possessed an unfathomable strength. The might of this man was undoubtedly extraordinary. Nevertheless, as one of the last 2 elders of the Gailey family, now having attained the rank of 7-star Battlemaster. His prowess could certainly be considered formidable within the realms of Wutan City. Have all the members of your Gaily clan gathered? The burly man inquired coldly. Disregarding Gaily Nu's question, a slight tremor coursed through Gaily Nu's skin. He understood that today would culminate in a fight to the death. With a grim countenance, he gestured, and the dozens of guards behind him swiftly drew their weapons, their expressions menacing as they fixed their gazes upon the enigmatic figure in black. It appears that you are nearly all assembled, the man remarked with a faint smile, leaping down from the rock formation and approaching the members of the Gaily clan. I am Fry, a guardian of the Xiancheng Pavilion. You Gaily people dared to threaten the Pavilion Master S-Lady, and thus, the Master has decreed the annihilation of your clan, leaving not a single trace behind. You esteemed, cultivating families pride yourselves on unity and kinship. Yet during my days as a mercenary, I was relentlessly oppressed by your kind, the parasites and scoundrels. A cruel smile curved Fry's lips. Today, I wish to see if you possess the resolve to face your demise together. Chapter 46. Thunderous Awakening. Leave no one alive? Gaily Nu retorted, his family having stood for centuries. What sort of spectacle had they not witnessed? Scoundrel, prepare to meet your end. With a cold glare fixed on the advancing black-robed figure, Gaily Nu seized a massive bow from a nearby guard, drawing it taut. With a swift release, the arrow transformed into a lethal gale, hurtling towards the black-robed man's throat. The arrow whistled ominously through the air, yet as it neared the black-robed figure, a bolt of thunder erupted from nowhere, engulfing the arrow in dazzling blue lightning, which disintegrated it into a cloud of dark powder. Witnessing the spectacle, Gaily Nu's expression shifted drastically. The black-robed man's strength far exceeded his expectations. He feared he was facing a battle spirit, or perhaps even something stronger. Drawing a deep breath, Gaily Nu, despite a sense of despair, did not retreat. Instead, he grasped a deep blue spear from a servant, a faint glow of azure battle aura emanating from his body. The bloodline of his family had not yet been extinguished. He could not flee. Instantly, the air around him grew heavy with moisture, indicating that his battle techniques leaned towards a somewhat frigid water attribute. Gripping the spear tightly, Gaily Nu fixed his gaze on the black-robed man. After a slight adjustment of his stance, he thrust his foot into the ground, transforming into a streak of blue light that surged towards the approaching figure. In midair, Gaily Nu's face hardened, and he twisted the spear violently in his hand, causing an explosion of battle aura to radiate. The spear resonated with a series of melodic hums, waves overlapping. This low-level, profound battle technique was the most advanced technique Gaily Nu had mastered thus far. Years of training had allowed him to refine it to perfection. When unleashed with all his might, even a battle spirit would not dare to underestimate it. As Gaily Nu's voice echoed, a colossal wave formed from the spear, bursting forth with energy and rising skyward before crashing down upon the immobile black-robed man. Witnessing their elder's display of might, cheers of encouragement erupted from the Gaily family members. The blue wave roiled through the sky, and amidst its tumult, tiny sparks of light flared up as the spear, like a bolt of lightning, plunged towards the black-robed man's head. As the target loomed just within reach, a savage grin crossed Gaily Nu's face, a chilling smile that accompanied a surge of power from his spear. Just as the spear neared its target, the black-robed man slowly raised his head. A brilliant flash of electricity ignited in his eyes. Intermediate Earth-level battle technique. Thunderous Awakening. Thunderstrike. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, a torrent of lightning erupted from the black-robed man's body, sweeping toward Gaily Nu in a manner reminiscent of a wildfire consuming the land. Thunder crashed across the sky, and the onlookers felt the sudden chill of their skin, followed by waves of energy, the spear, and Gaily Nu himself vanishing without a trace. Inside the Gaily estate, the cheers abruptly ceased. The clan members, akin to headless chickens, gasped for breath, their expressions of triumph transforming into sheer terror. As they turned their gazes back towards the black-robed man, a sense of dread akin to encountering a demon enveloped them. It seems that your Gaily clan cannot escape this calamity today, Fry chuckled, harboring resentment from the countless times he had been bullied by such family powers during his years as a mercenary. In the past, he had lacked the strength to retaliate against the humiliation, but now, as a 9-star battle spirit wielding Earth-level techniques, he was determined to eradicate a family, such as the Gaily clan, known for their notorious reputation. Moreover, given the profound debt he owed to the Pavilion Master, he would comply with any orders, even if they involved self-sacrifice. How much easier, then, to extinguish a family? Observing the Gaily clan members, whose eyes darted with fear, yet who refused to retreat, Fry couldn't help but admire their spirit. As mere ants, you still dare to stand before me. I understand your desire to buy time for the young and the weak of your family to escape. Shaking his head, he unleashed a surge of blue arcs of electricity from his hands, his voice deepening. Alas, your Gaily clan is simply unfortunate to have drawn the ire of the Pavilion Master. With his unparalleled decisiveness, your clan is fated for extinction. My only wish is to spare you from a death too ignoble. Intermediate Earth-level battle technique. Thunderous awakening. Thunderblade. A bolt of azure lightning descended from the heavens, striking towards Fry, yet it perfectly avoided his body, coalescing in his hands as a divine sword forged from the very essence of lightning. Slash! With a fierce shout, the Thunderblade surged in size, sweeping through the Gailey clan with the force of a mountain, sealing their fate. Chapter 47. The fox assuming the tigers might meanwhile. At the Shao family estate, Shao Zhan and 3 elders occupied the main seats, while a row of Shao family officials sat on either side. In the center of the hall stood Shao Yan and Sun Er, who had just returned. At that moment, all eyes of the Shao clan were fixed upon Shao Yan. Yenner, is what you say true? Zhou Chun is truly your senior brother? Shao Zhan's face flushed with excitement. It is indeed true. After I regained my talents, my master took me as his disciple, and Lord Zhou Chun is my senior brother, Shao Yan replied, tilting his head slightly with pride, feeling a surge of exhilaration as he basked in the admiration and reverence of his clan members. The humiliation he had endured over the past 3 years felt like a distant memory, eclipsed by this moment of triumph. Then why hasn't he come? Inquired the 3rd elder, his tone laced with skepticism. Over these years, he has been the one who has oppressed Shao Yan the most, the 3rd elder sneered. Lord Zhou Chun is a figure capable of commanding battle spirits and contending with battle emperors. What makes you think he has time to meet with you? Beside them, Sun Er's beautiful eyes flickered, and her voice turned frigid as she mercilessly mocked. I have long been unable to tolerate the hypocritical nature of these elders in the Shao family. Today, their blatant disregard for Shao Yan has incensed Sun Er to an extraordinary degree. Moreover, hearing them refer to Zhou Chun in such a disrespectful manner, she finds herself inexplicably unsettled. Zhou Chun is someone capable of compelling me, this lady, to yield. If there is to be hatred, it should rightfully be mine to bear. What qualifications do you, mere great doe, level trash, mere ants, have a comment on Zhou Chun? Fighting emperor? Shao Zhan stood up, incredulous, exclaiming, could it be that the battle yesterday, which shook the entire Wu-Tan city, was indeed as formidable as they say? Indeed, before Sun Er could respond, Shao Yan, brimming with excitement, interjected, it was merely a fighting emperor. My senior brother dispatched the opponent with a single strike, or so my master himself stated. What? The Shao clan erupted in astonishment. The head of the Xianchun pavilion could vanquish a fighting emperor with a single blow? What realm of cultivation does he possess? Could he possibly be a dozone? The members of the Shao clan seated in the hall widened their eyes in shock, their gazes fixed fervently on Shao Yan, who basked in their admiration. Feeling a sense of elation wash over him. Despite having lived 2 lives, he remained an ordinary person at heart, unable to suppress his vanity in the face of their adulation. Beside his father, Shao Mei gently moistened her rosy lips with her delicate tongue. Recalling the moment she fortuitously encountered Zhou Chun, a twinge of excitement coursed through her. She resolved to seize the opportunity to engage with that esteemed pavilion master. On the other hand, Shao Zhan, seated at the head, contemplated further, with disciples boasting cultivation levels above that of fighting emperors. What then could be the realm of Shao Yan's mysterious mentor? The Shao clan truly struck gold this time. Was the pavilion master's assertion about annihilating the Jia Lai clan genuine? Elder Shao Shan, unable to contain his impatience, exclaimed, ever since the previous patriarch of our Shao clan, fighting King Shaolin, was ambushed and killed, the once mighty Shao clan in the Jiama Empire has been on a steady decline. It is worth noting that the Shao clan of your could hold its own in discourse with the Nalan clan, one of the 3 great families of the empire. And what a present Shao clan. Even the most insignificant creatures dare to bully us. And the once inconsequential Jia Lai clan and Ao Ba clan now have the audacity to confront us, pushing us further into a corner and harboring deep-seated grievances. Truly, what can be tolerated cannot be tolerated any longer. Upon hearing the news of the impending annihilation of the Jia Lai clan, Shao Shan was already sharpening his blades. The members of the Shao clan were also eager and ready, awaiting confirmation of the news' authenticity. Shao Yan, witnessing the usually stoic elder now displaying a congenial demeanor and even lowering himself to inquire about the situation, felt a swell of pride, confidently asserting, Senior brother Zhou Chun has stated that he will handle the main combat strength of the Jia Lai clan. Our Shao clan need only send people to hunt down the remaining stragglers and clean up the aftermath. In truth, his senior brother had already dispatched a Do Ling expert to eradicate the Jia Lai clan. Chapter 48. Annihilation of the clan. A Do Ling expert? The members of the Shao clan collectively gasped in astonishment, realizing that surrendering the ring Zhou Chun requested had indeed been a wise decision. Otherwise, the first clan to be obliterated would have been the Shao clan. Shao Zhan, seated at the head, observed his son speaking confidently, his eyes narrowing. Suddenly he stood, fixing his gaze intently on the 3 elders, and spoke in a low voice, I wonder if the words I utter now still hold weight in the current Shao clan? Indeed, the 3 elders, momentarily taken aback, hesitated but quickly responded in unison with serious expressions. At this moment, the Shao Zhan father-son duo, having firmly allied with Zhou Chun, were not opponents they could contend with. It was better to comply with their wishes. Xiao Zhan then turned abruptly, addressing the gathered clan members with authority. The clan leader's commands are absolute. Understood. Nodding affirmatively, Xiao Zhan ascended to the main seat, sweeping his robe aside as he sat, his gaze surveying the entire assembly. Proclaiming thunderously, "Today, I will lead our forces in cooperation with Pavilion Master Zhou to completely cleanse the Jia Lai clan." Yes. The members of the Xiao clan echoed in unison. Xiao Zhan coldly continued, "As per Pavilion Master Zhou's instructions, we shall leave no survivors." With Xiao Zhan's orders issued, the Xiao clan immediately sprang into action. In less than half an hour, 10 lightly armored squads appeared in the spacious square. Xiao Zhan and Xiao Yin stood atop a pavilion, surveying the vast courtyard. After a moment, Xiao Yin looked up at the rising moon, a trace of coldness flashing across his face. He abruptly turned and descended the pavilion, where over 100 Xiao clan warriors stood armed and ready, their fierce demeanor reminiscent of a descending tiger. Today, the Jia Lai clan must face total annihilation. This is not merely my command, but also the demand of my senior brother. You must ensure the success of this endeavor. Over the years, our Xiao clan has gathered ample intelligence regarding the Jia Lai clan's hidden strongholds and escape routes. This time, we cannot allow a single soul to slip through our fingers. With hands clasped behind his back, Xiao Yin slowly walked toward the outer square, his cold voice igniting a fervor within the hearts of the Xiao clan members. The once quiet Wu-Tan city was now besieged by an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. The pedestrians on the streets stared in shock at the torrent of people surging forth from the Xiao clan, their bodies emanating an icy menace that sent shivers down the spines of all who beheld them. What did the Xiao clan intend to do? Observing the flood of people cascading down the streets, some onlookers murmured, "The Jia Lai clan is in for a calamity." Those who were aware of the recent developments in Wu-Tan city, after experiencing a moment of shock, quickly realized the implications, and their expressions turned to pity as they shook their heads in understanding. The tide of the Xiao clan was headed straight for the Jia Lai clan's estate and their previously identified strongholds, leaving no stone unturned. Even the Jia Lai clan's market was looted clean. All defenses were obliterated in an instant. Any who dared to resist were met with glimmering blades. Under the leadership of clan leader Xiao Zhan and the 3 elders, the Xiao clan surged forth like a flood, leaving utter devastation in their wake at every Jia Lai stronghold. The members of the Jia Lai clan were virtually exterminated, as the upper echelons of their combat power had been decimated by Fei Lei. Without the effective leadership of their patriarch and elders, the Jia Lai clan could not mount any meaningful resistance. Thus, within mere hours, all the Jia Lai clan strongholds in Wu-Tan city were utterly destroyed. Simultaneously, in a desolate wilderness, Xiao Zhan, accompanied by the 3 elders and a cadre of elite Xiao clan doshur, surrounded a group of individuals. Jia Yi, the grand elder of the Jia Lai clan, "Today, you shall not escape," one of the 3 elders declared ominously. "Such is fate, Jia Yi." The grand elder of the Jia Lai clan lamented, "We, the Jia Lai clan, have held dominion over Wu-Tan city for centuries. Who would have thought that today we would face total annihilation for a mere woman because of that brat Jia Lai Ao?" Jia Lai Yi, disheveled and frantic, implored Xiao Zhan, "These Jia Lai clan members behind me are but children. Can you not spare them?" Xiao Zhan shook his head, hesitant for a moment, but ultimately resolute, stating, "Pavilion Master Zhou has commanded that not a single one of your Jia Lai clan be spared. I dare not disobey." Recalling Zhou Chen's ability to command a Dou Ling and battle a fighting emperor, as well as the mysterious master behind him, Xiao Zhan felt compelled to adhere to Zhou Chen's orders. "Not a single one of the Jia Lai clan shall be allowed to escape. Then come at me." Jia Lai Yi brandished a long sword, his chest swelling as all the capillaries in his body ruptured, evidently activating some forbidden technique in a desperate bid for survival. Raging waves, triple waves, trivial skills, raging lions, fury. 2 figures, one clad in blue and the other in green, collided like comets. The fate of the Jia Lai clan was sealed in the cataclysmic clash of their fighting spirits. Chapter 49. When in distress, one should cultivate oneself at the break of dawn. The night-long carnage had come to a conclusive end. The Xia family, drenched in blood and exhilaration, charged back into the courtyard, sealing the gates with a resounding thud, thereby obstructing the prying gazes of onlookers. In the square, dozens of fierce members of the Xia clan sat upon the ground, their laughter echoing loudly as they celebrated the day's triumph. This day undoubtedly marked one of the most exhilarating moments they had experienced in years. Footsteps gradually approached from outside the square, and Xia Yin, clad in a pristine robe, entered with a smile. Young clan leader. Upon seeing Xia Yin, the burly men of the Xia clan sprang to their feet, their eyes alight with fervor. Today, Xia Yin had borrowed the might of Zhou Chun to completely turn the tide in their favor. After all, who among the Xia clan was unaware that Xia Yan's talent had been restored, and that he had an older brother capable of effortlessly annihilating the Gale family? With a slight nod, Zhou Chun ascended a raised platform, gazing at the tall and handsome youth with his back turned towards him, with a mix of respect and envy. He remarked, "Brother, the Gale family should be utterly eradicated. My father has intercepted the remnants led by the Gale family's elder." "I understand," Zhou Chen replied as his eyes swept over the brightly lit Xiao residence. Unbeknownst to outsiders, he had already learned from the system about the Gale family's downfall. Accumulating a total of 2,000 causality points, coupled with the points he had previously obtained, he now had around 5,000 points at his disposal. It seemed that exterminating families, particularly those that played a significant role in the original plot, was quite a lucrative endeavor. Disregarding Xia Yin for the moment, Zhou Chun decisively summoned the system and brought up his personal attributes panel. Xia Yin, understanding the cue, remained silent, waiting patiently. "Loading, please hold on," the system chimed. Name, Zhou Chun. Profession, Dimensional Traveler Race. Human Strength, Peak Level 1 Causality Points, 5805 Techniques, Burning Technique, Azure Cloud True Technique, Divine Slashing Technique, Azure Cloud True Technique, Divine Sword Thunder Technique Equipment, Spiritual Bloodline, Ice Heart Pill, Soul Cutting Blade. Well, after deducting the 3,000 causality points needed for dimensional travel, I still have enough for 2 lottery draws, which is better than nothing. Regaining his focus, Zhou Chun turned to Xia Yin, who had been patiently waiting, a wicked grin spreading across his face, sending a chill down Xia Yin's spine. Fixing his gaze on Xia Yin, who appeared somewhat dazed, Zhou Chun suddenly exclaimed, "Since ancient times, who has escaped death?" Xia Yin instinctively replied, "Who does not use paper when they relieve themselves?" A towering building rises from the ground. A red apricot leaps over the wall. As Xia Yin began to comprehend the exchange, Zhou Chun posed another question. In times of poverty, one should cultivate oneself. In times of wealth, one should have many wives and concubines. Without hesitation, Xia Yin responded. The two exchanged glances, each staring blankly for a moment before bursting into laughter simultaneously. "I never expected, brother, that you too are a traveler," Xia Yin said, amusement evident in his tone. "Huh, can the pressures of this Doqi world allow only you, Xia Yin, to shine?" Zhou Chun chuckled, internally thinking, "I am here to seize your fortunes and your female companions." "Brother, did you also traverse from infancy?" Xia Yin asked, eyes glistening with camaraderie. Shaking his head, Zhou Chun replied, "No, I came over with my entire being, not like your inferior soul transfer." Unfazed by Zhou Chun's teasing, Xia Yin curiously inquired, "Brother, when did you realize I was a traveler?" "The reason I came to Wutan City was not for that ring. Rather, I came for you." "Do you believe me?" Zhou Chun casually remarked. Chapter 50. What I give, you may take. What I withhold, you cannot seize. Upon hearing this, Xia Yin nodded, understanding why Zhou Chun had been unusually enthusiastic upon their first meeting, even using a 6th grade elixir to restore his talent. It was likely the result of his older brother's recommendation that he could become a disciple of the esteemed medicine master. Indeed, having a fellow traveler was truly reliable. "My older brother is a good man." As Xia Yin indulged in this fabricated narrative, his gaze towards Zhou Chun grew more appreciative. This was precisely the effect Zhou Chun desired, to manipulate the future Flame Emperor at his fingertips, granting him immense satisfaction. Having read numerous novels about reincarnated protagonists, Zhou Chun noted that in many, the main character either acted as a caretaker for Xia Yin, groveling before him, or desperately sought to undermine him, with some even outright eliminating him or destroying the Doqi world. Zhou Chun found such extremes perplexing, either excessively compassionate or brutally violent, resembling individuals from a mental institution. If it were advantageous and low risk to eliminate someone like Xia Yin, Zhou Chun would not hesitate to do so without a second thought. However, given the current circumstances, whether it be heavenly retribution or the ancient clan behind Sun'er and Medicine Elder, they would not permit him to harm Xia Yin unless he intended to finish this job and never return. Thus, the cost of undermining and eliminating Xia Yin far outweighed the benefits of recruiting him as a subordinate and ally. Naturally, Zhou Chun opted for the path of least resistance and made the prudent choice. With this in mind, Zhou Chun patted Xia Yin's shoulder in a gesture of camaraderie. In these times, to have someone serve you, one must either rely on benefits or emotional connections. For Xia Yin, Zhou Chun planned to employ both strategies. At this moment, Xia Yin was deeply moved by his fellow traveler, almost forgetting his original purpose for seeking Zhou Chun. He then produced a list and cheerfully said, "Brother, the techniques, combat skills, and treasures of the Gale family have been thoroughly organized. Thanks to your influence, that elegant lady from the middle auction house, Yafei, has even lent us 8 storage rings, which has alleviated quite a bit of our trouble." "Indeed, Yafei has done well," Zhou Chun replied with satisfaction, turning to Xia Yin and stating, "I will take 7 parts of the spoils, and you shall have 3. "How can that be? The Gale family strongmen were all eliminated by you, brother. We, the Xia family, merely lent a hand. How can we dare claim 3 parts? Xia Yin hastily shook his head, realizing that they were quite self-aware. The fact that they could annihilate the Gale family already brought immense benefits to the Xia clan. After all, with the Gale family's destruction, their former territory was now consumed by the Xia family, which was the greatest advantage. To demand a share of the Gale family's meticulously preserved techniques, combat skills, and treasures gathered over hundreds of years would be utterly foolish and reckless. Although Zhou Chen was both his fellow townsman and older brother, the wise Xia Yan would never engage in such nonsensical behavior. Zhou Chen smiled, his sharp gaze fixed on Xia Yan as he declared, "What I give to you, you must accept. What I withhold, you cannot seize." Zhou Chen continued, "You are acquainted with Yifei, correct?" "I am." Xia Yan recalled the enchanting woman, his heart fluttering. "She is mine. You cannot covet her, nor even entertain such thoughts." Zhou Chen's tone was gentle, yet carried an undeniable authority. Xia Yan felt a shiver run down his spine, cold sweat instantly beading on his brow. He quickly responded, "Rest assured, brother, since Yifei is your woman, she shall be my sister-in-law. I will certainly show her the utmost respect." Xia Yan was acutely aware of Zhou Chen's prowess. To provoke his woman would be courting death. He had Sun'er, which was sufficient. Although Zhou Chen also had his eyes on Sun'er, the speed with which he shifted his demeanor was astounding. Could this be what is referred to as the thick black theory of wielding both grace and authority? Seeing the solemn expression on Xia Yan's face, Zhou Chen recognized that his tactic of intimidation had taken effect. He had mentioned Yifei to instill a sense of reverence in Xia Yan, ensuring he complied without question. Having wielded the stick, it was time to offer a sweet date. Zhou Chen gazed at the sky, watching the first rays of sunlight emerge from the horizon, and continued, "You need resources for your cultivation. Accept 3 parts of the Gale family's wealth, techniques, and resources as an investment from your older brother or as assistance from a fellow townsman." Upon hearing this, Xia Yan licked his parched lips, feeling somewhat moved as he expressed, "Thank you, brother. In the future, should you have any commands, Xia Yan will certainly comply." "Oh, is that so?" A glint of cunning mischief sparkled in Zhou Chen's eyes, for he had been waiting for this very statement. Thus, Zhou Chen swiftly extracted a star token from spatial ring and handed it to Xiao Yan, saying, "My immortal star pavilion is still in its infancy, and we are in dire need of talents like you, junior brother. How about joining my immortal star pavilion?" "Well, all right then." Xiao Yan appeared utterly bewildered, for it was his first encounter with such audacity. Just moments after receiving a benefit, this senior brother was already demanding a return favor. However, being associated with such a prominent figure seemed rather appealing. Observing Xiao Yan, who had already fallen into his trap, Zhou Chen felt elated and advised, "With my star token, you can freely mobilize the forces and resources of the immortal star pavilion." However, Zhou Chen paused, adopting a serious tone. "With power comes responsibility. Whenever I issue a command, you must comply. Whenever there is a matter within the pavilion, you must come to our aid." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan's mind was filled with excitement at the prospect of having access to the resources of the immortal star pavilion. As for obeying Zhou Chen, he felt no resistance. After all, it was merely a matter of assisting his senior brother when needed. Thus, he patted his chest confidently, declaring, "Rest assured, senior brother, your affairs are my affairs. Whoever you wish me to eliminate, I shall do so." Pleased with Xiao Yan's high level of awareness, Zhou Chen nodded in satisfaction. Regardless of whether Xiao Yan was genuinely sincere or merely pretending, he had already fallen into Zhou Chen's scheme and could hardly escape. He chuckled inwardly, thinking, "By joining my faction and becoming my subordinate, you have not only gained a title, but also a bond of loyalty. Let us see how you will escape from my grasp. Obediently serve as my enforcer, becoming the vanguard in my conquest across the myriad realms. That is your only path forward. Just imagine having the Flame Emperor as a subordinate." Chapter 51. Cultivation. Since Zhou Chen's resounding victory over the Battle Emperor and the annihilation of the Galley clan had spread throughout Wutan City, the entire city was thrown into a state of trepidation. In the following days, various powerful factions within the city came to offer gifts and build connections. The Shao clan, which had been gradually losing influence in Wutan City, suddenly found itself in high demand. Moreover, with the territories they had annexed from the Galley clan, the Shao clan's comprehensive strength had ascended to the status of the foremost power in Wutan City. The reason it was termed foremost was that there still existed a faction above the Shao clan, Zhou Chen's immortal star pavilion. Zhou Chen was not the type to assist others selflessly without seeking recompense. After obliterating the Galley clan and seizing the power vacuum, Zhou Chen established a new branch of his pavilion in Wutan City, aiming to dominate the city and acquire more cultivation resources. During this process, both Mighty Yafei and the Shao clan were ardently assisting Zhou Chen in the establishment of the new branch. Each day, the members of the Shao clan treated Zhou Chen with utmost respect, to the point where it felt as if they were on the verge of chanting his praises. Zhou Chen himself felt a bit bashful, especially with Xiao Mei of the Shao clan. Over the past few days, he had encountered her no less than 5 times, which had begun to wear on his patience. Though Zhou Chen was open-minded and accepting of all, regardless of age or appearance, Xiao Mei's overtly opportunistic demeanor had begun to irritate him. Clearing his throat, he thought to himself, "If I act now, it might come off as too desperate. Sun Er remains my primary target, but this girl seems to be deliberately avoiding me. In this not-so-large Shao residence, she is proving hard to find." Zhou Chen had even shamelessly inquired with Xiao Zhan about Sun Er's whereabouts. and the sight of Xiao Zhan's grim expression as he forced an explanation brought Zhou Chun great amusement. After all, Xiao Zhan had long wished for Xiao Yin to secure Sun heir for the sake of elevating their status within the ancient clan. Now that Zhou Chun had emerged to covet this stunning beauty, it naturally caused Xiao Zhan considerable discomfort. Yet, he dared not confront Zhou Chun and could only awkwardly explain. This was a classic case of a powerful dragon crossing into foreign territory and turning the tables. As for Yufei, she had truly invested heavily for Zhou Chun's sake, not only providing hundreds of thousands of gold coins to construct a grand pavilion for the Immortal Star Pavilion, but also diligently gathering medicinal herbs for cultivation. This had enabled Yao Lao to concoct numerous effective second and third grade pills. However, given her current limitations, Yufei struggled to procure higher grade pills unless she managed to take over the entire Miter clan, one of her long-standing goals, and one of the reasons Zhou Chun chose to accept her. Zhou Chun was immensely pleased with Yufei's efforts. Had he not been preoccupied with matters concerning the little medical sage and diligently cultivating to traverse to the next realm, he might have pursued Yufei more aggressively. During these days, the little medical sage had remained in a deep slumber. Were it not for Yao Lao's assurance that she merely lacked strength and that there was no significant issue, Zhou Chun would have had to hastily embark on a journey to the next realm. Yet, since the little medical sage was fine, he needed to prepare. Speaking of which, he had yet to properly cultivate the burning art and the azure cloud true art. In the master bedroom of the Xiao residence, the gentle moonlight filtered through the gaps in the window, casting delicate specks of light that adorned the luxurious and pristine cultivation chamber. Days prior, the astute clan leader of the Xiao clan, Xiao Zhan, insisted that Zhou Chun no longer stay in the guest room, but graciously offered him the master bedroom. Zhou Chun, far from being the type to feign modesty and lose his dignity, naturally accepted the offer without hesitation. Furthermore, the Xiao clan prepared over 1 million gold coins worth of cultivation materials for him, along with the finest cultivation room in the Xiao residence. In this room, Zhou Chun sat cross-legged in a jade pool, unclothed, with his hands in a peculiar formation before him, his eyes tightly shut and his breathing steady and powerful. The jade pool was filled with a cerulean liquid that shimmered with strange glimmers as it gently swayed. Quite mesmerizing. Zhou Chun's chest rose and fell rhythmically, embodying the unique breathing technique of the burning art, which was exceedingly peculiar. With each inhalation and exhalation, he could alter his constitution and enhance his fighting spirit. As time passed during his cultivation, the cerulean liquid in the basin began to emit a faint stream of energy which gradually ascended, ultimately entering Zhou Chun's body in sync with his powerful breaths. As the energy flowed into him, Zhou Chun's youthful face seemed to emanate a lustrous glow akin to that of warm jade. Sensing the swelling fighting spirit within, Zhou Chun kept his eyes closed, his fingers maintaining the hand seal, remaining utterly focused and in the optimal state for cultivation, greedily absorbing the gentle energy from the cerulean liquid. The cerulean water, as it touched Zhou Chun's skin, seeped through his pores, nourishing his bones and cleansing his meridians. Under Zhou Chun's insatiable demand, more and more energy began to diffuse from the basin, eventually obscuring his form. Gradually, the elemental energy of the surrounding world began to converge chaotically, forming a massive vortex. Observing this astonishing scene, Yao Lao, who was guarding Zhou Chun, was left dumbfounded. Is this still cultivation? This is outright plundering the world's elemental energy. What manner of monster is this lad? Regardless of Yao Lao's astonishment, Zhou Chun continued to absorb the elemental energy of heaven and earth, immersing himself in relentless cultivation as time slipped by unnoticed. The moonlight streaming through the window gradually dimmed, and the sky deepened, only to brighten once more. Chapter 52. A breakthrough of 17 levels. Within the basin, Zhou Chun, with his eyes still closed, drew in the last trace of energy into his body, his eyelashes fluttering slightly. Moments later, his pitch-black eyes suddenly opened, and a white gleam flashed within, this time tinged with a hint of light blue. Slowly expelling a breath of turbid air from his chest, Zhou Chun's spirit was invigorated as he blinked and then sprang to his feet, allowing the cool droplets of water to cascade off him. Stretching lazily, he reveled in the fullness of his fighting spirit, feeling both intoxicated and slightly vain as he mused. Master, what do you think? Is my talent acceptable? Moderate at best. Chun, do not become complacent. In my time, I have encountered countless prodigies. Your current level of cultivation is nothing remarkable. On the surface, Yao Lao maintained an air of indifference, yet internally, he was profoundly astonished. Within just 2 to 3 days of cultivation, Zhou Chun had transformed from a mere brute relying on his physical strength to dominate, into a 7-star fighter. A leap of 17 levels in just 2 days of cultivation. In his lifetime, Elder Yao had never encountered such an exaggerated cultivator. Had he possessed such a rapid cultivation speed in his youth, he would surely have been immediately revered by the Yao clan as a divine bloodline and their holy son, rather than being expelled, which ultimately led to his mother's demise from grief. Observing Elder Yao's melancholic demeanor, Zhou Chun chose not to disturb the sorrowful elder. Instead, he continued his meditation. ever since he had lured Xiao Yan into the Xianchun Pavilion 3 days ago, enabling the future Flame Emperor to become his formidable ally. Zhou Chun had secluded himself in the exclusive cultivation chamber of the Xiao clan as patriarch. During these 3 days, apart from attending to basic needs, Zhou Chun had lived a life of profound seclusion. Although the days of cultivation were somewhat monotonous, devoid of beautiful women, video games, and all the earthly distractions, such trivialities were inconsequential to the ambitious Zhou Chun. For the lofty titles of Master of all realms, Great Transcender, Conqueror of Life, Deity, and Heavenly Emperor, he was resolute in his commitment to rigorous training. A cultivator with a clear goal and aspirations finds everything transformed. Moreover, for the sake of Xiao Yixian and ensuring his own survival in the next realm, he understood the necessity of diligent cultivation. Though the days were austere, the remarkable progress he achieved filled him with joy. He ascended 17 levels to become a 7-star Do fighter, a challenge comparable to climbing from bronze to the rank of king in a competitive game. Furthermore, in a matter of days, his Do Chi would reach a transformative saturation, allowing him to break through to the Do Master rank, a prospect that was just around the corner. However, such astonishing cultivation speed had little to do with Zhou Chun's innate talent. Rather, it was attributed to the extraordinary enhancement he received. Upon his arrival in the world of Dopa, Zhou Chun had consumed a tiger wolf pill, a renowned elixir in the dragon symbol realm. This ancient concoction, prepared with 5-colored earth and various herbs, was used by ancient emperors to create a potent altar, sacrificing tigers and wolves to the heavens to obtain this miraculous medicine. Soldiers who ingested it became extraordinarily powerful, embodying the strength of both tiger and wolf, thus earning the name Tiger Wolf Army. It was due to this pill that Zhou Chun's physical strength reached the Do Master level. Yet, the most formidable effect of the Tiger Wolf pill was not merely enhancement of power, but the transformation of the body's meridians, allowing the user's channels to be unblocked. As a result, one could cultivate without the need to clear the meridians through Do Chi. They could directly infuse their energy to elevate their cultivation. To put it metaphorically, the cultivation speed of an ordinary person could be likened to trudging through a muddy country road at a snail's pace, while Zhou Chun's speed was akin to soaring through the skies in a supersonic jet. Moreover, the Ice Heart pill acquired through the second-tier lottery system played a significant role. This pill could suppress inner demons, enabling a state of pure focus for cultivation, thus yielding results that were twice as effective. Additionally, the third-grade foundation-building elixir concocted by Elder Yao possessed an astonishing potency that far surpassed both Zhou Chun's and even Elder Yao's expectations. It was this trifecta of advantages that enabled Zhou Chun's miraculous ascent of 17 levels in just 3 days. However, that progress was nearing its limit. The meridians linked to the Dome Master level, enhanced by the Tiger Wolf pill, were almost at full capacity. To continue his rapid cultivation, he would need to employ the burning technique and utilize foreign flames. Unfortunately, there was no time to seek them out. Unless Zhou Chun were to directly kill Sun to extract the Golden Emperor's burning sky flame, or eliminate Elder Yao to obtain the ancient spirit cold fire, he had no viable options. The Golden Emperor's burning sky flame bore the mark of the ancient clan's Do Saints, requiring a 6-star Do Emperor to reclaim it. Furthermore, undertaking such actions now would be akin to killing the goose that lays the golden eggs, an imprudent choice. Elder Yao had just become his mentor, imparting the burning technique and assisting him in alchemy for cultivation. Thus, Zhou Chun found it difficult to bring himself to such an act. This was not a matter of morality, but rather a fundamental principle of humanity. Moreover, Elder Yao's soul had already surpassed the Do Emperor level, making it virtually impossible to kill him. With a clear line of thought, Zhou Chun recognized the necessity of another lottery draw, ideally to acquire some protective items. Lost in contemplation, Zhou Chun was jolted back to reality by Elder Yao's cough. Zhou Chun, that little girl of yours has awakened. Elder Yao had evidently received a message from the Xiao clan members outside, informing him of the news. Really? Zhou Chun exclaimed with delight. Despite Elder Yao's repeated assurances that Xiao Yixian was unharmed, Zhou Chun had remained anxious about the girl who had accompanied him since his arrival in the Dopa world. He truly cherished her. After all, one cannot be devoid of emotion. Chapter 53. The great sage equal to heaven. In the early morning at the back mountain of Xiao clan, Zhou Chun and the recently awakened Xiao Yixian nestled together, half sitting and half lying. Above the deep blue sky, the sun was slowly rising while the previous night's full moon lingered. Zhou Chun beckoned the cheerful Xiao Yixian to look up at the sky, sharing tales of mythical legends from Earth to amuse her. Long, long ago, there was a place called the Primordial Realm, also known as the Central Realm. There, gods and demons existed, with extraordinary talents and countless powerful beings. Why have I never heard of it? Xiao Yixian asked, her expression one of confusion. Zhou Chun momentarily fell silent, unsure of how to respond. After a long pause, he steeled himself to disclose his origins to Xiao Yixian. After all, she was bound to be part of his life, and she would learn the truth sooner or later. Gathering his thoughts, Zhou Chun answered candidly, because this primordial realm does not exist within the Do Chi world. The universe contains countless planes, and the Dochi world we currently inhabit is merely a tiny fragment of it. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yixian fell silent for a long time. She had long sensed something unusual about Zhou Chun, reflecting on his initial peculiar attire, the mysterious pill that could instantly elevate a Dou master to Dou spirit, and the divine artifact capable of overpowering Dou Emperor-level opponents. She suddenly understood. Raising her delicate head, her eyes sparkling with clarity, Xiao Yixian hesitantly inquired then, "You are not from this world, are you?" "Indeed, I hail from a world beyond, a traveler capable of traversing countless realms. Much like how you journey from Qingshan Town to Wutan City with ease." Zhou Chun tightened his embrace around Xiao Yixian, solemnly assuring her, "Who I am and where I come from is inconsequential. You will always be my little fairy. I don't care where you come from or what you've done. I'm sticking with you. You mustn't abandon me." Xiao Yixian exclaimed fiercely, playfully pinching the soft flesh at Zhou Chun's waist, eliciting a grimace from him. Simultaneously feeling both vindicated and sympathetic, she hurriedly offered to massage him. "You rascal, you deceived me for so long. Haha, tell me a story, tell me a story." Zhou Chun quickly shifted the topic, continuing, "In the primordial realm, there is a continent known as the East Victory Divine Continent, home to a nation called Aolai. Within Aolai, there is a mountain named Huagua Mountain. On Huagua Mountain, there lies a divine stone, a remnant from the construction materials used by the ancient goddess Nuwa to mend the heavens." "Mend the heavens? Does that mean the sky can have holes?" Xiao Yixian asked, somewhat perplexed, struggling to comprehend Zhou Chun's words. "What do you think the sky is?" "The sky is space." Zhou Chun smiled, explaining to Xiao Yixian, "Just as the Dou Zong and Dou Sheng in your Dochi world can rudimentarily manipulate spatial energy to create spatial wormholes or even open secret realms." Gently ruffling Xiao Yixian's hair, Zhou Chun chuckled, "Once I resolve the root cause of your calamity poison, with your innate talent, you will soon attain Dou Zong, even Dou Sheng." Zhou Chun was not merely boasting, considering Xiao Yixian's terrifying constitution that allowed her to advance by consuming poison, along with her astonishing upgrade speed in the original work. 3 years to Dou Zong, 5 years to Dou Zun, and 8 years to Dou Sheng. It was evident that his words held truth. That goddess Nuwa must be truly remarkable, Xiao Yixian said, her face filled with admiration and longing. At just 16 years of age, despite enduring hardships due to her calamity poison, her intellect surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Yet she still harbored the innocent mindset of a girl who idolizes powerful figures. Isn't that so? Even the Dou Emperor powerhouses of the Dochi world are no match for the sage Nuwa. Isn't a sage equivalent to a Dou Sheng? Moreover, what exactly is your world like? Haha, I'll share it slowly. Zhou Chun recounted with great enthusiasm, narrating tales from the ancient Lich War to the legendary Sun Wukong, the Monkey King, whose form resembled that of dark iron, endowed with fiery eyes and eternal life, possessing the ability to transform into 72 different forms. With a single somersault cloud, he could traverse a staggering distance of 100,000 miles. In his eyes, even the mightiest Dou emperors of the Dochi world would seem as trivial as being smitten with a single blow. Back in the day, he had wreaked havoc in the heavenly palace, single-handedly sweeping away an army of 10,000 celestial soldiers. It is worth noting that every celestial soldier possessed the physique of an immortal being, with the weakest among them comparable to a Dou Zun expert. Zhou Chun, in an attempt to amuse the little medical fairy, spun tales with abandon. Whether celestial soldiers were stronger or weaker than Dou Zun was of little consequence. After all, 10,000 Dou Zun? The little medical fairy, upon hearing this, was left utterly astounded. To be frank, with her status as a healer in Qingshan Town, she had been blissfully unaware of the existence of Dou Zun until her encounter with Zhou Chun. Each character in this narrative far exceeded her comprehension of strength, considering that the strongest individual in the Gamma Empire was merely a Dou Huang. The celestial beings within the heavenly court of the primitive world were nearly limitless. Even if 1,000 or 10,000 Dochi worlds were to unite, they would stand no chance against the heavenly court. Zhou Chun spoke freely, for there was no one to contest his words. Was there? Alas, Sun Wukong's audacity led him to assault the supreme ruler of the heavenly court, the Jade Emperor, in his majestic palace. Consequently, he was besieged by 36 heavenly generals, each far surpassing Dou emperors, and was ultimately subdued by the Buddha, who arrived with a decree. The Buddha's power was truly formidable. With his spatial divine ability, he flattened an entire world with but a single palm, imprisoning Sun Wukong beneath the Five-Finger Mountain for 500 years. Just as Zhou Chun was relishing his tale, a sudden gasp from behind interrupted his narration. "Who goes there? Step forth." Zhou Chun felt a surge of irritation. How could there be eavesdroppers everywhere? Chapter 54. The Terrifying Heavenly Court. Zhou Chun and the little medical fairy turned to face the disarrayed thicket on the back mountain, from whence the voice had emerged. "Who goes there? Step forth." Zhou Chun silently summoned his burning decision Dou Qi, and an exquisite iron-long sword materialized in his grasp. He had practiced the Qingyun True formula for several days, but had yet to find an opportunity to wield it. As he noticed the figure attempting to conceal itself awkwardly, a girl stood up, adjusting her purple dress, and with a charming smile, she said, "Lord Zhou, would you believe me if I said I stumbled upon this place by chance?" It was Suner. Zhou Chun furrowed his brow. Suner had been deliberately avoiding him for several days, so why was she now covertly following him? Meanwhile, the little medical fairy's thoughts were far simpler. Having developed a decent rapport with Suner, she readily accepted her seemingly absurd excuse. Suner, noticing Zhou Chen's teasing gaze, tilted her fair, jade-like face to evade his scrutiny. Her cheeks tinged with a hint of red. It appeared that Suner was not one to lie frequently. "If there's nothing of importance, I shall return to my slumber," she remarked. Feeling uncomfortable under Zhou Chen's unabashed gaze, Suner awkwardly added, "Miss Suner has rather peculiar hobbies, preferring to sleep during the day and roam about at night." Zhou Chun glanced up at the rising sun, his smile somewhat forced as he chuckled. The little medical fairy also regarded Suner with a hint of suspicion. Could it be that this young lady was being disingenuous, secretly stalking Zhou Chun with intentions of competing for his affections? That would simply be intolerable. As the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward, Suner hastily concocted an excuse and fled, resembling a startled fawn, which brought Zhou Chun great amusement, causing him to laugh uncontrollably. Observing Suner retreating, the little medical fairy suddenly felt a twinge of annoyance, especially seeing Zhou Chun in such high spirits. With Zhou Chen's pained cry, the little medical fairy slowly withdrew her delicate hand. A heavy door slammed shut, and Suner, clutching her ample chest, exhaled a long sigh of relief. It took a moment for her to regain her composure, transforming back into the graceful maiden clad in azure, exuding an ethereal elegance akin to a newly blossomed lotus. "Ling Lao, do you know what I heard today?" Reflecting on Zhou Chen's words, Suner felt her heart race. No sooner had she spoken than a void within her chamber began to shift ominously. Moments later, a figure wrapped in black material emerged. It was Ling Ying, who had recovered after consuming advanced elixirs. Observing Suner's apprehensive demeanor, Ling Ying lowered his head and respectfully inquired, "Miss, did Zhou Chen show you any disrespect?" Upon uttering these words, Ling Ying's aura shifted dramatically. Having watched Suner grow up, she was akin to a daughter to him. Should Zhou Chun dare to insult her, he would risk his very life to avenge the affront. "It is not as you suspect." Watching Ling Lao's misunderstanding, Suner's fair face turned crimson. "What are you thinking?" She coughed lightly to mask her earlier embarrassment before continuing. "Ling Lao, have you heard of a power known as the Heavenly Court?" Recalling Zhou Chun's shocking declarations, Suner spoke deliberately. "This entity, the Heavenly Court, boasts an army of tens of thousands, perhaps even over 1,000,000 Dozun experts. To them, the Dou Emperors are scarcely larger than ants. A being known as the Buddha possesses the power to obliterate an entire world with a single hand, to create entire realms, and even to suppress foes far exceeding the Dou Emperor level." A chilling glint flickered in Suner's eyes as she slowly asked, "Ling Lao, do you believe all of this?" "That is impossible. If such a formidable force truly exists, how could my clan be entirely ignorant of it? If such a power were real, how could the ancient 8 clans stand a chance against them?" Ling Lao responded incredulously. For the might of the force Suner described surpassed his wildest imagination. A being surpassing the Dou Emperor? How could that be? The Duki continent had not seen a Dou Emperor in millennia. This was recorded in ancient texts. The last Dou Emperor, Tuo Shi, had his tokens split into 8, residing in the secret domains of the 8 ancient clans. Otherwise, how could Miss Suner have infiltrated the Shao clan, remaining undercover for over a decade? Was it not for the legendary Tuo Shi's token, said to aid a peak Dou saint in ascending to the Dou Emperor level? Thus, if there truly existed a force known as the Heavenly Court, with millions of Dozun, countless Dou Emperors, and even being stronger than Dou Emperors, Ling Ying would be the first to disbelieve. Surely, Zhou Chun was spinning fanciful tales to deceive the young lady. "Ling Lao, who told you that the Heavenly Court resides within our realm?" Suner replied with a wry smile, shaking her head. "Miss speaks the truth." In the face of Ling Ying's incredulous gaze, Suner nodded slowly. "This force known as the Heavenly Court does not exist within this realm. I overheard Zhou Chun's words. Our Duki continent is merely a minuscule world. Beyond our realm lies countless others, infinite planes. The so-called Heavenly Court is said to be a supreme force from the central primordial realm, governing all worlds. And Zhou Chun, he hails from that central primordial realm." The more Suner spoke, the more fervent she became, her fear palpable. She harbored no doubt that Zhou Chun was lying. His narrative was too coherent and logical to be mere imagination. Furthermore, she had been eavesdropping, and Zhou Chun had spoken candidly to the little medical fairy without a hint of caution. How could he possibly be lying? However, Suner could never fathom that such an audacious and shameless individual as Zhou Chun truly existed. This was the consequence of underestimating the depths of humanity. Chapter 55, Guardian Shield. Reflecting on Zhou Qin's mention of those terrifying powerhouses, names such as the Buddha and the Monkey King, it was evident from their very titles that they were fearfully powerful. The more Sun Er pondered, the more anxious she became. She turned to the equally astonished Ling Ying and asked Ling Lao, "Do you think Zhou Chen has ulterior motives in coming to our Duki continent? Could it be that he has come to invade our entire Duki continent?" Sun Er uttered her speculation with a thunderous intensity, causing Ling Ying to break into a cold sweat. "Do you think I should report this matter to my father?" Sun Er's eyes flickered as she inquired, to which the old servant hesitated to speak further. Nevertheless, this matter was of paramount importance, potentially concerning the very existence of the Duki continent, warranting the use of that spatial jade slip. Ling Ying's words were ambiguous, yet subconsciously he agreed. He had not forgotten how Zhou Chen had severely injured him, almost to the point of death. Do not presume that the elderly bear no grudges. Ling Ying would gladly seize the opportunity to ensnare Zhou Chen once more. Upon hearing this, Sun Er began to pace back and forth, her delicate jade-like hands tightly clutching the scroll that could summon her father, Gu Yuan, a peak 9-star Do saint. Her expression was one of profound indecision. She understood that once her father, the clan leader Gu Yuan, arrived at this place, the situation would become irretrievable. If Zhou Chen were confirmed to be an outsider, regardless of whether he posed a threat to the Duki continent, the Gu clan would never let him go, for it represented boundless benefits and power. The ability to traverse time and space, along with an array of bizarre weapons and means, would serve as the perfect justification for the Gu clan to act. Moreover, it even symbolized the opportunity to ascend to the Do Emperor. Her father, Gu Yuan, had been stuck at the peak 9-star Do Saint level for an entire millennium. Sun Er was acutely aware that anyone who had the chance to break through to the Do Emperor would not let it slip away. The reason behind the destruction of the Shao clan was precisely because of that ancient jade capable of opening the Do Emperor's cave. Her initial mission upon arriving at the Shao family was to covet that jade, stained with the blood of countless sacrifices. After much contemplation, Sun Er attempted multiple times to shatter the spatial jade slip, only to repeatedly abandon the idea. For some inexplicable reason, she subconsciously refrained from contemplating the grim fate that awaited Zhou Chen if captured by the Gu clan. Although this villain had extorted her life through Ling Lao and had shamelessly teased her, every recollection filled her with a seething resentment. Yet, this hatred was not to be conflated with her current predicament. Dejectedly releasing the jade slip, Sun Er ultimately could not muster the resolve to act. Glancing at the somewhat uncertain Ling Lao, her fair neck flushed a shade of crimson as she awkwardly explained, "But Zhou Chen has healed Brother Xiao Yan's body. And he is also Brother Xiao, Yan's senior brother. I cannot bear to see Brother Xiao Yan saddened." After uttering these words, Sun Er seemed to have found justification for her actions. Yes, indeed, it is for Brother Xiao Yan, not out of sympathy for that wicked villain. Simultaneously, at the back mountain of the Xiao family, a piercing scream erupted, sending birds into a frenzy. "What did you say? You want to go to another dimension?" Tears brimmed in the eyes of the little medical fairy as she vigorously shook Zhou Chen's arm, pleadingly exclaiming, "Are you so eager to leave? What if you encounter danger?" Zhou Chen was about to explain when the little medical fairy pressed her delicate hand against his mouth, her voice choked with emotion. I know you're doing this to cure my cursed body. You're doing it for me, but I don't want to take risks. Since childhood, everyone has avoided me like the plague because of my cursed body, wishing they could kill me." With a sniffle and tears streaming down her face, the little medical fairy continued, Only you have treated me well. You have worried for me, cried for me, and now you're willing to risk yourself for my sake. I truly do not want anything to happen to you." The little medical fairy cried out passionately, completely devoid of her usual gentle composure. Zhou Chen, observing her desperate grip on his arm, smiled wryly and shook his head gently, speaking softly as a man. "Sometimes one must shoulder their responsibilities. You are my responsibility. Rest assured, I never embark on ventures without certainty. Moreover, though my power is merely at the Dome Master level, my methods are numerous. Sinner, you should be most aware of that." I don't care. The little medical fairy threw a tantrum, clinging tightly to Zhou Chen's arm, shaking it like a 3-year-old child. Zhou Chen gazed at the petulant little medical fairy and affectionately stroked her smooth, fair cheek, saying with tenderness, "In a month, your cursed body will erupt. I have no other options. The medicine sovereign can only temporarily seal your cursed body. I must go. Preparations need to begin now." With that, Zhou Chen shook off the little medical fairy's hands and headed towards the cultivation chamber designated for the clan leader of the Shao family. Within the chamber, he activated the system, eager to check his personal attributes and see how many causal points remained. Ding! Retrieval in progress. Please wait a moment. Host. Name, Zhou Chen. Profession, Dimension Traveler Race. Human Strength, Peak First Stage Causal Points, 5805. Cultivation Techniques, Burning Art, True Technique of the Azure Cloud, True Technique of Slaying Gods. True Technique of the Azure Cloud, Divine Sword Controlling Thunder Technique Equipment, Spiritual Bloodline, Slashing Soul Blade. After reviewing the remaining 5000 causal points, Zhou Chen felt a sense of satisfaction. After deducting the 3,000 points required for traversing dimensions, he could still afford 2 lottery draws. He hoped for good fortune, desiring something powerful to elevate his defense. Otherwise, relying solely on his Dome Master level strength and physical body would make survival in that perilous world, where one could obliterate planets as easily as drinking water, exceedingly difficult. There was also that troublesome, self-destructive spiritual bloodline. Perhaps it would be better to hand it over to his subordinates. He was unsure whether Kagan had arrived in Wutan City as planned. He had already dispatched someone to Qingshan Town to notify Kagan to come and collect this troublesome spiritual bloodline. Returning to his senses, Zhou Chen decisively summoned the system. System, spend 1,000 causal points to draw a second-tier item. Ding. Processing. Deducting 1,000 causal points, drawing a second-tier item. As a somewhat vague, colorful roulette continued to spin in his mind. Finally, ding. Drawn second-tier item, Guardian Spirit Defense Shield. This item originates from the world of demonic law, a high-level magic that can withstand attacks from third-tier powerhouses for 1 caloric hour. Demonic law? Is that a fantasy novel? Whatever. Zhou Chen didn't care about its origins. As long as it was useful, that was sufficient. However, what on earth was a caloric hour? Ding. A caloric hour is the standard measurement of time in the magical realm, approximately equivalent to 20 minutes in Earth Standard Time. Half a caloric hour? MMP, you ridiculous system. Chapter 56, The Bronze Saint Warrior, the Guardian Spirit Defense Shield? How magnificent. I hope it's not just for show. Zhou Chen weighed the intricately engraved black-purple scroll in his hand, a satisfied gleam in his eyes. Indeed, this thoughtful system knew he feared death. Hence, it presented him with a defensive spell right away. In high spirits, Zhou Chen was naturally not content with merely 1 draw. System, spend another 1,000 causal points to draw a second-tier item. Ding. Processing. Deducting 1,000 causal points, drawing a second-tier item. The somewhat unclear, colorful roulette continued to spin in his mind. Ding. Drawn second-tier item. Bronze Saint Garment, Virgo Saint Garment. This item originates from the world of Saint Seiya. The wearer can attain strength comparable to that of a Bronze Saint warrior and gain exclusive battle techniques of the Virgo Saint. After a prolonged silence, Zhou Chen suddenly burst into hearty laughter. Indeed, I am the protagonist, the destined main character, a Saint Warrior. This is a Saint Warrior. The Bronze Saint Warrior, known for growing stronger with each battle, an indomitable force that refuses to be defeated. Although the Bronze Saints are the lowest tier among the Saints, their combat prowess far surpasses that of ordinary humans. Their punching speed and agility reach sonic levels, capable of tearing through the skies with their fists and cleaving the earth with their kicks, even without utilizing any energy or techniques. Their sheer physical strength allows them to unleash terrifying combat power. Nuclear radiation, plagues, viruses, toxins, and curses are challenging to affect them, for even without igniting their small universe, the faint power they emit can repel all dangers. If they were to reach the golden tier, their might would nearly rival that of 5th-tier divine beings. Regardless of whether one finds themselves amidst molten lava or at the depths of the ocean tens of thousands of meters below, as long as one ignites their small universe, they remain impervious to the fluctuations of the external environment. Although the Bronze Saints are merely second-tier warriors, their collective strength is sufficient to overpower even the Doling. Indeed, even if one possesses formidable fighting spirit, such as a Do King or even a Do Emperor, they would scarcely dare to assert victory against these bronze warriors who, endowed with divine power, grow stronger with each battle. Cautious, Zhou Chen relished this exceptional resilience. However, he abruptly realized that this armor was the Andromeda. Shouldn't he, as the destined protagonist, be bestowed with the Pegasus armor? At the very least, he ought to receive the Libra armor. Must he truly venture out clad in this pink ensemble, becoming a flamboyant figure? The mere recollection of the time he watched the Saint Seiya anime, where a character donned a pink Andromeda armor alongside 4 other bronze warriors, sent shivers down his spine. Moreover, what vexed Zhou Chen the most was that this so-called Andromeda armor would transform into the Virgo armor upon ascending to the golden tier. Virgo, Virgin, damn it. While he grumbled about the system's unreliability, he shamelessly called out, "System, where's my armor? Please wait a moment." With a clang, a bronze chest, intricately adorned with ancient Athena inscriptions and the size of a travel case, crashed to the ground, creating a noticeable dent in the cold jade floor. A bronze armor chest? Quite nostalgic indeed. Zhou Chen approached, caressing the frigid metallic surface of the bronze chest, and slowly declared, "Activate the Andromeda armor." Boom! Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted, and a radiant light blossomed from the surface of the bronze chest. Accompanied by a series of cracking sounds, the entire chest transformed into a stream of light, as if metallic components were hurriedly assembling around Zhou Chen. As the brilliance gradually faded, a pink armor materialized around him, adorned with intricate pink patterns. Though the armor appeared unremarkable, it concealed immense power, ready to unleash a torrent of pink energy. With skin rendered fair through training deep-set eyes, and cascading black hair. The starry chains of the nebula encircled him, shimmering brightly. Zhou Chun, taking advantage of the lustrous jade floor, scrutinized his appearance, realizing he resembled a girl. System. With such vast capabilities, could you perhaps modify the appearance of this armor? Even a mere paint job would suffice. System products are guaranteed to be exquisite. No returns or exchanges for any mishaps. Zhou Chun silently lamented the system's absurdity, resigning himself to this reality. After all, no one is perfect, and neither is any item. Feeling the overwhelming power coursing through his body, distinct from before, Zhou Chun experienced a jolt of exhilaration. He distinctly sensed that within his dantian, alongside the blazing energy of the burning technique, there lay a pool of pure power akin to ocean water. That was the power of the galaxy, the divine power belonging to the goddess of wisdom, the beautiful Athena. Cough. Why did Athena suddenly come to mind? Zhou Chun shook off his errant thoughts and focused, attempting to harness the small universe's cultivation method emanating from the armor. He concentrated, envisioning the cataclysmic explosion of the universe, conjuring the beautiful image of goddess Athena. Cough. Doing his thoughts again. After what seemed like an eternity, just as Zhou Chun believed he lacked the aptitude for the small universe's cultivation method, a subtle wave resonated from various points in space, gradually stirring the starry sea within his dantian. This elusive wave emanated from all corners of space, from the cold jade floor, from the furnishings in the training room, and even from Zhou Chun himself, gradually expanding outward. So, this is how it is. The so-called small universe cultivation method is fundamentally about wave-particle duality. Boom! Two clusters of starlight erupted from Zhou Chun's eyes, illuminating the space around him. He felt as if he could perceive the entirety of the universe. Burn, my small universe. Chapter 57, Andromeda, the fashionable hero. With that excessively dramatic declaration, Zhou Chun's momentum surged like a rocket, his entire being radiating an extraordinary energy wave, erupting forth like a volcanic explosion. Gazing at the nebula bracelet shimmering with starlight on his wrist, he felt a formidable force coursing through his hands. His fair and slender palms rose high, and in the next moment, like a meteor, they crashed down. Nebulous storm. Rumble. The ground trembled as if the entire training room had been struck by an earthquake of magnitude 8, sending countless items crashing to the floor in a cacophony of noise. Zhou Chun's fist struck the ground, fracturing it in layers, the previously solid cold jade surface tearing apart like a spider's web. Simultaneously, a wave of starlit blue energy surged forth, rapidly expanding outward. The once enclosed training room was swiftly obliterated, the walls collapsing under the immense pressure, leaving only a few supporting pillars intact. After a prolonged silence, everything returned to tranquility. The training room was no more. Truly, the power of the armor is formidable. Zhou Chun surveyed the chaos around him, inwardly marveling. Moreover, he could sense that he was currently only able to unleash a mere 30% of the armor's potential. Even this fraction of its power was already comparable to a second-tier doling. Should he manage to wield the Andromeda armor's full strength, he could likely confront a Dou king capable of manipulating energy and soaring through the skies. Indeed, as expected, system products are guaranteed to be exquisite. System. Display the attributes of the Andromeda armor. Please hold on while retrieving data. Soon, a three-dimensional schematic and attribute data of the Andromeda armor appeared in Zhou Chun's mind. Andromeda armor. Value. 8,000 causal points. Category. Armor forged by Athena. Tier. Second tier. Techniques. Nebula chains. Concentrate small universe energy into the chains to strike opponents. A precursor to Nebula Storm. It envelopes the enemy in soft energy streams. Upon any movement from the enemy, it instantly transforms into a Nebula Storm, unleashing terrifying assaults. Nebula Storm. The ultimate technique of the Andromeda, rapidly intensifying the nebula's winds to generate a ferocious storm capable of tearing opponents apart. Thunderous waves. Nebula chains strike the opponent along lightning-like paths, ignoring spatial distances. Ignoring spatial distances? Truly, this is the equipment of the Five Little Warriors. Zhou Chun silently praised the system. This ability already hinted at the might of a Dou King or Dou Zong. It is crucial to note that Dou Zong is a fourth-tier warrior. However, this is merely the specialty of the Andromeda. It does not imply that all bronze saints possess such strength. It is no exaggeration to say that, in the world of Dou, a Dou Zong could easily eliminate a so-called bronze saint with a single spatial lock. Just as Zhou Chun was examining the attributes of the Andromeda armor, a sound of air being sliced through resonated, and then the robust figure of Fei Lei appeared before him. Master, are you all right? Fei Lei knelt on one knee, his demeanor reverent. He had been practicing the Thunder Law when he suddenly sensed a disturbance in the training room and rushed over. Zhou Chun looked at the loyal Fei Lei and smiled, slowly responding, I am fine, just practicing a technique. That's good to hear. I shall take my leave then. Fei Lei bowed and turned to depart. However, he couldn't help but steal a glance at Zhou Chun's attire, sensing something amiss. There stood Zhou Chun, enveloped in pink armor, segmented into 5 parts: head, upper body, limbs, and waist, exuding a metallic allure, yet undeniably charming. This left Fei Lei flabbergasted. When did the master start to favor feminine attire? It was only natural that the master had always maintained a conventional preference. As this thought crossed his mind, Fei Lei felt a chill run down his spine. He quickly vanished from Zhou Qin's sight at lightning speed. Fei Lei, wait, let me explain. Zhou Qin was left bewildered, watching as Fei Lei fled in panic. Is it truly so terrifying to behold? Yet, this is merely the beginning. As the commotion escalated, more and more individuals arrived to investigate. The members of the Xiao clan maintained their decorum, refraining from openly laughing, especially with Xiao Zhan having sealed off the area to prevent outsiders from entering. However, the likes of Yao Lao, Xiao Yin, Sun Er, and the little healer, who followed closely behind, were less restrained. Xunia, in particular, could not suppress her amusement at Zhou Qin's charming appearance and approached him, playfully patting his pink armor while laughing heartily, much to the chagrin of the little healer beside her. Xiao Yin, though more reserved, could not help but inquire with a hint of curiosity, "Senior brother, is that the Saint cloth from the Saint Seiya anime?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Qin's heart soared with joy. Finally, someone recognized the value. He excitedly explained, "Behold, an authentic Saint cloth of the Virgo. Once donned, it amplifies one's strength 100-fold, powerful and invincible." Xiao Yin scratched his head, offering an awkward smile as he murmured, "Truly beautiful." Zhou Qin retorted, "Scram. Go back to where you came from." Feeling deeply insulted, Zhou Qin delivered a swift kick, sending Xiao Yin flying out of the courtyard. "Can we not maintain a decent brotherly bond? You, Xiao Yin, a time traveler, possess no sense of normal male aesthetics?" Zhou Qin glanced at the still-laughing Sun Er and the little healer, alongside the ever-curious Yao Lao, feeling utterly helpless. He could only excuse himself to make a hasty exit. Speaking of which, the loyal experiment, or rather, subordinate, Kakang, should be arriving soon. Chapter 58. Enhancing Power in the Exquisite Pavilion on the Xiao Family S Mountain. Zhou Qin sat cross-legged upon an ordinary slab of blue stone, his heart directed towards the heavens as he practiced the burning technique. A faint red flame flickered in his hands, gradually enveloping his entire being in crimson light, which ominously formed a shield reminiscent of flowing magma. The luminous barrier shifted and morphed until it ultimately manifested as an ancient battle aura robe, a clear indication of his attainment of the Battle Master realm. After a considerable duration, Zhou Qin's spirit subsided, and he opened his eyes, shimmering with red flames. "What is it? Speak," he said. Approaching quietly from a distance was Xiao Mei, clad in a delicate pink and white silk ensemble. In a soft voice, she announced, "Lord Zhou, the clan leader has asked me to inform you that your subordinate Kakang has arrived. Let him come forth," Zhou Qin replied, exhaling a sigh of relief. 5 days had passed since he had issued his command, and within that span, he had ascended to the Battle Master realm, while Kakang had only just arrived. Had it not been for his desire to leave a protective force for the little healer in Yefei, and to counterbalance the newly ascended 9-star battle spirit, Fei Lei, he would have already ventured to the new realm. With only a little over 20 days remaining before the little healer's affliction would erupt, the pressure was indeed mounting. After this lamentation, Zhou Qin caught a glimpse of Xiao Mei, who was gazing at him with fervent admiration, and he felt a rush of satisfaction. After all, Xiao Mei was a rare beauty, a coveted gem among the characters in the original narrative, akin to the elite battle masters. It was only natural for any man to experience a reaction in the presence of such beauty. However, he had to maintain a facade, especially considering Xiao Mei's overly pragmatic nature. Apart from her appearance and figure, he found little to commend. "You are Xiao Mei, are you not? I recognize you as the granddaughter of the third elder of the Xiao clan. Quite beautiful." "Indeed," Zhou Qin remarked with a sly grin, laden with implications. "You're jesting," Xiao Mei replied, attempting to suppress a smile, feigning modesty. Her tactics of coyness had proven effective over the years, and as she observed the delighted expression on Zhou Qin's face, she stepped back, sensing that her relentless pursuit of his favor was nearing success. Soon after, Kakang, with a serious demeanor and a rugged appearance, approached, clearly weary from his journey. With the strength of a battle master, he had traversed 1,000 miles in just 5 days, showcasing his unwavering loyalty and diligence. Upon reaching Zhou Qin, Kakang knelt on one knee, speaking respectfully yet somewhat gruffly. "Lord, Kakang has arrived late. Please punish me." "Not a concern. A 5-day journey over thousands of miles. Your efforts are appreciated." "What news from Qingshan town? Has the Hao family from the northeast province made any trouble?" Zhou Qin inquired as he stood, stretching his stiff muscles. "You worry too much, my lord. The Hao family not only refrained from causing us trouble, but also willingly relinquished their interests surrounding Qingshan town. After all, you're connected with the Yunlan sect. How could the Hao family dare to provoke us?" At the mention of the Yunlan sect, Kakang's face reflected reverence. In his eyes, Zhou Qin was akin to a member of the Yunlan sect, and the Hao family was nothing to be feared. After gathering his thoughts, the straightforward mercenary continued. "Furthermore, I have ordered the forces under the Xiancheng Pavilion to take the initiative, seizing several small towns that previously belonged to the Hao family, thereby expanding our influence severalfold. Observing Kakang's pride as he spoke animatedly, Zhou Chun thought to himself that sometimes simple-minded individuals enjoyed simple fortunes. During his treasure hunt in Qingshan Town, he had utilized a character card from Yun Yun, the leader of the Yunlan sect, and had disguised himself as a member of their sect, deflecting blame onto them. Yet, after all this time, the little healer and Fei Lei had already caught on, while Kakang remained blissfully unaware, believing himself genuinely connected to the Yunlan sect. It seemed that the Hao family had indeed been intimidated by Kakang's bluff. Zhou Chun sighed, choosing not to clarify Kakang's misunderstanding. Let be. Let us see what Kakang can achieve. After clearing his throat, Zhou Chun resumed his train of thought. Kakang, have you encountered Fei Lei? Upon hearing this, Kakang nodded. I have met him. Fei Lei is now a 9-star battle spirit, practicing the intermediate earth-level technique, Thunder Awakening. Both his strength and skills have been augmented by me. Zhou Chun seized the moment, decisively revealing this information, and continued. The reason I enhanced Fei Lei's power was that I had no one else to rely upon. Pausing for effect, he added, soon, I shall be absent for a time. During this period, the little healer and Yafei from the Maitel family will require protection. I fear Fei Lei may struggle to manage alone, which is why I summoned you. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Kakang was instantly invigorated. Although he was somewhat blunt, he was not foolish. Otherwise, he would not have so readily attached himself to Zhou Chun. It was evident that the Lord intended to enhance his own strength as well. I understand. Thank you for your generosity, my lord. I shall ensure the safety of all the ladies. Kakang trembled with excitement, his face alight with joy. After years of hard labor as a mercenary, he finally had a chance to rise. With Fei Lei elevated to the status of a 9-star battle spirit, surely he, Kakang, as the Lord's foremost confidant, would not be far behind. Chapter 59, Dimensional Transmission. Kakang, you must understand that in this world, every gain comes at a cost. Gazing at the tall, loyal mercenary before him, Zhou Chun spoke earnestly. I can grant you rapid strength, elevating you to the battle spirit level. However, the price will be the complete dissolution of your battle energy, which will transform into a volatile energy known as spirit power. This energy is highly unstable, prone to explosive outbursts, posing a threat to life itself. Are you willing to accept this? I am willing. Kakang hesitated for a moment, but ultimately acquiesced. For a mercenary of his lowly status, becoming a battle spirit was an unparalleled opportunity, one worth any sacrifice. Moreover, his current battle master strength was far from impressive. With the expansion of the Xianshan Pavilion's influence, failing to enhance his power would leave him easily expendable by Zhou Chun. Very well, I admire your commendable courage. Seeing Kakang willingly agree, Zhou Chun chuckled softly and immediately summoned the system, preparing for the infusion of bloodline power. Would you like to activate the second-tier bloodline spirit power? This bloodline can rapidly enhance cultivation, but further advancement is necessary. Otherwise, it can only elevate to the pinnacle of the second tier. Note, this bloodline carries considerable risks. Please use it cautiously. Activated immediately, Zhou Chun decisively commanded. After all, it wasn't he who would be using it. The inherent risks could be disregarded. Host authorization for infusion is in preparation, the system responded. Infusion commencing for the indigenous humanoid life form 3 meters away. Boom! A beam of light erupted from Zhou Chun's palm, enveloping Kakang entirely. He then levitated several meters above the ground, countless tiny particles continuously streaming from the beam into Kakang's body, an astonishing spectacle. As Zhou Chun observed the miraculous operation of the system, his pupils constricted sharply, and a sense of foreboding gripped his heart. This scene seemed eerily familiar. At that moment, Kakang felt as though he were submerged in warm water. A comforting warmth enveloped him entirely. One surge of energy descended into his abdomen, while another ascended into his mind. Unbeknownst to him, he had begun to drift into a drowsy state. Moments later, Kakang gradually descended back to the ground. As Zhou Chun gazed upon him, an extraordinary feeling washed over him. Originally, Kakang possessed an ordinary appearance, a square face, 2 distinct brows, and an expression of earnest reliability. However, at that moment, Zhou Chun perceived an almost otherworldly handsomeness radiating from him. Although subtle, this sensation was undeniably present. Was this the effect of the spirit power bloodline? Observing that Kakang had fully transformed into an extraordinary bloodline, Zhou Chun inquired with curiosity, how do you feel? To what extent has your power increased? Kakang, somewhat disoriented, examined his newly powerful hands, feeling the immense energy coursing through him, so vastly different from his usual fighting spirit. He remained in a daze for a considerable time before finally realizing someone was questioning him. Noticing Zhou Chun's furrowed brow and evident dissatisfaction, Kakang hurriedly knelt on one knee, panic evident in his voice. I lost focus for a moment. Please punish me, my lord. Zhou Chun raised an eyebrow, remaining silent. Kakang's demeanor had become somewhat arrogant. It seemed necessary to remind him that the power he had received could just as easily be taken away. Zhou Chun's prolonged silence created immense psychological pressure on Kakang, causing beads of sweat to form on his brow as his teeth chattered. I acknowledge my wrongdoing. Please punish me, my lord. After a long while, the oppressive silence became unbearable for Ka Gang. It's nothing, Zhou Chun finally said. I asked how you feel. To what extent has your power increased? Answer me. Upon hearing Zhou Chen's words, Ka Gang felt a wave of relief and promptly replied respectfully. I have broken through to the doling stage, approximately at the 2 or 3 star level. After Zhou Chen's admonishment, Ka Gang no longer exhibited any arrogance or disrespect. Moreover, he sensed that his strength was still on the rise. Zhou Chen nodded. This was as it should be. The second-tier spirit power bloodline could continuously enhance the user's strength until it reached the peak limit of the bloodline. Thus, Ka Gang could steadily ascend to the 9-star doling stage. However, without Zhou Chen's assistance in advancing his bloodline, his journey would have stagnated there for a lifetime. Waving his hand, Zhou Chen casually remarked, Thank you, my lord. Ka Gang sighed with relief, realizing that his lord had forgiven him. By the way, here's a sword for you to try. See if you can unlock its true power. Zhou Chen tossed the previously acquired Zampa Kudo to Ka Gang, then waited quietly for the outcome. Perhaps, with the spirit power bloodline, Ka Gang could unleash the true potential of this blade. As Ka Gang grasped the cold, black long sword, he suddenly felt a ripple of spirit power surge through him. The surface of the black blade began to emanate a faint milky glow. Observing this, Zhou Chen nodded and added, This sword is called Zampa Kudo. Its shape, state, and abilities are crafted from the very essence of the user's soul. After a brief pause, Zhou Chen continued, To wield this sword's true power, the user must know its name, its true name, through a mental dialogue with it. Upon hearing this, Ka Gang, without skepticism, released his defenses and concentrated on sensing the soul of the Zampa Kudo, striving to discern its true name. After a long while, aside from a slight tremor of the blade, there was no further response. It seems you need more time, Zhou Chen observed, not reclaiming the sword. The fact that Ka Gang could make the blade radiate was already a remarkable achievement. After all, this was a sword from the world of death, distinct from the laws of fighting spirit and magic. Perhaps, with patience, unexpected results would emerge. Ka Gang, I entrust you with the safety of Xiao Yixian and the others. I shall return in a month. Inform them that I will not be visiting, to avoid unnecessary emotional turmoil. Zhou Chen sighed, deciding to head to a new realm immediately. If he encountered Xiao Yixian again, amidst tears and sorrow, he would undoubtedly squander precious time. The countdown to the eruption of the cursed body had only 25 days remaining. System, initiate the transfer. Zhou Chen resolutely commanded in his mind. Ding! Request for dimensional transfer is being processed. Deducting 3,000 causality points. Please hold on. Ding! Connecting to the dimensional barrier. Dimensional barrier successfully breached. Commencing transfer. As soon as the words left his lips, a brilliant sphere of light coalesced, radiating with the intensity of the sun. Then, a beam of light descended from the heavens. Ka Gang stared in astonishment as, upon regaining his senses, he found only an ancient, intricately patterned imprint remaining on the ground where Zhou Chen had stood. Chapter 60. The issues in the Dragon Ball world amidst the vast cosmos. The diamond-like Milky Way cascaded like a mighty river, stars shimmering and twinkling, with countless celestial bodies adorning the night sky, ceaselessly radiating their brilliant light. On the outskirts of the Milky Way, a blue planet in the northern galaxy shone with transcendent brilliance. After a flash of light, a figure appeared suspended in midair. The moment Zhou Chen was transported, he felt a darkness envelop him, instantly entering a state of weightlessness, half asleep and half awake. However, this state did not last long. In the blink of an eye, he regained freedom of movement. Yet, the rushing wind and the sensation of falling informed him that he was seemingly suspended in midair. System. MMP. The remainder of the words were undoubtedly swallowed by the high-velocity airflow rushing into his mouth. Under the laws of gravity, Zhou Chen plummeted at an acceleration of 9.8 meters per second and quickly shouted in his mind, Andromeda St. Cloth, activate. Boom! A surge of energy erupted. A radiant glow began to emanate from Zhou Chen's body. Accompanied by the sound of metal grinding, a pink stream of light enveloped him, as if metallic components were rapidly assembling around him. As the brilliance gradually faded, pink armor materialized around Zhou Chen, adorned with intricate pink designs. The armor was segmented into 5 parts: helmet, breastplate, arm guards, and leg armor, resembling a deity descending from myth. With a thunderous crash, Zhou Chen's figure plummeted like a meteorite, crashing into the riverbank below. The ground within a radius of several miles shattered, dirt and sand soaring dozens of meters into the air as a massive shockwave spread outward, creating a crater with a diameter of 100 meters. Coughing amidst the swirling dust, a figure emerged, radiating immense pressure that spread outward. The previously curious birds and insects immediately took flight, sensing something amiss. Breathing in the overly rich elemental energy in the air and feeling the somewhat low gravity surrounding him, Zhou Chen pondered, sensing the peculiarities of this realm. He resolved to take matters into his own hands and test the strength of this dimension. With a casual gesture, He unleashed a specialized energy attack of the Saint Seiya, as an enormous wave of energy suddenly converged, forming a funnel of elemental energy within a 10-kilometer radius, violently compressing towards Zhou Chun. Startled by the frenzied accumulation of energy, Zhou Chun hastily hurled the uncontrollable force into the distance, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. A blinding flash comparable to an atomic detonation illuminated the sky, as a mushroom cloud, towering to a height of 100 meters, ascended majestically. Subsequently, within a radius of several kilometers, a violent shockwave emanated from the epicenter of the energy explosion, sweeping away everything in its path. Hills were razed to the ground. Rivers evaporated, and all life caught in the shockwave's fury, save for Zhou Chun, vanished without a trace. Faced with such a formidable onslaught, Zhou Chun had no choice but to activate his nebula defense, barely managing to withstand the sheer might of his unleashed attack. The magnitude of this power was utterly astounding. Zhou Chun found himself utterly dumbfounded. In the world of Do Pa Tsang Xiong, a nebula storm could only obliterate a single dwelling. Yet in this realm of Dragon Ball, it was akin to a miniature nuclear weapon. The potency had escalated by no less than 100-fold. Indeed, it had expanded over 10,000 times. The vitality of this world was overwhelmingly abundant. Zhou Chun felt the energy enveloping his body, akin to luxuriating in a vast ocean, far exceeding that of the Dochi world by several magnitudes. It was evident that something was amiss. No wonder in the anime, even the most unassuming beings could sink continents and annihilate planets. This was the underlying reason. Zhou Chun shook his head with a wry smile. He had thought that upon arriving in this Dragon Ball dimension, he would have to tread carefully. Yet it appeared that it was not merely the strength of this world's champions that was formidable, but rather the copiousness of energy, or perhaps the remarkably low restraint of the Dragon Ball universe. This was simply a validation of theory. Anyone who has undergone 9 years of compulsory education should understand that the energy in this world is conserved. As the term suggests, the total energy within any universe is fixed. If a character becomes excessively powerful, their individual absorption of energy would diminish the portion of power they belong to. In other words, the Dragon Ball universe has likely been drained of a significant amount of cosmic energy by a cadre of terrifyingly powerful beings. Hence, the universe itself can no longer restrain the chaos wrought by individual titans. Reflecting on the later emergence of figures such as the god of destruction Beerus, the Whis Clan, and the Omni King, it becomes apparent that the issues of this universe are inextricably linked to them. No wonder that god of destruction Beerus can obliterate half the universe with a mere snap of his fingers. The universe's energy is nearly depleted by them. It is no surprise that a congenital heart disease could fell the Super Saiyan Goku. In any other world, such a ridiculous scenario would be unfathomable. Have you ever witnessed a star-destroying powerhouse succumb to heart disease? This is not a jest. The universe itself is in disarray. Those so-called star-destroying powerhouses are, in truth, somewhat inflated in their prowess. Of course, Zhou Chun would undoubtedly be unable to contend with them. A single breath from a Super Saiyan could leave him gravely injured. This situation resembles the realms of Jation and Perfect World, where similarly, the excess absorption of energy by powerful beings has rendered the celestial domains excessively fragile, allowing a mere clash among a few celestial kings to shatter their world into countless fragments. Alas, what a miscalculation. Had he known, he would have smuggled over the soul of Yao Lao. After all, he could easily conceal it in his spatial ring. Chapter 61. The key to finding the Dragon Balls. Zhou Chun, slightly vexed, rubbed his forehead. He had thought that, even with Yao Lao's soul restored to the pinnacle of Do Huang, nearing Do Zong's strength, he would be insignificant in this world. Yet, it now seemed that Yao Lao alone could potentially contend against the first form of Frisia, whose battle power reached 530,000 and could obliterate planets. However, to challenge a Super Saiyan with a battle power of 12 million would be tantamount to courting disaster. Sighing, Zhou Chun had no time for regret and resolutely began his mission. His primary objective in the Dragon Ball world was to gather all 7 Dragon Balls and wish for the cure to Shao Yixin's cursed poison body. Undoubtedly, given that the Dragon Balls can be summoned once a year, they serve as a reusable strategic asset, potentially used for immortality, enhancing power, or even resurrection. It was clear that Zhou Chun had begun to treat the Dragon Balls as his personal possessions. With his goal set, it was now merely a matter of time. System. How is the time flow calculated between the Dochi world and the Dragon Ball world? Zhou Chun recalled that in the Dochi world, there were only 25 days remaining until Shao Yixin's cursed poison body would erupt, causing him great concern. Is the time ratio between the Dragon Ball world and the Dochi world 3:1? That means there are still over 70 days left. Indeed, the restraint of the Dragon Ball universe was exceedingly fragile. The weaker the inherent restraint of the universe, the faster the passage of time. Naturally, if we consider the pinnacle of power, the gods of destruction and the Omni King in the Dragon Ball world likely exceed even the Do Emperor. Zhou Chun felt a sense of relief. With over 70 days remaining, there was still hope. The immediate challenge was how to swiftly locate the Dragon Balls. Recalling his plans from a few days prior, a smile crept across Zhou Chen's face. The crux of the plan lay in the Dragon Ball radar. Now the question arose. Who possessed the Dragon Ball radar? Instantly, a charming figure flashed through Zhou Chen's mind. The inventor of the Dragon Ball radar, Miss Bulma. Your Prince Charming has arrived. Earth, West City. West City is one of the most bustling global metropolises in the Dragon Ball universe, its technological advancements far surpassing those of other regions, even housing the central government of the World Federation. At this moment, Zhou Chun, cloaked in a black robe, traversed through the primal forest, which lay several dozen kilometers from West City, concealing his pink fairy seed armor, while admiring the azure sky and the lush scenery of the woods. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled spots of light upon the ground. Zhou Chun soared through the verdant jungle, the rustling of branches startling small creatures, causing them to scatter in fright. Almost there, Zhou Chun wiped the sweat from his brow, meticulously examining the map he had procured from Small Town, which indicated that West City was now within reach. I must quicken my pace, he murmured. Suddenly, his figure blurred, and a resounding sonic boom echoed as he shot toward West City like a bolt of lightning. As he approached West City, Zhou Chun, draped in his black cloak, found himself intrigued by the sights of this alternate Earth. The entire city was adorned with a myriad of bizarre, ultra-modern structures and elevated train tracks. Abstract overpasses crisscrossed above, while hovering jet cars zipped by. Some pedestrians casually discarded capsules that rapidly transformed into houses, hovering vehicles, or roadside food stalls. This was undeniably a hypermodern Earth. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The most striking aspect was the pedestrians themselves. Some were pure humans, while others bore the peculiar forms of anthropomorphic creatures, such as cat-headed beings, dog-headed beings, and bull-headed beings, mingling harmoniously with pure-blooded humans, creating a bizarre tableau. At this thought, Zhou Chun suddenly recalled that the president of the Earth Federation in the Dragon Ball anime was either a cat-headed or bear-headed figure. Consequently, a cloaked human like Zhou Chun appeared relatively normal, drawing little attention. He casually approached a nearby, upscale establishment. After discreetly exchanging a few gold coins, the charming catgirl attendant provided him with the address of Bulma's residence. After all, as a prominent female character in the Dragon Ball series, there was no alternative. Bulma, the daughter of Dr. Brief, the chairman of the Capsule Corporation and the world's wealthiest individual, resides in a location known to all who possess even a modicum of awareness. The opulent estate of this billionaire occupies a prime spot in the city center, sprawling across an area that could rival several large parks. The venue for birthday celebrations is none other than a chartered world-class luxury yacht. It is worth mentioning that all the capsule cars and capsule houses that Zhou Chun glimpsed along the roadside were products of Bulma's father's company. With the assistance of his golden coins, Zhou Chun comfortably boarded a hovering sedan and soon arrived at Dr. Brief's residence. As the home of the world's richest man, it naturally boasts an expansive area featuring dozens of independent villas, gardens that stretch over 1,000 acres, hundreds of servants, and a multitude of formidable bodyguards. However, when Zhou Chun sought to visit the Bulma family, he was promptly intercepted by these vigilant guards. "Sir, this is private property. We kindly ask you to leave," stated a bodyguard clad in dark attire, sporting sunglasses, as he regarded the elegantly dressed Zhou Chun, who wore a moon-white martial arts outfit, with a newfound respect. "Indeed, I have changed my attire. It is rather impolite to visit someone dressed in garments that resemble women's clothing," Zhou Chun replied with a smile, maintaining a friendly demeanor. "I understand. I am here to pay a visit to Dr. Brief," he continued. Seeing the bodyguard's amiable disposition, Zhou Chun remained cordial. "Do you have an appointment?" The head bodyguard inquired, somewhat taken aback yet still gentle in his approach. Despite having never encountered the striking young man before, years of etiquette training and his honed martial arts instincts informed him that this young gentleman was likely not someone to be trifled with. Zhou Chun scrutinized the bodyguard with interest, not merely due to his perceptiveness, but because he sensed a subtle yet potent energy emanating from within the guard, an essence distinct from martial energy in a small universe, pure yet chaotic. "You're a martial artist, are you not?" Zhou Chun inquired, countering the bodyguard's question. "How do you know? Are you also a martial artist?" The head bodyguard replied, his surprise evident. He had served Dr. Brief for many years, and apart from the doctor himself, no one had ever recognized him as a participant in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Could this young gentleman also be a martial artist? Yet, he exhibited no signs of martial energy. Observing the bodyguard's bewilderment, Zhou Chun decided to employ a ruse. "Do you know Master Roshi?" "Of course. He is the legendary god of martial arts. Are you perhaps a disciple of Master Roshi?" The bodyguard exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. "Not quite," Zhou Chun replied nonchalantly. "I am the disciple of Master Matedo, who sealed King Piccolo." "Have you heard of him? King Piccolo? Master Matedo? They seem to be figures from centuries past," the head bodyguard remarked, a look of newfound understanding crossing his face. To him, King Piccolo was merely a fictitious monster his mother had frightened him with in childhood, while Master Matedo and Master Roshi were far more renowned. Yet, he soon found himself puzzled again, What connection could there be between Master Mateto and the young man before him? Seeing the bodyguard's confusion, Zhou Chun decided to amplify his claims. Master Mateto is my disciple, while Master Rashi is my grand disciple. What? The head bodyguard's demeanor shifted dramatically, a look of hostility replacing his initial surprise. Sir, such statements are an affront to the god of martial arts and to all martial artists. I implore you to retract your words. The bodyguard's seriousness was palpable, his body language radiating strong animosity. Do you not believe me? Do you see the moon in the sky? Zhou Chun pointed toward the luminous orb in the night sky, expressing a hint of regret. The head bodyguard, now visibly exasperated by the young man's theatrics, promptly summoned a battalion of armed guards through his earpiece, preparing to expel this seemingly delusional youth. Zhou Chun surveyed the foolishness before him and sighed. My power is sufficient to serve as a teacher to the earth god residing in that tower. Do you not believe me? A sly smile crept across Zhou Chun's lips as he summoned the Saint of Andromeda, whispering, then I must apologize. With that, Zhou Chun, draped in his pink battle attire, leaped into the air, unleashing a beam of energy aimed at the sky. Allow me to demonstrate what it truly means to be the god of martial arts. As his words echoed, an endless cascade of starry brilliance and the essence of the cosmos converged upon Zhou Chun, who ascended to several thousand meters above the ground. In the stratosphere, Zhou Chun gazed at the enlarging moon and murmured, from this day forth, you shall have no moon. In the original plot of Dragon Ball, Master Rashi, with a power level exceeding 100, could effortlessly obliterate the moon with a Kamehameha wave. It was absurd to think that Zhou Chun, clad in his battle attire and possessing greater strength, could not do the same. Star cloud storm, thunder crash wave. Zhou Chun, nearly bursting with the gathered energy, spread his arms wide and forcefully propelled a massive energy beam, over 100 meters in diameter, toward the moon. As the energy beam traveled, it absorbed the essence of the cosmos, expanding until it shrouded the entire moon. Boom! The colossal energy beam collided with the lunar surface, and in an instant, the moon was perforated like a candied hawthorn. Crack! Cracks began to emerge on the moon's surface, rapidly expanding and crisscrossing for miles, until finally, it exploded into fragments. The moon was no more. The bodyguards on the ground stared in disbelief. Had that young man truly obliterated the moon? Could he genuinely be the teacher of Master Mateto? The head bodyguard, recalling his earlier audacity in doubting a true god of martial arts, felt his knees weaken as he collapsed to the ground. The other bodyguards quickly followed suit, kneeling and bowing in fervent supplication, seeking forgiveness from this genuine deity of martial arts. At that moment, the entire West City erupted in excitement. Zhou Chun's declaration, carried forth by the energy of the cosmos, reverberated throughout the city, and nearly all of its inhabitants heard the proclamation of the one who claimed he would obliterate the moon and soared thousands of meters into the sky. He had indeed accomplished it. The moon was gone. This was the power of a divine being. In that instant, countless witnesses in West City regarded Zhou Chun as a deity, bowing and prostrating themselves before him. Zhou Chun, somewhat bewildered, received a notification from the system. Ding. The host has destroyed the moon in the Dragon Ball world prior to Master Rashi's ascension, altering the timeline. Reward: 1,000 causality points. Zhou Chun slowly descended to the ground, the metallic armor producing a crisp sound as it scraped against the surface. Observing the quaking bodyguards before him, Zhou Chun shook his head. Humanity always bows before power. However, Zhou Chun, relish this sensation. Come at me if you dare. Approaching the trembling head bodyguard, Zhou Chun gently inquired, what is your name? My lord, no, divine one. Please call me Jappa, the head bodyguard stammered, repeatedly bowing, his heart racing with disbelief. Who would have imagined that the young man he had dismissed as a delusional fool could truly be a god of martial arts capable of destroying the moon? Do not worry, I'm not so petty. Zhou Chun lifted his hands, an invisible force raising Jappa to his feet. Patting Jappa's shoulder, he spoke kindly, do not be anxious. I'm not a monster that devours people. Now, please take me to see Dr. Brief, and also summon his daughter, Bulma. Yes, divine one. I shall attend to it at once. Jappa, possessing a keen sense of propriety, personally guided Zhou Chun to the residence of Dr. Briefs, also dispatching someone to summon Miss Bulma. He no longer dared to inquire whether Zhou Chun had made an appointment, nor was it his place to question Zhou Chun's intentions in seeking Bulma. Before long, they arrived at a two-story building with a semicircular design, from which dark smoke billowed. Zhou Chun raised an eyebrow and inquired, is this where the doctor resides? Jappa nodded vigorously and explained, this is the laboratory. The doctor typically spends his time here, developing new products. Quite the dedicated professional. Taking a step forward, Zhou Chun pressed the doorbell. He held a deep respect for such technological talent. With a click, the door swung open, revealing the doctor, who was smeared with various mysterious stains from his experiments. Upon seeing Zhou Chun, the doctor was momentarily taken aback by the striking youth before him, who bore a resemblance to his daughter, Bulma. He queried, young man, how did you gain entry? After glancing at Jappa, the doctor, slightly displeased, remarked, Did I not specify that guests without appointments must wait until I finish my experiments to enter? Kappa, immediately drenched in sweat, feared that the doctor might inadvertently offend this divine individual. He quickly interjected, "Doctor, do not be fooled by his youth. He is the teacher of the martial arts god, Master Wu Tai, from 300 years ago, a true immortal." Kappa then leaned closer to the doctor and whispered urgently, "Doctor, did you see the moon in the sky?" The doctor looked up in surprise, realizing that there was in fact no moon tonight. Just moments ago, it had been obliterated by this divine being. "You must believe me. It is imperative that you show utmost respect to the divine gentleman. I am certain that soon, someone from the government will notify you." Kappa's expression was grave as he cautioned. Given the magnitude of the moon's destruction, it was only a matter of time before officials would approach the world's wealthiest man, Dr. Briefs. The doctor regarded the smiling Zhou Chun with a mixture of skepticism and intrigue, preparing to engage in some flattering dialogue. For one does not ascend to the pinnacle of wealth without possessing more than mere scientific prowess. At that moment, the ringing of the doctor's phone interrupted, and after answering, his expression shifted dramatically. He hastily hung up and approached Zhou Chun, bewildered, and said, "Divine gentleman, I am deeply sorry if my actions have incited your wrath, resulting in the destruction of the moon. Not at all. It was I who acted impulsively, obliterating the moon that has illuminated your world for millennia. I am the one who feels a sense of remorse," Zhou Chun replied, exhibiting no resentment towards the doctor. After all, he was not only a leading scientist, but also the father of Bulma, the ingenious inventor from Dragon Ball. Truth be told, Zhou Chun had long harbored doubts about how such an unremarkable-looking doctor could have produced such a stunning daughter. Perhaps there was something he had overlooked. "Thank you for your understanding," the doctor said, rubbing his hands together with an awkward smile. "Might I inquire what brings you here, and how I may be of service to you?" Zhou Chun pondered for a moment, then shyly asked, "How old is your daughter?" "Pardon?" The doctor was momentarily dumbfounded by Zhou Chun's brazen inquiry. Was he plotting to pursue his daughter? Meanwhile, Kappa appeared utterly petrified. "Did you destroy the moon to facilitate your abduction of a maiden?" Amidst the misunderstanding faced by the two, even Zhou Chun, who boasted a thick skin, felt a twinge of discomfort. Gathering his thoughts, he quickly clarified, "I mean no offense. I merely wish for your daughter to assist me in inventing some small gadgets." "Actually, if you have something to invent, you should come to me," the doctor retorted. Skepticism etched across his face. "You would seek the aid of a mere 16-year-old girl instead of a lifetime inventor? Do you take me for a fool?" Zhou Chun sighed internally at the doctor's incredulity. Why was it that no one believed him when he spoke the truth? Just as he was about to elaborate, a cheerful and melodious voice rang out, followed by a dainty figure leaping into Zhou Chun's embrace. "Are you the Prince Charming sent by the dragon? But I haven't gathered all 7 Dragon Balls yet." Chapter 64. 2 Dragon Balls as Zhou Chun found himself ensnared by the girl, reminiscent of an octopus's embrace. He sighed in resignation. There was no escaping this predicament. He had forgotten that in the original storyline, Bulma's motivation for creating the Dragon Radar was to find a Prince Charming. After all, who could possibly fit the bill better than Zhou Chun himself? Reflecting on his own abilities, skilled in both literary and martial arts, possessing striking good looks, and commanding assets across dimensions, he considered Bulma's judgment quite astute. He observed Bulma, who sported long, light blue hair cascading down her back, her fashionable attire accentuating her lovely figure. Despite her youthful face still bearing the softness of childhood, a hint of makeup adorned her features. Yet it did little to mask her vibrancy and beauty. Clearing his throat, Zhou Chun gently set her down, liberating himself from the clutches of this brilliant beauty. Mindful of her father's presence nearby, he could not afford to appear too uncouth. Unfazed by her descent, Bulma, brimming with youthful exuberance, began firing questions like a curious kitten. "I heard it was you who destroyed the moon, handsome. Is it true you've lived for hundreds of years? Can you teach me your secrets to maintaining youthful skin? Are you in need of a girlfriend?" Bulma gazed at Zhou Chun, whose attire was as pristine as the moonlight, and whose piercing eyes sparkled with intelligence, her own heart racing. All her life, she had dreamt of finding a Prince Charming, and this powerful, dashing man before her embodied every aspect of her ideal. Meanwhile, Dr. Briefs, witnessing his daughter's infatuation, sighed in exasperation, his aged face contorting in disbelief. Had Bulma's admiration for him reached the point of self-promotion? If not for her inherited talent for invention, he might have doubted her lineage. On the other hand, Zhou Chun, looking at the adorable and smitten Bulma, found an unexpected patience and began addressing her questions one by one. "A girlfriend? Well, in this world, I do not have one," he replied earnestly. Indeed, he truly had no girlfriend in this Dragon Ball universe. As for any guilt he felt regarding the little physician, it was there, but only as a pretext to charm Bulma into helping him create the Dragon Radar, so he could gather the Dragon Balls and make his wish. Otherwise, with the little physician's affliction threatening her life, Zhou Chun would struggle to find anyone to feel guilty about. Upon hearing Zhou Chun's words, Bulma's excitement surged as she grasped his arm and asked eagerly, what do you think of Bulma? Clearing his throat, the doctor could no longer bear to witness his daughter's infatuation to such an extent that she would promote herself. He coughed awkwardly and said, "Divine gentlemen, Bulma has always been quite mischievous. I hope you will not take offense." Zhou Chun chuckled warmly, his demeanor amiable yet somewhat shameless. "How could I? A lovely young lady like Miss Bulma is someone I would cherish dearly." As he spoke, he affectionately ruffled Bulma's hair, eliciting a delighted squint from her in response. The doctor's lips twitched as he finally found it difficult to suppress his discontent, stating, "Divine gentlemen, I apologize for making you stand outside. Please, let us retire to my guest villa for further conversation." As he spoke, he set off on his own, while Zhou Chun, feeling a bit embarrassed for having irritated this father figure, followed suit. It was essential to maintain appearances. Soon, they arrived at an imposing and luxurious semicircular edifice that exuded a strong sense of technological advancement. The doctor ushered Zhou Chun and Bulma inside, while the ever-observant Gappa discreetly exited, closing the door behind him. "Sir, would you care for a drink? We have tea, lemonade, and rum." "No, thank you. I am unaccustomed to earthly beverages," Zhou Chun replied, waving his hand dismissively. In the astonished eyes of Bulma and her father, he donned an air of grandeur, fully committing to the role of a deity they believed him to be. After all, one must live up to the title of king of pretense. The doctor sighed, observing his infatuated daughter clinging to Zhou Chun like a koala. Perhaps having a martial arts deity as a son-in-law is not such a bad prospect, he mused. Noticing a sudden chill in the atmosphere, Zhou Chun took the initiative. "Dr. Briefs, Miss Bulma, have you ever heard of the Dragon Balls?" Before the doctor could respond, Bulma leaped up, eager to boast, of course. Legend has it that collecting all 7 Dragon Balls can summon the Eternal Dragon, who can grant any wish. She bent down, hands on her knees, her curiosity piqued as she gazed at Zhou Chun. "Are you also seeking the Dragon Balls to make a wish, handsome?" "Indeed, I require the assistance of the Eternal Dragon," Zhou Chun confessed candidly. "That's wonderful. Let's search for the Dragon Balls together," Bulma exclaimed, exuberantly retrieving 2 orange, orb-like spheres from her dress pocket and tossing them to Zhou Chun. "Is this a Dragon Ball?" Zhou Chun inquired, observing the red stars adorning the spheres. Realization struck him. In the original narrative, Bulma indeed possessed 2 of the Dragon Balls from the very beginning, which had inspired her quest to collect all 7 and summon the Eternal Dragon. However, he had overlooked this detail until now. At that moment, the familiar voice of the system echoed in his ears. Ding. The host has acquired 2 Dragon Balls ahead of schedule, altering the world line. Reward, 1,000 causal points. Chapter 65, The Powers of the Eternal Dragon. Causal points? Splendid. Zhou Chun mentally praised the system, recognizing its generosity. With the 2 Dragon Balls spinning in his hands, he looked at Bulma, who wore an expression that seemed to beckon compliments. "Thank you, Bulma," he said appreciatively. "No need to thank me, handsome. Is there anything else I can assist you with?" Bulma blinked her striking blue eyes, a mischievous glint in them. "Since you're eager to search for the Dragon Balls, I assume you've also invented a radar capable of locating them?" "Hey, how did you know?" Bulma murmured, pulling a blue-gray square device from another pocket in her dress. The device featured a red button and a radar scanning screen. This Dragon Ball radar is designed to detect the unique electromagnetic waves emitted by the Dragon Balls. As she pressed the button, a soft light flashed, and the radar screen displayed scanning patterns. Suddenly, it emitted a series of beeping sounds, illuminating to reveal the location of the 2 Dragon Balls. Pleased with the glowing spheres in his hands, which resonated with the radar, Zhou Chun nodded in satisfaction and praised Bulma, intending to win her favor. "It seems that gathering all 7 Dragon Balls is imminent." Bulma, hearing the compliment from the handsome figure before her, beamed with delight, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy, her entire being feeling as if it might float away. Meanwhile, Dr. Briefs, observing this, felt a mix of frustration and helplessness. After a brief moment, Bulma suddenly seemed to regain her composure, her curiosity resurfacing. "Handsome, as a deity, you can destroy the moon. Is there anything in this world that you cannot accomplish which would require a wish from the Eternal Dragon?" Bulma blinked her ocean blue eyes, awaiting Zhou Chun's response. "Gods are not omnipotent. Even the Eternal Dragon summoned by the Dragon Balls is not all-powerful," Zhou Chun scoffed. "While it may possess various miraculous abilities, such as resurrecting the dead or granting immortality, it is certainly not infallible. If it were, the Namekians who created the Dragon Balls would have long since ruled the universe, defeating the Kais and overpowering even the Omni King. How could they be reduced to the brink of extinction and be annihilated by Frisia, whose power level barely exceeded 500,000? Not to mention, the Earth's Eternal Dragon was once vanquished by King Piccolo. What sort of being is King Piccolo? I know full well that this green-skin mantis is merely a weakling with a power level of just over 300. I could dispatch him in a heartbeat while clad in my Saint Seiya armor. Are gods and the Eternal Dragon not omnipotent?" Bulma murmured, somewhat disheartened. Yet, she quickly regained her spirits, for she had already found her Prince Charming. But what could possibly be a wish that would stump a deity? As the inquisitive Bulma prepared to ask more, Zhou Chun, sensing the impending inquiry, swiftly interjected, Bulma, would you accompany me on this quest for the Dragon Balls? Upon hearing Zhou Chen's invitation, Bulma's face lit up. I would love to. When do we set off, handsome? There's no rush. We need to prepare first. And we must also consult your father, Zhou Chun replied, turning to the doctor with earnest eyes. Haha, I have no objections, but I entrust Bulma's safety to you. Great deity, the doctor said with a forced smile, bowing respectfully. Although he harbored deep reservations about his daughter being whisked away, he could not find the words to refuse. After all, the figure before him was capable of obliterating the moon. Looking at the somewhat helpless doctor, Zhou Chun smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, Bulma will be in my capable hands. The following day, after a night of preparations, Zhou Chun eagerly took Bulma by the hand, ready to embark towards the nearest signal of the Dragon Balls. Having just been roused from her cozy slumber, Bulma, her eyes still heavy with sleep, surveyed the mountain of supplies gathered before her and lazily asked, Handsome, how do you plan to transport all of this? My capsule car and capsule house cannot accommodate so much. Fear not, for I am a deity, Zhou Chun proclaimed. Raising his hand adorned with a spatial ring, and with a flick of his wrist, the towering pile of supplies vanished from sight. Having intended to bask in the awe of Bulma's astonished admiration, he was instead met with her expression of sudden realization. I see, you must have concealed the items in subspace. Do gods also utilize spatial folding technology? Bulma inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she focused on the ring glowing in Zhou Chen's hand. Ahem, caught red-handed, Zhou Chen coughed, slightly embarrassed. It was evident that she was indeed a brilliant inventor, quickly discerning his little trick. Ah, it's merely a minor spell, nothing of great significance. With a sheepish smile, he hastily redirected the conversation. No time to waste. Let us set off now. All right, Bulma agreed, nodding adorably as she pulled out a hidden metallic box, opening it to reveal a capsule. Boom! Bulma tossed the capsule to the ground, and amidst the swirling smoke, a brand new sports car emerged, taking the driver's seat. She noticed Zhou Chun still standing in place, and waved him over. Come on, get in, right? Zhou Chun swiftly maneuvered into the passenger seat, and they were off. Bulma abruptly pressed the clutch, and with a thunderous roar, the 3 rows of jet tubes on the sports car erupted with formidable thrust, vanishing like a swift arrow in the blink of an eye. Chapter 66, Deceiving Sun Wukong on the Rugged Mountain Road. A somewhat cartoonish jet car traveled at a steady pace, trailing a long, pale blue tail flame behind it. Hey, you're driving way too slowly, Bulma complained from the passenger seat, her expression filled with discontent. As a prodigious girl who could pilot an aircraft at the tender age of 3, she had never driven this slowly before. Ha ha ha, Bulma, you were just driving too fast. It's easy to flip the car, Zhou Chun retorted, maintaining a steady grip on the steering wheel, driving with a calm demeanor. For a seasoned driver like him, stability was paramount. Encountering a female driver like Bulma, who treated the vehicle like a plane, genuinely filled him with apprehension. After shamelessly learning a few driving techniques from Bulma, he bravely seized the steering wheel from her. Bulma, take out the Dragon Ball radar and see how far we are from the Dragon Balls. Zhou Chun quickly changed the subject, aware that further discussion with a woman was futile. Okay, she replied, signaling her understanding. She rummaged through the back seat and retrieved the Dragon Ball radar, fiddling with it. Beep, beep. The radar displayed a series of green lights scanning across the screen. Soon, a prompt indicated the location of the Dragon Balls. After checking the position, Bulma opened the positioning map and instructed Zhou Chun with a serious demeanor. We have 70 kilometers to go. Turn left. It seems we're headed to a place called Baozi Mountain. Baozi Mountain? Zhou Chun pondered, struggling to recall any details about it from the original storyline. Regardless of its significance, he thought, whoever stands in my way shall be vanquished. He confidently touched the ring that contained the bronze Saint Cloth. Baozi Mountain was situated within a mountainous region over 1,000 miles from West City, surrounded by steep, perilous peaks. Due to its remote location, the area was sparsely populated, and the roads were narrow and treacherous. However, Bulma's advanced jet car navigated through many hazardous spots with ease. Gradually, as time passed, a mountain range loomed closer. Suddenly, at a bend in the mountain road, a short boy appeared. Zhou Chun narrowed his eyes and slammed on the brakes. Hey kid, watch where you're walking, or you might get hurt. Zhou Chun opened the car door, stepping out with Bulma to confront the obstructive boy. Thankfully, as an experienced driver, Zhou Chun avoided adding another casualty to his record that day. Once around the bend, with no obstructions, Zhou Chun took a closer look at the boy blocking their path. The child was very small, appearing no older than 7 or 8, with a head of spiky black hair reminiscent of the Sydney Opera House. He wore a simple red training outfit and carried a long red staff on his back. Most astonishingly, he sported a tail reminiscent of a monkey. At that moment, this boy with a monkey's tail was effortlessly dragging a huge, bizarre fish many times his size. Upon seeing Zhou Chun and Bulma approaching, he displayed a look of surprise. Rui Bang Sun Wukong, Zhou Chun murmured, recognizing the familiar character before him. He recalled that the name Baozi Mountain was indeed familiar, as it was the original residence of Sun Wukong, the future Super Saiyan protagonist of Dragon Ball. Zhou Qin vaguely remembered that the four-star ball was hidden in little Wukong's home, a relic left behind by his grandfather, Sun Wukong. Who are you? A soft voice inquired as the little Wukong blinked his big, round eyes, his tail swaying behind him with a hint of wariness. What a charmingly innocent boy he was. Seeing the adorable little Wukong, Bulma reached out to pat his head, but he recoiled. Get away, monster! Wukong exclaimed, startled by Bulma's advancing figure. He quickly stepped back, unfastened the Rui Bang from his back, and assumed a defensive stance, demonstrating the martial arts moves his grandfather had taught him. Having never encountered anyone other than his grandfather before, Wukong was unfamiliar with women's appearances, and upon seeing Bulma, he mistook her for a monster. What a letdown. Bulma pouted, stepping back, thinking this child would be more understanding and charming. Zhou Chun smirked at Bulma's dismay and stepped closer to little Wukong, speaking gently. Wukong, where's your grandfather, son Wukong? You know my grandfather? Wukong asked, his eyes widening with curiosity as he regarded Zhou Chun, who had called his grandfather by name. Zhou Chun nodded, fabricating a story, of course. I am your grandfather's master. You can call me master too. A few years ago, when you were just a baby, I even held you. Really? Wukong's eyes sparkled with belief, and he lowered his staff. Of course it's true. By the way, where's your grandfather? Zhou Chun inquired. Grandfather. Wukong's expression dimmed, and he lowered his head, speaking softly. He passed away a year ago. Passed away? Zhou Chun feigned ignorance, letting out a sigh of regret. The vicissitudes of life. 300 years ago, Wu Tai Do could not withstand the passage of time, and your grandfather was no exception. Having established rapport with little Wukong, Zhou Chun pulled Bulma closer and introduced her. She is not a monster, but rather a woman, a rather troublesome creature. You should keep your distance from her. Nonsense. I'm not troublesome. Bulma protested, but Zhou Chun quickly placed a warm hand over her mouth. Troublesome, indeed, he replied. Yes. Master, I understand, Wukong said, scratching his head while observing Bulma, who was now silent and flailing her arms in protest. He nodded. You're right. Women are indeed troublesome. Haha, that is absolutely true. Zhou Chun feigned seriousness. Then couldn't he help but reveal his ulterior motives? Wukong, have you ever seen a ball like this? As he spoke, Zhou Chun retrieved a dragon ball from his ring, shaking it enticingly before little Wukong. Chapter 67. The world government, isn't this the relic my grandfather left for me? Wukong exclaimed upon seeing the dragon ball in Zhou Chun's hand. Bulma glanced skeptically at the dragon ball in Zhou Chun's possession and then at the radar displaying their location. Her excitement surged as she exclaimed, Are you saying you have another dragon ball? This ball is called a dragon ball? Wukong asked, pointing at the yellow sphere adorned with red stars. His curiosity piqued. Indeed, this is the dragon ball. Your grandfather found the four-star ball under my guidance. Zhou Chun fabricated effortlessly, knowing full well that Sun Wukong was no longer around to contest his claims. Oh, I forgot. Sun Wukong's spirit still lingers, he thought awkwardly. However, even if he encountered Sun Wukong again, he would deal with that when the time came. Wukong, your grandfather's relic is called the Dragon Ball, and there are a total of 7. If you gather them all, you can summon the Eternal Dragon to grant you one wish. Can I wish for my grandfather to come back to life? Wukong's eyes widened with hope. Of course, reviving someone is the Eternal Dragon's specialty, Zhou Chun coaxed, gently ruffling Wukong's hair. Once you gather the Dragon Balls and make a wish, they will turn to stone and scatter across the world. However, after a year, they will return, allowing you to wish again. Pausing for effect, Zhou Chun made a promise. This year, I will grant one wish for you. After a year, we will gather the Dragon Balls again and bring your grandfather back. Sound good? Alright then. But when you're searching for the Dragon Balls, you must take me with you. Wukong agreed, nodding. The prospect of his grandfather returning was enough for him to wait a year. Zhou Chun let out a sigh of relief, finally securing the cooperation of the little fellow. He glanced at Bulma, who appeared somewhat dazed, and winked, feeling a sense of triumph. Indeed, my deceiving skills have reached a level where even a genius girl can't keep up. Follow me, and I shall lead you to my grandfather's relics. Little Wukong was consumed by thoughts of resurrecting his grandfather, seemingly more eager to gather the Dragon Balls than Zhou Chun himself. Before long, they arrived at the humble abode perched atop Baozi Mountain, a quaint dwelling constructed from stone, its roof elegantly formed of wooden beams, creating a charming eave. Wukong cast aside the fish he held and pushed open the weathered wooden door, revealing to Bulma and Zhou Chun a simple yet ancient altar upon which lay the Dragon Balls. Little Wukong dashed into the room and bowed reverently before the Dragon Balls displayed on the altar. After all, this was the sole relic left by his grandfather. Bulma, unable to contain her delight, hurried forward, eager to grasp the Dragon Ball from the pedestal. However, as she reached out, Zhou Chun halted her with a serious tone. Wait until Wukong has finished paying his respects to his grandfather. Ah, understood, Bulma acknowledged, realizing her impulsive behavior, and playfully stuck out her pink tongue. Once Wukong had honored the Dragon Ball that harbored his sorrow for his grandfather, he entrusted it to Zhou Chun, earnestly stating, You must remember. We need to collect the Dragon Balls again to bring my grandfather back to life. Yes, I shall not forget, Zhou Qin nodded, offering a silent promise. In the future, the Dragon Balls would undoubtedly become a strategic asset he would frequently employ. Granting Wukong access to them once was hardly a burden. Meanwhile, Bulma could hardly contain her excitement. She snatched the Dragon Ball, and the transparent sphere vividly reflected the 4 stars. Indeed, it was the 4-star ball. Bulma exclaimed in delight. I can't believe we have gathered the 3rd Dragon Ball in just a few days. It seems collecting all 7 to summon the Eternal Dragon is quite manageable. Zhou Qin's ears continued to resonate with the system's notification. Ding. The host has acquired one of the 7 Dragon Balls ahead of time, altering the world line. Reward, 500 causal points. Ah, so a Dragon Ball is worth merely 500 causal points? Zhou Qin furrowed his brow, but soon found solace in the realization. After all, such reusable items would inevitably lack significant causal value, unless he were to destroy the Dragon Balls and slay the Eternal Dragon, which might yield greater rewards. However, that would be akin to killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Far too inefficient. It would be wiser to nurture the Eternal Dragon, making a wish annually. Having stored the 4-star ball in his dimensional pocket, Zhou Qin gazed upon the duo, one large and one small, and sighed with resignation. Bulma, we have secured the 4-star ball. Let us prepare to embark to our next destination. Yes, of course. Bulma eagerly nodded, retrieving the dragon radar to pinpoint the location of the next Dragon Ball. Take me with you. We made a pact. Little Wukong implored, his monkey tail swaying animatedly behind him. Very well, you may join us. With that, Zhou Qin tossed out a capsule, and a plume of vapor enveloped the area, revealing a sleek jet car in the courtyard. Not bothering to explain the concept of automobiles to the curious little Wukong, Zhou Qin loaded Bulma into the vehicle, then tucked Wukong into the trunk. With a press of the accelerator, they sped away. Indeed, Zhou Qin found himself increasingly enamored with driving. Meanwhile, in West City, within the heart of the world government, a standard parliamentary table was graced by 2 flags of the world government, gleaming under the lights. However, no amount of brightness could mask the grim faces of the high-ranking officials clad in dark suits gathered around the table. At the center, seated in the presidential chair of the world government, was a portly elder capman donned in a blue-striped suit, his hand clutching a thick report while the other held a hefty cigar. Esteemed colleagues, just the night before last, the moon has vanished forever from the solar system. After extensive efforts, we have confirmed this alarming news. The elder capman's finger, gripping the cigar, trembled slightly as he produced a photograph depicting a vast night sky, in which a figure radiating boundless light, clad in ancient pink armor, raised both hands toward the moon. It is he, the one who destroyed the moon, this self-proclaimed god of martial arts. I wish to hear the intelligence you have gathered, the elder capman continued, exhaling several smoke rings with a grave expression. And our future stance towards this so-called god of martial arts. With a decisive extinguishing of his cigar, the capman's furry blue fingers turned pale under the pressure. Yet the room fell into an awkward silence. It was not until the elderly capman coughed impatiently that an intelligence officer, a pure human, retrieved the document. Mr. President, according to feedback from the intelligence department, the god of martial arts, who destroyed the moon, was first sighted and last departed from Dr. Brief's villa in the heart of West City. Furthermore, according to testimonies from some of the doctor's bodyguards present at the scene, this seemingly youthful god of martial arts claims to be the disciple of Master Wu Tai, who passed away 300 years ago, and is now the master of the current god of martial arts, Master Rashi. As the intelligence officer handed the document to the Catman president, he spoke cautiously. The moment his words fell, the Catman president's expression shifted. It is important to note that Dr. Brief, as the wealthiest individual in the world, holds considerable influence on Earth. Not to mention, he is the primary political benefactor who enabled the president's rise to power. Thus, handling this matter delicately was paramount. I shall consult with Dr. Brief regarding this issue. You need not concern yourselves with it. The Catman president, feeling the prick of vulnerability, shot a fierce glare at the oblivious intelligence minister before continuing. Is there any other business? There is indeed. Another official produced a disaster report, speaking somberly. Due to the destruction of the moon, the Earth's gravitational and tidal forces have been drastically altered, resulting in tsunamis and various natural disasters across many coastal regions, leading to significant loss of life. Oh, if this is indeed the case, we must demand an explanation from this so-called god of martial arts. Otherwise, we cannot justify ourselves to the world. A golden-haired middle-aged man in a crisp military uniform stated firmly, embodying the military's disdain for the reckless actions of martial artists. Over the years, numerous martial artists have faced dire consequences due to their outrageous behavior at the hands of the military. The world government's hosting of the so-called world's #1 martial arts tournament was significantly motivated by the desire to assess the number of martial artists worldwide and devise covert countermeasures. Justification? How do you propose we explain this? Do you intend to provoke this powerful being further, after he has already destroyed the moon, only to bring about the destruction of Earth? The Catman president slammed his hand on the conference table, rising to his feet, coldly declaring, "This matter ends here. None of you shall provoke that god of martial arts. I will personally consult with Dr. Brief in the Central District. You may treat him as if he does not exist." Just as you have disregarded that troublemaker, Master Crane, and the assassin, Tao Pai Pai, in the past. Casting a glance at the military officer who had called for force, the Catman president turned on his heel and exited the conference room. Meanwhile, in a desolate desert, Zhou Chun continued his promising career as a seasoned driver. Bulma sat beside him, while little Wukong was crammed into the trunk, now accompanied by another unexpected passenger, a pig-headed creature named Oolong, known for his lewdness and shape-shifting abilities. Though he could only maintain his transformations for 5 minutes and had poor combat prowess. As they passed through a small town, Zhou Chun casually captured Oolong and stuffed him into the trunk, inadvertently earning 500 causal points. Zhou Chun lamented briefly, wishing he had eliminated the pig-headed creature earlier. Perhaps it would have yielded even more causal points. Now, with Oolong in tow, he felt it inappropriate to act against him in front of little Wukong and Bulma. According to the Dragon Radar's readings, a Dragon Ball was indeed hidden within this desert. Bulma, holding the radar, glanced at the screen and declared, "Let's make haste." Zhou Chun suddenly accelerated, taking advantage of the ample flatness of the desert. At this moment in the trunk, Oolong hesitated with a somewhat muffled voice after hearing Bulma's words. "This desert doesn't seem so easy to traverse." "Why?" Bulma inquired, puzzled. "Because there's a notorious bandit in this desert named Yamcha. It is said that he robs all travelers daring enough to pass through, and he even kills." Oolong, round and plump, squeezed in the trunk alongside little Goku, managed to speak with difficulty. "Haha, does anyone dare to rob the god of martial arts?" Bulma pointed at Zhou Chun with a hint of pride and said, "My boyfriend is a deity who can obliterate the moon. What is a desert bandit to him? Once we encounter this Yamcha, I shall reduce him to ashes." Zhou Chun smirked coldly, fully aware of Yamcha's background. In the original storyline, Yamcha, also known as Lepin, was an exceedingly handsome desert bandit who later became a disciple of Master Roshi. Most importantly, he had been Bulma's boyfriend and was eventually discarded by her due to his infidelity. A man devoid of strength yet prone to betrayal was, quite frankly, inviting his own demise. Zhou Chun was determined to end his life. For Bulma, the brilliant inventor and enchanting young woman, held significant value for him. He could not allow anyone to outpace him, especially considering the potential for substantial karmic points. For both personal and practical reasons, Yamcha must perish. Thus, Zhou Chun drove even more ostentatiously, cranking up the car's music to full volume. He intended to lure the desert bandit to his demise. Indeed, it wasn't long before a motorcycle approached, chasing after Bulma's jet car. The rider was a handsome young man with a striking face and dark hair. Yamcha, beside him floated a peculiar blue creature in midair. Chapter 69, 8 Extremes Collapse. Tot 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 tot. Following a volley of gunfire directed skyward by Yamcha, Zhou Chun brought the vehicle to a halt. Yamcha aimed his gun at Zhou Chun and his companions, laughing arrogantly. "Get out of the car immediately and hand over your valuables and women." Afterward, his gaze gleamed as he looked at Bulma. "Beautiful lady, would you be interested in getting to know me?" "Scram," Bulma retorted disdainfully, barely glancing at the dashing desert bandit. Seeing Zhou Chun, a gentleman of high caliber and divine prowess, she was entirely unfazed by someone of Yamcha's non-mainstream bandit status. "You dare to insult the great Yamcha? You are truly seeking death." Before Yamcha could respond, the blue creature floating nearby began to chatter incessantly. "How dare you?" Zhou Chun coldly mocked, raising a hand as a swirling aura of fighting spirit gathered at his fingertip, ready to send this short-sighted blue creature to its end. "Hey, aren't you poor?" Oolong exclaimed in surprise upon rolling out of the trunk with Goku. The blue creature, identified as Poir, floated in mid-air, fixing its gaze on Oolong and sneering. "So it's the one expelled for stealing from the teacher. You're still alive? Do you know him?" Zhou Chun inquired, slightly taken aback, as he had indeed forgotten many details of the original plot. Thankfully, the basic narrative remained clear. Oolong, somewhat embarrassed, lowered his head. "His name is Poir. Like me, he was a student at the Transformation Kindergarten." Transformation Kindergarten? Zhou Chun's eyes flickered. He recalled such a peculiar educational institution from the original work. It seemed the depths of the Dragon Ball world ran quite deep, even encompassing shape-shifting mages. Perhaps it would be worthwhile to gather knowledge and talent in this area. In this age, knowledge is power and talent is hope. "Hey, pretty boy, lift your head. How dare you look down on Yamcha and Poir?" The blue creature, Poir, noticing Zhou Chun deep in thought, felt its dignity slipping away and shouted without hesitation, "Are you talking to me?" Zhou Chun stared at this insufferable creature that dared to interrupt his contemplation, bemused. It had been a long time since he encountered such a reckless antagonist. Whoosh! Before Poir could finish its sentence, a sharp beam of fighting spirit pierced through its body, violently exploding within. Poir's blue form shattered like a crushed blueberry, blue blood and flesh splattering everywhere, drenching Yamcha, who stood closest to the grotesque scene. Host has slain the narrative character Poir, altering the timeline. Reward, 300 karmic points. As expected, Zhou Chun raised an eyebrow. It seemed there were plenty of monsters to slay in the Dragon Ball world. Had he not wished to recruit son Wukong and could not predict the risks of eliminating him, killing Sun Wukong would yield the greatest benefit. However, those who governed this universe, or rather, those who resided parasitically within it, might not be keen on Zhou Chun disrupting their plans. For instance, the Kaioshin, who could create planets, the Destroyer God, who could annihilate universes, and the Omni King and Grand Minister, who controlled the 12 universes of the Dragon Ball world. At the same time, as blue viscous blood and flesh approached, Bulma quickly covered her face and shut her eyes. Zhou Chun, regaining his composure, effortlessly conjured a barrier of fighting spirit to block the splattering blue matter. In this realm where the elemental energies were remarkably abundant, Zhou Chun, despite possessing only the fighting spirit strength of a fighter, could gather an amount far exceeding that of a fighter, even rivaling that of a spirit master in the Dragon Ball world. Not to mention, adorned in the bronze saint cloth of the Andromeda, Zhou Chun's power was amplified exponentially. All right, you can open your eyes now. Zhou Chun tousled Bulma's azure hair, chuckling. Did you handle it? Bulma opened her eyes, gazing curiously at the faintly glowing red barrier that had risen, pressing her hand against it. It's soft like cotton candy. Is this some sort of energy? Quite advanced. Bulma's scientific curiosity was reignited, completely disregarding the circumstances. However, this world was never devoid of nuisances, such as the enraged Yamcha before them. How dare you kill Puar? I will break your limbs and leave you to dry in the desert. Yamcha, once handsome with distinct features, now twisted in fury, spat out a mouthful of anger and began to channel all his inner energy. After years as a desert bandit, he could tell that this young man was far from ordinary, and conventional methods would likely prove futile against such a ruthless foe. Heck, kid, witness my wolf-fanged fist. Yamcha assumed a peculiar wolf-like stance and, in an instant, lunged toward Zhou Chun, who appeared unsuspecting. How? As he moved at high speed, Yamcha's wolf-fanged fist was accompanied by the sound of howling wolves, and behind him, a shadowy image of a massive black wolf faintly emerged. Yamcha mimicked a wolf's howl, roaring as he closed in on Zhou Chun in the blink of an eye. Naively, Zhou Chun's lips curled into a slight smirk as he vanished from his spot in a blur, appearing behind Yamcha faster than anyone could comprehend. Only Sun Wukong, able to perceive Zhou Chun's movements, gasped in astonishment. Is this the power of my master? In an instant, Zhou Chun reached Yamcha's back and, with a left fist infused with searing fighting spirit, struck with tremendous force. 8 Extremes Collapse. Chapter 70. A single punch to obliterate. Take this, you bastard. In the midst of the fearful gazes from Goku and his companions, Zhou Chun clenched his right fist, resembling a lion poised to pounce, and struck fiercely against Yamcha's back. With a resounding thud, Yamcha's form was sent hurtling through the air like a leaf caught in a tempest, disappearing from sight amidst the astonished stares of the onlookers. Propelled thousands of meters away by a single punch. I miscalculated the force. Perhaps I overdid it a bit, Zhou Chun admitted, slowly retracting his fist and coughing slightly, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Is he dead? Little Goku inquired, standing on tiptoe and craning his neck to peer into the distance. He is not like a cockroach. He is definitely dead, Zhou Chun replied nonchalantly. He was supremely confident in his strike, with his prowess as a dome master, combined with the underlying 8-fold energy of the advanced martial technique. The 8 Extreme Collapse. Yamcha, with a combat power barely in double digits, was doomed. Indeed, no sooner had he spoken than the system's standard electronic notification chimed decisively. Ding. Host has slain the Dragon Ball World character Yamcha, altering the timeline. Reward. 1,000 causality points. Quite valuable, Zhou Chun mused, his gaze involuntarily drifting towards little Goku and Oolong, sending a chill down their spines, prompting them to abandon any thoughts of harvesting easy gains. Just as Zhou Chun prepared to continue on his journey, Bulma's Dragon Ball radar suddenly began beeping insistently. There was a Dragon Ball nearby. Zhou Chun, hurry and find it, she exclaimed, her spirits lifted by the prospect of adventure. Previously affected by the grim scene of violence, she was now invigorated, thrilled by the idea that someone had so thoughtfully delivered a Dragon Ball into her hands. With a wave of his hand, Zhou Chun summoned the radar, which soared through the air into his grasp. The electronic screen displayed that a Dragon Ball was nestled just behind a small sand dune a few kilometers away. Most intriguingly, the Dragon Ball was in motion, appearing to retreat in the opposite direction, as if fleeing. Zhou Chun chuckled grimly. If I'm not mistaken, someone has been watching us. Given that they also possess a Dragon Ball, it seems they are likely rivals in the quest for gathering them. The observer, initially hoping to reap the benefits of their labor, had evidently been frightened away by Zhou Chun's show of strength. You think you can come and go as you please? Do you believe I, Zhou Chun, was raised on porridge? He declared, leaping into the air. Under the fragile constraints of this world, Zhou Chun soared hundreds of meters into the sky, easily spotting the 2 figures making a hasty retreat. They appeared grotesque and short-limbed, not resembling humans at all. As he shouted after them, their flight only quickened. With a flick of his wrist, Zhou Chun summoned the pink sacred armor that enveloped him. 2 exquisite, chilling chains extended from his armor, nebula chains. The sound of clashing metal echoed as the chains shot down from the sky, their speed terrifying, crossing several kilometers in an instant and closing in on the fleeing figures. The tips of the chains sparkled like stars, sharp as blades, and exuding an eerie glimmer. With a resounding crunch, the chains pierced through the two fleeing beings, binding them together as if they were skewered meat, a sight that could make one's teeth ache from the brutality. Zhou Chun, observing their bloody state, felt a pang of discomfort in his jaw. Yet, he proceeded to drag them back as if they were mere dogs. Descending gently to the ground, he left Bulma astounded by the sight. The pink armor, ancient yet exquisite, radiated power. His skin, now fair from training, his deep-set eyes, long black hair crowned, and the nebula chains shimmering around him, created an aura of brilliance. "I can't handle it. You are too handsome," Bulma exclaimed, rushing forward, her hands flailing about, her big doe eyes filled with heart-shaped sparkles. "Bulma, don't get flustered. We'll have plenty of time for that later. First, we need to deal with these two," Zhou Chun said, a hint of exasperation in his voice. "Oh, fine." Bulma pouted, but complied. With a casual flick of the chains, he sent the bound figures flying towards him. Gazing at the familiar features of the two creatures, Zhou Chun sneered, "It seems your vitality is quite resilient. Wouldn't you agree, King Pilaf?" Chapter 71. Pilaf, decisive in action. "You actually know King Pilaf?" One of the grotesque beings, resembling a ninja with a dog-ass head, shouted defiantly. "He is renowned. His name echoes far and wide." Zhou Chun paid no heed to this doomed creature, instead focusing on the other, who had been silent until now, a small, blue-skinned being wearing a round hat. Recognizing the unique appearance reminiscent of a Smurf, Zhou Chun easily recalled this pivotal character from Dragon Ball, King Pilaf. Pilaf was Goku's first true adversary in the original storyline, a scientist with remarkable inventiveness who even improved the Dragon Ball radar. In the realm of Dragon Ball, his inventive prowess was second only to Bulma and Dr. Gero of the Red Ribbon Army. However, Pilaf also dabbled in villainy, seeking the Dragon Balls to wish for dominion over the world. This absurd creature, akin to a Smurf, commanded two henchmen, one named Shu and the other Mai. Shu was the dog-headed one, while Mai, a fierce and lovely girl, was notably absent this time. Otherwise, Zhou Chun would have relished the opportunity to demonstrate his might. "Very nice. It seems this will yield a substantial amount of causality points," Zhou Chun muttered. Pilaf was worth far more than Yamcha. Having appeared since the beginning of Dragon Ball, this persistent antagonist, reminiscent of a cockroach, still harbored ambitions of collecting Dragon Balls even in the face of a Super Saiyan with combat power exceeding 1,000,000. To eliminate him would likely reward Zhou Chun handsomely with causality points. Furthermore, Pilaf had committed numerous atrocities in Dragon Ball in his quest for world domination. He had unleashed the sealed Demon King Piccolo, leading to countless deaths. Had Goku not ultimately defeated Piccolo, Earth might have been left in ruins. While Zhou Chun was a paragon of virtue, he could certainly be considered a conscientious villain. He would not spare someone like Pilaf, who harmed the innocent. Moreover, Zhou Chun's quest to gather the Dragon Balls to heal the little doctor would inevitably lead him back to the world of Do Patsangcheon, a journey that would take considerable time. Allowing Pilaf to roam free on Earth could endanger Bulma, which Zhou Chun could not allow. Eliminating threats in their infancy is the hallmark of a protagonist with a modicum of intelligence. Realizing this, Zhou Chun's gaze turned steely as he regarded Pilaf, who had been enduring pain in silence. However, upon meeting Zhou Chun's icy glare, Pilaf could no longer maintain his bravado and pleaded, "My lord, please remain calm. I am quite wealthy and can pay a ransom." "Ha!" Zhou Chun chuckled softly, and with a mere thought, the nebula chains binding Pilaf and his companions constricted suddenly, causing their bones and muscles to emit a series of cracking sounds. "My lord, please do not kill me. I can offer you the Dragon Balls," he pleaded. "I'm sorry, farewell." Before Pilaf could utter another word, Zhou Chun raised a finger, and a beam of fighting energy pierced through his skull. "Pilaf, the eternal little pest, is dead." Ding! Host has eliminated the plot character Pilaf from the Dragon Ball universe, altering the timeline. Reward: 5,000 causality points. 5,000 points? Excellent. I received only 1,000 points for obliterating the moon. It seems I truly need to seek out a few nefarious villains to rid the world of their menace. After rummaging through Pilaf's belongings, Zhou Chun eventually discovered the fourth Dragon Ball, the 6-star ball, nestled within a capsule device. Ding! Host has acquired a Dragon Ball in advance, altering the timeline. Reward: 500 causality points. What a bountiful harvest! Indeed, it is the gold belt of killing and arson. Zhou Chun smirked with a mischievous grin, sending a chill down the spines of Bulma, Goku, and the others. The still-breathing Asu, terrified, even soiled himself, a pungent odor wafting through the air. "My lord, I'm willing to serve you. Please spare my life." Faced with Zhou Chun's ruthless unpredictability, Asu felt warmth creeping up his legs and instantly cowered. "You may accompany your master to the afterlife." Zhou Chun shook his head, the sharp tips of the nebula chains quivering, and in an instant, the dog-headed Asu was pierced and slain. Ding! Host has eliminated the plot character Asu from the Dragon Ball universe, altering the timeline. Reward: 500 causality points. Ah, only a tenth of what Pilaf yielded. No wonder he was merely a lackey. Observing the grim scene before her, Bulma let out a scream. Her gaze towards Zhou Chen shifting uneasily. After all, whether it be Bulma or Goku, they are innocent youths. Why must you kill him after he has pleaded for mercy? Little Goku, out of place, stepped forward and unwittingly posed this question. Good question. Zhou Chen regarded the confused and indignant little Goku and explained. Do you know who these two are? I don't know. Little Goku shook his head earnestly. Do you have any idea how many innocents they have slain and the cruel deeds they have committed? I don't know. Little Goku continued to shake his head, his tail swaying along. Then tell me, why do murderers deserve the death penalty? Zhou Chen pressed on. Because they broke the law. No, it is because they took lives. Bulma interjected, her response swift. Correct. Pilaf has committed heinous acts and senselessly murdered the innocent. As a deity, the god of martial arts, I have sentenced him to death. Is there a problem with that? Bulma shook her head, her eyes gradually brightening as she spoke with a sense of relief. Of course not. Little Goku scratched his head, hesitating as he remarked, Grandmaster, you make a compelling point, but there are no buts. Goku, remember this. Eradicate evil thoroughly. Each time you spare a villain, countless good people may suffer as a result. A great poet once said, mercy towards enemies is cruelty towards one's own. Zhou Chen tousled Goku's spiky hair, earnestly imparting these twisted philosophies. Beside him, Bulma, already entranced by Zhou Chen's words and charm, chimed in exactly. Our handsome hero is right. Little Goku, you cannot afford to be so kind-hearted in the future. Only Oolong, understanding the situation, remained silent. All right, I will heed the Grandmaster's words. Little Goku thought carefully with his not-so-bright mind, and suddenly felt Zhou Chun's words held profound wisdom. Truly, he was the Grandmaster's Grandmaster. Chapter 72. The Flame Mountain Bulma. Is that Dragon Ball in this desert the one we seek? Having schooled little Goku, Zhou Chun idly toyed with the 6-star ball in his hand, casually inquiring. Bulma shook her head, glancing at the radar displaying the Dragon Ball's location. Her expression brightening as she replied, Not at all. There's another one to the northwest, about 80 kilometers away. Then let us set off. Zhou Chun concealed his Saint Cloth of Andromeda and once again stuffed Oolong and little Goku into the trunk. With a roar, the jet car surged into the sky. However, unbeknownst to Zhou Chun and his companions, not far behind them, a woman clad in a jacket with long black hair was holding her mouth tightly, concealing herself behind a small sand dune. She fixed her gaze on the departing vehicle, her expression twisted with hatred. She was the sole survivor of Pilaf's trio. I will make you all pay for this, she hissed, gripping the sand so tightly that blood trickled down her fingers. Zhou Chun, completely oblivious to the fact that someone was watching him, sat in the passenger seat, contemplating how to utilize the wealth of causality points he had amassed. Ding. Accessing. Please wait. Name. Zhou Chun. Occupation. Dimension Traveler Race. Human Strength. Peak Level 1. Peak Level 2 Causality Points. 10605 Techniques. Flame Technique. Azure Cloud True Technique. Slaying Gods True Technique. Azure Cloud True Sword Thunder Technique Equipment. Guardian Shield, Saint Cloth of Andromeda, over 10,000 points? Zhou Chun felt an immense joy wash over him. This Dragon Ball world seems far more accommodating than the Dopa world. It is time for a lottery draw. Just as Zhou Chun was about to invoke the system for a draw, a sudden scream pierced the air. Look, the sky is turning red over there. Bulma's shriek snapped Zhou Chun from his thoughts, causing even little Goku and Oolong, cramped in the trunk, to peek through the gaps of the sky. Zhou Chun gazed into the distant crimson glow, and indeed, as Bulma had said, the fiery clouds had stained half the sky. Beneath the burning clouds, a peculiar mountain was faintly visible, resembling a castle aflame. This place feels somewhat familiar. Reflecting on the original plot, Zhou Chun suddenly realized, isn't that the Flame Mountain of the Bull Demon King? He swiftly turned to Bulma and inquired, is the name of the land ahead called Frying Pan Mountain? Yes, is indeed Frying Pan Mountain ahead. How did you know, handsome? Bulma replied, her eyes scanning the radar's landmarks, as Zhou Chun couldn't help but feel anxious for the female driver. Ah, that is a long story. Zhou Chun smiled subtly, concocting a tale. This Frying Pan Mountain is the territory of the Bull Demon King, and the Bull Demon King is the second disciple of the Turtle Hermit. Also my grand disciple. I have heard of him, but have had little interaction. Now it seems my grand disciple is in trouble. That fiery sky must be the flames raging from the mountain. Just how intense must the fire be to scorch half the sky? Bulma, upon hearing this, gasped in disbelief. You might not know this, but this place is now called Flame Mountain. The Bull Demon King has hired numerous people to extinguish the flames, but all in vain. He even sought my help. At this moment, Oolong, unable to contain his chatter, boastfully chimed in, is the Bull Demon King blind? Would he enlist the help of a shapeshifter like you? Bulma rolled her eyes, not buying it. As the group continued their drive, they soon entered the realm of Frying Pan Mountain, now known as Flame Mountain. Upon entering, they were immediately hit by a wave of scorching heat, causing everyone except for Zhou Chun who was protected by his fighting aura, to become drenched in sweat as if they had just emerged from a steam room. "This is Flame Mountain? It's so hot," Bulma exclaimed, her face flushed, drenched in sweat, her speech stumbling as she pleaded, "Hand me your hand." As Bulma, overcome by the heat, fainted, Zhou Chun grasped her hand, gradually channeling his fighting spirit into her. Soon, a protective aura enveloped Bulma's entire body, resembling a delicate garment. This was indeed the technique of a dome master, the Duki robe. "Oh, how refreshing. Handsome sir, is this how your divine beings protect against sunburn? No wonder your skin is so fair," Bulma remarked, poking the shimmering Duki robe with her soft fingers, relishing the rare coolness. In the back of the vehicle, the overheated Oolong and little Goku, witnessing this, were envious. Little Goku, with a hint of jealousy, asked, "Master, could you create a protective shield for me as well?" Zhou Chun turned to look at the panting little Goku, who had his tongue out from the heat, and replied sternly, "If you cannot withstand this level of heat, how can you be worthy of being my disciple? Mastering martial arts requires enduring extreme conditions and breaking through one's limits so that one can explode planets. Just like I do." "Ah, understood." Little Goku immediately drooped his head, his once erect tail now hanging low. Meanwhile, a panting Oolong shot a sidelong glance at the self-important Zhou Chun, inwardly cursing. This lecherous Zhou Chun is clearly treating Bulma differently just because she is a pretty girl. All this talk of training and perseverance is just a ruse. Chapter 73. Stand back, I'm about to show off. Before long, the flying car arrived at the foot of Frying Pan Mountain. The group disembarked and gazed up at the gigantic mountain engulfed in flames. "I wonder what the Bull Demon King looks like. Is he particularly fierce and terrifying, which is why he is called the Demon King?" Bulma mused, teasing the Bull Demon King's appearance, which seemed particularly deserving of a good beating. However, with the handsome divine being by her side, no one would dare to harm her. Indeed, the Bull Demon King was notorious far and wide. It was said that he would consume infants raw and had a penchant for robbery. "See that castle over there?" Oolong pointed towards the grand castle ahead and continued, "It is said that it is filled with treasures the Bull Demon King has stolen, which has angered the divine beings, leading to the heavenly fire that burns it." Cough, cough. "One can eat recklessly, but one must not speak recklessly. I have not commanded anyone to incinerate my disciple's castle." Zhou Chun pretended to be aloof, then turned to Bulma and reassured her, "Rest assured, all my disciples are of good character. The Bull Demon King merely appears fierce and dresses oddly, but he is not a bad person." Pausing briefly, Zhou Chun gazed at the burning castle on the mountain and said calmly, "The Dragon Ball is right here." Upon hearing this, Bulma quickly retrieved the dragon radar and pressed the button, indeed hearing a series of beeping sounds. The Dragon Ball was indeed within the castle. Bulma's face lit up with excitement. It hadn't been long, and they were about to gather 5 Dragon Balls. Suddenly, a deep, thunderous voice interrupted Bulma, causing the ground to tremble. A massive middle-aged man, clad in a metallic horn helmet and sporting a full beard, approached slowly, wielding an enormous axe. "You are my disciple, the Bull Demon King? Come, pay your respects to your master." Zhou Chun beckoned to the Bull Demon King with interest. "What did you say? Seeking death?" The Bull Demon King glared down at Zhou Chun, his towering figure casting a shadow over the seemingly youthful boy, filled with rage. Had it not been for his improved temperament after becoming a disciple of the Turtle Hermit, he would have cleaved Zhou Chun in two with a single swing. Disrespecting one's elders deserves punishment. A cold glint flashed in Zhou Chun's eyes, and before the Bull Demon King could react, he unleashed a punch from afar, creating a ripple in the air. The Bull Demon King was sent flying several meters, crashing against the mountainside. "Bad guy, don't hit my daddy." A clear, fragile voice rang out as a little girl, wearing a metal helmet shaped like a rooster comb, bounced out from a pile of rocks. With her eyes closed, she suddenly launched a pink laser beam from her helmet towards Zhou Chun. Bang! The laser collided with Zhou Chun's hastily erected Duki barrier, sizzling and emitting a plume of smoke. Zhou Chun broke out in a cold sweat. Thankfully, he had reacted quickly, or he would have met his demise at the hands of this little girl. Observing that her laser had been blocked, the little girl hurried to her father, the Bull Demon King, who was groaning in pain. "How powerful! Who exactly are you?" The Bull Demon King struggled to stand, somewhat laboriously responding, "I've already told you. I am your master, Zhou Chun. The Turtle Hermit, Wu Qian's teacher, Teitu, is my disciple." "What? You are Tata's master? How is that possible? Wu Qian is already over 200 years old, yet you look even younger than I am." The Bull Demon King adjusted his crooked horn helmet, astonished. "Huh. Had Tata not expended so much life force sealing the Demon King Piccolo, he would likely still be alive today." Zhou Chun feigned sorrow. "Alas, I left on my cosmic travels too hastily back then. Otherwise, a being like Piccolo would have been obliterated with a single strike." Upon hearing this, the Bull Demon King began to believe. Very few knew of Teitu sealing the Demon King Piccolo. He had only learned of it by chance from the Turtle Hermit. Seeing he had temporarily convinced the Bull Demon King, Zhou Chun waved his hand and continued, "I have come to Frying Pan Mountain to seek a Dragon Ball." After a brief pause, Zhou Chen added, by the way, I had previously sent your senior brother, Sun Wukong, to find a 4-star ball. Here, this is his grandson, Sun Wukong, senior brother's grandson. The Bull Demon King followed Zhou Chun's gesture and spotted the little Goku, who was carrying the Rui Jingu Bang and swinging his monkey tail. The Rui Jingu Bang? It truly belongs to senior brother. The Bull Demon King's eyes brightened with anticipation. Wukong, where's your grandfather? Upon hearing this, little Goku lowered his head, dejectedly saying, Grandpa is dead. Senior brother is dead? The Bull Demon King's expression darkened. As the second disciple of the Turtle Hermit, he had a good relationship with senior brother Sun Wukong. Looking at the Rui Jingu Bang and little Goku, the Bull Demon King believed about 70 to 80% of Zhou Chen's story. However, he still had some doubts about this overly youthful master. Thus, the Bull Demon King cautiously remarked, originally, I should have properly welcomed you, master. But as you can see, a great fire from the Earth's core has recently ignited outside my castle and has been impossible to extinguish. I plan to borrow the rain and wind-inducing banana fan from Master Wu Tian, but he has been living overseas, so the Bull Demon King appeared simple-minded, yet concealed a sharp wit. If this young man truly was his master, he could easily extinguish the raging fire. If not, he would not fall for any deception. Observing the Bull Demon King's awkward performance, Zhou Chun bluntly stated, that fool Wu Tian has probably lost the banana fan long ago. If you summon him, he would likely flatten the entire mountain with his turtle school's Kamehameha. Realizing his ruse had been seen through, the Bull Demon King awkwardly added, the Dragon Ball you mentioned is also in my castle. If you wish to obtain it, you must first extinguish the fire outside the castle. Alas, it seems I must take action myself. Zhou Chun sighed, stretching his body, and said in a calm tone, everyone stand back. I am about to put out the fire. Chapter 74. Divine Sword Command the Thunder. Come forth. Zhou Chun gestured, summoning the celestial garment from his dimensional ring. The fairy robe transformed into a dazzling stream of light. Intricately crafted pieces clicking into place on Zhou Chun's body. As the radiance gradually faded, a pink armor emerged, adorned with intricate patterns that enveloped him. Though the armor appeared ordinary, it contained immense power, ready to unleash at any moment. Look, handsome divine being, go for it. Upon seeing Zhou Chun in the striking pink armor, Bulma's eyes widened in awe, and drool threatened to escape her lips. Goku and Oolong. Bull Demon King. Zhou Chun. Watching his grandiose display of power being undermined by Bulma's infatuation, Zhou Chun felt utterly helpless. Nevertheless, one must see things through to the end. How could he abandon his moment of grandeur? Thunder, come! With a thunderous shout, Zhou Chun instantaneously transformed. An aura of electric brilliance enveloping him, crackling and surging forth, compelling Bulma and the others, who had distanced themselves from the scene, to retreat once more. The originally pink bronze armor had astonishingly shifted to a striking hue of blue-purple lightning. Could it be that he truly was a master of martial arts? A deity of combat? The Ox King, gazing at the electrifying figure before him, was filled with disbelief. Pondering such power was beyond human capability. Yet, it was not enough. More thunder, bring it on. Crack, crack, crack. 3 colossal bolts of purple lightning, as thick as barrels, descended from the heavens, relentlessly striking Zhou Chun, who was momentarily engulfed by the blinding radiance of the thunder. Zhou Chun formed a sword gesture with his hands, silently chanting the essence of the Qingyun technique, unleashing a tidal wave of Qingyun true energy from within, which summoned even more formidable external energy. The Divine Sword Thunder controlling technique was one he had acquired long ago, and it was time to put it to use. Soon, an immense surge of thunderous energy coalesced in Zhou Chen's hands, manifesting as a divine sword forged from the very essence of lightning. At that moment, the once fiery red sky was swept into a whirlwind, transforming into a vortex. Trembling violently, the dark clouds rapidly converged, forming a vast and profound black whirlpool in the sky, crackling with electricity and howling winds. Zhou Chun, buoyed by the counterforce of the electric energy, gradually ascended into the air, standing aloft. His sacred armor now dyed in shades of purple. This purple figure, embodying the might of thunder, mirrored in the astonished eyes of little Goku and Bulma below, appeared as if a myth had returned. In the midst of the storm, Zhou Chen's gaze sparkled with an intimidating brilliance. Grasping the sword gesture, he took 7 steps in the void, the sword piercing the heavens as he murmured, in the celestial realm, transform into divine thunder. With resplendent heavenly might, I summon thee. The ancient incantation resonated through the skies, illuminating the already darkened clouds for miles around with a myriad of lightning strikes, accompanied by the rumble of thunder. It was said that where there is cloud, there is thunder, and soon, rain would follow. Zhou Chun, gripping the thunderous divine sword, refrained from unleashing its power, instead slowly directing it towards the heavens. Instantly, massive columns of lightning spread through the clouds, provoking the already teetering dark clouds to liquefy, falling as fine raindrops towards the engulfing flames of the fire mountain below. Indeed, Zhou Chun had no intention of obliterating Fire Mountain with sheer thunderous force. Such an act would be too simplistic. Moreover, he feared that excessive thunder might ruin both the mountain and the castle, though that wasn't particularly concerning, as they were not his own. The crucial point was, should he inadvertently destroy the Dragon Balls, it would pose a significant problem. He dared not gamble with fate. In the original storyline, Master Roshi had flattened Fire Mountain with his Kamehameha, without causing any harm to the Dragon Balls. Yet, this did not imply Zhou Qin's Divine Thunder would be equally harmless to them. After all, clad in sacred armor and wielding the Divine Sword Thunder controlling technique, equivalent to a celestial-level combat skill from the Dopa world, his power was unfathomable. Thus, Zhou Chun resolved to utilize the Divine Sword Thunder controlling technique to attract the dark clouds and moisture, summoning a torrential downpour sufficient to extinguish the flames. "Rain, come forth," he commanded, and with a strike of the thunder sword towards the sky, water vapor and clouds from hundreds of miles around began to converge. Colossal and dense raindrops cascading down like a heavenly river breaching its banks, flooding towards the fire mountain below. The torrential rain, flowing like rivers, clashed violently against the raging flames of Fire Mountain, consuming each other in a furious struggle. Within a brief moment, the once blazing Crimson Mountain was enveloped in thick, white steam. However, after a while, as the moisture from hundreds of miles was exhausted, the relentless rain began to dwindle, yet the flames still persisted. This caused Zhou Chun to furrow his brow, growing somewhat impatient. Water extinguishes fire, yet fire also consumes water. If the water could not quench the flames, it must be insufficient. A slight smirk graced Zhou Qin's lips. Insufficient water? Such a notion was inconceivable. Chapter 75. The Celestial's response: if the moisture within hundreds of miles was inadequate, then let it be extended to 1,000 miles. If the water on land was scarce, there was still the ocean. Zhou Chun observed the flames rising once more atop the mountain, a cold smile creeping across his face. Equipped with sacred armor, his strength had reached the pinnacle of the second tier. In the Dragon Ball world, where the suppression of origin was minimal, his power now approached that of beings with combat prowess exceeding 5,000 points. It was essential to note that the old sage residing atop Korin Tower, the Namekian Elder, whose physical manifestation was the formidable King Piccolo, possessed only a combat power of 300. Given Zhou Qin's recent feat of obliterating the moon, that old sage would undoubtedly be aware of Zhou Qin's exploits. Yet, the fact that the Namekian Elder had not dared to confront him in all this time was a testament to Zhou Qin's might. In other words, Zhou Chun was now capable of doing as he pleased on Earth. With a mere thought, Zhou Chun summoned the energies of the small universe and combat aura within him, preparing to forcibly draw upon vast water sources to extinguish the flames. Closing his eyes, he attuned himself to the vibrations of this world, sensing the moisture in the air, the rivers below, and even the ocean miles away. Today he would confront this so-called Fire Mountain. On the ground, Bulma observed Zhou Chun, suspended in the air with closed eyes, and curiously inquired, "What's the handsome guy doing?" "Perhaps he's meditating," she speculated. Summoning so much rain must have taken a toll on his strength. While I was tired from fishing, Grandpa would have me meditate with my eyes closed to regain my energy. Little Goku scratched his head, wagging his adorable little tail, seriously adding, "Yes, yes, Master is definitely meditating." The Ox King awkwardly praised, having previously doubted the authenticity of this master. Yet the fire still blazed. Oolong, gazing at the still raging flames of Frying Pan Mountain, scoffed inwardly, thinking, with such grandiose displays of thunder and rain, it was surprising the fire remained unextinguished. "Oolong, you foolish pig, if you continue to belittle our divine master, I will make you pay." Bang! Bulma kicked Oolong hard, sending him tumbling to the ground. Yet he dared not retaliate. "Look, what is that?" The little girl behind the Ox King pointed to the sky with wide, innocent eyes. Bulma and the others gazed upwards, their mouths agape in astonishment. The once grim sky had transformed into an expanse of azure, an endless sea of water. The terrifying oceanic expanse seemed to engulf the earth, blurring the line between sky and land, with no clouds or sky visible, only an unceasingly flowing blue surface. Furthermore, in the distance, an infinite amount of water vapor continued to converge towards them, as if on a pilgrimage. As he summoned all the water in the world, Bulma and the others stared, utterly shocked at the suspended ocean above. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, in a hemispherical divine temple high above the clouds, an elderly Namekian with green skin, 2 antennae, and clad in white robes, leaned on a staff, watching Zhou Chun wielding his overwhelming power to draw in millions of miles of water vapor. Cold sweat trickled down his brow, and his body trembled. "Tell me, is there anyone on this earth who can defeat such an existence?" This elder, appointed as the earth deity by the divine realm and possessing a millennium of experience, reflected upon the situation. trying to recall an event comparable to the terrifying spectacle before him, yet found none that could measure up. At his side, a stout, dark-skinned attendant wrapped in a white turban, also within the temple, spoke in his characteristically calm and mechanical tone. Baba has never seen such a powerful being. 300 years ago, King Piccolo would have been defeated with a single blow from him. Just days prior, he had obliterated the moon, and now he was disrupting the ecological balance of Earth, forcibly drawing in millions of miles of water vapor. The old sage gazed at Zhou Chun's actions from thousands of miles away, sensing only profundity, suffocation, and unparalleled might emanating from the oceanic expanse above. May he not be a harbinger of destruction. Let him take the Dragon Balls. The old sage is well aware of his own affairs. The Dragon Balls on Earth, crafted by his own hand, possess power significantly diminished compared to those from Namek, rendered little more than mere imitations. Even if he were to wish upon the Dragon Balls to eliminate Zhou Chun, it would be an impossibility, for the Eternal Dragon lacks such formidable strength. Had the Eternal Dragon truly held the capability to vanquish the mighty, he would have long since employed it to seal away the Demon King Piccolo during his reign of terror 3 centuries past, rather than entrust the task to the mortal Master Rashi, allowing him to seal Piccolo away. Pausing momentarily, the old sage, leaning on his staff, addressed Bobo beside him. That formidable being has already gathered 5 Dragon Balls. The 6th is with Master Rashi, and the 7th rests with the Fortune Teller. Master Rashi's gentle demeanor poses no concern, yet the Fortune Teller's eccentricity could provoke that powerful individual, leading to grave troubles for Earth. With a note of worry, the old sage instructed, Bobo, go to the Fortune Teller and retrieve her Dragon Ball to present to that powerful being. Our best course of action is to cultivate goodwill with him. I trust he is not entirely unreasonable. Sighing deeply, his antennae swaying with a sense of helplessness, he continued. Chapter 76, The Ocean's Wrath. In the desert, the once scorching Pan Fry Mountain, heated by the Earth's core, is now awash with a refreshing vitality. Though the desert remains parched, the pervasive humidity has begun to alter its character. The previously clear sky has vanished, replaced by an endless cascade of water. Millions of tons of fresh water or seawater, summoned from distant realms by Zhou Chen's command. In this mythic spectacle, Zhou Chen stands amidst the surging waves, striving with all his might to control the deluge capable of filling an expansive river. Bulma, take them away from the surface using your hovercar. Zhou Chen communicated to the awestruck onlookers below. Okay. Bulma snapped back to reality, tossing out a capsule and swiftly boarding the hovercar. The handsome guy is about to completely submerge this place with seawater. She beckoned to the young Goku and the Ox King, who obediently climbed aboard. In an instant, the hovercar's thrusters erupted with flames, propelling it skyward at a remarkable speed. Soaring towards the horizon. It is time to act. Zhou Chen inhaled deeply, his muscles tensing as his energy radiated like the blazing sun above. Divine Sword of Thunder. Conquer the sea. In a heartbeat, an unending torrent of seawater descended from the heavens, crashing down upon the fiery Pan Fry Mountain. Under the immense weight of billions of tons of water, the flames that had once surged were finally subdued, vanquished in the face of such overwhelming force. Boom! The ceaseless waves cascaded down, and Zhou Chen, undeterred, believed that mere fire could not rival his divine might. As water clashed with fire, countless white vapors ascended, ultimately forming a rather fearsome white mushroom cloud. Boom! The vast ocean not only enveloped the fiery mountain, but transformed the entire surrounding range into a boundless sea. Billions of tons of water pouring forth, consuming the nearby desert for miles around. The mountains lamented, the earth trembled, and the once barren desert gradually morphed into a vibrant sea, teeming with life. Look, the fire is extinguished. In the distance, high above the sky, Bulma and her companions, having heeded Zhou Chen's instructions, sat in the hovercar, marveling at his magnificent display. He's incredible. Is this truly going to be my future husband? My taste is impeccable. Bulma exclaimed, her exuberance causing the hovercar to sway, prompting concern for her safety. I've grown up. I must be as strong as my ancestors. Witnessing the monumental scene before him, young Goku clenched his fists, his chubby cheeks filled with determination as the latent Saiyan blood within him surged with fervor. Meanwhile, in West City, at the headquarters of the world government, numerous officials clad in uniforms fixated on an electronic screen, broadcasting live footage transmitted from the fiery mountain by government intelligence operatives. Mr. President, it seems you were correct, a senior official, with a head resembling that of a hippopotamus and dressed in military garb, exclaimed, his lips trembling with excitement, nearly at a loss for words. In an instant, mountains have been transformed into seas. Such power is beyond the government's capacity to contend with. This is the power of the divine. Truly, he is worthy of being called the god of martial arts, capable of obliterating the moon. Observing the miraculous feats on the screen, the old Catman president maintained a stoic expression, attempting to dismiss his worries, yet recalling his recent visit to Dr. Briefs, his heart settled somewhat. With a temperament that fluctuates, possessing immense power, yet treating mortals with kindness, showing no inclination towards excessive destruction. It appears this divine being may not be as perilous as initially feared. The old Catman president chuckled dryly, acknowledging that Dr. Briefs believed Zhou Chun posed little danger, and now he had no choice but to trust that assessment. Perhaps I have inadvertently accrued some merit. High above the Pan Fry Mountain, Zhou Chun surveyed the once barren desert now transformed into a flourishing marshland, nodding in satisfaction. Before long, this area rich in water resources will evolve into a new settlement. Host, you extinguished the flames on Pan Fry Mountain before Master Rashi, altering the world line. Reward, 1,000 causality points. That old turtle hermit certainly has a high appearance rate. Zhou Chun raised an eyebrow. I watched Dragon Ball in my childhood, and now the plot has become somewhat hazy. I vaguely remember that Pan Fry Mountain was indeed leveled by Master Rashi. Shaking his head, Zhou Chun gazed at the gradually clarifying Pan Fry Mountain and the towering stone castle still standing, feeling a swell of pride. Indeed, my skill surpasses. While that turtle hermit only knows destruction, I have preserved Pan Fry Mountain in its entirety and turned a 1,000-mile desert into an oasis. In the future, I am certain people will refer to me as a deity. God of Water has a nice ring to it. Suddenly struck by a moment of youthful exuberance, Zhou Chun burst into laughter, then an idea struck him. Perhaps, assuming the mantle of a true deity could yield significant benefits. His eyes glinted with mischief as a sly smile crept across his lips. Chapter 77. A protagonist who does not become a charlatan is certainly not a good main character weight. Perhaps I should indeed infiltrate and control this Dragon Ball world in the name of divinity. In that moment, Zhou Chun recalled historical figures like Yaij, Muge Shige, Zhang Jiao, and Hong Xiuquan, who could be considered exemplary deities. At this moment, Zhou Chun no longer saw himself as merely an individual. He was something greater. High above, Zhou Chun pondered how to become a charlatan. To do so, one must first establish miracles as a foundation. Obliterating the moon and transforming deserts into fertile lands qualifies as high-end miracles. With the foundation laid, the next step is to build a faction within this Dragon Ball world. A protagonist who does not spread their influence across the multiverse is certainly not a commendable character. Following that, as a charlatan, it is essential to create a church, train a cadre of capable charlatans to spread his gospel, and establish armed forces to control the economy and political lifeblood. Ultimately, he would monopolize faith, ignite divine fire, coalesce divine essence, and establish a divine kingdom. Cough, cough. I digress. This is the fantasy world's trope, which may not necessarily apply to this semi-science fiction, semi-high martial arts realm. Well, one must take it step by step. The first opportunity is to build a faction, starting with Dr. Briefs, Bulma's father. Zhou Chun chuckled, pondering the chaotic nature of the Dragon Ball world, where martial artists, Pilaf, the Red Ribbon Army, and various nefarious organizations proliferated endlessly. Dr. Briefs, despite being the world's wealthiest individual, would have perished long ago without formidable power and connections. Zhou Chun found it hard to believe that the Red Ribbon Army, notorious for its ambition to dominate the world and its unscrupulous methods, would show any mercy towards Dr. Briefs, a source of wealth and innovation. It was evident that a cadre of influential figures from the world government stood behind Dr. Briefs, safeguarding him. Perhaps the Cat President, from the original storyline, was among them. Securing Dr. Briefs would be tantamount to assimilating a vast consortium of interests. For Zhou Chun, who felt pressed for time, it was indeed a prudent strategy. As for whether the doctor would refuse, Zhou Chun had not entertained such a possibility. Let's not forget that Dr. Brief's only daughter, Bulma, had already been won over by Zhou Chun. Just as Zhou Chun contemplated his next move, he suddenly sensed a living being hurtling towards him. Moments latte. He heard Bulma's delightful exclamation, "I'm coming, catch me." Reacting swiftly, Zhou Chun caught Bulma as she leaped from her flying car in his arms, instantly enveloped by her fragrant warmth and the soft texture of her form. "Haha, I knew you would catch me." Bulma nestled against Zhou Chun, her cherubic face rubbing against his chest, half smitten and half mischievous, resembling an adorable emoji. With Bulma in his embrace, Zhou Chun and the group seated in the jet car gradually descended before the castle atop the mountain. Despite Zhou Chun's diligent efforts to control his strength, portions of the sturdy stone fortress crumbled under the relentless flow of water. As he stepped onto the uneven, muddy path, Zhou Chun resignedly patted Bulma's pert rear, coaxing the lovely girl, who was clinging to him like a koala, to the ground. "All right, my mischievous descendant, I have quelled the fire for you." Zhou Chun retracted his fairy cloth and turned to the still-dazed Ox King, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, ancestor. Your power is truly formidable." The Ox King, feeling somewhat awkward and unsure of what to say, stammered, "Are my Dragon Balls?" Bulma queried anxiously, her purpose for coming to Fire Mountain still fresh in her mind. "Don't fret," Zhou Chun replied with a smile, retrieving the Dragon Radar from his storage ring and tossing it to Goku. "Goku, go find the Dragon Balls." "Sure thing, ancestor." Goku exuberantly leaped dozens of meters, swiftly diving into the ruins of the collapsed castle. Soon his excited voice emerged from the debris. "Ancestor Bulma, I found it. It's the 5-star Dragon Ball. With that, Goku emerged, cradling a Dragon Ball, and handed it to Bulma. Her face lit up with joy as she accepted the 5-star ball and examined it closely. In just 7 or 8 days, Weevee already gathered 5 Dragon Balls. You're truly impressive, handsome. Bulma's eyes sparkled with pink stars, completely oblivious to her status as a brilliant inventor. Indeed, a girl in love often sees her intellect dwindle to naught. A timid voice piped up from behind the Ox King. It was his daughter, a peculiar little girl named Chi-Chi, who was making a funny face at Bulma. You! Bulma shot an indignant glare at the girl, but Chi-Chi was undeterred, returning the stare without hesitation. Observing the scene, the Ox King felt a pang of embarrassment and quickly pulled his daughter from behind him, apologizing to Bulma. Miss Bulma, this is my daughter, Chi-Chi. She is only 6 years old. Please don't take offense. I wouldn't stoop to quarreling with a little brat, Bulma huffed, turning her head in annoyance. Your daughter, Chi-Chi, is quite formidable. That laser earlier nearly hurt me, Zhou Chen remarked, admiring the adorable yet naive Chi-Chi, who was merely 4 or 5 years old. The Ox King, fearing Zhou Chun's words implied disapproval of his daughter, broke into a cold sweat. Chi-Chi is still young and often throws tantrums. Zhou Chun waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. I'm not one to hold grudges against a child. In the original narrative, Zhou Chun held a deep admiration for Chi-Chi, the fierce matriarch who could command even super science with ease. He chuckled inwardly, thinking how he would avoid such a person at all costs. The Ox King, sensing the awkwardness, forced a smile and invited Zhou Chun, ancestor. The castle's hall remains intact. May I host a banquet in your honor? Before Zhou Chun could respond, Bulma, still fuming, interjected, but handsome. Aren't you pressed for time? Let us not linger. We should head to the next Dragon Ball signal point. With that, Bulma pressed a button on the Dragon radar to locate the 6th Dragon Ball. Beep, beep. A series of urgent sounds rang out, revealing on the radar screen that aside from the 5-star Dragon Ball in Bulma's possession, another Dragon Ball signal was rapidly approaching from several dozen kilometers away. A Dragon Ball is swiftly approaching us. Bulma rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Could it be that the divine handsome figure's fame had spread far and wide, even attracting the Dragon Balls to seek him out? Chapter 78. The Divine Scheme unfolds. Zhou Chen concentrated his energy in his eyes, and from a distance of several miles, he spotted a pale yellow cloud, trailing a long tail as it sped towards them. Kintoon. Zhou Chen murmured. In the world of Dragon Balls, Kintoon is a miraculous mode of transportation that only those with pure hearts can ride. In the original story, the first to acquire Kintoon was Master Roshi, but alas, in his old age, he became rather jaded and could no longer ascend. Ultimately, he gifted Kintoon to Goku. The essence of Kintoon is a vast expanse of yellow clouds, impervious to bullets, cannonballs, and all forms of physical attack. What approached Zhou Chun was merely a fragment of Kintoon. It appeared that the visitor must be a celestial being from Korin Tower. Zhou Chen understood that his remarkable deeds had compelled the green-skinned deity stationed on Earth to negotiate with him or perhaps plead for assistance. In mere moments, a single Kintoon floated before Zhou Chun and the others. Then, a rotund figure clad in black, adorned with an Indian turban and earrings, descended from the cloud. It was the servant of the deity, Bubbles. Upon landing, he bowed deeply, addressing Zhou Chun with utmost respect. Esteemed sir, I have heard you seek the Dragon Balls to fulfill a wish. So you brought a Dragon Ball? Bulma inquired. Curiosity piqued as the radar indicated a Dragon Ball was indeed in the hands of the dark-skinned giant. Logically, Dragon Balls were rare treasures. How could someone present one so readily? This defied reason, Bulma mused. Indeed, Mississippi, I have brought the 1-star Dragon Ball. Please, accept it. Bubbles produced a 1-star ball from seemingly nowhere, cradling it in his hands as he extended it toward Zhou Chun. Host has acquired a Dragon Ball ahead of time. Altering the world line. Reward, 500 causality points. You are Bubbles, the servant of the Earth deity? Zhou Chun remarked, weighing the 1-star ball in his hand and sizing up the turban-clad figure before him, finally recognizing this character, who had been quite active in the original storyline. Yes, you know of me? Bubbles appeared somewhat bewildered, pondering if the reputation he had garnered over the years had reached beyond Earth. Of course, 300 years ago, when I was traveling through the universe, it was your trickery that led my disciple, Mutant Roshi, to exhaust his life force, using the Mafuba to seal away the Demon King Piccolo, was it not? Zhou Chun recalled vividly the deeds of those responsible for his disciple's demise. Zhou Chen's lips curled into a cold smile as he said, Not at all, my lord. Please allow Bobo to explain. Upon hearing Zhou Chen's heart-wrenching words, Bobo, who had been relatively composed, immediately broke into a cold sweat, his previously dark complexion paling in fear. This esteemed individual is actually the master of Wu Taidu? Bobo thought to himself. Having resided in the temple since the era of the first generation of immortals, he had never heard of such a formidable figure existing on Earth. His mouth became tangled with fear as he stammered. Oh my lord, the situation back then was extremely dire. King Piccolo had already slaughtered more than half of humanity on Earth. And even your disciple Wu Taidu sought us out at the temple, requesting methods to subdue Piccolo. Oh, I seem to recall that the origins of this King Piccolo are related to that Namekian in the temple, Zhou Chun remarked, his expression a blend of amusement and subtle menace, sending a shiver down Bobo's spine. Bobo wore a troubled expression, burdened with unspoken woes. Indeed, the monster known as King Piccolo was the malevolent side of an immortal. Many years ago, a Namekian arrived on Earth via spaceship to participate in the selection trials for immortals. However, due to his impure nature, he was rejected. Disheartened, he utilized the unique Namekian ability to divide himself into two, separating his good and evil sides. The good side became an immortal, while the evil side transformed into King Piccolo. Though the immortals were significantly stronger than King Piccolo, they were still vulnerable. Killing Piccolo would also lead to their demise, and using the Demon Seal Wave would drain their life force. Thus, the immortals had treated Wu Taidu as expendable, a fact Bobo was acutely aware of. Initially, he believed this plan to be flawless, but who would have anticipated that Wu Taidu had a teacher capable of obliterating moons? Bobo's mind was flooded with a torrent of exasperation. If your teacher is so powerful, why not enlist his help directly instead of coming to the sacred land of Karen? However, since events had already transpired, the best course was to salvage the situation. I hope this esteemed individual will not be angered, Bobo said, his voice tinged with anxiety. While the immortals may have acted out of self-interest, it was also for the sake of all humanity. Since you're also a native of Earth, I trust you can empathize with their plight. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun flicked the Dragon Ball on his finger and replied coolly, "It is precisely because I empathize with his predicament that I did not eradicate him at the temple. Regardless, you have contributed to the salvation of humanity and delivered the Dragon Balls. Thus, I shall not hold it against you. Thank you for your understanding." Bobo exhaled in relief, performing a deep bow. "But hold on, do not bow just yet. I have not finished speaking," Zhou Chun interjected, recalling the myriad treasures within the sacred land of Karen and the temple. He smiled enigmatically. "Once I summon the dragon and fulfill my wish, I shall pay a visit to both the sacred land and the temple." "Your welcome is most appreciated," Bobo quickly added. "Now, you already possess 6 Dragon Balls. You only require 1 more to complete the set. The 7th Dragon Ball is in the possession of Master Rashi." "Rashi? It is indeed time for me to meet my disciple, who has outlived even the tortoise," Zhou Chun mused, realizing that Master Rashi's abode also served as a treasure trove. Chapter 79. The scientific principle of the flight technique. The vast expanse of the East Sea shimmered like the clear blue sky, reflecting a silvery luster akin to satin. The brilliance of the sky and sea melded seamlessly, exuding a radiant glow. Suddenly, a dark silhouette emerged from the distant horizon, rapidly expanding. It was a pale yellow nimbus cloud. As the nimbus skimmed close to the ocean's surface, it sliced through the tranquil waters, creating a cascade of frothy white waves. Upon the nimbus, Zhou Chun floated, holding the radiant and blissful Bulma, while Goku stood firmly on the cloud, his feet securely planted upon the cotton candy-like surface, defying gravity. Zhou Chun, attuned to the flow of air, adjusted the balance of energy within him. Although it appeared as though he was merely standing atop the nimbus, he was, in fact, employing the unique levitation technique from the Dragon Ball world, utilizing the principle of reaction force. Given their less than pure hearts, Zhou Chun and Bulma were unable to simply stand on the nimbus. They had to temporarily learn the levitation technique from Bobo. As for the Ox King's daughter and Oolong, they had been left behind at Frying Pan Mountain to rebuild the castle. Indeed, this flight technique proved to be exceedingly practical. Zhou Chun nodded at Bobo and expressed, "You flatter me. For someone of your caliber, this levitation technique is merely a trick." With a serious demeanor, Bobo respectfully praised, his words carrying weight. Initially bewildered by Zhou Chun's desire to learn the flight technique, Bobo found it hard to fathom that this formidable being, capable of shattering planets and transforming deserts into seas, could not fly normally. Indeed, Zhou Chun could not fly. While clad in the same cloth, he could momentarily leap to great heights or hover briefly. But sustained flight was out of the question. Having been exposed to advanced cultivation systems like Duki, he was well aware that in the relatively low gravity of Earth, learning the levitation technique from Bobo was a walk in the park. In just a few dozen minutes atop Frying Pan Mountain, Zhou Chun grasped the essence of the flight technique. It turned out that this so-called levitation technique was fundamentally magnetic levitation technology. Being an educated young man from Earth, Zhou Chun understood that like poles repel and opposite poles attract. In essence, the levitation technique involved adjusting one's internal energy to create a magnetic field that counteracted the Earth's magnetic field, allowing one to fly. Zhou Chun's rapid learning pace reassured Bobo. Perhaps this esteemed individual had previously deemed such methods beneath him. "Bulma, are we nearly there?" Zhou Chun inquired, looking down at Bulma, who was enjoying the warmth of his embrace. Upon hearing Zhou Chun's question, Bulma yawned and lazily checked the signal on her dragon radar, replying, "We should be close." The radar indicates we're less than 10 kilometers away from the 7th Dragon Ball. "There!" Goku exclaimed, bouncing off the nimbus and pointing at an island adorned with a quaint pink cottage. "Is that it?" I see an old man with a bald head and a turtle shell. He must be Master Roshi. Following Goku's gaze, Zhou Chun and Bobo exchanged glances, and Zhou Chun, still cradling Bulma, vanished in a flash toward the island. At that moment, Master Roshi lay on a beach chair, clad in his usual pink garb and sunglasses, perusing a magazine featuring a stunning blonde on the cover. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, knocking the magazine from Master Roshi's hands and causing him to tumble awkwardly. Boom! With a thud, Zhou Chun landed heavily on the beach, creating a sizable crater. This flight technique still needs some refinement, Zhou Chun lamented, shaking his head as he set down a startled Bulma. He had intended to make a graceful, feather-light descent to impress Master Roshi, demonstrating the grandeur of a master to his disciple. Yet, his freshly learned skill had proven insufficient, resulting in a clumsy landing that felt more like a meteorite crash than a graceful flight. Cough, cough, flight technique. Are you disciples of the Crane Hermit? Master Roshi exclaimed, rolling out from the sand and staring in astonishment at the pair before him. It was noteworthy that the flight technique was the exclusive skill of his rival, the Crane Hermit, and neither he nor Wu Taidu had ever mastered it. Have you come to cause me trouble at the behest of that old crane? Observing the remarkably youthful and handsome young man before him, along with the stunning girl with azure hair, whose physique was simply captivating as she leaned against Zhou Chun. The Turtle Hermit raised his pristine white eyebrows and paused, gripping his cane. In the Turtle Hermit's perception, the young man possessed an immense reservoir of energy within him, yet the self-assured Turtle Hermit deemed it inconsequential. After all, how could a lad who seemed to be under 20 possibly rival the prowess of his own turtle school martial arts honed over centuries? As for the comely girl, she appeared devoid of any notable power. A lecherous grin instantly spread across the Turtle Hermit's face, only to be abruptly interrupted as a crimson stream of nosebleed erupted from his nostrils, splattering directly onto Zhou Chun and Bulma. Just then, Bobo, who had hurriedly arrived, was taken aback by the Turtle Hermit's audacious disrespect toward the figure who was, after all, his ancestral master. With a swift display of energy, Bobo froze the errant blood, admonishing the Turtle Hermit, who was the teacher of the illustrious Master Wu Tai, and thus, also your Grandmaster. Descending gracefully on the Nimbus cloud, Bobo spoke with a hint of exasperation. Lord Bobo, what brings you here? The Turtle Hermit immediately donned a serious demeanor, feeling somewhat uneasy. As a human who had ascended the Korin Tower and consumed the super divine water, having trained there for 3 years, the Turtle Hermit recognized the guardian of the divine temple, the servant of the gods. Bobo, you have nearly 3 centuries under your belt, yet you remain as sprightly as in your youth. Bobo sternly chastised the impetuous Turtle Hermit, then added, Wu Tian, this is your Grandmaster. Shouldn't you pay your respects? Grandmaster? The Turtle Hermit gazed incredulously at the excessively youthful Zhou Chun, nearly dropping his dentures in shock. Lord Bobo, surely you jest. Do you think Bobo would joke? Before Bobo could respond, Zhou Chun interjected, a smirk gracing his lips. Are you truly my Grandmaster? I never heard Master Wu Tai mention it. The Turtle Hermit rubbed his glossy bald head, his white beard quivering with disbelief. Have you ever heard Master Wu Tai speak of his 3 wives and 5 concubines? No. I haven't tea. Well, there you have it. Does Wu Tai need to divulge every detail, even the embarrassing ones from his childhood? Zhou Chun shrugged, dismissing the absurdity. Seeing the Turtle Hermit rendered speechless by his clever retorts, Zhou Chun pressed on, Wu Tian, I traversed the ocean to see you today, and I suddenly felt inspired. Would you like to hear my thoughts? What thoughts? The Turtle Hermit queried, increasingly perplexed. Zhou Chun chuckled and recited, the rivers flow east to the sea. Will they return westward? The young must strive, or the old shall only lament. What does that mean? Bulma asked, bewildered by the clearly archaic verse, while the Turtle Hermit, Bobo, and even little Goku awaited an explanation with keen interest. It simply implies that if one fails to cultivate diligently in their youth, they may find themselves weak and regrettable after centuries of existence, bringing disgrace upon themselves. Zhou Chun cast a pointed glance at the Turtle Hermit, whose expression darkened with indignation. Infuriated, the Turtle Hermit shouted, you little rascal, I might have tolerated your pretense of being my Grandmaster out of respect for Lord Bobo, but how dare you insult the martial arts of the Turtle School? Today, I shall teach you a lesson. Wu Tian, what do you intend to do? Bobo exclaimed, alarmed by the Turtle Hermit's sudden aggression, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. No worries. This unworthy disciple needs a firm hand of guidance, the Turtle Hermit declared. Undeterred, Zhou Chun raised a hand to halt Bobo, then beckoned to the Turtle Hermit with a mocking grin. Come, my obedient disciple, strike me. Use your Turtle School martial arts. You asked for it. The Turtle Hermit, having lived for over 2 centuries, was not one to shy away from challenge, readily accepting the duel while instructing the girl and the little monkey to step back, not wishing to harm the innocent. Not necessary. Let us take this to the sea, Zhou Chun suggested, taking to the sky with his flight technique. Come at me. From his elevated vantage point, Zhou Chun relished the sight of the Turtle Hermit, awkwardly grounded and unable to fly. How dare you question the protagonist's words? Today, I shall show you what true prowess looks like. Zhou Chun had not intended for things to escalate this way, but the turtle hermit's cunning nature made it impossible to deceive him otherwise. On the ground, the turtle hermit, incensed by Zhou Chun's taunts, assumed his fighting stance and began to execute the turtle school's signature technique. He focused intently on Zhou Chun, his hands forming the necessary gestures as a formidable energy coalesced, bathing his hands in a brilliant azure light, causing the surrounding air to shimmer and warp. Turtle School Energy Wave. The turtle hermit unleashed a powerful energy wave skyward, enveloping the island in a dazzling blue glow. The energy beam surged toward Zhou Chun, expanding as it approached, transforming into a colossal blue sphere with a diameter of several dozen meters. Guardian Shield activate. Unfazed by the approaching onslaught, Zhou Chun retrieved a pre-prepared magical scroll. Shattering it with a flick of his wrist, the scroll erupted into a burst of white light, forming a protective barrier around him. Boom! The forceful energy wave collided with the Guardian Shield, unleashing a tremendous explosion that sent a massive mushroom cloud spiraling into the sky. The turtle hermit, witnessing the spectacle, wore a smug expression. Still think you can deceive this old man? You can't even withstand a single energy wave. Turning to the ever-serious Bobo, he remarked, Lord Bobo, this lad must be gravely injured. Do you have any Sinza beans on you? You might need one shortly. Bobo stared at the turtle hermit as if he were a fool, sighed, and produced a Sinza bean, tossing it to the turtle hermit. What are you doing? Because you'll soon be in dire need of it. Bulma interjected coldly, her disdain for the lecherous old man palpable. Indeed, you'll find it quite useful soon, came Zhou Chun's voice, echoing ominously from the dissipating smoke above. How is this possible? The turtle hermit gaped in shock, his mouth agape, his few remaining teeth on full display. His energy wave had proven utterly ineffective. Zhou Chun dismissed the magical shield and unsheathed an ordinary longsword, channeling his energy as his eyes shimmered with fierce determination. As he performed his sword technique, he declared, Nine heavens, transform into divine thunder. Great celestial might, I summon you with this sword. Crack! A resounding thunderclap reverberated across the cloudless sky as ominous clouds gathered, interspersed with blue and violet lightning, rumbling ominously as they surged forth like a tidal wave. The dark clouds quickly enveloped the entire island, their menacing presence threatening to crush it beneath their weight. Obedient disciple, receive my attack. Zhou Chun hurled his sword, entwined with the raging lightning, hurtling towards the turtle hermit, accompanied by a streak of purple lightning from a stormy sky, aimed directly at him. As he gazed up at the descending purple lightning, Master Roshi's expression grew grave. With a thunderous roar, an astonishing aura emanated from him, causing his body to swell with muscle mass, veins protruding prominently, and his tattered garments bursting apart. In an instant, the frail old man transformed into a towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall, a veritable colossus of muscle. Master Roshi assumed a peculiar stance, and as the air surged around him, he became enveloped in a formidable current of electricity, radiating shimmering arcs of lightning. All the energy within him was transmuted into the power of thunder. 2 brilliant electrical currents converging in his palms, aimed fiercely at Zhou Chun in the sky. Youngster, taste the might of my universal thunder palm. The bolts of lightning in Master Roshi's hands darted forth like swift silver serpents, twisting and turning, emitting blinding flashes as they shattered the sound barrier, colliding violently with the oncoming purple lightning. Boom! The blue and purple flashes collided with ferocious speed, resulting in a cataclysmic annihilation effect amidst the clash of energy molecules. A scene reminiscent of a nuclear explosion unfolded in the sky, while Bulma and little Goku, shielded by Bobo, barely weathered the storm. As the energy gradually subsided, Zhou Chun's summoned lightning was neutralized by Master Roshi's technique, leaving no trace behind except for the ominous clouds still shrouding the sky. Ha ha! With such feeble prowess, how dare you impersonate my master? Master Roshi bellowed, panting heavily, his muscles beginning to deflate. The Universal Thunder Palm was his ultimate technique, honed over many years. Yet due to its immense energy consumption and uncontrollable power, he had seldom employed it. This time, compelled by the colossal energy of the thunder, he had no choice but to unleash his trump card. Amidst the still overcast skies, Zhou Chun wore a smile, applauding Master Roshi's impressive display. Well done, my diligent disciple. You're the first in this world to withstand my attack. Zhou Chun vaguely recalled that the Universal Thunder Palm was an ultimate move that Master Roshi had reserved for the World Martial Arts Tournament, previously used only to defeat little Goku. Surveying the exhausted Master Roshi, drenched in sweat upon the ground, Zhou Chun smirked enigmatically. To withstand one of my lightning strikes. It seems you have indeed inherited the true teachings of the martial arts sage. But can you withstand a second? Lightning, divine sword of thunder. Zhou Chun's voice echoed, causing the heavens to fall silent for a moment, before a deluge of lightning cascaded down like a collapsing galaxy. Within this river of thunder, countless thunder dragons roared and clawed their way toward Master Roshi. Boom! Boom! The relentless strikes of lightning bore down upon him, After narrowly evading several bolts, the unfortunate Master Rashi was soon engulfed by the purple tempest. The fierce currents ravaged the island's terrain, energy surging forth, igniting deep blue arcs of electricity, and creating a vast crater spanning hundreds of meters, with countless spiderweb-like fissures spreading outwards. The sea, seizing the opportunity, rushed in to fill the void. Master, please cease this. The martial sage may not endure much longer. Bobo ascended into the sky, beseeching Zhou Chun. I want to hear him plead for mercy in his own words. Zhou Chun flicked his fair knuckles, producing a resonant thud in the air. It seems the martial sage is not so easily subdued. Bobo, filled with concern, replied, Oh, really? I do not share your opinion. Zhou Chun, observing the convergence of lightning at the ground, anticipated that given Master Rashi's unpredictable nature, he would soon beg for mercy. Sure enough, just moments later, amidst the rumble of thunder, Master Rashi's intermittent pleas echoed. Master, I yield. You are indeed my master. Please, cease your onslaught. Amidst the booming thunder, Master Rashi's wavering voice of surrender even caused the typically stoic Bobo to blush slightly. Very well. Zhou Chun was not one to be unreasonable, promptly withdrawing the torrent of lightning and descending to the ground. He gazed into the pit where Master Rashi lay in a pitiful state, devoid of unscathed flesh. His skin charred beyond recognition. In Zhou Chun's perception, Master Rashi's aura was nearly extinguished. Quickly, consume a senza bean. Bobo, witnessing Master Rashi's dire condition, urgently commanded. I wish to partake as well, but my hands one team move. Master Rashi, lying in the pit, mumbled indistinctly, I will feed you. Zhou Chun leaped into the pit, retrieving the senzu beans that Master Rashi had clutched tightly in his hand, administering them to him. For those who obediently complied, Zhou Chun exhibited a gentleness, personally feeding him the beans, a gesture reminiscent of the age-old trope of loyalty and gratitude he had learned from the tales of the Three Kingdoms. Though Master Rashi did not weep with overwhelming emotion as one might find in novels, the act of Zhou Chun feeding him the senzu beans conveyed a sense of goodwill, softening his gaze towards Zhou Chun. As soon as the beans entered his mouth, their remarkable efficacy took effect, revitalizing his severely injured body. As the charred skin began to shed, revealing fresh, tender flesh beneath, a powerful aura surged within Master Rashi, rapidly replenishing his strength. Zhou Chun grasped the now rejuvenated Master Rashi by the shoulder, affectionately patting him, causing the still-dazed Master Rashi to shudder. Master, you don't have any peculiar proclivities, do you? Master Rashi's white eyebrows twitched, taking a step back, clearing his throat. Zhou Chun shook his head, uninterested in quarreling with the lecherous old man. He directly inquired, I have recently been collecting Dragon Balls. I heard you possess one? Chapter 82. Gathering the 7 Dragon Balls? Master Rashi scratched his shiny bald head, pondering for a moment before suddenly turning around and shouting towards his small pink wooden house, Sea Turtle, wake up, where are my Dragon Balls? Click, bang. Though the little wooden house was situated far from the battlefield, it still bore the brunt of the commotion. The once sturdy wooden door collapsed with a mere push, and the supporting walls buckled under the strain, causing the entire structure to come crashing down. Emerging from the ruins was a drowsy, giant sea turtle, yawning as it slowly crawled out. Evidently, the earlier epic battle had not disturbed its slumber. The giant sea turtle surveyed the devastation as if a cannon had plowed through the earth, then quickly glanced at the gathered individuals, particularly the beautiful Bulma, before turning back to glare at Master Rashi with a mix of frustration and anger. Rashi, this conflict was undoubtedly sparked by your attempts to flirt with girls. I've told you countless times, a woman's heart is a double-edged sword. Why one till you listen? The giant sea turtle sighed, reproaching Master Rashi with a maternal tone. Enough with the excuses, old turtle. Where are my Dragon Balls? My master requires them. Master Rashi pointed at Zhou Chun, a hint of embarrassment rising within him. After all, despite his lecherous tendencies, he did not wish to be humiliated in front of the crowd, especially before his master and Lord Bobo. Is he truly your master? The giant sea turtle looked at the youthful and handsome Zhou Chun, then at the elderly Master Rashi, who could hardly stand straight, visibly astonished. Rashi, have you lost your mind? I've heard that some elderly folk, when they age, start treating their grandchildren as if they were their own grandparents. Mr. Sea Turtle, please refrain from making such absurd assertions. Bobo interjected, unable to bear the absurdity of the exchange. The old sea turtle glanced at Bobo, nearly retracting into its shell in shock. Stammering, it said, Bobo, what brings you here? I am here to ensure that this Mr. Zhou Chun can peacefully acquire the Dragon Balls, preventing any unnecessary conflict or casualties. Mr. Sea Turtle, for the safety of Earth, please retrieve the Dragon Balls at once. Oh yes, of course. Please wait a moment, Lord Bobo. The old sea turtle dared not oppose the servant of this earthly deity, nor did it question the request. With age comes caution, and being older than Master Rashi, it certainly did not wish to defy authority. The giant sea turtle quickly crawled back into the ruins of the little house, rummaging around, and shortly emerged with an orange Dragon Ball clutched in its mouth. Ha ha! Splendid! We have gathered all the Dragon Balls. Excited, Bulma did not wait for Master Roshi to approach, but joyfully ran over to seize the Dragon Ball from the turtle's mouth. Closely examining this final orb, the three-star ball. With a triumphant grin, she presented the Dragon Ball before Zhou Chun, her face radiating joy. "Thank you, Bulma," Zhou Chun replied, gently brushing Bulma's smooth, delicate nose, a spark of electricity coursing through her, instantly turning her cheeks crimson. Ding! The host has acquired a Dragon Ball ahead of time, altering the world line. Reward, 500 karma points. Ding! The host has gathered all 7 Dragon Balls, resulting in a significant alteration of the world line. Reward 5,000 karma points. Upon hearing the system's encouraging notification, Zhou Chun raised an eyebrow, a flicker of excitement igniting within him. After all, 5,000 karma points were at stake. Coupled with the 500 karma points earned from collecting the 7 Dragon Balls, along with those accrued from his exploits along the way. His journey in the Dragon Ball world had been akin to a leisurely tour, netting him over 10,000 karma points. Even after deducting the costs of traversing dimensions, he could undoubtedly procure numerous valuable items from the system. With this thought, Zhou Chun's mood brightened significantly, and he found Master Roshi's presence considerably more agreeable. Perhaps he could offer him some benefits. Zhou Chun was not the kind of person to take without giving back. Fair trade and gratitude were principles he lived by. Moreover, Master Roshi was technically his disciple in name. This old man had devoted his life to martial arts, earning the title of God of Martial Arts, and was undoubtedly a martial arts enthusiast. Thus, it was only fitting to reward him with some benefits in the realm of martial arts. Having resolved to treat Master Roshi, Zhou Chun recalled his plans to establish a force and secure a long-term hold over the Dragon Balls, his eyes suddenly sparkling with inspiration. Perhaps he could kill 2 birds with 1 stone and effectively bind Master Roshi to his advancing chariot of progress. Immediately, Zhou Chun's consciousness delved into his spatial ring. Searching for a moment before the ring glimmered faintly, he retrieved a collection of scrolls depicting ancient runes, several techniques from the Dookie world. "Wu Qian, come here," he called, cradling the scrolls in one hand while gesturing to Master Roshi with the other. "Master, do you have any advice?" Master Roshi bowed respectfully, having been chastised by Zhou Chun. He chose to accept his claim of being his master. Zhou Chun was pleased with Master Roshi's attitude, nodding as he handed over the scrolls. Master Roshi, bewildered, held the bundle of scrolls, questioning what their purpose was. "Wu Qian, your Dragon Ball is of utmost significance. Therefore, I have decided to reward you accordingly." After a brief pause, Zhou Chun continued, "You have devoted your life to martial arts, yet your skills remain lacking, which is quite embarrassing for me. Thus, I intend to impart to you some more powerful and advanced martial arts training methods." With that, Zhou Chun pointed to the scrolls in Master Roshi's arms, observing them as if they were experimental specimens. These scrolls originate from a world where martial arts are even more developed, known as the Dookie continent, where formidable warriors abound. These scrolls contain various techniques and skills from that realm, and I can teach you a portion, enabling you to enhance your strength and prevent being easily defeated by those of lesser caliber. "These scrolls contain techniques from another world?" Master Roshi exclaimed, astonished. "Could it be that beyond Earth, there are other forms of life in the universe?" Zhou Chun nodded, affirming, "Indeed, you may understand that these techniques are of extraterrestrial origin. Centuries ago, out of boredom, I traversed the cosmos and encountered numerous peculiar civilizations, some of which, like the Dookie world, had highly advanced martial arts, while others were as savage as beasts. 300 years ago, the demon King Piccolo, sealed by your master, my disciple Tedu, hailed from a place called Namek. Namek? Master Roshi could hardly believe it. "Master, that green-skinned monster is actually an alien? What do you think?" Zhou Chun replied with a smile. "That Piccolo is not only an alien, but also a rather weak one. On Namek, beings like him are hardly noteworthy." Master Roshi felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. The monster his master had sacrificed his life to seal was merely an inconsequential alien. Zhou Chun, observing Master Roshi's downcast expression, mused, "If I were to inform you that that deity is also a Namekian and shares the same entity as Piccolo, would you feel that the calamities of the past were merely a duet performed by one individual? Perhaps, given Master Roshi's character, he would seek out the deity atop Korin Tower for a confrontation. Despite his usual timid demeanor, he was courageous in times of crisis. In the original storyline, Master Roshi willingly expended his life force to launch the evil containment wave to protect humanity, which, despite its failure, was admirable." Shaking his head, Zhou Chun dismissed these futile thoughts. With him supporting Master Roshi, even the Demon King Piccolo, a name reminiscent of potato chips, was nothing more than a trivial nuisance. "Wu Qian, calm your mind, and do not resist my will. I will impart to you the language of the Dookie world." With that, Zhou Chun pressed his hand to Master Roshi's forehead, instantly transferring the language and script of the Dookie continent to him. After all, not everyone possessed a dimensional language translator like him that enabled them to comprehend the techniques inscribed on the scrolls. "Thank you, Master." Master Roshi sincerely bowed at a 90-degree angle, understanding that imparting knowledge and resolving doubts was a universally appreciated act. "There's no need," Zhou Qin replied. "Since you acknowledge me as your master, this is only deserved." However, Zhou Qin's tone shifted. "There is one more matter I would like to ask of you." Zhou Qin abruptly pulled over the exuberant little Goku, who was tussling with Bulma over the Dragon Ball, grabbing him by the tail. "Wu Qian, do you recognize this child? He is the grandson of your disciple, Son Gohan." "Son Goku? Grandson of Gohan?" Master Roshi nodded upon hearing Zhou Qin's words and turned to little Goku, asking, "Kid, how is Gohan doing? It's been so many years, and he hasn't come to visit me." "He has passed away," Son Goku replied, his voice low and tinged with sorrow. "Passed away?" Master Roshi was taken aback, then sighed, feeling a pang of sadness. After all, Gohan was his devoted disciple for many years. "Master, do you wish for me to take him under my wing?" Master Roshi, being a man of several centuries, quickly grasped Zhou Qin's intent. "Precisely. Teach him martial arts diligently. The techniques from the Dookie world that I have entrusted to you should be shared in their entirety with Goku, aside from your own training." Master Roshi nodded, suddenly comprehending something. "Then you, after granting my wishes, I will temporarily depart to traverse various worlds and planets. However, I shall return to see you all," Zhou Qin said, displaying a warm smile that made both Master Roshi and little Goku feel a chill. "What? You're going to other planets? What will happen to me?" A sharp, incredulous cry pierced Zhou Qin's ears, followed by Bulma, once again leaping into his arms, clinging to him tightly. "Woo! Divine handsome man. The last time you left Earth, you were gone for centuries and your disciple was killed. You had no idea. By the time you return, my ashes might be all that remains." Bulma wept, her face streaked with tears, resembling an octopus entangled around him. "Bulma, dear, don't be so dramatic. I promise I will return within 3 years." Zhou Qin gently tousled Bulma's long hair, offering her comfort. "You promise to come back within 3 years." Bulma insisted, rubbing her tear-streaked face against Zhou Qin's chest. Finally relenting, "I will hold you to your word. I am the god of martial arts in your eyes. After all, my word is my bond." Zhou Qin solemnly pledged, having finally settled matters with Bulma, and now it was time to summon the dragon. The thought of Xiao Yixian's imminent eruption of her cursed poison body gave Zhou Qin a headache. He hoped that the dragon of this Dragon Ball world would be somewhat more competent. However, the most pressing matter at hand was to summon Xiao Yixian from the Dookie world. Otherwise, no matter how powerful the dragon was, it could not traverse dimensions to cure her cursed poison body. What was the cost to summon Xiao Yixian across dimensions? Ding! In the world of Do Put Song Qion, summoning the character Xiao Yixian, who possesses first-tier strength, requires 3,000 karma points to open a dimensional passage. In other words, would a round trip cost 6,000 karma points? Zhou Qin furrowed his brow, his teeth slightly aching. Just moments ago, he was contemplating how to wisely spend over 10,000 karma points, only to turn around and find himself needing to relinquish 6,000. Ding! The dimensional passage can be maintained for 5 minutes. If one returns to the original world within these 5 minutes, no return fee is required. Oh, that sounds rather agreeable. System, you've been quite reliable lately. Ding! It is our honor to serve the host. We, Zhou Qin maintained a facade of nonchalance, but inwardly he felt a twinge of unease. What did this imply? Was it merely a slip of the tongue from the system? Or did this so-called system encompass more than one entity? Chapter 84. Braised dragon meat, a path will surely reveal itself when the cart reaches the mountain. One step at a time, Zhou Qin exhaled a deep breath, choosing not to dwell on the implications of this we. After all, his mindset was straightforward. Life and death were trivial matters. If he encountered resistance, he would confront it head-on. As long as his strength was formidable and he had a sufficient number of allies, he would obliterate any obstacles in his path. Overthinking was not only futile, but also exhausting. Bobo, summoning the dragon doesn't require any elaborate rituals, does it? Zhou Qin adjusted his mindset and turned to the ever-silent Bobo beside him, cautiously inquiring. Well, there's a minor ceremony, though. It is relatively simple, Bobo replied, maintaining his stoic demeanor. You need to arrange the 7 Dragon Balls in order and then recite the incantation. Come forth, dragon, to have your wish granted. Oh, I understand now. Zhou Qin nodded, realizing that the phrase come forth, dragon was indeed the incantation. When he had watched the Dragon Ball anime in his youth, he had thought it was merely a cliché. Having grasped the procedure, Zhou Qin focused his thoughts, and the ring on his hand emitted a faint glow. In an instant, the 7 orange Dragon Balls, arranged in sequence, appeared on the ground. Come fort, dragon. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Qin no longer hesitated and, amidst the curious gazes of those around him, solemnly proclaimed. As his voice faded, the 7 Dragon Balls suddenly radiated a dazzling golden light, accompanied by a series of sounds reminiscent of dragon roars. The once clear sky rapidly darkened, as ominous clouds gathered, blanketing the heavens like a towering mountain, as if nightfall had arrived prematurely. Crack! A thunderous roar echoed, and a golden lightning bolt, akin to a divine dragon, darted through the ominous clouds, coalescing until it gradually formed the semblance of a dragon. The golden light emitted by the Dragon Balls illuminated the entire island, growing ever brighter, in harmony with the flashes of lightning above. Suddenly, the 7 glowing Dragon Balls soared into the air, aligning themselves to resemble a dragon's spine, merging with the streak of golden lightning in the sky. With a resounding dragon's roar that reverberated through the cosmos, a massive azure dragon materialized amidst the ink-black clouds. This dragon, adorned with azure scales, bore a pair of antler-like horns, with its long, flowing whiskers dancing in the wind. Its blood-red eyes gazed down upon the earth, enveloped in a halo of golden lightning. "What a magnificent dragon!" Bulma exclaimed, gazing up at the majestic creature in the sky with genuine admiration. The way she looked at it was akin to how one would regard a beloved pet, causing Zhou Chen's lips to twitch. "It's enormous. We could feast on it for quite some time," said the gluttonous scion, Goku, his eyes fixated on the colossal green dragon that occupied most of the sky, saliva dripping from his mouth. Zhou Chen helplessly rubbed his forehead, bemused by the scene unfolding before him. Among the crowd, only Bobo, who participated in creating the dragon, along with Master Roshi and the large sea turtle, seemed somewhat normal. The gigantic green dragon in the sky, after striking a classic pose amidst the dark clouds, fixed its glowing red eyes on Zhou Chen and declared, "Ignorant human, state your wish. No matter what it is, I shall grant it, but only one wish." "Hee dragon. My wish is for 10 additional wishes," Zhou Chen boldly proposed, gazing at the dragon in the sky. Perhaps taken aback by a human who deviated from the norm, the dragon fell silent for a moment, and after a lengthy pause, slowly replied, "I am afraid I can only fulfill one specific wish, not such convoluted requests. This is a limitation established by the deity who created me." "Oh, I see." Zhou Chen seemed to understand something and suddenly turned to Bobo, asking, "Do you or the deity possess the ability to have the dragon grant me multiple wishes at once?" "Apologies, my lord. Although the dragon was created by me and bestowed with life by the gods, we still lack that capability. However, if you have further needs, you may wait a year to gather the Dragon Balls again and make another wish." Bobo wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, feeling bewildered. What manner of person is this? So utterly devoid of decorum. Is it typical for the powerful to behave this way? Had Zhou Chen heard Bobo's inner thoughts, he would have wholeheartedly agreed, affirming, "Indeed, the powerful disregard the rules. The powerful can act as they please." "Haha, I was merely jesting. No offense intended," Zhou Chen chuckled, patting Bobo's broad shoulder with a hint of awkwardness. He then addressed the dragon. "Very well, dragon, I have a female friend named Xiao Yixin. She suffers from a congenital affliction known as the cursed poison body and requires your assistance for treatment." "Xiao Yixin? Pray tell, where is she?" the dragon inquired, searching for any trace of this woman in the universe. After a brief search, it gazed at Zhou Chen with a hint of frustration. "I have found no woman by that name in this universe." "Oh, she resides in another universe. Please hold on, I will summon her," Zhou Chen stated with a serious demeanor, but the words that followed left many in disbelief. "Are you mocking me?" The dragon in the sky felt a surge of anger. For countless years, it had been summoned numerous times, yet it had never encountered such a disrespectful human. This being appeared utterly indifferent to the reverence due to a dragon. Had it not been for Bobo's presence, it would have departed long ago. "Mocking you? What of it? Behave yourself and wait patiently, lest I turn you into braised dragon meat to feed my disciples." "What do you say, Goku?" Zhou Chen teased, ruffling the hair of the drooling Goku beside him, who cheerfully replied, Yes. A dragon this large could feed us for half a year." Upon hearing Zhou Chen's words, Goku's eyes curved into crescent moons, his drool flowing more freely than ever. Chapter 85. Sooner, Yafei, Xiao Yixin, such a delightful dragon. It would be splendid to capture it for research rather than slay it. Bulma interjected, displeased. Such a valuable and beautiful creature. Killing it would be a waste. Keeping it as a pet is the rightful path. The dragon in the sky was thoroughly incensed by the humans below, deciding it was time to teach them a lesson. However, just as it prepared to reprimand them, it noticed Bobo's gestured signal, which indicated it should comply. The last time Bobo made such a gesture was several centuries ago, when the god of destruction, Beerus, descended upon Earth. Who was Beerus? A being on par with the Kaioshin, yet far more powerful, an ultimate deity of the universe. As a god of destruction, Beerus could obliterate a planet with a mere thought, and with a full effort, could annihilate half the universe. Before me stands a formidable being, one that instills dread across the very globe. At this thought, the divine dragon promptly shrank back, beads of cold sweat cascading down its visage. In a bid to regain composure, it awkwardly remarked, "You are quite amusing. It has been ages since anyone dared to jest with me. I do appreciate your lively spirit." Daelmans. The dragon managed a forced smile, yet the grimace upon its draconic countenance resembled sorrow more than mirth. Moreover, it decisively assumed the role of a timid turtle, patiently awaiting Zhou Chen to summon the lady known as Xiao Yixin. Zhou Chen cast a glance at the submissive dragon overhead and then at the seemingly indifferent Bobo beside him, pondering that undoubtedly, These two old fellows were exchanging unspoken sentiments. However, given their mutual understanding, he felt no need to apply undue pressure. System, please summon Xiao Yixin for me. Ding. Dimension transfer request initiated, deducting 3,000 karma points. As this is a task for another, please be patient, host. Meanwhile, within the serene pavilion of the Mitre auction house in the Dou Songqiong realm, Xiao Yixin and Yafei were intently holding their jade cards, quietly awaiting the turn of the contemplative Sun'er, who also held a hand of cards. After a lengthy pause, Sun'er dramatically flung 2 cards onto the table, exclaiming with triumph, a royal flush. Not again. Sun'er, are you cheating? Xiao Yixin huffed, tossing her cards aside in frustration, exchanging a knowing glance with Yafei, both on the brink of despair. After countless rounds of Dou Di Zhu, Sun'er had consistently drawn the most advantageous hands, dominating the game with effortless prowess. Had Zhou Qian been present, he would have enlightened them that this was merely the effect of the protagonist's halo, the child of the realm, merely a matter of luck. Why are you staring? Quickly bring forth the gold. 1,000 each. Sun'er's once cool demeanor had vanished, replaced by an eager glimmer of gold in her eyes. Before her lay several purple gold cards, containing tens of thousands of gold coins. Although, as a young lady of an ancient clan, she lacked for nothing, the thrill of earning money through her own skill was unparalleled. The exhilaration of winning had nearly ensnared her in a web of obsession with gambling, as she devoted her days to play cards with Xiao Yixin and Yafei, neglecting even her brother Xiao Yan. It's nothing, just a bit of pocket change. I can afford to lose. I'll cover Xiao Yixin's share as well. Yafei chirped, attempting to lighten the mood, tossing another purple gold card to Sun'er. Despite her string of losses, the affluent Mitre family was not troubled by such trifles. Yafei, skilled in the art of persuasion, yet often isolated, knew how to win hearts. As for Xiao Yixin, she understood that to remain close to Zhou Qian, she had to endear herself to him. Zhou Qian's ambitions concerning Sun'er were not lost on the astute Yafei. She recognized that Zhou Qian had imparted the game of Dou Di Zhu to her to foster camaraderie among the 3 women and simultaneously enhance Sun'er's affection for him. How cunning of that lecherous wolf, even in his absence, to set a trap for the innocent Xiao Yixin and Sun'er. Yafei silently chastised Zhou Qian in her heart, yet her face remained radiant as she continued to play cards with the 2 ladies. In the distance, Master Gunny of the Mitre family, donned in the robes of an alchemist, observed the harmonious interaction among the 3 women with a smile of satisfaction. He had watched Yafei grow. Over the years, she had endured familial oppression, and he felt powerless to intervene. Being merely a second-tier alchemist and a 7-star Dou master in a family that revered Dou Wang as the foundation of their lineage. Now, with Yafei having found such a promising ally in Zhou Qian, a formidable support, Gunny felt immense relief. After all, Zhou Qian was young and accomplished, backed by a terrifying force capable of suppressing Dou Huangs with ease, figures akin to anchors of stability within the Jiama Empire. In total, there was scarcely a handful of such individuals across the empire. With Zhou Qian as their ally, even the patriarch of the Mitre family, the 7-star Dou Wang Mitre Tangshan, would have no choice but to behave like a humble subordinate. Reflecting on this, Gunny turned to the imposing figure of Fei Lei beside him and inquired, Lord Fei Lei, might I ask when we can expect Zhou Qian to return to Wutan City? The Mitre family headquarters has been urging Yafei to return post-haste, and the Mu family Mu Zhan has been pressuring her with his pursuits. I'm struggling to withstand the pressure. You needn't shield her next time. Let them come directly to me. The master has decreed that anyone who dares to trouble Madame Yafei will be dealt with ruthlessly. Fei Lei's gaze remained fixed ahead, his calm demeanor betraying a chilling authority that sent shivers down Gunny's spine. Very well. I shall leave everything in Lord Fei Lei's capable hands. Gunny feigned hesitation. Yet inwardly, he was immensely satisfied. The arrival of a Dou Ling elder from his family had been anything but courteous, and he had long harbored a grudge against that elder. He hoped Fei Lei would teach him a lesson to remind him of his place. Gunny's spirits lifted. His admiration for Zhou Qian grew exponentially. The master treated women with kindness, unlike many powerful figures who viewed them as mere possessions to be discarded at will. The very presence of this peak Dou Ling, Fei Lei, serving to protect Yafei and Xiao Yixin, stood as testament to that. Chapter 86. What transpired? Master Gunny, as alchemists, your soul perception is traditionally quite potent. Have you not sensed something unusual in the sky? Fei Lei raised his head to gaze at the heavens, a sense of unease washing over him. Moments ago, he distinctly felt an immense energy fluctuating in the atmosphere, yet now it had vanished. Upon hearing this, Gunny quickly extended his senses to perceive the surroundings. I do not sense anything amiss. However, Lord Fei Lei, your cultivation is of the earth-grade lightning attribute, adept at perceiving the clouds above. Surely there must be some cause. Noticing the 3 women in the pavilion still laughing and enjoying their game, Gunny felt a twinge of caution. Perhaps we should advise them to relocate. Agreed. Fei Lei, known for his decisive nature, promptly made his way toward the pavilion. However, just as he lifted his foot, a blinding orb of light suddenly coalesced in the sky, radiating with a heat akin to the sun. Subsequently, a colossal, multicolored beam cascaded down from the heavens, directly targeting the pavilion. This shocking spectacle left Gunny and Fei Lei momentarily dumbfounded. This is bad. Something is amiss. In the face of this unfolding chaos, Fei Lei pressed forward rather than retreating. As his Do-Chi surged, arcs of blue lightning crackled around him, converging into a sword forged from elemental lightning. Jing et Thunder Technique. Jing Je Thunder Sword. Slash. With a fierce cry, the Jing Je Thunder Sword expanded dramatically, cleaving toward the descending beam of light with unyielding force. Fei Lei, deeply indebted to the master, could not allow this beam to harm the ladies. Boom! The colossal clash resulted in a definitive outcome. The heavenly beam trembled, yet the lightning sword in Fei Lei's grasp shattered, and he was propelled back several dozen feet by the overwhelming backlash, sustaining grave injuries. In a heartbeat, the beam enveloped the entire pavilion, swiftly contracting until it excluded Ye Fei and Sun'er, locking onto the bewildered Xiao Yixian. Seeing Xiao Yixian ensnared by the beam, Sun'er's enchanting eyes ignited with a flicker of golden flames. Ancient Emperor's finger. Golden Emperor's inferno. Sun'er's eyes blazed with golden fire, launching a fierce assault against the beam. ZZZ. The Golden Emperor's flame, capable of igniting the fighting spirit and incinerating space, undoubtedly lives up to its esteemed rank of 4th on the fire list, crafted through the centuries by countless formidable beings of the ancient clans. As the moment of contact between the Golden Emperor's flame and the 7-colored beam approached, an inevitable and intense energy reaction ensued. The teleportation beam, which even a 5th-tier Do Saint would find difficult to shake, began to show signs of gradual collapse under the attack of Sun'er, a low-tier fighter. Such is the formidable might of the Yeo. All things are interconnected. There must be a reason behind this disruption. Who is interfering with my teleportation? A voice, filled with exasperation, echoed along the beam, leaving Sun'er and her companions in stunned silence. Zhou-Chen? Sun'er inquired hesitantly, as the voice unmistakably resembled that of the detestable villain. It's me. It's me. Quickly withdraw your Golden Emperor's flame. I need to take Xiao Yixian to the other world for treatment. Zhou Chen's voice, somewhat garbled, intermittently emerged from the beam. Yet his urgency was palpable. Is it truly you? Are you not in Duki continent, but rather in the central primordial realm? A sudden realization struck Sun'er, as she recalled the secrets she had overheard about Zhou Chen's origins on the day she visited the Xiao family's back mountain. Stop with the nonsense. This dimensional passage can only last for 5 minutes. You must swiftly retract your Ioa. Zhou Chen, still in the Dragon Ball world, felt utterly exasperated. Why was this girl always thwarting his plans? She was like a Teletubby, incessantly asking questions. Beside them, Ye Fei detected the urgency and frustration in Zhou Chen's words and quickly advised, Sun'er, the situation is pressing. Xiao Yixian's treatment is paramount. We can address other matters later. Very well. Sun'er reluctantly withdrew the Golden Emperor's flame, her gaze fixed on Xiao Yixian as she vanished into the beam. She was genuinely curious about Zhou Chen's identity. Meanwhile, Gu and I assisted the injured Fei Lei and approached, noticing that the ground where Xiao Yixian had stood was now marked only by an intricate pattern etched with ancient, elaborate designs. What on earth has transpired? Fei Lei murmured as a notification chimed. Target successfully captured. No resistance from the target. Zhou Chen exhaled, finally achieving success. That little girl Sun'er was indeed a master of mischief. He resolved to reward her with a special parent-child package, so she could learn the consequences of offending him. Teleportation in progress. Success. Boom! Another beam of light descended, and Xiao Yixian was instantly ejected from it. The beam then retracted into the heavens, transforming into an egg-like orb of light, awaiting activation. Dimensional passage closed. 3 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. Please prepare for reception. The overwhelming centrifugal force rendered Xiao Yixian motionless in midair, but fortunately, Zhou Chen was quick to catch her. Have you found a remedy for the calamity poison? Lying in Zhou Chen's arms, Xiao Yixian stretched languidly. Sinner, it seems you've become more composed since our last meeting. Seeing the unflappable Xiao Yixian, who remained unperturbed despite traversing dimensions, Zhou Chen was perplexed. What should I do then? Should I also pester like that foolish girl Sun'er? Xiao Yixian playfully stuck out her tongue. Having spent time with Ye Fei, she had been captivated by her theories. Since Zhou Chen possessed such remarkable abilities, she decided to embrace the moment rather than worry, opting instead for a bit of encouragement. Unbeknownst to her, under Ye Fei's subtle influence, Xiao Yixian had begun to exhibit traits akin to a materialistic girl from Earth. She glanced around, noticing a massive, dark green dragon observing her curiously against the gloomy sky, alongside a malevolent gaze from a blue-haired girl who glared at her with fierce intensity. Did you collect the Dragon Balls for the handsome deity? Bulma fumed, her eyes reddened. After accompanying the deity in arduous endeavors for so long, only to end up as the other woman's bridal attire, she was understandably upset. Do not be angry, little girl. Blame Zhou Chen, that scoundrel, for his flirtations. Xiao Yixian smiled gently, taking Bulma's hand, and after a few moments of chatter, managed to elicit a laugh from her. Zhou Chun was utterly astonished. What had transpired during his absence? Chapter 87. Capturing the Dragon Balls. Dimensional passage closed. 3 minutes remaining. Please prepare for reception. The system's notification jolted Zhou Chun back to reality as he anxiously called out to the dragon in the sky. Dragon, heal Xiao Yixian immediately. Cure her calamity poison. As you wish, the dragon nodded readily, though it felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment and dissatisfaction from the recent events. Completing the human's wish and hastily retreating had become its sole impulse. The dragon's eyes radiated a golden red glow, and it opened its mouth wide, unleashing a brilliant golden beam directly onto Xiao Yixian. Boom! Xiao Yixian was engulfed in the golden light, ascending several meters into the air, as innumerable tiny particles streamed from the beam into her body, creating a wondrous spectacle. As the golden particles were absorbed by Xiao Yixian, wisps of gray-black miasma gradually detached from her body, evaporating into the atmosphere. It was indeed effective. Zhou Chun sighed in relief. His greatest fear was that the dragon would be unable to heal Xiao Yixian due to her otherworldly ailment. It seemed his worries had been unfounded. Soon, under the golden glow, no more gray-black toxins emerged from Xiao Yixian's body. The dragon, witnessing the scene, retracted the beam used for healing. Did it succeed? Zhou Chun had yet to speak when Bulma eagerly inquired. Having learned from Xiao Yixian the art of interaction from Yafei, the young Bulma was quickly charmed by the amiable older sister. Zhou Chun looked expectantly at the dragon, hoping for a positive response. Feeling the weight of Zhou Chun's hopeful gaze, the dragon's back grew cold with sweat. After circling the air several times, it stammered. Miss Xiao Yixian's ailment has been temporarily cured. Temporarily? What does that mean? Zhou Chun raised an eyebrow, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized the dragon in the sky. Due to the differing cosmic rules, I am unable to analyze this calamity poison from another universe. My capabilities are limited. I apologize, my lord, the dragon confessed, somewhat sheepishly. For centuries, it had been summoned countless times, yet this was the first time it encountered an insurmountable wish. Zhou Chun snorted, startling the dragon, which almost tumbled from the sky. Beside them, Bobo panicked, pleading, my lord, please allow me to explain. Enough with the explanations. I am not unreasonable enough to shift blame onto you, Zhou Chun replied, his expression stern. Dragon, what duration do you mean by temporarily cured? 10 years, my lord. Within 10 years, Miss Xiao Yixian will not experience any issues, the dragon hurriedly clarified, sensing Zhou Chun's intent to let the matter rest. This treatment can accumulate. If, after 10 years, Miss Xiao Yixian's ailment resurfaces, you may summon me again. 10 years? By then, our children will be old enough to run errands. We still need you? Zhou Chun retorted, unabashedly mocking the dragon, which caused Xiao Yixian to blush furiously. Ugh, this scoundrel speaks without thought, she exclaimed, mortified, as she pinched Zhou Chun's side. Ouch! Zhou Chun cried out in pain, preparing to explain himself when the system's notification chimed again. Dimensional passage closing in 30 seconds. Please prepare for reception. 30 seconds? Zhou Chun was taken aback, quickly grasping Xiao Yixian's hand. You should return first. I still have matters to attend to in this world. If you encounter any difficulties, seek out that little girl sooner. The Do Huang Ling Ying should be healed by now. Make sure to return soon. The young healer nodded obediently, a hint of reluctance in her demeanor, as she replied, all right. Zhou Chun, resolute, promptly declared, system, initiate immediate transportation. A notification chimed. Request for dimensional transmission detected. The transport channel is still open. No fees required. Commencing transmission. A brilliant beam of light erupted from the celestial orb resembling a colossal egg. In an instant, the young healer managed only to wave farewell to Zhou Chun before vanishing within the radiant column, returning to the world of Do Patsong Xiong. Zhou Chun, feeling a twinge of melancholy as he watched her departure, lingered in silence for a moment before he heaved a sigh and waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away a fly. Shenlong, your business here is concluded. You may depart. Understood. Thank you, my lord, Shenlong replied with an unabashed nod. And in a flash of green light, he reformed into 7 Dragon Balls. After circling the sky a few times, they shot off in various directions like lightning. Trying to run? Come back. As the 7 Dragon Balls were on the verge of vanishing from sight, Zhou Chun extended his hands, unleashing a powerful gravitational force from his palms. The Dragon Balls, previously dispersing at supersonic speeds, swiftly reversed course, spinning back towards him and landing with a series of thuds at his feet. With 7 successive, sounds akin to stones dropping, the Dragon Balls, now transformed into stone, slowly congregated at Zhou Chun's feet. These Dragon Balls will revert to their original form in a year, allowing for wishes to be made once more. Lord, this action of yours seems rather unorthodox, Bobo remarked, staring in disbelief at Zhou Chun's audacious maneuver. Unorthodox? How so? Zhou Chun rolled his eyes, unabashedly retorting, in a year. Wouldn't we still need to search for them? I'm merely being efficient, saving time and effort. Whereas the violation? Bobo, you remain too young and naive. I'm here to impart some life wisdom today. Zhou Chun said, patting Bobo's broad shoulders with a nurturing expression. Chapter 88. Could you procure a ton of senza beans for me? Observing Bobo's extreme awkwardness, Zhou Chun chuckled heartily, pointing to the 7 stone Dragon Balls on the ground as he turned to Bulma. Bulma, please take these 7 Dragon Balls and keep them. Should you have any wishes next year, utilize them. Saying this, Zhou Chun retrieved an empty storage ring, a faint glow emanating as he stored the 7 Dragon Balls within and handed the ring to Bulma. However, Bulma received the Dragon Balls with a pensive expression, devoid of any smile. She understood that soon, her celestial handsome hero would be departing from Earth. When you plan to leave? Bulma inquired softly, her face marked by melancholy. I haven't decided yet, Zhou Chun replied, wrapping an arm around Bulma's delicate waist, whispering warm breath against her dainty ear. Don't make it sound like a farewell of life and death. As long as a certain price is paid, I can traverse the cosmos at any time and return to your side. How annoying, Bulma retorted, her ears flushed from Zhou Chun's teasing. Leaning tightly against him, she suddenly pinched the soft flesh at his waist and interrogated, Tell me, how many girls have you said that to? Why do you women always like to pinch there? Zhou Chun gasped in surprise, exclaiming, Not many, I've only said it to you and the young healer. Is that so? Bulma raised her head. Skepticism etched on her face. Of course. Zhou Chun met her gaze boldly for a moment before diverting his eyes, feeling a tad guilty, as he added, Let's not dwell on that. I have important matters to arrange. Goku Wuqian, come here. Zhou Chun hastily changed the subject, knowing that one must never speak the truth to women, or the consequences could be dire. Master Ancestor, I happen to have a question I wish to consult you about. The turtle sage approached, tugging at his white beard with a feigned look of confusion. The cunning old sage certainly understood the importance of coming to Zhou Chun's aid at a critical moment. Have you noticed that Goku possesses an extraordinary power within him? Zhou Chun, fully aware of the turtle sage's intentions, seized the opportunity. Indeed, that's because Goku is not of Earth. He did not shy away from little Goku, knowing he would find out eventually. I'm not an Earthling, Master Ancestor, then what am I? Little Goku, unperturbed by Zhou Chun's words, wagged his monkey tail and sat on the ground with an adorably curious expression. You were born on planet Vegeta, a Scion. Scions are a renowned warrior race in the universe, possessing immense power from birth. If an Earth adult has a power level of 5, a Scion infant boasts a staggering power level of 50. Zhou Chun ruffled little Goku's perpetually messy hair, pointing at his tail. Your monkey tail is one of the defining traits of Scion. Goku scratched his head, a hopeful glint in his eyes. Scions are that strong? Will I one day be as powerful as you, Master Ancestor? Perhaps, who knows? Zhou Chun replied with a mysterious smile, recalling the original plot where a Super Scion exceeded a power level of 100 million, capable of obliterating planets with a single hand. Hell, what a Super Scion! I possess the system that makes me superior to the protagonist. Goku, I hope you won't lag too far behind me. Zhou Chun turned to the turtle sage beside him, urging, Make sure to guide him well. His potential is nearly limitless, far beyond your imagination. I will not fail your trust. The turtle sage replied earnestly. Also you, Goku, and this large turtle should not hide away on this desolate island any longer. Move to West City with Bulma. Seeing the turtle sage's trepidation, Zhou Chun continued, Bulma's father is the wealthiest man in the world, inevitably attracting some troublesome figures. Her family requires formidable martial artists to guard them, and you are perfectly suited for the role. Well, if the Master Ancestor commands it. The turtle sage acquiesced, feeling utterly resigned. When did this martial arts deity become a caretaker? Noticing the turtle sage's reluctance, Bulma seized the opportunity to persuade Master Wuqian. West City has many beautiful women. With your status as a martial arts deity, you'll surely be pursued by the ladies there. Is that so? Then let us hurry and set off. Upon hearing Bulma's enticing description, the turtle sage's nose bled slightly from excitement. He was filled with fervor and wished to depart for West City immediately. Not in a rush, Bulma said with a cheerful facade, though secretly she was disdainful of this lecherous old man, pondering where he had acquired such behavior. A glance at Zhou Chun, who was equally lecherous, made her realize the connection. Truly, the master and disciple were cut from the same cloth. Nonetheless, this old rogue was indeed powerful, far superior to the guards of her family. No wonder the celestial handsome hero wished for him to reside at her home. Zhou Chun cast a sidelong glance at Bulma, who was lost in thought, and cleared his throat awkwardly. This turtle sage was truly unreliable. At several hundred years old, he remained so lecherous, making it quite difficult for Zhou Chun as his master. However, having already taken on this apprentice, Zhou Chun could only shoulder the burden. He sighed and turned to the silent Bobo beside him. Bobo, next I intend to visit the Corinne Tower in your Earth-S shrine. You would deny me a warm welcome, would you? What? Bobo was taken aback, quickly suppressing his impulse to refuse and forcing a smile. No. How can we not welcome you? It is our honor that you would visit the shrine. Oh, is that so? I'm truly flattered. Zhou Chun nodded in satisfaction, then wrapped an arm tightly around Bobo's shoulders, grinning warmly. I've heard that the Corinne Tower and the shrine have many wonderful items, such as senza beans and ultra-divine water. Could you procure a ton for me? Chapter 89. The Height of Corinne Tower. On the Indian Plains coast, the Corinne Tower stands as a sacred abode for the earth's deities, soaring into the heavens to signify the exalted nature of the divine. For millennia, Corinne has been revered as a sanctuary for martial artists, echoing tales of those who, through sheer strength, ascend from its base to its pinnacle, where they encounter an immortal sage. Should they partake of the miraculous holy water bestowed by this sage, their powers would multiply exponentially. Consequently, countless martial artists have attempted to conquer this tower, yet nearly all have met with failure. Some have even resorted to flying an aircraft, striving for a swift ascent. But to no avail, those unwilling to rely on their own strength shall forever remain blind to the tower's summit. At this moment, as the sun rises, a radiant orb resembling an undercooked yolk ascends from the tranquil, deep blue ocean. With a thunderous sound that pierces the sound barrier, two figures streak through the sky like lightning. Zhou Chun, seeking fortune, and the hapless, rotund Bobo. Hovering in the air, Zhou Chun gazes into the distance, where a slender white tower rises majestically, vanishing into the sea of clouds. What a magnificent height! Zhou Chun exclaims, marveling at Corinne's towering stature, which he estimates to be several hundred kilometers high, surpassing even the stratosphere. Such an exaggerated construction is unparalleled in both the real world and the realm of Do Pa Song Xiong. A building of this height would take a plane a good half hour to ascend, given that a Boeing 747 travels at a mere 800 kilometers per hour. For the fragile martial artists of Earth, scaling Corinne by hand seems utterly impossible. I recall that Wu Tian once climbed Corinne, did he not? Zhou Chun muses, remembering the turtle hermit, Wu Tian, whom he had dispatched to West City as a guardian treasure for Bulma's family. Suddenly, he realizes that this old fellow possesses remarkable potential and deserves focused cultivation. Indeed, Wu Tian is the first human to have reached the summit in 3 centuries. Ha! That's only natural. After all, he is my disciple. Zhou Chun boasts unabashedly, causing Bobo to break into a cold sweat. Does this man even know the meaning of humility? Ignoring Bobo's reaction, Zhou Chun gazes at the tower's seemingly endless form disappearing into the clouds and suddenly inquires, how was Corinne constructed? After a moment's contemplation, Bobo uncertainly replies, this tower has existed since I began serving as a temple attendant, having endured several generations of deities. I suspect it was created by Lord North Kai, who governs the northern sector of the galaxy. North Kai? Zhou Chun recalls the character from the original storyline, a being with pale blue antennae, sunglasses, and a cap. Shaking his head, given that drunken slacker, it would be quite a challenge for him to construct such a towering edifice. Zhou Chun surmises that this tower was likely crafted by Kai, who possesses the ability to create planets. It seems that in the original narrative, Earth, a remote and backward planet, becoming the focal point of the universe and the birthplace of the strongest warriors, is no mere coincidence. Very well, let us proceed. In a quarter of an hour, I wish to meet that rotund feline. Observing Bobo's hesitation, Zhou Chun accelerates, soaring toward the tower's pinnacle. At the summit of Corinne, within its dome-shaped sanctum, a plump white cat with squinted eyes and 3 whiskers on each side of its mouth leans on a cane, standing before a large water tank. With bated breath, the cat, known as the cat sage Carlin, anxiously peers into the tank, which reveals the rapid approach of Zhou Chun and Bobo toward Corinne's apex. So, the esteemed visitor has arrived. I hope he is amiable, the cat sage mutters, beads of sweat trickling down as he paces nervously. Having lived for over 800 years, he has little experience hosting a stellar-class powerhouse. The thought of Zhou Chun's formidable feats, such as obliterating the moon and upheaving the seas, sends shivers down his spine. Fearing that he might inadvertently provoke Zhou Chun and bring calamity to Earth. With a sudden jolt, the cat sage diverts his gaze from the tank, only to see Bobo and the formidable Zhou Chun floating outside the sanctuary's entrance. Zhou Chun greets the cat sage with a polite nod, exuding both courtesy and authority. It is truly an honor for you both to grace us with your presence, the cat sage stammers, drenched in cold sweat. Do not be anxious, Carlin. Display the poise befitting your 800 years. Zhou Chun encourages with a gentle smile. The cat sage, trembling slightly, hesitantly approaches Zhou Chun, inquiring, might I assist you with something, esteemed one? There are indeed matters I wish to discuss. Zhou Chun replies, still smiling, which unnerves the cat sage. I have heard that within your Corinne Tower, there exists a crop known as the sacred bean. Might I trouble you for some? Sacred beans? The cat sage's perpetually squinted eyes widened slightly in surprise. You merely seek some sacred beans? Consuming one allows one to go 10 days without food and facilitates rapid recovery from severe injuries and exhaustion. Beyond that, they seem rather unremarkable. Unremarkable? Huh. Zhou Chun internally scoffs. Your kind has grown complacent and lacks ambition. Moreover, Earth is so isolated that it has faced little danger. The only crisis arose from the villainous King Piccolo, which you sealed away using human pawns. Hence, you believe them to be of little use. When Prince Vegeta of the Scions invades Earth, you will understand the true value of the sacred beans. Without them, Son Goku, this Super Saiyan, would have perished long ago. Observing Zhou Qin's dismissive demeanor, the cat sage adjusts his cane, refraining from questioning further. If you desire sacred beans, I can indeed provide you with some. Please, follow me. The cat sage, wiggling his tail, leads Zhou Chun and Bobo to a storeroom. Where do I put them? The cat sage scratches his furry head and turns to Zhou Chun, speaking cautiously. Please, wait a moment. I recall the sacred beans were right here. Take your time. There's no rush. Zhou Chun replies with a faint smile, unconcerned about the delay. Having come this far, he is not bothered by a moment's wait. After rummaging through an array of miscellaneous items, the cat sage finally uncovers 3 sealed jars, exclaiming, "These must be them." Wiping the sweat from his brow, the cat sage opens the jars, revealing them brimming with vibrant green sacred beans. Judging by their size, each jar could hold dozens of liters of beans. Esteemed one, would you care to sample one? The cat sage offers, cradling a jar of sacred beans. Let me try one. Zhou Qin responds, intrigued by the sacred beans. Using his internal energy, he levitates a bean from the jar and tosses it into his mouth, chewing it into a pulp. The bean is soft and fluffy, devoid of any toughness, reminiscent of something steamed. Yet, as he bites into it, a surge of life energy envelopes him, releasing a fragrant aroma that invigorates the senses. This energy flows through him, awakening every cell, which trembles with joy, as if reborn. Even the fatigue from 2 days of relentless flight dissipates, leaving him feeling as if under the influence of a stimulant. Indeed, this is a remarkable treasure, having personally experienced the wonders of the sacred beans. Zhou Qin now regards them with even greater reverence. They are a vital strategic resource, especially for the cautious and deathly afraid Zhou Chun. The celestial beans are indeed indispensable items for engaging in murder, robbery, and rampant chaos. In the event of a life-and-death crisis, when both sides are fighting for their lives, and blood is gushing from their wounds, how bewildered would the opposing party be if you suddenly produced a celestial bean and fully revived yourself? If they were to discover that you possessed not merely one, but several celestial beings, they might very well suffer a mental breakdown, allowing you to massacre them with impunity. It is not only Zhou Chun himself who requires a celestial being. Those close to him, such as Little Medical Fairy, must each have one as well, to maximize the assurance of their safety. With this thought, Zhou Qin's spirits lifted, and he inquired, "Might I request that the esteemed master care and bestow upon me these celestial beans?" Of course. You may take all 3 jars of celestial beans." The cat sage readily replied, waving his plump hand to directly gift all the jars to Zhou Chun. "Then I shall graciously accept," Zhou Chun declared, extending his hand adorned with a spatial ring, and with a flash of white light, the 3 jars of celestial beans vanished into his possession. The cat sage, witnessing this wondrous spectacle, curiously asked, "Is this an alternate dimensional space?" "One could say so." Zhou Chun nodded, a mysterious smile gracing his lips, opting not to elaborate further. He and Karen were not yet intimately acquainted, and there was no necessity for extensive explanations. Ding! Host has acquired a substantial quantity of celestial beans, altering the timeline. Rewarded with 1,000 causal points. Is this even permissible? Zhou Chun mused in confusion. Logically, celestial beans are a renewable plant. He could take these beans, and the cat sage could simply cultivate more, which should not disrupt future events, right? Unbeknownst to him, as he had forgotten much of the original Dragon Ball storyline. The production of celestial beans was meager, their annual yield not high, and their consumption great. Although the current celestial beans were measured in jars, they represented centuries of accumulation by Master Karen. In the future, due to the consumption by figures like Son Goku and the gluttonous warrior Yajirobe, the depletion of celestial beans would be immense. By the time Son Goku ventured to Namek to confront Frieza, he would find himself bereft of even a single bean. Despite his ignorance of the future's dire circumstances, having received benefits and unexpectedly gaining causal points, Zhou Chun felt a need to reciprocate. After all, exchanges should be mutual, especially since he would soon be departing Earth, leaving Bulma and the others in need of the deity's protection. Master Karen, I have always championed fair trade. Since I have taken your celestial beans, I wish to present you with a gift in return. Zhou Chun retrieved a scroll from his spatial ring, upon which the characters for waves overlapping were inscribed in bold, imposing script. Indeed, as one of the earliest profound techniques Zhou Chun had acquired, waves overlapping had been replicated by him countless times and distributed among his subordinates for cultivation, becoming as commonplace as middle school textbooks on Earth. This is a cultivation method from another world. It may prove beneficial to you. Zhou Chun handed the technique to the somewhat astonished cat sage, before imparting the language and script of the Dopey universe to him through a mental imprint. I can sense the profundity and rarity of this cultivation method. The cat sage exclaimed, visibly excited. For 800 years, my martial arts have seen little advancement, yet this technique offers me a glimmer of hope. Seeing the cat sage's exuberance, Zhou Chun chuckled inwardly, recognizing yet another willing test subject. Indeed, The reason Zhou Chun imparted the techniques from the Dochi world to Master Roshi, Son Goku, and Karen was not only to win their favor and lay the groundwork for establishing a power base in the Dragon Ball universe, but also to test the universality of these Dochi techniques. It is essential to understand that the martial arts cultivation methods in the Dragon Ball universe are quite rudimentary and, frankly, rather poor. Many of the powerful beings, including the Scions, primarily rely on their naturally formidable bloodlines or exploit the rich primordial energy and loopholes in the cosmic rules of the Dragon Ball universe to become stronger. For instance, the mightiest warrior in the universe, the Super Saiyan with a battle power exceeding 100 million, ascends through sheer rage. This is utterly ridiculous. Who has ever seen a Do zone from the Do Pull world advance to Do Sheng or Do Di through anger? This exemplifies the loopholes in the cosmic existence. Thus, in the Dragon Ball universe, where primordial energy is abundant and the cosmic rules are fraught with discrepancies, if the advanced techniques from the Dochi world can indeed be utilized in this martial arts deficient realm, Zhou Chun could likely cultivate a legion of formidable warriors in a remarkably short time. Imagine a future day when Zhou Chun leads a host of Super Saiyans, capable of wielding the flame-splitting wave and the 3,000 Thunder Mirage to conquer the myriad realms. How delightful that would be. Chapter 91. The Super Divine Water. Meanwhile, within the sacred temple atop Karen Tower, the Earth God, adorned in a white cloak and grasping a staff, his green skin complemented by 2 antennae, gazed solemnly at Zhou Chun's unexpected visit to the temple, causing him considerable anxiety. However, upon realizing that Zhou Chun merely sought a few celestial beings, the Earth God let out a sigh of relief. Initially, he had feared Zhou Chun's intentions were either to seek vengeance for his disciple, Wu Qian, or to covet his position as the Earth God. With a self-deprecating smile, he recognized that this powerful being neither sought to trouble him nor regarded the Earth God's position as a coveted treasure. It was he who had been overly sensitive. Within the Karen Tower, Zhou Chun and the Cat Sage engaged in a fair and open transaction, creating a cordial atmosphere. The attitudes of the Cat Sage and Bobo shifted from initial wariness to a simple fear. After all, possessing such boundless power often instills unease, especially when Zhou Chun presented yet another request. Master Karen, I recall that within your Karen's sacred land, there exists a substance known as Super Divine Water, capable of unlocking human potential and significantly enhancing strength? Zhou Chun inquired, playfully touching the ring on his finger, a broad smile adorning his face. That, my lord, is merely an illusion. The Super Divine Water atop Karen Tower is essentially just bottled water, providing psychological comfort. The Cat Sage awkwardly admitted, recalling that his disciple, Wu Qian, had consumed exactly that. The Cat Sage, feeling somewhat embarrassed, shook his head. After all, deceiving others into drinking mere water is hardly dignified. So, your Super Divine Water is a sham? Or might the real one be? Zhou Chun smirked, his gaze sharpening as he fixed it on the Cat Sage. The genuine Super Divine Water lies with me, and Karen lacks the authority to access it. A voice, aged yet commanding, echoed through the chamber. Zhou Chun turned to see the wrinkled Earth God standing upon a crimson-patterned flying carpet, exuding a unique aura. Earth God, the Cat Sage breathed a sigh of relief, finally managing to extricate Zhou Chun from this predicament. Greetings, I am the Earth God of this realm. I trust you are already acquainted with my identity. The Earth God said, his aged visage breaking into a warm smile as he placed a hand on his shoulder and slightly bowed in a customary greeting. Zhou Chun nodded in acknowledgement, responding, Indeed, it is quite difficult not to recognize the distinctive appearance of your Namekian kin. Upon hearing Zhou Chun's words, the Namekian Earth God appeared puzzled, yet excited. Have you encountered my other kin? One can hardly blame the Earth God for his excitement. Once upon a time, Namek faced severe pollution and climate changes, nearly transforming into a dead planet, resulting in the decimation of his kin. The Earth God's father had sent him away on a spacecraft to escape to Earth, but upon landing, he suffered a head injury and lost all memory of his origins. It was only through trials that he reclaimed his position as Earth God, prompting the resurgence of his memories and an intensified longing for his homeland. However, in his recollections, he believed his kin to be extinct, with only he remaining. Observing the Earth God's eager and hopeful expression, Zhou Chun earnestly spoke, Your Namek has now revived, and the numbers of your kin are gradually increasing. I hope this brings you good tidings. Really? Upon seeing Zhou Chun's affirmative nod, the Earth God felt a lump in his throat, his eyes brimming with emotion. I am truly grateful to you. After a brief pause, the Earth God added, If you desire Super Divine Water, please follow me. As the celestial being spoke, the magic carpet beneath him suddenly expanded, clearly creating space for Zhou Chun. Once Zhou Chun and Bobo had leapt onto the carpet, the celestial being paused for a moment, then tapped his staff, and the carpet soared towards the temple atop Corinta. Swiftly, the carpet traversed through layers of dark clouds, crackling with thunder and lightning, arriving at the hemispherical temple situated at the edge of the atmosphere. The air here was thin and the pressure exceedingly low, causing Zhou Chun, a newcomer, to feel somewhat uncomfortable. With a soft thud, he stepped onto the plaza paved with white tiles within the temple, casting a glance around at the temple's peculiar architecture, admiring the exotic scenery. Please hold on for a moment, the celestial being said gently to Zhou Chun, before turning to instruct, Bobo, go fetch the super divine water. Bobo acknowledged and entered the temple. Shortly thereafter, he emerged, cradling a box in his hands, from which he produced an ancient bronze teapot adorned with a divine symbol on its side. Zhou Chun opened the lid of the teapot and sniffed, discovering no peculiar odor, just the scent of ordinary water. Observing his uncertainty, the celestial being reassured him. This is indeed authentic super divine water, capable of unlocking the potential within the human body. However, the celestial being cautioned with a hint of worry. Super divine water is also highly toxic, possessing severe side effects, regardless of one's strength. If one cannot withstand its toxicity, they will perish. So, it's essentially a gamble with poison. Zhou Chun remarked, sealing the lid of the teapot, deep in thought. The celestial being nodded, his voice tinged with trepidation. I once sampled a small amount of super divine water, and soon my body was ravaged by its effects. Had it not been for our Mechanian's ability to regenerate lost limbs, you might be meeting the next celestial being today. Moreover, according to the temple's records, 14 individuals have consumed super divine water, and none returned alive. Is it truly that perilous? Zhou Chen's heart raced upon hearing this. The fact that the guardian of the super divine water nearly succumbed to its poison underscored its formidable toxicity. In the original narrative, Sun Wukon's ability to endure the super divine water was likely attributed to his protagonist's aura. Though Zhou Chun had always considered himself the protagonist and felt a hint of that aura, he had no intention of recklessly testing the poison on himself. Should he perish, he would become a laughingstock in the realm of transmigration. After all, with a system at his disposal, there were myriad ways to grow stronger. Why resort to such a perilous method? Moreover, before venturing into the Dopa world, he could refine several using the fidget, rapidly advancing his cultivation. Considering the super divine water's lethal nature, he could always find some less cautious subordinates to experiment on. As long as the sample size was sufficiently large, success was bound to follow. Chapter 92, Nebula Storm, Galactic Speed. The celestial being, noticing Zhou Chun clutching the bronze teapot tightly, offered, "This is the entirety of the super divine water accumulated over centuries within the temple. It is yours." "Then I shall graciously accept," Zhou Chun replied, pleased in the warm atmosphere. However, he did not hear the familiar system notification. Furrowing his brow, he thought, why is there no causality point? A glance at the kind yet slightly green-faced celestial being revealed to Zhou Chun that this wise figure had indeed left a contingency, not parting with all the super divine water. Recognizing this, Zhou Chun refrained from probing further. After all, the super divine water was a personal treasure of the celestial being, and receiving such a large quantity was already a great boon. To press for more would be rather unseemly. However, Zhou Chun's lack of concern did not equate to the celestial being's ease of mind. After detecting the suspicion in Zhou Chun's gaze, the celestial being felt a surge of pressure. He had, indeed, withheld some of the super divine water. After all, it was among the most precious treasures in the temple. How could he possibly give it all to one individual? Thus, to alleviate Zhou Chun's potential discontent, the celestial being elaborated. "My lord, within my temple lies something even more valuable than the super divine water. It is the room of spirit and time." Seeing Zhou Chun's growing interest, the celestial being sighed in relief and continued, "The room of spirit and time has thin air, yet gravity is tenfold that of earth. Most importantly, 1 year spent inside equates to merely 1 day outside." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun racked his memory and vaguely recalled this concept from the original narrative. Indeed, there was a place known as the room of spirit and time, where 1 year inside equated to a mere day outside. Such a miraculous treasure surely came with numerous restrictions. He cautiously inquired, if the room of spirit and time has no limitations, one could easily assemble hundreds of individuals to train within, creating a multitude of powerful warriors. There are some limitations, the celestial being replied, a bit awkwardly. Only 2 individuals may enter at a time, and each person can only spend 2 days inside their entire life, which translates to 2 years in the real world. Additionally, due to the thin air and the gravity, which is 10 times that of Earth, one may easily experience hallucinations, and those with weak wills may find it challenging to exit. That is indeed an extraordinary secret realm, Zhou Chun praised. Such a place that manipulated time would be a supreme treasure in any world. Once its existence became known, countless powerful beings would inevitably vie for control. Much like the Dou Qi continent's heavenly tomb, a semi-plane constructed by Dou emperors that also possessed the ability to slow the passage of time. It had endured its fair share of bloodshed and turmoil, claiming the lives of many strong warriors before its ownership was firmly held by the ancient 8 clans. Furthermore, the heavenly tomb's effects paled in comparison to the room of spirit and time. 5 days within the tomb only equated to a single day outside. Resolute, Zhou Chun decided he must seize control of this room of spirit and time. Just then, the sound of a communicator ringing interrupted his thoughts. Picking up the device Bulma had given him, He pressed a button, and Bulma's panicked voice burst through. "Celestial being, my home is under attack by the Red Ribbon Army. Many have already perished. You must come to our rescue." Upon hearing Bulma's distress, Zhou Chun furrowed his brow, recalling the origins of the Red Ribbon Army. Realization dawned upon him. Was this not the tragic faction from the original narrative that sought to gather the Dragon Balls to dominate the world, only to be slaughtered by a mere 7 or 8-year-old Goku? It seemed they had targeted Bulma's home for the Dragon Radar, perhaps even for the 7 Dragon Balls, which were still in stone form. "Bulma, do not cry. Calm yourself. Where is Master Roshi? With his strength, can he not handle the adversaries?" On the communicator, Bulma's voice quivered with sobs. Master Roshi initially took down many foes and destroyed the Red Ribbon Army's androids and tanks. But then, an enigmatic General Blue appeared, possessing the ability to immobilize anyone who meets his gaze. Woe is me, Master Roshi was caught off guard and fell victim, and Goku is the same. Thankfully, my father's security chief, Mr. Chappa, managed to save them. Damn, I knew those two lacked intelligence. Zhou Chun concluded without needing to ask for further details. It was evident that the boastful Master Roshi had been showing off before the enemy and had been ambushed by the ability of General Blue. As for Goku, Zhou Chun held no expectations of his intellect. "Bulma, what is your current situation? How long can you hold out?" Zhou Chun queried, calculating the time it would take to reach West City. "Ugh, we are currently defending at the center of the villa. Many of the security personnel have perished, and Mr. Chappa is injured. He said we can hold out for at most half an hour. That will suffice." Zhou Chun scoffed. "The Red Ribbon Army? They dare to stir trouble in my presence, clearly unaware of the meaning of death. Moreover, the world government has stationed a significant number of elite troops in such an important region as West City, yet they have not come to assist for so long. There must be something amiss. Come forth," Zhou Chun commanded, and instantly, the Saint Cloth of Andromeda enveloped him like a streak of light. To the celestial being and Bobo, a tremendous energy began to emanate from Zhou Chun's being. Until next time, Zhou Chun ascended into the air with the art of skyward dance. Addressing the deity and Bobo in the plaza of the temple, "Might I suggest that Bobo transport you with his Nimbus cloud?" The deity inquired with a hint of concern. Yet, his worry was not for Bulma's safety, but rather for the fate of West City and indeed all of humanity, should anything befall Bulma. No one could predict the actions of this formidable being. "The Nimbus cloud is far too slow," Zhou Chun retorted with a cold smirk, and in an instant, he vanished from the deity's sight like a fleeting shadow. Stellar Tempest, Galactic Light Speed. Chapter 93. Essential Skills of the Protagonist. The Final Blow. West City, headquarters of the Universal Capsule Corporation. As the heart of West City, the vast expanse of the corporation housed the residence and office of the world's wealthiest man, Dr. Briefs. Typically bustling with life and prosperity. Today, however, the center lay in ruins, echoing with the thunderous sounds of gunfire and the piercing cries of the afflicted. The once vibrant area had transformed into a desolate wasteland, littered with mangled corpses and wrecked automobiles. Particularly, the villa complex where Dr. Briefs resided was engulfed in flames, with structures collapsing under the barrage of rocket fire and armored vehicles. The once smooth roads were now riddled with craters, and the decorative trees lining the streets were largely ablaze. At this moment, within the upper floors of a sturdy granite building on the eastern side of the villa complex, Bulma lay weeping in the embrace of her mother, Mrs. Briefs, while Dr. Briefs paced back and forth, his face etched with worry. "Bulma, when will your divine boyfriend arrive? Mr. Gappa and the others can barely hold on." The doctor glanced at the numerous bodyguards sprawled on the ground, some injured and others lifeless. Unable to contain his anxious inquiry, he said he would come within half an hour. "Is Master coming soon?" Little Goku lay on the ground, his body stiff, filled with anticipation and shame. Beside him, Master Roshi, under the weight of his shell, remained silent. "It's not your fault, you two fools. With your overwhelming power, how could you allow the enemy to strike first?" Bulma lifted her head, wiping the tears from her cheeks, and shot a fierce glare at little Goku and Master Roshi. The old master, upon hearing her words, felt his face flush. Wishing to retreat into a shell, he had merely wished to showcase the grandeur of the martial arts deity. He had been outmatched by an unknown adversary. Boom! 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 3 heavy thuds resounded, followed by violent tremors that shook the entire building. The powerful firepower of the rocket launchers and armored vehicles had blasted 3 large holes in the building's facade. "Dr. Bulma, you must escape through the sewers." They deployed tanks. Gappa, who was downstairs organizing defenses with other bodyguards, rushed up, his voice hoarse with urgency. At that moment, the sensation of impending death washed over him as he faced the tank's onslaught. A terrifying feeling indeed. "Damn it, we must go now." Gappa pushed the reluctant doctor, his eyes darting to the still weeping Bulma. "We cannot hold out much longer. The previous bombardment decimated my first squad. We are left with so few. Moreover, the Red Ribbon Army has deployed several androids and superhumans. Only now do you think of fleeing? Is it not too late?" A smooth male voice cut through the chaos as a strikingly handsome young man in a pristine white shirt and golden blue eyes appeared suddenly at the doorway of the top floor. Clutched in his hand was a black-clad bodyguard, a gaping wound in his chest, which he casually tossed at the feet of Dr. Briefs. General Blue. Gappa turned, his grip on the gun trembling. The figure before him was none other than General Blue, the terrifying entity who had incapacitated Master Rashi with his supernatural abilities. Gappa had witnessed Rashi's immense strength firsthand. Not long before, when the Red Ribbon Army invaded, Rashi had obliterated their formidable android battalion with a single Kamehameha wave, turning renowned figures like Colonel Silver and General White to ashes. Yet this General Blue had rendered Rashi immobile, had it not been for his timely intervention. The martial arts deity would have perished here, but as a competent bodyguard, retreat was not an option. Gappa gritted his teeth, raised his weapon, and prepared to pull the trigger at Blue. A flash of blue light sparkled in Blue's eyes, and in an instant, Gappa's body stiffened, collapsing backward. Such commendable bravery. Blue smirked, a hint of color rising to his handsome visage. He then produced an exquisite handgun, aiming it at Gappa. General Blue, please stand down. As Gappa faced imminent death at Blue's hands, Dr. Briefs could no longer contain himself, pleading, "What does the Red Ribbon Army want? I will give you anything." Finally, we arrive at the crux of the matter, Blue replied, tucking his gun away and adjusting his tie and shirt with an air of negotiation. "We desire your dragon radar, along with the 7 Dragon Balls." "What? How do you know?" Bulma gasped in shock. Zhou Chun had gifted her the 7 Dragon Balls, and aside from her parents, she had never mentioned them to anyone else. Dr. Briefs' expression darkened as he realized something. "Oh, dear lady, you speak too freely. Hand over the 7 Dragon Balls now, and I shall spare your lives." A dangerous glint flickered in Blue's azure eyes as he coldly continued. "However, to prevent any tricks on your part, I must issue a warning." With that, Blue raised his handgun, and, with 2 resounding shots, blood blossomed on Gappa's chest. "No, stop. Take the Dragon Balls," the doctor urged. But it was too late. "Now, hand over the Dragon Balls, or the next to die will be the 2 of them." Blue swung his weapon toward the lifeless forms of Master Rashi and Little Goku, then cruelly smiled as he pressed the gun against Bulma's smooth forehead. "The next to perish will be your daughter." Crack! At that moment, a deep purple lightning bolt shattered the rooftop, striking straight at Blue. Following that, a flurry of lightning rained down upon Blue, instantly reducing him to a charred husk. Do not be so arrogant, for arrogance invites calamity. Does the Red Ribbon Army lack proper technical training? Zhou Chun descended from the heavens, swiftly embracing the astonished Bulma. "I knew you would come to save me," she cried, her voice trembling with relief. "Hold on a moment before you weep. This pretender may not yet be deceased," Zhou Chun admonished gently, stroking Bulma's azure hair. He then pointed a finger, sending another bolt of lightning crashing down upon the already charred remains of Blue. The technique of delivering the final blow is essential for protagonists to master. Chapter 94. The philosophical villain, the lightning Zhou Chun unleashed struck down heavily. Yet to his astonishment, the seemingly lifeless General Blue sprang back to life, narrowly evading the incoming bolt. "So, he is not dead after all," Zhou Chun smirked, finding Blue's act of feigned death rather convincing. Nevertheless, Zhou Chun was always cautious, and, critically, the system had not provided any alerts regarding Blue. General Blue was indeed a significant character in the original Dragon Ball narrative, known for his unique ability to incapacitate foes with a mere gaze. In the original storyline, he had previously defeated Master Rashi, Little Goku, and the world's greatest assassin, mercenary Tao, only to be overconfidently slain by Tao in the end. Eliminating such a character would undoubtedly yield significant repercussions. Since the system had not signaled any danger, it was clear he had not yet met his end. "You dare to ambush the illustrious General Blue? You dare to mar my visage? Today, I shall tear you apart." Blue's face, scorched and grotesque, contorted into a monstrous expression as he roared at Zhou Chun. As a proud individual, he placed great value on his handsome appearance. "Come, slay me." Zhou Chun glanced at Blue, who had been singed to a crisp, with only 2 blackened holes where his nose had been, and even his eyelids reduced to ash, and chuckled derisively. Such narcissistic and foolish individuals. Zhou Chun has undoubtedly eliminated countless arrogant foes. Allow me to demonstrate my most formidable technique. Those who have witnessed it are already deceased. Blue looked at Zhou Chun with a cold sneer, his face becoming increasingly grotesque. "Oh, really? How is it that the 2 lying over there are still alive?" Zhou Chun pointed at the incapacitated Master Rashi and Little Goku, then shrugged and spread his hands, exclaiming, "How infuriating! I shall annihilate you. I will dismember you into 1,000 pieces." Blue's azure eyes turned crimson with rage, and he shouted frantically, "Freeze! Stay still." As soon as the words left his mouth, the red of Blue's eyes unleashed 2 beams of azure light that struck Zhou Chun directly. "Ha! You've fallen victim to my supernatural ability. Anyone caught in it becomes immobile." Blue chuckled maniacally as he beheld Zhou Chun ensnared by his psychic blue light. "You, like those 2 fools, are merely foolish martial artists who cling to face and principles." Blue raised his head to the heavens, laughing derisively. How tragic. This is humanity, perpetually unable to confront the laws of nature. The archaic logic that one cannot attack a fallen enemy or slay those incapable of resistance. How can you still adhere to such nonsense? Now, let me see if your martial artist's head can withstand a bullet. Blue lowered his gaze, retrieving a pistol, ready to extinguish Zhou Chen's life, when suddenly his expression froze. He noticed Zhou Chen standing beside him, a hand resting on his shoulder, observing him with keen interest. Please continue. It is my first time encountering a villain with such philosophical musings. Zhou Chen wore a gentle smile, yet the hand on Blue's shoulder exerted relentless pressure, causing Blue's skin to tear and his joints to crack. How can this be ineffective? Why does my ultimate technique not work on you? Blue's face twisted in disbelief as sweat cascaded from his forehead like a waterfall. For years, the azure light in his gaze had rendered even the mightiest adversaries motionless and resigned to their fate. None had ever escaped its grasp. Why was this young man immune to his powers? Have you ever heard of an ant's technique being effective against an elephant? Zhou Chen chuckled, clad in sacred attire. His combat prowess likely surpassed 5,000 points, marking him as an elite warrior in the cosmos. To put it into perspective, the Scion Nappa, who invaded Earth alongside Vegeta, boasted a mere 4,000 combat points. Blue's minuscule psychic ability might affect someone like Master Roshi, with a power level of 1 or 200, but against Zhou Chen, it was nothing short of jest. Feeling the pressure on his shoulder, Blue turned to stare at Zhou Chen for several seconds before suddenly collapsing to his knees, bowing his head in supplication. My lord, please spare me. I am of great use. I possess many secrets of the Red Ribbon Army and know where their assets are hidden. Boom! Zhou Chen, uninterested in his ramblings, forcefully pressed Blue into the ground. Then, as a faint glow emanated from his palm, it coalesced into a fist, striking towards Blue's head with the speed of lightning. Shut your mouth. Here is a taste of 8 extremes burst. Bang! With a resounding explosion, Blue's head shattered like a watermelon. The red and white matter barely had time to escape before being vaporized by Zhou Chen's overwhelming energy. Casting aside Blue's headless body, Zhou Chen sneered. How audacious of you to engage in philosophy at my expense. Truly, you are oblivious to your own demise. Ding! Host has slain General Blue, altering the world line. Reward, 500 causal points. Turning to the dazed crowd, Zhou Chen cleared his throat, prompting them to regain their senses. I appreciate your assistance, esteemed deity. Doctor. Briefs bowed deeply to Zhou Chen, his voice filled with sincerity. No need for formalities. I had to come due to Bulma's situation. Zhou Chen wiped the dust from Bulma's face, smiling as he replied. Then I entrust Bulma to your care. Before Dr. Briefs could respond, Mrs. Briefs decisively offered her daughter up, leaving Bulma blushing furiously, her head bowed to her ample bosom. Mrs. Briefs, adjusting her slightly disheveled golden hair, gazed approvingly at the handsome and powerful Zhou Chen, chattering on. When do you plan to register your marriage with Bulma? We need to prepare the wedding house and dowry. Furthermore, when do you intend to have children? Zhou Chen, mother, please. Bulma's face burned crimson as she fidgeted her hands together, whispering, unsure of how to respond. Zhou Chen, observing Mrs. Brief's delightfully naive demeanor, suddenly perceived that this mother-in-law might belong to the endearingly foolish category. Chapter 95, Mastering the Dragon Ball World. Ahem, Master Mrs. Briefs. May I interrupt? The turtle hermit, liberated from Blue's psychic control, stood up awkwardly. Master, it seems Mr. Gappa is still alive. I can sense a faint energy within him. Alive? Zhou Chen swiftly approached Gappa, who had taken 2 shots to the chest, extending his spirit to sense Gappa's life force. Indeed, he is alive. Nodding, Zhou Chen acknowledged Gappa's resilience as a martial artist who had participated in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Though his strength was lacking, he possessed valuable survival skills. Luckily, Zhou Chen had brought back some senza beans from the Korin Sacred Land. Zhou Chen retrieved a senza bean from his dimensional ring and placed it in Gappa's mouth. Soon, a green energy filled with life enveloped Gappa, revitalizing his severely injured body. The bullets lodged in his chest were expelled by newly formed muscle, and his wounds began to heal. However, given Gappa's near-fatal injuries and his weak constitution, although his physical injuries were mending, he remained unconscious. Let him rest for now. Find a suitable place for him. Zhou Chen waved his hand and then turned to the turtle hermit and little Goku, who had faltered at a critical moment. Martial arts master, Goku, go eliminate the nearby Red Ribbon Army members. Remember, kill without mercy, leave no one alive. A fierce glint flashed in Zhou Chen's eyes. These audacious individuals needed a proper lesson, especially those within the world government. Without their complicity, how could the Red Ribbon Army possibly have emerged in the heart of West City? In the capital of the world government, Kaislujin, distinct from the governmental center of West City, this was the homeland of the Cat People President and the stronghold of the Cat People family, which had been passed down through generations. Indeed, in the Dragon Ball universe, the position of president, or king, had always been held by the Cat People family. In the original storyline, the ancestors of the Cat People President used the power of the Dragon Balls to attain dominion over Earth. Consequently, for centuries, the Cat People family had endeavored to conceal the truth about the Dragon Ball's existence, and had actively sought to eliminate those who sought them. After all, those who seized power using the Dragon Balls were bound to be wary of them. Thus, upon learning from the doctor that Bulma possessed all 7 Dragon Balls, the Cat People president could not suppress his inner trepidation and greed, yet he feared the power of Zhou Chun, the god of martial arts. Hence, a plan to manipulate events from the shadows was conceived. The Cat People president deliberately leaked information to the Red Ribbon Army and ordered the government forces in West City to remain inactive, hoping to seize the Dragon Balls through the Red Ribbon Army, then reclaim them for himself. Initially, this plan appeared flawless. After all, among the characters in the Dragon Ball universe, few possessed high intelligence. Most were merely muscle-bound simpletons. Unfortunately, Zhou Chun was not a native of the Dragon Ball world. For one well-versed in the art of war and the romance of the 3 kingdoms, the Cat People president's scheme was laughably inept. Thus, Zhou Chun arrived at the gates of the Cultivation presidential palace. Guards, armed and vigilant, focused on a young man clad in peculiar armor who had appeared without warning. Halt! What? Before the guard could finish his warning, Zhou Chun pointed and killed him, his head exploding. Red and white matter splattering against the pristine palace walls in a horrifying display. Open fire. Kill him. Tot 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 tot. Boom. In no time, hundreds of guards defending the Cultivation palace, armed with a variety of light and heavy weaponry, charged towards Zhou Chun, who wielded the divine sword of thunder. A flicker of lightning flashed in his eyes, and countless bolts of electricity streaked across the sky, decimating the approaching guards. Step by step, Zhou Chun trod upon the viscous blood and corpses, gradually entering the Golden Palace. Inside, seated upon a leather chair, the feline president, with trembling hands clutching a cigar, took a deep drag. From the moment the gunfire erupted outside, he understood that his plans had unraveled. Divine Lord, how do you intend to deal with me? The old Catman inhaled from his cigar, feigning calmness. If you kill me, the world government will collapse into chaos. Surely, that is not what you desire. Are you attempting to coerce me? Zhou Chun regarded the self-important Catman before him, stepping closer to pat his broad shoulder, and jested, "Rest assured, I have everything planned. From this moment forth, Dr. Brivis will ascend as the new president, and the earth shall fall under my dominion. As for you, the soon-to-be deceased, you need not worry about this world any longer." With that, Zhou Chun crushed the Catman's throat, achieving the mission of eliminating the Earth's president from the Dragon Ball world, altering the timeline and earning 2,000 causality points. Indeed, the narrative had collapsed, yielding a considerable bounty of causality points. A sly smile crept across Zhou Chun's lips. It seemed the time had come to instigate a series of events. In a world equipped with communicators and television, the speed of information dissemination was extraordinarily rapid. The news of Zhou Chun's audacious assault on the Cultivation palace and the execution of the Catman president spread across the globe in no time. As the feline president had anticipated, chaos erupted worldwide. Various armed factions, martial artists, and street thugs instigated a geometric rise in violent incidents. It was only days later that a new government, led by Dr. Brivis and supported by his vast connections and influence as the world's wealthiest individual, managed to restore order to the turmoil. Under the martial suppression from Zhou Chun and Master Roshi, insurgent forces such as the Red Ribbon Army faced devastating blows, while the opposition within the world government was ruthlessly slaughtered. In that fleeting moment, no one dared to rise in defiance. Zhou Chun, having achieved his goal, amassed a staggering total of 5,000 causality points as a reward for establishing a new government and altering the timeline. The entire Earth within the Dragon Ball realm was now firmly under his control. Chapter 96. The Mountain of the War God. A Divine Miracle. In the West City, at the center of the new government, stood the residence of the newly appointed president Dr. Brivis, which also served as the epicenter of power for the new world government. The villa complex, previously devastated by the Red Ribbon Army's assault, had been reconstructed, more splendid than before. From a newly erected white edifice, Zhou Chun embraced Bulma's slender waist, gazing out through the technologically advanced diamond-shaped floor-to-ceiling windows at the sprawling vista of West City. "Is your father faring well with work these days?" Zhou Chun inquired casually, swirling the red wine in a delicate goblet. "Of course, everything's going smoothly." Bulma, clad in a sheer nightgown, nestled closely against Zhou Chun, her tone laced with playful sarcasm. "With you having obliterated the moon with a single punch and brazenly stormed the Cultivation palace to assassinate the former president, no one dares to oppose my father." "That's good to hear." Zhou Chun nodded, suddenly asking, "How did you feel about yesterday?" Bulma froze momentarily, a flush creeping up her cheeks, even her delicate ears turning crimson. Then, with a playful pinch on Zhou Chun's waist, she huffed indignantly. "Are you so pleased with yourself?" "Hey, let's keep it civil." "What do you mean by civil?" Bulma retorted, somewhat dissatisfied. "We're not even married yet, and here we are, entangled like this. It feels so embarrassing." "Ah, fret not. I've already had your father arrange a marriage certificate for us." As he spoke, a gilded marriage certificate materialized in Zhou Chun's hand, prominently displaying their photographs. Bulma, both bashful and elated, snatched the certificate and tucked it in her nightgown, glaring at Zhou Chun with feigned ferocity. If you don't return to see me within 3 years, I will divorce you. Rest assured, I could never bear to be apart from you for so long. Zhou Chen replied tenderly, though the cold sweat at his temples betrayed his true feelings. Indeed, Bulma, the embodiment of passion and disdain for fickle men, would genuinely consider severing ties if he failed to visit her for an extended period. Contemplating the potential calamities that might ensue, Zhou Chen resolved to make frequent visits to nurture their relationship. After all, the cost of the trip was merely 3,000 causality points, a price he could easily afford. When will you be departing from Earth? Bulma, sensing her earlier intimidation had borne fruit, inquired about Zhou Chen's plans. Perhaps this was the psychological aftermath of their first night together. I need to venture to the mountain of the war god. I shall leave Earth thereafter. Zhou Chen thought of the tasks he had assigned to Dr. Brivis and Master Rashi, his heart swelling with pride. The Dragon Ball world would never slip from his grasp again. Kaiserlugen, the mountain of the war god, once the grand fortress of Kaiserlugen City, had been built high upon the mountains. Following Zhou Chen's elimination of the Catman president, the new government, led by Dr. Brivis, swiftly quelled the resistance within Kaiserlugen City. Following Zhou Chen's directives, they razed numerous residences and useless structures, leaving only the Golden Palace constructed by the Catman president. Then, the process became quite simple. Zhou Chen renamed one of Earth's most prominent mountains to the Mountain of the War God and established the first sect in the Dragon Ball world, the Sect of the War God. Subsequently, he instructed the new government to allocate vast resources and manpower to rapidly construct numerous ancient-style, Gothic religious edifices upon the mountain, rendering the entire Mountain of the War God a sanctified abode for the divine. The final step, which was the purpose of Zhou Chen's visit to the Mountain of the War God, was to stage a spectacle before billions across the Dragon Ball world, creating the illusion of a divine ascension in broad daylight. Indeed, Zhou Chen intended to become a deity revered by the world. Thus, he could wield the cloud of a god, the advanced martial prowess of the sect of the war god, and the secular military forces controlled by his father-in-law, effectively consolidating his dominion over the earth of the Dragon Ball world. After all, the Dragon Ball universe was a vast realm with exceedingly high power levels. There was no harm in laying the groundwork now. At this moment, Zhou Chen stood at the rear of the Mountain of the War God, hands clasped behind his back, composed as he gazed at the majestic waterfall cascading down the mountainside. After a prolonged silence, he turned to the ever-silent Master Rashi beside him and calmly declared, "The sect of the War God is now in your hands. You must diligently cultivate the advanced martial arts techniques I bestowed upon you and train a cadre of true warriors. In the future, they will be needed, whether on Earth or in other realms." Master Rashi nodded. "Rest assured, Master, many martial artists are eager to join the sect of the War God in your name. Even my disciple, Krillin, expressed a desire to join recently. He has 2 students named Tien Shinhan and Kaiotsu, who have already ascended the Mountain of the War God and are currently training under my guidance." "Oh, Krillin?" Zhou Chen raised an eyebrow. In the original narrative, Krillin was also a disciple of Master Rashi, but later diverged from him ideologically, creating his own style. In terms of strength and talent, he was not inferior to Master Rashi. As for Tien Shinhan and Kaiotsu, these 2 surpassed a battle power of several million in the original story. Even stronger than the first stage of the universe's emperor, Frisia. Regardless of the realm, they were formidable forces not to be underestimated. Such talent, in future endeavors across various realms, they will undoubtedly prove invaluable, Zhou Chen mused. He then reminded, "You may also impart the Earth-level martial arts techniques to them. After all, Krillin is practically my disciple. It is only right to extend some privileges. Now, prepare for the event. Set the cameras in place and gather the spectators on the Mountain of the War God. I want them to witness what a god truly is and who reigns as the master of this planet." Chapter 98. Divine Miracles Outside the Martial God Mountain. As the martial arts deity, who had obliterated the moon, announced to the world his intention to ascend to the divine realm in broad daylight, inviting leaders of various media and influential powers to witness the event, the area at the foot of the mountain became a veritable sea of humanity. The landscape was dotted with an array of capsule villas and hovering vehicles, drawing nearly every prominent figure from around the globe, each arriving with diverse motivations, some compelled to attend, others too intimidated to abstain. At the mountain's base, throngs of people congregated, and the facilities developed by capsule companies were plentiful, including villas, bars, and swimming pools. Many influential dignitaries even brought along capsule conference halls, creating an ambience reminiscent of a small city. In an opulent conference room, heavily guarded and bustling with activity, Dr. Brivis sat at the center of the table, attentively listening to governmental reports while awaiting the ascension of his son-in-law. Suddenly, a portly official, wearing round spectacles and possessing squinty eyes, posed a question laden with insinuation. "Mr. President, might I inquire if the martial arts deity will ever return to Earth after his journey to the divine realm? What's your take on it?" Dr. Brivis adjusted his glasses and cast a cold, scrutinizing gaze at the provocateur. "Ah, Mr. President, no need to be irate. I merely asked out of curiosity." The rotund official replied with a sycophantic smile, his inquiry having been made under the instructions of his own backers, attempting to gauge the timeline of Zhou Qin's departure to formulate their future plans. To his surprise, the newly inaugurated President Brevis exhibited a level of astuteness that belied his scientific background, appearing more like a seasoned politician. Observing the doctor's impassive expression, the official, now sweating profusely, was about to offer some reparative words when a series of resounding booms silenced him. Boom! 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 A deafening chime resonated from the peak of Martial God Mountain. This was the signal for the audience to ascend. Countless individuals emerged from the myriad capsule homes, surging forth like a tidal wave, their movements orderly thanks to the presence of tens of thousands of government security personnel, thereby avoiding any stampede. The path up the mountain was singular, winding along a lengthy stone staircase. Midway up, an ancient, grand palace loomed majestically, captivating the hearts of all who gazed upon it. The realization that this was the residence of a deity sent shivers of awe through the crowd. At the summit, the disciples of the martial god sect were equally electrified. New initiates, with unblemished backgrounds, stood in formation under the guidance of Master Rashi, their collective presence exuding formidable energy. For these disciples, witnessing their ancestral master ascend to the divine realm in broad daylight was a source of inspiration beyond the power of words. As time passed, the appointed hour for Zhou Qin's ascension drew nearer, and the throngs of spectators continued to swell. Tens of thousands of eager eyes remained fixated on the gilded palace atop Martial God Mountain, their gazes brimming with anticipation. However, the designated time for the ascension elapsed. Yet Zhou Qin, the martial arts deity, remained conspicuously absent. As the sun grew increasingly fervent, impatience began to ripple through the crowd. Whispers of doubt emerging. I fear this divine ascension may not come to fruition. How could the martial deity still be missing at this juncture? A young man clad in a suit expressed his frustration to a middle-aged companion, evidently a member of the elite. The older man, incensed by the youth's words, turned sharply to admonish him. Nonsense. Is the matter of deities one you can so casually discuss? Have you forgotten how that Catman president met his demise just a month ago? Similar scenes unfolded throughout the waiting crowd as skepticism began to take root. Some even questioned whether this deity was an imposter. Look to the sky. Suddenly, a sharp-eyed individual among the crowd bellowed, igniting a wave of enthusiasm. As people gazed upward, they beheld a figure clad in white robes soaring towards them from the distant horizon, radiant under the blazing sun. The individual sparkled like a celestial being descending from the heavens. No, this was divinity itself. The once chattering crowd fell into a hushed silence, mesmerized by the spectacle. Those unfamiliar with the art of aerial movement stood utterly astounded. The moment has arrived. I shall ascend forthwith, Zhou Qin proclaimed, suspended midair. His clear voice, though not loud, resonated distinctly in the ears of all present. As he spoke, an eruption of thunderous cheers erupted from the multitude, reverberating across the landscape, startling fauna for miles around. On the summit, Bulma gazed dreamily at Zhou Qin, acutely aware that his departure would leave an indeterminate void in time. Zhou Qin's gaze pierced the distance, taking one last profound look at Bulma within the palace before nodding towards Dr. Brevis, Master Rashi, and Goku below. Then turning away, his spirit momentarily restored to tranquility. System. Initiate the return to the Do world. Zhou Qin commanded resolutely within his mind. Ding, a deduction of 3,000 karma points has been initiated for the dimensional transfer request. Please hold on, host. Ding, the barrier to the Do world is being breached. The barriers have been penetrated, and the transfer is commencing. In an instant, a brilliant sphere of light coalesced in the sky, radiating an intensity surpassing that of the sun. Soon, amidst the collective gaze of the crowd, a beam of light descended from the luminous orb, enveloping Zhou Qin entirely. By the time the thousands gathered on Martial God Mountain regained their senses, Zhou Qin had vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a faint milky white glow slowly dissipating in the sky. Chapter 99. Resurrection of the Cross. In the Dopa world, after the annihilation of the Xia family by the Gale family, the Xia family's influence surged. Were it not for the enigmatic Xianshun pavilion looming over them, they would have long unified Wutan City, since the day the little doctor was briefly summoned to another dimension by a beam of light. Suna frequently visited under the pretense of wanting to hear stories, probing for information. Even the usually perceptive Yufei could not contain her curiosity, often asking numerous questions. At this moment, in the Xia family's rear mountain, the little doctor and Suna sat on ground, engaging in casual conversation as they shared the scenes witnessed during Zhou Qin's summoning to the alternate dimension. Suna attentively listened, her eyes sparkling with intrigue, occasionally posing critical questions to glean insights about Zhou Qin. Truly, the little doctor's sister. You mentioned that the divine dragon can be summoned from 7 Dragon Balls to grant any wish. Suna paused, her voice tinged with anticipation. Could that divine dragon facilitate a breakthrough? Perhaps allowing a Do Saint to ascend to Do Emperor? Duo Saint, Do Emperor? The little doctor was taken aback, utterly astonished. She had long heard Zhou Chun speak of Sun's family's immense power. One could even say they wielded dominion over the world. The legendary Dou saint was said to exist within her family, and even the peak Dou emperor, Ling Ying, could only serve as her inconspicuous bodyguard. Initially, the little doctor thought Zhou Chun was jesting, but it now seemed that Sun's family indeed harbored Dou saints. Could it be that there was an elder in Sun's family aspiring to ascend to Dou emperor? The little doctor's instincts sharpened. Her years in Qingshan town had taught her the brutal reality of this world of Dou Qi. Those at the pinnacle wielded power unchecked. And if they learned of the Dragon Balls, greed would inevitably ensue. Moreover, the efficacy of the Dragon Balls was indeed limited. They could not even cure her own cursed body, merely sealing it for 10 years. To expect them to enable a breakthrough to Dou Emperor was nothing short of a fantasy. Thus, maintaining a composed demeanor, the little doctor replied, "The power of the Dragon Balls is actually quite restricted. They cannot fully cure my cursed body, only sealing it for a decade, let alone facilitating a breakthrough to Dou Emperor." Sun, upon hearing this, nodded slightly, a hint of disappointment crossing her features, yet she did not doubt the little doctor's words. For the little doctor had always been remarkably candid with her. It appears that her father, Gu Yuan, has yet to achieve the breakthrough to Dou Di. And as the inquisitive Sun resembles a curious Teletubby, she is about to inquire further. Suddenly, the sky above the back mountain darkens as ominous clouds gather. And with a flash of white light, a familiar rainbow-colored pillar descends from the heavens, crashing violently into the earth. Boom! After a few seconds of overwhelming impact, the well-known figure of Zhou Chun materializes before the two women. In the wake of the dissipating light, only a circular emblem adorned with ancient and intricate patterns remains. Its bearer, slightly dazed from the dimensional transport, Zhou Chun spreads his arms wide and, noticing the two women staring in astonishment, bursts into laughter. "What's this? Am I not welcome? You insufferable lecher, you finally deigned to return." The little medicine fairy exclaims, diving into Zhou Chun's embrace like a fledgling returning to its nest, evoking a warm sensation within him. All right, don't act like a child. Lady Sun is watching," Zhou Chun gently admonishes, patting the little medicine fairy's smooth back with an air of feigned exasperation, while secretly reveling in the moment, much to Sun's discomfort as a single dog. "Oof. How dare you speak? What's this about Bulma? You've been gone for but a short while, and you've already started courting a young lady in another dimension?" "Haha, it was purely an accident," Zhou Chun replies, chuckling awkwardly as he hastily changes the subject. "I've just returned, and there are many matters to attend to. We shall converse later tonight." With that, he nods at the two women and vanishes in an instant, leaving the little medicine fairy and Sun exchanging bewildered glances. It is only after a moment that the little medicine fairy exclaims, "Did he really just run away?" Sun, stifling a laugh, teases, "He must have done something shameful to flee rather than face your interrogation." Zhou Chun indeed has pressing matters to attend to. Having acquired over 20,000 causality points in the Dragon Ball world, aside from the 6,000 spent on dimensional travel, he had yet to utilize the rest. Upon arriving at the secret chamber that the Shao family had preserved for him, Zhou Chun sits cross-legged and silently calls upon the system. Ding! Request received. Retrieving data. Please wait. Name: Zhou Chun. Occupation: Dimensional Traveler Race. Human Strength: Peak First Stage, Peak Second Stage. Causality Points: 20, 605 Techniques: Burning Art, True Cloud Art, God Slaying Technique, True Cloud Sword Art, Thunder Control Technique Equipment, Celestial Garment System. I shall spend 5,000 causality points to draw a third-tier item. Ding! Request received. Processing. Ding! 5,000 causality points deducted. Drawing a third-tier item. As a somewhat indistinct, colorful wheel spins in his mind, Zhou Chun finally hears ding. Third-tier item drawn. Rebirth Cross. This item, originating from the world of infinite terror, is an exceedingly rare resurrection artifact. The bearer can resurrect 5 minutes post-mortem, recovering bodily injuries to half of their optimal state, and can instantly transport to another dimension to evade pursuers. A resurrection item? The Rebirth Cross? Zhou Chun wipes away the drool that had unconsciously dripped from his mouth before leaping up in excitement, murmuring, after being cautious for so long, "I can finally act recklessly. If worst comes to worst, I can just resurrect and start over." System, you have truly outdone yourself. Ding. The host is too kind. It is our honor to serve you. Is it truly your honor? Zhou Chun smiles faintly, bemused by the persistent use of we. Is this a hint directed to the host? He chuckles, dismissing the notion that we refers to some higher authority. He only believes in one principle. Those who align with me shall prosper, and those who oppose me shall perish. Chapter 100. Spirit Enhancing Pill. Foundation Establishment Pill. Not wishing to dwell on convoluted thoughts, Zhou Chun decisively commands, System, spend another 3,000 causality points to draw 3 second-tier items. I wish to see what else I can procure. Ding. Request received. Processing. Ding. 3,000 causality points deducted. Drawing 3 second-tier items. As the colorful wheel continues to whirl in his mind, Zhou Chun finally hears ding. Second-tier item drawn. Spirit Enhancing Pill. This pill hails from the realm of the Great Ruler, a highly effective elixir for enhancing cultivation within the vast world. It is particularly beneficial for novices embarking on their training journey, as its effects are gentle and leave no adverse side effects. Zhou Chen nods in satisfaction. Excellent. This is precisely the kind of safe and effective elixir I favor. It is the quintessential choice for someone of his inclination towards medicinal consumption. Continue drawing. Ding. Second tier, item drawn. Foundation Establishment Pill. This pill originates from the world of a mortal's journey to immortality, enhancing the success rate of foundation establishment for cultivators, cleansing impurities from the body, and accelerating training speed. Proceed. Ding. Second tier, item drawn. Ice Heart Pill. This pill, also from the world of a mortal's journey to immortality, suppresses the emergence of inner demons and assists cultivators in their training. The 3 consecutive draws yield nothing but elixirs, all of which aid cultivation. A faint smirk forms on Zhou Chan's lips. This is far too coincidental. It feels less like a lottery and more like a gift. System, what exactly are you? Zhou Chen muses, his inner vigilance heightening, though he does not dwell excessively on it. He first consumes the Ice Heart Pill to suppress his inner turmoil, followed by a radiant blue pill, fragrant and delightful, which is none other than the coveted Foundation Establishment Pill within the cultivation realm. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Chen swallows it whole, activating the true cloud art within his body to begin refining its effects. The Foundation Establishment Pill's potency takes effect swiftly, in mere moments. Zhou Chen feels a fiery sensation igniting in his dantian, while his limbs chill to the bone, creating a stark contrast of sensations. However, this feeling lasts only briefly before the fiery warmth vanishes without a trace, and his limbs return to normal temperature, leaving Zhou Chen momentarily bewildered. Suddenly, his expression shifts dramatically. He presses his hands against his dantian, unwilling to release them, for an intense pain akin to the simultaneous stabbing of multiple daggers erupts from within. This unforeseen agony drains the color from his face, with beads of sweat the size of soybeans cascading down his chin. Zhou Chen, contorted in pain, silently curses the system for failing to warn him about the agonizing effects of the Foundation Establishment Pill. Yet before he can finish his thoughts, the pain from his dantian erupts violently, transforming into torrents of heat that surge through his meridians, penetrating deep into his very bones. Almost immediately, the heat morphs into an unbearable itch, as though countless ants were crawling all over his body, compelling him to bash his head against the wall in a desperate attempt to alleviate the torment. This maddening ordeal persists for half an hour before it gradually subsides. Zhou Chen, propped against the wall, finally manages to stand. At this moment, he is drenched in sweat, his body coated in a mysterious, sticky black-gray substance that exudes an indescribable odor. Yet, none of this concerns Zhou Chen. What troubles him is the realization that he has not broken through to become a great dome master. Clearly, while the Foundation Establishment Pill has improved his physique, cleansing his marrow and enhancing his constitution, leading to an exponential increase in his cultivation speed, it lacks the capacity to directly facilitate a breakthrough. It is merely an auxiliary elixir. Fortunately, he still possesses a spirit-enhancing pill. Zhou Chen muses, grateful for this last hope. Otherwise, to elevate his cultivation, he would need to seek out otherworldly flames or continue drawing. Wait a moment. Zhou Chen suddenly senses something amiss. These 3 pills are intricately interconnected. The Ice Heart Pill is meant to suppress inner demons for full-fledged cultivation. The Foundation Establishment Pill enhances one's physique, broadens their meridians, and accelerates training, while the Spirit-Enhancing Pill directly elevates cultivation. These 3 pills are evidently a carefully arranged set provided by the system. What a sham this so-called lottery is. Zhou Chen smirked mischievously. Since this system reveled in assisting others, he saw no reason to be overly courteous. With a sigh of relief, he retrieved the spirit-nourishing pill, observing the aromatic elixir from the vast expanse of the world before swallowing it whole. Boom! The pill dissolved instantly upon entering his mouth, and in an instant, torrents of fighting spirits surged through Zhou Chen's limbs and veins, creating a sensation of fullness that caused a faint ache in his meridians, clearly nearing his limits. Zhou Chen was acutely aware of his current state and immediately began to channel the burning technique, directing the potent fighting spirit along the prescribed pathways until it converged within his Qi Si. Within the Qi Si, the crimson flames of the burning technique roiled. And amid this turmoil, Zhou Chen sensed the intensity of the spiritual energy rapidly escalating. Most critically, he suddenly felt a powerful suction emanating from his body, greedily drawing in the natural energy from the surrounding environment, which, after being refined by the burning technique, transformed into streams of red fighting spirit that flowed into the Qi Si. As he sensed the rapidly strengthening fighting spirit within the Qi Si, a profound sense of comfort enveloped Zhou Chen's entire being. As Zhou Chen immersed himself in the exhilarating surge of power, the Shao family was similarly stirred. Everyone could feel an immense gravitational force erupting from a concealed chamber within the Shao residence, audaciously claiming the natural energy within a radius of several hundred feet. This commotion immediately captured the attention of all members of the Xiao family, leaving them in awe as they reached out with their senses, ultimately converging upon Zhou Qin's private chamber. What is happening? Ling Ying, a Dou Huang beside Sun Er, materialized from the air, her expression laced with confusion. Who is responsible for this? What are they doing? Simultaneously, in a training room, Yao Lao, who was guiding Xiao Yan in the burning technique, lifted his head, sensing the rapidly depleting natural energy in the air and the direction of the suction. He muttered, "Has that rascal Qin returned? Such a domineering absorption. How can he so recklessly draw in the natural energy without fearing overexertion?" Chapter 101. Popping pills to attain enlightenment. Master, what is happening? Xiao Yan, pulled from his focused training, opened his bright eyes, filled with uncertainty. Just moments ago, while absorbing energy, he suddenly sensed something amiss. It felt as if the natural energy around him had dried up, rendering him incapable of drawing in even a trace. Do not panic. Yao Lao's steady voice immediately calmed Xiao Yan. He then cast his gaze toward the direction of the hidden chamber, his brow slightly furrowing as he said, "Your senior brother is breaking through. There is nothing to worry about." Senior brother has returned? Xiao Yan sprang to his feet, his excitement palpable. His concern for Zhou Chun, a kindred spirit, was evident. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's inquiry, Yao Lao nodded, then adopted a stern expression, admonishing Xiao Yan, "Little Yan, look at your senior brother, who has elevated his rank several times in such a short span. And then look at yourself, who has only progressed to the 5th tier of Douqi after a month. As my disciple, the disparity between you two is quite significant." Xiao Yan felt a twinge of frustration at Yao Lao's words and muttered under his breath, "Isn't it your fault for draining my Douqi for 3 years? Otherwise, I would have already become a great Dome Master." "What did you say?" Yao Lao's face flushed with embarrassment as he felt his pride wounded, retorting, "Do you dare talk back? Continue your training. Do not stop until you reach the 6th tier of Douqi." Meanwhile, in a secluded area of the Xiao family's rear mountain, Fei Lei, who was practicing the thunderclap technique, was also stirred by the commotion from Zhou Chen's training. Sensing the natural energy rapidly converging towards the hidden chamber, he was both astonished and elated. This unmistakable intensity of training signified the return of the master. "Master, you shall see my worth," Fei Lei murmured to himself, then closed his eyes to continue his cultivation. The Dou crystal within him, resembling a sea urchin, was undergoing an astonishing transformation. For Fei Lei, the title of Dou Wang was no longer a distant dream. Elsewhere, within the training chamber, Zhou Qin sat cross-legged upon the cold jade platform. At that moment, the fluctuations of natural energy in the room became somewhat intense. With visible ripples of energy emanating from his being, his robes billowed without wind, and a heavy expression graced his face, a faint crimson hue shimmering upon it. Truly, the spirit-nourishing pill from the vast world contained immeasurable potency. Feeling the vast reservoir of natural energy within him, Zhou Qin's heart soared as he commanded the abundant energy to transform into crimson fighting spirit, all of which surged into his qi, merging with the swirling energy of his dantian. With such immense spiritual power flooding in, the previously pigeon egg-sized whirlpool of fighting spirit was now steadily growing, its crimson glow intensifying. Originally, the whirlpool contained nearly half of the red liquid energy, but now, it was filled to at least 3/4 of its capacity. At this rate, when the whirlpool was fully filled, it would signify the limit of his current cultivation level. As time passed, Zhou Chun was enveloped in a soft crimson radiance, which formed a spectral robe of fighting spirit around him. At this moment, the red light twisted incessantly, as if constructing and probing something. Intriguingly, the once ethereal fighting spirit robe began to exhibit characteristics akin to a tangible object. Gradually, within Zhou Chun, the whirlpool spun slowly, with the red liquid energy swirling like an impending flood, seemingly poised to overflow from the already saturated vortex. "It is time to break through." Zhou Chun exhaled a breath of stale air, his hand gestures subtly shifting as he began to compress the gaseous energy within him. This energy could be condensed into a higher-grade liquid form, which in turn could be further solidified into a more advanced solid energy. This so-called solid energy was the very secret behind the ability of a great Dome Master to summon fighting spirit armor that appeared almost corporeal. As Zhou Chun's hand gestures continued to evolve, the whirlpool within him first fell into a brief silence. Moments later, ripples began to undulate across its surface, growing increasingly vigorous until it resembled boiling water, with crimson waves surging forth from its center. In that fleeting moment of energetic turbulence, the slowly rotating whirlpool began to accelerate, transforming into a frenzied spiral that emitted a low, whirring sound, resonating gently throughout his body. These sounds, imbued with a mysterious rhythm, coursed through his meridians, penetrating his bones, and merging with his cells, ultimately reaching the skin's surface, infusing the fighting spirit robe that twisted around him. Once the sound penetrated the fighting spirit robe, Its undulations gradually ceased, coalescing into a form that revealed a hazy, fighting spirit armor etched with a flame-like pattern across his chest. Although this armor was merely a rudimentary manifestation, the profound pale red glow and the faint yet potent energy it exuded made it evident that it was incomparable to the previous fighting spirit robe. As this embryonic fighting spirit armor began to take shape unnoticed by Zhou Chun, he was simultaneously undergoing a breathtaking transformation. Within the wildly spiraling whirlpool, the liquid energy was swiftly depleting, and suddenly, a diamond-shaped crystal, no larger than a thumb, began to levitate gently at the center of the whirlpool, emanating a soft radiance. This small object was the pivotal essence required to become a Great Dome Master, commonly referred to as a Dou Crystal. At the moment the Dou Crystal was formed, a surge of powerful energy rippled forth from Zhou Chen's body, a sensation of overwhelming strength that made him feel as though every pore in his being had opened wide. The indescribable feeling of euphoria coursed through him as he sensed the Dou Crystal within, its might truly reaching the realm of a Great Dome Master. Elated, Zhou Chun thought to himself that indeed, consuming pills was the true path, if he had adhered to a regimented cultivation routine. He could not fathom how long it would have taken to break through to the Great Dou Master level. Yet now, having ingested 3 pills, he had effortlessly transcended, the ease of it akin to indulging in a lavish buffet. However, the pressing concern was that the gathering of heavenly and earthly essence within him continued to propel him toward further breakthroughs. The effects of the Yunling pill far surpassed that of a mere 1-star Great Dome Master. Chapter 102. 7-star Great Dome Master Buzz. Buzz. After breaking through to the Great Dome Master level, the essence of heaven and earth continued to surge into Zhou Chen's body from all directions. Moreover, the potent medicinal energy of the Yunling pill was incessantly expanding his meridians. If this continued, without further breakthroughs, he might risk exploding from the sheer influx of power. Thus, he resolved to push on. Disregarding the stability of his foundation, Zhou Chun focused all his mental energy on controlling the tumultuous spiritual power surging within him. At this moment, he could not afford any missteps. The spiritual energy whirled through his meridians at an astonishing speed, causing them to ache subtly. The volume of spiritual power entering his body was overwhelming. However, pondering such matters was futile, so Zhou Chun steadied his mind, urging the burning technique to its utmost, continuously refining the frenzied spiritual energy into Dou Qi. Time flowed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, an entire day had passed. During this period, the Dou Crystal within Zhou Chen's energy sea had expanded numerous times. He had now reached the level of a 5-star Great Dome Master. Yet, a substantial quantity of spiritual energy continued to surge within him. It appeared he could still strive for more. A thought flickered through Zhou Chen's mind. Taking a deep breath, the torrent of crimson Dou Qi coursing through his meridians suddenly accelerated, following the bizarre route of the burning technique. The velocity caused his meridians to constrict slightly, but Zhou Chun paid it no heed. Although the burning technique was merely a low-grade yellow-tier technique, it was capable of reaching the heights of the Dou Emperor, even evolving into the transcendent 7-stage technique of the Great Thousand World. With the burning technique's overwhelming dominance, it was more than sufficient to tame the wild essence of heaven and earth. Those ferocious energies that others could hardly contend with became as docile as sheep within him. Zhou Chun murmured softly, and before his eyes, the Dou Crystal in his dantian glowed with brilliance, flickering with hints of purple-red lightning, flames dancing about. The Dou Crystal, akin to a great whale drinking water, absorbed the oncoming essence of heaven and earth entirely. With the infusion of vast amounts of spiritual energy, the Dou Crystal grew increasingly solid and expanded, undergoing a transformation in mere moments that would typically require years or even decades of cultivation for an ordinary person. 1-star, 2-star, 3-star, 5-star. Zhou Chun felt his power rising rapidly, on the cusp of breaking through to the 6-star Great Dome Master level. Although the barrier between 5-star and 6-star required immense energy, the potency of the Yunling pill was still more than sufficient. Calculating in his mind, Zhou Chun once again focused intently, consuming Dou Qi while drawing upon the medicinal power of the Yunling pill and the Dou Crystal to absorb the energy from his surroundings. In just a few breaths, the Dou Crystal had swelled to the size of an infant's fist, with phenomena of lightning and flames manifesting around it, appearing profoundly enigmatic, like a nebula enveloped beyond the stars. As the energy of heaven and earth continued to pour in, the crimson glow on Zhou Chen's face deepened, eventually obscuring his entire visage. Within him, his aura steadily escalated. As this rising momentum reached a certain threshold, the surrounding energy suddenly ceased its tumult, and Zhou Chen's body, which had been swelling with power, became eerily still, as if frozen in time. This peculiar stillness endured for nearly 10 seconds, after which Zhou Chen's tightly shut eyes flew open, and an ancient, almost tangible armor of Dou Qi instantly enveloped him before swiftly dissipating. A fierce brilliance erupted from his dark eyes. Sizzle, sizzle. Sounds echoed within the room as Zhou Qin's body trembled violently. Dozens of energy beams shot forth from his pores, instantly illuminating the entire room with intense radiance. Maintaining his meditative posture, Zhou Qin slightly parted his lips, expelling a breath of somewhat murky black energy. As it swirled upwards, anything it touched was corroded. Upon reaching the ceiling, it eroded a hole before gradually dissipating under the sunlight. After expelling the murky energy, the fierce brilliance in Zhou Qin's eyes quietly faded, his once rigid garments softening against his skin once more. The overwhelming aura that had pervaded the room was retracted back into his body. Clenching his fist slightly, Zhou Qin reveled in the sensation of power surging within him. Although the Celestial Maiden's holy garment could grant him even greater strength, it could not rival the fact that he had achieved the level of a 7-star Great Dome Master. Truly, the potency of the elixirs produced in the upper realms of the Great Thousand World was formidable. Zhou Qin smacked his lips in admiration. He had initially thought merely breaking through to 6-star Great Dome Master was impressive, yet he had unexpectedly ascended to 7-star. However, he felt that the Do Qi within him was somewhat unstable. Frowning, he sensed the overwhelming yet slightly ethereal Do Qi within him and lamented, "There's no helping it. Advancing through pills and normal cultivation are ultimately on different levels. Those who have cultivated for years have tempered their Do Qi until it is as robust as steel, finally honed to perfection." In contrast, despite Zhou Qin consuming the mildest and least side effect-laden pills, it was still inevitable for his Do Qi to be somewhat insubstantial. Yet, one cannot have both fish and bear's paw. Perfection is a rarity in this world. The instability of his Do Qi was of little concern. There were always ways to refine it. The ease with which he advanced, akin to the simplicity of eating or drinking, was a source of envy for countless others. With both palms pressed against the bed, Zhou Qin exerted a gentle force, his agile body propelling him forth, performing a graceful roll in midair before softly landing on the ground. Silently, he opened the door and stepped outside. Having spent considerable time in the Dragon Ball universe, he had yet to arrange many matters. He had not had the chance to see a Fei Lei, and Ka Gang, among others. As he opened the door, Zhou Qin was taken aback to find a remarkably exquisite face before him, close enough that he could feel their noses nearly touching. Sun Er recoiled in surprise, clearly flustered, and blurted out, "Lord Zhou, you made no sound getting up?" Gazing at Sun Er's slightly embarrassed demeanor, Zhou Qin replied with a bemused smile, "Miss Sun Er, what brings you to my doorstep? You were cultivating with such intensity that the essence of heaven and earth within several miles was absorbed by you. I happened to be passing by and came to take a look." Sun Er's face turned crimson, and she hurriedly added, yes, I was merely passing by to look." Chapter 103. Honored Guests Passing By? Zhou Qin chuckled, not disputing her claim. And where might Miss Sun Er be headed? The clan leader, Xiao, mentioned that there are honored guests arriving, and we are to proceed to the hall. Seeing that Zhou Qin did not intend to pursue her earlier indiscretion, Sun Er regained her composed demeanor, though her tone was notably softer when addressing him. After all, having one's secret exposed necessitated a degree of humility. Honored guests? Zhou Qin raised an eyebrow, his heart racing as he hesitantly inquired, "Miss Sun Er, do you know who these honored guests are?" "I believe they are from the Yunlan sect. It is said that the guest arriving is the heir to the Yunlan sect and the granddaughter of the Lionheart Marshal of the Gamma Empire, Nalan Yanran." Hiss. Zhou Qin inhaled sharply, using the cool air to steady his startled nerves. Immediately, a tempest of emotions surged within him. Was this not the very scene at the beginning of Battle Through the Heavens, where Nalan Yanran called off her engagement? Had the original plot already commenced? Suddenly, phrases like "do not underestimate the youth poverty" and the 3-year agreement with the waste flooded Zhou Qin's mind. But wait, Xiao Yan was no longer a waste, was he? Zhou Qin found himself momentarily perplexed. Logically, the news about Xiao Yan's restored talent wasn't exactly a closely guarded secret. At the very least, the Xiao family was certainly aware of it. Even in Wutan City, it was common knowledge that Nalan Yanran had come to annul the engagement. Wasn't it a bit strange that they hadn't grasped the situation? The Yunlan sect and the Nalan family were such grand establishments. Surely they had some form of intelligence network. Zhou Qin couldn't help but scorn the intelligence of these native warriors. Subsequently, a sense of urgency welled up within him. Judging from the annulment, the inertia of the original plot was indeed significant. He ought to seize the opportunity while Xiao Yan still had a year to cultivate at home, to snatch the chances that were rightfully his to claim the benefits owed to him. As for the ladies, perhaps he was digressing. Observing Zhou Qin's serious demeanor, Sun Er inquired with a hint of confusion, "Lord Zhou, do you have a past with the Yunlan sect or Nalan Yanran?" "Past? None," Zhou Qin replied, shaking his head. Aside from the incident where he impersonated a Yunlan sect Do Wang to eliminate an elder of the Hao family, he had no other interactions with the Yunlan sect. As for Nalan Yanran, he had only seen her in the animated series Back on Earth, where she appeared utterly unremarkable. Her looks suggestive of being at least a decade older than Xiao Yan, making her a fitting partner for him. Then why? Before Sun could finish her inquiry, Zhou Chun interrupted her, his expression darkening. Miss Sun, are you a walking question mark? I merely find the name Nalan Yanran to be dreadfully uninspired and quite distasteful. With that, Zhou Chun brushed past Sun, his sleeves fluttering as he departed. Sun, taken aback by his abruptness, stood still for a moment before her anger surged. You big bad guy, just you wait. Meanwhile, Zhou Chun, having temporarily subdued Sun, refrained from rushing to the Xiao family hall to stir the pot. Stirring it was essential, as it represented a pivotal point of causality. However, as the protagonist, Zhou Chun would not make an early appearance like those mere side characters. A protagonist must arrive at the crucial moment, decisively sealing the matter. With his ulterior motives in mind, Zhou Chun did not head straight to the Xiao family hall. Instead, he intercepted a steward from Xiao family and inquired about the location of his subordinate Fei Lei's secluded cultivation area. He determined to find Fei Lei first. When he eventually addressed the situation in the hall, it would inevitably require some forceful means. The old man, accompanying Nalan Yanran from the Yunlan sect, appeared to be a high-ranking Great Do master. To deal with such an individual, Zhou Chun needed Fei Lei, a peak 9-star Do spirit, to ensure the situation was handled smoothly. Otherwise, given Zhou Chun's 7-star Great Do master strength, confronting the elder would likely compel him to resort to the use of the sacred garment. Imagining himself donning that pink sacred garment in front of everyone would undoubtedly lead to widespread laughter, utterly obliterating any semblance of authority. Meanwhile, the central figure of the annulment, Xiao Yan, remained blissfully unaware, diligently training under the guidance of Yao Lao, completely oblivious to the impending slap in the face he was about to receive. Suddenly, a frail voice echoed from outside the room. Third young master, the clan leader requests your presence in the hall. Today, distinguished guests have arrived, and the clan leader insists you must attend. Oh, Xiao Yan responded curtly, his displeasure evident as he ceased his training. He apologized to Yao Lao and stepped out of the room, smiling at an elderly man in a green robe. Let us go, Butler Missouri, observing Xiao Yan's youthful countenance. The elderly steward nodded kindly. Ever since Xiao Yan had regained his talent, most of the Xiao family had become amicable towards him. Of course, there were still a few who dared to oppose him, such as the eldest elder's grandson, Xiao Ning. Accompanied by the old steward, they traversed the rear courtyard, eventually stopping outside the solemn guest hall, where they respectfully knocked before gently pushing the door open. The hall was quite spacious and filled with numerous attendees. At the forefront sat Xiao Zhan alongside 3 elder members of the Xiao family, while a chair was left vacant at the most esteemed position, which Xiao Yan knew was reserved for his senior brother, Zhou Chun. To the left of the 4 elders sat several influential elder members of the family, alongside some promising young talents who had excelled in the family. On the opposite side, 3 unfamiliar figures were seated, presumably the distinguished guests that Butler Missouri had mentioned. Xiao Yan's gaze swept over the unfamiliar trio. Among them was an elderly man clad in moon-white robes, whose face bore a broad smile and whose small yet bright eyes twinkled with energy. Xiao Yan's gaze fell slightly, resting upon the moon-white robes of the elder, where a silver crescent moon was embroidered, surrounded by 7 shining golden stars. A 7-star Great Do master? Not too shabby. Unlike the original plot, Xiao Yan's horizons had broadened significantly by this time. Although the elder's strength surpassed that of his father, in comparison to his master, Yao Zun, and his senior brother, Zhou Chun, the elder's cultivation was rather unimpressive. With a dismissive glance, Xiao Yan shifted his focus away from the elder and towards the young couple beside him. They too donned matching moon-white robes. The young man appeared to be around 20, with striking features and an impressive stature, adorned with 5 golden stars on his chest, signifying his status as a 5-star Do fighter. 20 and only a 5-star Do fighter? How pathetic. Xiao Yan sneered at the youth before his gaze turned towards the beautiful girl beside him. This young lady appeared to be merely 14 or 15 years old, and to Xiao Yan's surprise, her beauty was unparalleled. Within the family, only the ethereal Sun could rival her. As for the girl's cultivation, Xiao Yan deemed it insignificant. A 3-star Do fighter was hardly worth mentioning. After a fleeting glance at the girl's stunning face, Xiao Yan quickly averted his gaze. After all, he was a transmigrator who had lived 2 lives. He couldn't afford to gawk like a fool at a beautiful girl. This behavior seemed to catch the young lady off guard. Her fiancé's demeanor appeared rather pleasant. Unfortunately, her fate was inescapably tied to a mere Do Chi 3rd stage waist. Father, esteemed elders. She hurried forward, respectfully bowing to the 4 seated at the top. Yenner has arrived. Come sit down. Xiao Zhan paused his jovial conversation with the guests upon seeing Xiao Yan, nodding in acknowledgement and gesturing for him to take a seat. Xiao Yan, you may sit at the first position down here. The second elder, adorned in a yellow robe, warmly welcomed him, abandoning his previous disdain toward Xiao Yan, since hearing that Xiao Yan had elevated from a 3-stage Do Chi to a 5-stage within a month, and was even nearing 6 stages. The 3 elders no longer dared to exhibit any contempt towards him. Furthermore, with Xiao Yan's mysterious master and the formidable Zhou Chun, who could obliterate the Gale clan with a mere gesture. The three elders were now eager to mend their relationship with Xiaoyan. The seat they arranged for him was the most prestigious, aside from the elders. Seeing the elders' accommodating demeanor, Xiaoyan nodded amiably and promptly took his seat. Not far away, Sun, who had left the space for Xiaoyan, observed the scene with her mouth slightly agape, yet ultimately chose to remain silent. In the grand hall, Xiao Zhan and the three elders were fervently engaged in conversation with the unfamiliar elder. However, this elder appeared to be harboring some unspoken concern, constantly shifting in his seat. After eavesdropping for a while, Xiaoyan, feeling somewhat bored, shook his head. It was the silver sword embroidered on the sleeves of the three elders' robes that sparked a thought in Xiao Yan's mind. If the Xiao family could be considered the overlords of Wutan City, then the Yunlan sect might be regarded as the dominant force of the entire Jia Ma Empire. Of course, ever since he had taken the esteemed medicine master as his mentor, the influence of the Yunlan sect no longer intimidated him. What brings those from the Yunlan sect to our family? Xiaoyan muttered to himself, his curiosity piqued. Without Sun beside him to enlighten him, he pondered for a long time, but could not discern the purpose of a Yunlan sect's visit. If he had caught a glimpse of Sun's sympathetic gaze from a distance, along with the faint green halo above her head, he might have been able to guess. At last, under the persistent signals from the delicate young lady, the elder finally rose. He cleared his throat, stood up, and clasped his hands toward Xiao Zhan. Smiling as he spoke, Patriarch Xiao, I have come to your esteemed family today, primarily with a request. Ha, Mr. Gui, please do speak. If it is within our capabilities, the Xiao family would certainly not refuse, Xiao Zhan replied, his demeanor respectful, not daring to treat the elder lightly. Patriarch Xiao, do you recognize her? Gui inquired with a slight smile, gesturing towards the young lady beside him. I beg your pardon, but I am not familiar with this young lady, Xiao Zhan replied, momentarily taken aback, as he surveyed the girl before him and awkwardly shook his head. Her name is Nalan Yinran, Gui informed him. Nalan Yinran? The granddaughter of old Master Nalan? Xiao Zhan was initially stunned. Then his face lit up with joy as he recalled the marriage pact from years past. He quickly turned to the young lady with a warm smile. So it is my dear niece Nalan. It has indeed been many years since we last met. Please do not blame your uncle for being unobservant. Niece Nalan. I have heard of your acceptance under the esteemed Yun. Truly, you possess remarkable talent, Xiao Zhan complimented with a smile. It's merely good fortune. Nalan Yinran replied with a gentle smile, slightly overwhelmed by Xiao Zhan's enthusiasm, her hand subtly tugging at Guye's sleeve beneath the table. Patriarch Xiao. The matter I wish to discuss today is indeed related to Yinran, and is a request made personally by the sect master, Guyi said lightly. Upon mentioning the sect master, the expression on his face shifted to one of seriousness. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Xiao Zhan's expression also sobered. The sect master Yun of the Yunlan sect was a significant figure in the Jiama Empire, with her strength and influence. What could possibly require the Xiao family's assistance? Could it be? A certain possibility crossed Xiao Zhan's mind, causing his lips to twitch involuntarily, his large hand trembling slightly as he forcibly suppressed the anger bubbling within him. His voice quivered as he urged, Mr. Guyi, please continue. Guye's face suddenly turned awkward as he bit his lip and smiled. Patriarch Xiao, as you know, the Yunlan sect maintains strict discipline. As the heir of the sect master, Yinran is not permitted to have any entanglements with men until she officially assumes the position of sect master. After inquiring with Yinran, the sect master learned of her engagement to the Xiao family. Therefore, the sect master wishes to request that you, Patriarch Xiao, annul this betrothal. With a resounding crash, the J-cup in Xiao Zhan's hand shattered into fine dust. The atmosphere in the hall fell into a tense silence, as the three elders above were also taken aback by Guye's words. Immediately, the grand elder, Xiao Shan, slammed the table and rose in anger, exclaiming, Yin'er is the most talented individual of our Xiao family. He reached the fighter level at 11. He is destined to become a towering figure in the realm of Doqi within the Jiama Empire. If anything, it is you who is trying to climb too high. The grand elder's words were righteous, completely absent of the lecherous demeanor he had previously shown in the original narrative. There was no other choice. After Xiao Yan's talent was restored, he had suppressed Xiao Yan for 3 years, and now he could only make amends by acting as a vanguard for Xiao Yan to counter any ill feelings. Climbing too high? That old man. Just based on Xiao Yan, who has fallen to the 3rd tier of Doqi and is deemed useless. Before Guyi could respond, a brooding young man beside him could no longer contain his scorn, believing that only he, Li, was worthy of Nalan Yinran. As for the waste, known as Xiao Yan, he was merely a toad wishing to eat swan meat. Impudent. The Xiao family's 2nd elder exploded in fury. Eager to ingratiate himself with Xiao Yan, he leapt up, his Doqi surging as he struck a powerful palm towards the arrogant Li. No matter how strong the Yunlan sect was, they only had a Do Emperor. Could they possibly be stronger than Xiao Yan's mentor, the one who had single-handedly defeated Do Emperors in Wutan City? Therefore, the 2nd elder's strike was driven by confidence. Chapter 105. a fatal strike, an unyielding resolve. Xiao Feng, you are the one being reckless. As Guyi saw his disciple Mo Li about to be struck by the Xiao family's second elder, his expression grew grave. He positioned himself in front of Mo Li, his hands curling like eagle claws, gathering azure do qi that radiated with sharp sword energy. The Yinlan sect dares to act against my Xiao family? Xiao Zhan, aware that the second elder would not be a match for Guyi, immediately summoned a faint azure do qi that gradually enveloped his figure, eventually taking the shape of a phantasmal lion head on his face. This was the Xiao family's supreme technique, the furious lion's wrath. Bang! As the two clashed, Guyi did not falter. As a steward of the Yinlan sect, he had spent decades rising from a mere outer disciple to a 7-star great fighter, having fought countless battles for his sect. His practical experience far surpassed that of the Xiao family members, who had lived in comfort. As their auras clashed, a powerful pressure erupted, causing the weaker individuals in the hall to turn pale, their chests tightening, just as the situation seemed on the brink of spiraling out of control. The Grand Elder's thunderous voice boomed through the hall. Enough. Guyi, do you intend to take on all 4 great fighters of my Xiao family single-handedly? As soon as he finished speaking, the Xiao family's third elder stood up, preparing to join the fray. Even some of the Xiao family members present, who had reached the fighter level, stood up in anticipation of the Grand Elder's command to encircle Guyi. Seeing this unfolding before him, Guyi was drenched in cold sweat. How dare the Xiao family act so recklessly? He was a member of the Yunlan sect. Even a single finger from the Yunlan sect could lead to the extinction of the Xiao family. Who has granted the Xiao family such audacity? Guyi pondered it, but did not dare to act further. Instead, he took a step back, dispersing the gathered Do techniques. After all, he was but one against many. If all these Do fighters and great fighters attacked him simultaneously, even with 3 heads and 6 arms, he would only meet his demise. Seeing Guyi retract his Do techniques, Xiao Zhan and the second elder both let out a sigh of relief. They preferred to avoid a clash if possible, though they believed they had Zhou Qin's backing and were not afraid of the Yunlan sect as a small local family. They still harbored a significant reverence for the Yunlan sect. Moreover, even if Zhou Chen was Xiao Yan's senior brother, it was uncertain whether he would stand up for the Xiao family. If powerful figures from the Yunlan sect arrived, Zhou Chen could simply walk away, leaving the Xiao family to face annihilation. As the Do Qi around Xiao Zhan and the second elder gradually receded, they finally vanished entirely, and they both sat back down in their chairs. Xiao Zhan gazed at Nailin Yinran, who kept her head lowered and silent, his voice hoarse as he said, Nailin, you possess remarkable courage. Nailin Su must be quite fortunate to have a daughter like you. Nailin Yinran trembled slightly, murmuring, Uncle Xiao. Ha! Just call me Patriarch Xiao. I am unworthy of the title of uncle. You are to become the sect master of the Yunlan sect, a future figure of prominence in the Do Qi continent. My Yinner is merely of mediocre talent and truly does not deserve you, Xiao Zhan said, dismissively waving his hand, his tone indifferent. Thank you for your understanding, Patriarch Xiao. Upon hearing this, Guyi was filled with delight and turned to Xiao Zhan, offering a smile as he said, Patriarch Xiao, the esteemed sect leader is aware that today's request may come off as somewhat impolite. Hence he specifically instructed me to bring forth a token of goodwill. As he spoke, Guyi brushed his fingers across a ring, and a verdant ancient jade box materialized in his hand. Cautiously, he opened the box, and an alluring fragrance swiftly permeated the hall, invigorating the spirits of all present. The 3 elders leaned forward in curiosity, gazing into the jade box, their bodies jolting as they exclaimed, Qi gathering pills? Within the ancient box lay a pill the size of a dragon's eye, entirely emerald in hue, quietly resting, and the enchanting aroma emanated from it. The Qi gathering pill had the remarkable ability to ensure that a fighter at the 9th stage could successfully condense their fighting spirit into a vortex with absolute certainty. Such efficacy caused countless aspiring fighters to covet it, yearning for it day and night. If the Xiao family were to possess this Qi gathering pill, they would likely have another youthful fighter in their ranks. This pill was personally refined by the esteemed guest Elder Guyi. Surely, you have heard of his illustrious name? Observing the elder's astonished expressions, Guyi couldn't help but feel a surge of pride as he smiled. To think this medicine is crafted by the Pill King Guyi? Upon hearing this, the 3 elders were visibly shaken. The Pill King Guyi held immense influence within the Gamma Empire, having reached the 6th rank in alchemy, and his own strength had already ascended to the rank of Do Wang, placing him among the top 10 powerhouses in the empire. The value of the Qi gathering pill, if it indeed came from his hands, would likely soar to several times its original worth. Elder Xiao Shan, though visibly tempted by the Qi gathering pill, understood the gravity of the situation. He cast a glance at the expressionless Xiao Yin seated nearby, and spoke, This matter ultimately rests upon Yin Er's decision. We cannot decide this for him. Yin you shall make the choice. As soon as the elder's words left his lips, the hall fell into a sudden silence. All eyes turning to the corner where Xiao Yan's delicate face was raised. Many members of the Xiao family held their breath, anxiously awaiting Xiao Yan's response. Faced with the formidable Yunlan sect, a misstep in his answer could spell disaster for the Shao family. A mere 4th-grade pill refined by a 6th-rank alchemist. And you think to slap my father's face and tarnish the reputation of the Shao family? You truly have calculated well. Shao Yin slowly stood, a mocking smile gracing his lips, yet his voice carried a chilling undertone as he said, Nailin Yinran, what do you think you are? How dare you insult me? The moment Xiao Yan's words struck her, Nailin Yinran was instantly enraged, ready to retort when Xiao Yin calmly interjected, Miss Nailin, may I inquire if the elder Nailin has consented to the cancellation of our engagement today? Caught off guard by Xiao Yan's sudden change in tone, Nailin Yinran hesitated but, constrained by her position within the Xiao family, could only reply softly, Grandfather has not agreed, but this is my affair and does not concern him. Since Elder Nailin has not spoken, I will graciously let your Nailin clan off the hook, Xiao Yin scoffed. I initially planned to cultivate to the rank of Do Huang and uproot your untrustworthy Nailin clan, who have sullied the reputation of the Xiao family. My senior brother Zhou Chen always says that when it comes to killing, one must ensure the deed is done thoroughly. In a family, unity is paramount. Chapter 106. Nailin Yinran, you are merely a supporting character. How bold! You wretched little beast, you seek death. Gui's complexion turned ashen, his veins bulging as he pointed at Xiao Yin, berating him. Meanwhile, Nailin Yinran was so incensed that she could hardly find her words, trembling with rage. On the other hand, the handsome youth Mo Li was struck with fear by Xiao Yan's words, his eyes flickering as he dared not meet Xiao Yan's gaze. Yanya, perhaps you've gone a bit too far. As the tension in the hall escalated once more, Elder Xiao Shan's aged face bore a worried expression. Yet he still refrained from undermining Xiao Yan's dignity, gently advising, perhaps we should both take a step back. Indeed, I was at fault first, so let us not dwell on it. Nailin Yinran stamped her foot heavily, drawing a breath. Despite her words of not holding a grudge, her long-standing spoiled demeanor flared up. She glared at the youth before her, her agitation prompting her to be direct. What must I do to have you release our engagement? Is the compensation insufficient? Very well. I can have my master provide you with 3 more chi gathering pills. Additionally, if you wish, I can arrange for you to enter the Yunlan sect to study advanced fighting techniques. Would that suffice? As the enticing conditions flowed from the young lady's lips, the youths in the hall found their breaths quickening. Some spineless individuals even swallowed audibly. The prospect of entering the Yunlan sect to train was a dream for countless people. After laying out her offers, Nailin Yinran raised her chin, waiting for Xiao Yan's response with a princess-like pride. In her perception, such conditions would be enough to drive any young man to madness. However, contrary to her expectations, upon hearing her words, Xiao Yan's body trembled violently. He slowly lifted his head, his once delicate and youthful face now contorted into a fearsome grimace. For 3 years, Xiao Yan had endured mockery and oppression, and he could not tolerate Nailin Yinran's condescending demeanor, as though she were bestowing charity. Had Xiao Yan still been the waste of a fighter at the 3rd stage, he might have swallowed his pride. However, with his astonishing cultivation speed and the backing of the respected alchemist in Zhou Chen, he had ample support. How could he possibly endure such a slight? As the saying goes, with a sharp blade in hand, the heart for killing arises. Xiao Yan would not cower before anyone now. Startled by Xiao Yan's menacing demeanor, Nailin Yinran took a step back, while the handsome youth beside her, trembling, drew his long sword but directed his gaze elsewhere, not daring to look at Xiao Yan. I truly wish to slay you. His teeth chattered as he uttered these words, dripping with murderous intent. Xiao Yan's dark eyes blazed with fury as he slightly lowered his head, and after a moment, he raised it once more. Yet, the earlier ferocity had transformed into a calm demeanor. Taking a cold breath, Xiao Yan's hand hidden within his sleeve clenched tightly. Nailin Yinran, if I were a dosher now, would you dare to insult me so? Indeed, had Xiao Yin possessed the strength of a dosher at this moment, Nailin Yinran, despite the backing of the Yunlan sect, would not have acted so recklessly. After all, a 15-year-old dosher would be terrifying. Even with the ancient Sunner, who boasted a Dodi bloodline, she was merely a fighter at this time. But you're not. Perhaps you were once the prodigy who became a fighter at 11. But now, you are merely a waste at the 3rd stage. Seeing Xiao Yan's icy expression, Nailin Yinran scoffed, refusing to back down. 3rd stage? Ha 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 ha. Xiao Yan suddenly clutched his abdomen in laughter before lifting his head, a mocking expression on his face as he declared, Unfortunately, a month ago, my talent was restored. I am now at the 5th stage. 2 stages in 1 month? Guyi, upon hearing this, was taken aback. If Xiao Yin truly advanced 2 stages in a month, his talent would be even more formidable than before. Achieving the rank of Do Huang and becoming a top power in the Gamma Empire was not beyond possibility. No, this boy is too terrifying. I must find an opportunity to eliminate him. A dangerous glimmer flickered in Gu Ye's murky eyes as he shifted restlessly. Had it not been for the Xiao family stronghold, he might have acted to extinguish this genius who harbored animosity towards the Yunlan sect while still in its infancy. Xiao Yan, even if you have regained your talent, what of it? Do not forget, you are still merely a fighter at the 5th stage. While I am a 5-star fighter, you You should still annul the engagement. With a gentle exhale, Nailin Yinran's delicate visage darkened as she spoke. 2 ranks elevated in a mere month? I refuse to believe that. Remember, I have come to the Shao family with the express approval of my master, the esteemed leader of the Yunlan sect. Pouting slightly, Nailin Yinran tilted her head with a hint of exasperation. You may perceive this as coercion. Yet you must also recognize that reality is seldom equitable. Although I do not wish to convey anything particular, you are acutely aware of the chasm that lies between us. We are fundamentally devoid of hope. Listening to the girl's divine-like judgment, Xiao Yin could not suppress a sardonic smile. The leader of the Yunlan sect, Yun Yun, appears to be merely a Do Huang, does she not? Nailin Yinran, do you truly believe that a mere Do Huang can compel me, Xiao Yin, to bow my head? How dare you show disrespect toward my master? Nailin Yinran suddenly unsheathed her longsword, pointing it at the audacious young man before her. Xiao Yin, have you lost your mind? No, it is you who has lost your sanity. Do you know who I am? As he observed the astonished expressions of those present, Xiao Yin recalled the words of wisdom that Zhou Chun had once shared with him, igniting a fierce fire within his heart. He gazed intently at Nailin Yinran and declared, I'm a transmigrator, just like my senior brother. We are destined to be protagonists, while you are but a mere supporting character. Nailin Yinran, how dare you strike the face of a protagonist? I see you are weary of life. Indeed, Nailin Yinran, how dare you so brazenly strike my junior brother? It seems you have grown impatient with your existence. Just as Xiao Yin's voice echoed, a chilling tone unexpectedly emanated from outside, followed swiftly by a figure that burst in like a flash of lightning, clad in a pristine white robe, adorned with a golden crown. It was none other than Zhou Chun. Lord Zhou, what brings you here? Exclaimed Xiao Zhan and several elders of the Xiao family, their faces pale with shock. The onlookers of the Xiao family hurriedly rose to their feet. Senior brother, I did not mean to alarm you, Xiao Yin lamented, immediately losing the bravado he had just exhibited. Zhou Chun surveyed the awkward and intimidated assembly of the Xiao family, a bemused smile playing on his lips as he addressed Xiao Yin. I happened to be passing by and overheard you declaring your intent to annihilate an entire clan. So I thought I would investigate what trouble the Yunlan sect had stirred against you. Who are you to insult my Yunlan sect? The moment Zhou Chun finished speaking, Gui's expression darkened, as he sought to regain his dignity after being intimidated by Xiao Yin. He swiftly drew his sword, pointing it at Zhou Chun. Yet, once the sword was unsheathed, it could not be sheathed again. Zhou Chun raised his hand, employing the Qing Yun true technique, and effortlessly pointed at Mo Li twice. In the next instant, 2 bolts of purple lightning, as swift as light, pierced through Mo Li's skull. Gui could only watch in horror as his disciple was dispatched in a single move, leaving the audience in shock. No one had anticipated that Zhou Chun would indeed kill without hesitation. Mo Li, merely pointing his sword at Zhou Chun, was slain. The gaping wound on Mo Li's head and his wide-open eyes illustrated the shock and unwillingness he felt before his demise. Seated nearby, Sun Er and Xiao Mei exchanged glances filled with awe at the display of power, especially Xiao Mei, whose face radiated admiration for the might of the strong. Senior brother, you killed him, Xiao Yin exclaimed, astonished. Although he had verbally threatened to obliterate the Nailin clan and flatten the Yunlan mountain, he merely spoke in jest. Yet his senior brother had turned words into action. Indeed, drawing a sword against me indicates ill intentions and poses a threat to my safety. It is only natural that I strike first, Zhou Chun remarked nonchalantly. Xiao Yin was momentarily at a loss for words. Who are you to so recklessly take lives? You have slain a member of the Yunlan sect. Gui's face turned ashen, filled with grief. He was childless in his old age, and Mo Li was his sole disciple. To have him killed over a mere word and a drawn sword was unfathomable for Gui. Wretch, I will have your life. Wait, Zhou Chun interjected, raising his hand. Seeking revenge can wait. I will not flee. Allow me to first receive a system notification. You shall not. Gui thrust his sword forward, the blade imbued with a potent dual-colored aura of green and red, exuding an oppressive pressure that made it difficult to breathe. How audacious! With a thunderous shout, Fei Lei's robust figure suddenly appeared in front of Zhou Chun, delivering a powerful punch directly towards the assailant Gui. Caught off guard by the presence of a protector beside Zhou Chun, Gui was struck squarely by Fei Lei's punch imbued with the essence of thunder, causing irreparable damage to his organs and meridians. In an instant, Gui was unable to withstand the blow, spewing a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying several dozen feet, crashing through the hall and landing outside. Are you a Do Ling or a Do Wang? Gui, bloodied and battered, gazed at the suddenly appearing Fei Lei, muttering, I have yet to break through to the Do Wang. Fei Lei replied honestly. That would make me a peak Do Ling. Gui forced a bitter smile as he looked at Zhou Chun. You possess a peak Do Ling level guardian. My defeat is not unjust. Huh, what justice or injustice is there? Gui, you insisted on acting before I could receive my notification. Your self-destructive folly has led you here. Zhou Chun shook his head with a sigh, muttering to himself, System, you may proceed. Since that one time Zhou Chun had discovered that the system's immediate notifications greatly affected combat, he adjusted the notification timing to occur only after exiting the battle. Ding! Host has slain a disciple of the Yunlan sect, Mo Li of the Yin City Mo clan, altering the world line. Reward, 300 causality points. The Yin City Mo clan? Isn't that the family infamous for capturing Qing Lin, aiming to acquire the Bai Shi San Hua Tong, and indulging in human-beast transformation experiments? Zhou Chun recalled, muttering to himself. It seems the elder of the Mo clan, Mo Chung, a 5-star Do Ling, is the external steward of the Yunlan sect in the novel Do Put Song Qiong. Upon hearing the system's notification, Zhou Chun furrowed his brow. It appeared that this divorce was not solely Nalin Yunran's affair. The Mo clan and Gu Yi were indeed the puppet masters behind the scenes. They need not exert much effort. They merely needed to frequently whisper to Nalin Yunran about Xiao Yan's inadequacies, suggesting that the divorce was entirely appropriate. At merely 15 years of age, with a somewhat feeble intellect, Nalin Yunran would naturally succumb to their manipulation and come forth to initiate the separation. Once Nalin Yunran sought the annulment, it was likely that the promising Mo Li, with his commendable family background, would begin to fervently pursue her, allowing the Mo clan to indirectly seize control of Yunlan Mountain, uniting the martial world for generations to come. A most exquisite plan, indeed. In the original storyline, Xiao Yan remained oblivious to this scheme, merely stumbling upon it due to the affair with Qing Lin, leading to a bloodbath at the Mo clan. It could be deemed as karmic retribution. Zhou Chun felt a tinge of admiration for the cunning intellect of the Mo clan members, yet regrettably, they were out of luck. In the original plot, they were rendered impotent by Xiao Yan and now encountered Zhou Chun. Zhou Chun, his gaze sharp as a sword, swept over the frail Gu Yi, who had been grievously injured by Fei Lei's punch. The moment their eyes met, Gu Yi felt a tremor in his spirit, as if pierced by an invisible blade, rendering him inexplicably uneasy. The already wounded body was further afflicted, causing him to cough up a mouthful of old blood. What say you, Gu Yi? I employed the divine sword of thunder to dispatch your disciple. How does it compare to your Yunlan sect's wind of the moment? You, Ye is Vihun Darkenid, nearly causing him to faint. You dare to kill my disciple, and still bear such insolence? Ah, it seems you remain unconvinced. Zhou Chen Sneeded, Sudendi Dejlading, Giye. This divorce was incited by you, and that Mo Li, was it not? Gu Yi was taken aback momentarily, then retorted. How do you know? How do I know? To wish for others to remain ignorant, one must first refrain from wrongdoing. Zhou Chun stroked his nose, momentarily transforming into a detective, exclaiming, Mo Li is your disciple, and also the heir of the Yin City Mo clan. You incited Nalin Yunran to annul her engagement, driven solely by her potential as the future heir to the sect. Should the annulment succeed, it is inevitable that Mo Li would launch an offensive to win her heart. Thus, you, Gu Yi, along with the Mo family, would reap tremendous benefits and indirectly seize control of the Yunlan sect, would you not? Alas, Mo Li has met his demise in my hands. As for you, your fate shall be no different. Chapter 108, 10,000 annulment letters. I am but a mere intersect steward of the Yunlan sect. Do you truly dare to take my life? Upon hearing Zhou Chen's words, Gu Ye's expression morphed into one of disbelief, retorting with a hint of bravado. I sent Mo Li, also a talented inner disciple of your Yunlan sect. Did I not slay him at will? Pausing for a moment, Zhou Chun coldly replied, Gu Yi, you must have confined yourself within the borders of the Jiamat Empire for far too long, oblivious to the vastness of the heavens and the earth. A trifling sect like Yunlan is hardly worthy of my concern. With that, Zhou Chun raised his hand, the crackling thunder coiling around his fingers, ready to unleash its wrath. Wait, esteemed sect master Zhou, must you escalate matters to such an extent and oppose my Yunlan sect? Nalin Yunran, previously paralyzed by Zhou Chen's ruthless demeanor, could no longer restrain herself. While she felt indignation towards Gu Yi for deceiving her, she could not bear to witness the demise of someone who had stood by her side for so many years as a protector. He had endured hardships, if not accolades. Zhou Chen cast a glance at Nalin Yunran, whose face had turned pale, her eyes rimmed with red. He spoke with an air of indifference. Miss Nalin, today's events are a consequence of your actions and shall surely culminate in your undoing. One must always ponder the repercussions before embarking on a course of action. Gu Ye's demise, along with Mo Li's, is merely the beginning. With a flick of his finger, two bolts of lightning surged forth like swords aimed directly at Gu Yi. Observing the impending danger, Gu Yi, despite his grievous injuries, summoned the power of his Do Chi armor in a desperate attempt to survive. With a thunderous crash, Gu Yi's armor shattered completely, a gaping wound now piercing his chest, rendering his heart absent, leaving behind a gruesome hole through which one could see the back. With a silent thud, Gu Yi's lifeless body crumpled to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Zhou Chun, having achieved his objective, heard the system's notification. Ding. The host has slain Gu Yi, the intersect steward of Yunlan sect, the 7-star Great Dome Master, altering the course of fate. Reward, 500 karma points. Gu Yi, for the provision of these 500 karma points, you have indeed died worthily. Zhou Chun murmured to himself, turning to regard Nalin Yunran, who was visibly shaken by Gu Ye's death, and remarked coldly, "Miss Nayland, may you find solace in your sorrow. Your heart is truly cruel." Nayland Yinran's complexion was ashen. Today she learned the meaning of decisiveness in slaughter. Such an unrestrained powerhouse, even her master, Yin Yun, would find troublesome to confront. Before such a ruthless individual, she dared not utter a single defiant word, lest she lose her life. Meanwhile, the members of the Xiao family, witnessing the corpses of Mo, Li, and Guyi, were consumed by a singular thought. Xiao family is in deep trouble. And indeed, trouble was at hand. An inner disciple and an inner steward had both perished within the Xiao family's domain. It had been many years since the Yinlan sect had suffered such a grievous loss. Should this incident come to their attention, the Xiao family would face imminent annihilation. For Xiao Yan, however, the sentiment was far simpler, pure exhilaration. Guyi and Mo Li were the masterminds behind enticing Nayland Yinran to seek an annulment and had just subjected him to humiliation. Their bodies lying lifeless before him allowed Xiao Yan to vent the pent-up frustration that had brewed within him for 3 years. His negative emotions began to dissipate. And under this transformation, he felt his Do Qi stirring. With a resounding crack, the barrier that had confined him at the 5th stage of Do Qi shattered. And in that fleeting moment, Xiao Yan ascended to the 6th stage. Is this the protagonist, as Halo? Zhou Chen observed the scene, momentarily taken aback. He had always believed that his own rapid advancement through medicinal means was extraordinary. Yet here was Xiao Yan, achieving an upgrade purely out of joy. How utterly nonsensical. The members of the Xiao family stood in stunned silence, while Xiao Zhan, filled with excitement, slammed his hand on the table, rising to his feet, exclaiming, "Truly, my son Xiao Yan is remarkable. You have not shamed me." With that, Xiao Zhan cast a glance at Nayland Yinran, bursting into laughter. Nayland Yinran, witnessing this unfolding spectacle, was left utterly astounded, trembling in disbelief. Was this what they called waste? Which so-called waste could ascend upon mere happiness? "Miss Nayland, do you now feel regret?" Zhou Chen, observing the nearly shattered Nayland Yinran, teased lightly. This inquiry left her face alternating between hues of green and red, yet she stubbornly retorted, "I, Nayland Yinran, never regret my actions. Ah, such spirit. I admire individuals of such tenacity." Zhou Chen gave her a thumbs up before shifting his gaze to Xiao Yan. "Liu Yan, come forth. Today, I shall take charge and annul her engagement. Indeed, I shall act according to your wishes, senior brother." Xiao Yan, harboring deep resentment towards Nayland Yinran, eagerly sought to terminate their engagement. Instantly, Xiao Yan turned resolutely, striding to the table, and began to write fervently. "Montak Luo, Hut." Xiao Yan suddenly drew a short sword from the table, slashing across his palm, drawing forth blood that stained the white paper, leaving a glaring crimson mark. He gingerly lifted the contract, a cold smirk gracing his lips, and as he passed Nayland Yinran, he emphatically slammed the contract onto the table. "Nayland Yinran, you wished to annul your engagement, did you not? Very well, I shall grant you that wish. Today, I shall officially dismiss you. You dare to annul me?" Nayland Yinran gazed at the blood-stained contract on the table, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. The abrupt turn of events felt unreal to her. What is there to fear? Do you think the Yinlan sect can intimidate me? Is it only permissible for you to come to the Xiao family to seek an annulment, yet not for me to dismiss you? Miss Nayland, considering the esteemed Nayland patriarch, I offer you a few words of wisdom. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate the youth in their poverty. Xiao Yan's resolute words made Nayland Yinran tremble slightly. Indeed, well said. My son Xiao Zhan is anything but ordinary. At the head of the table, Xiao Zhan's eyes sparkled as he slammed his palms onto the table, splashing tea everywhere. Coldly observing Nayland Yinran's astonished expression. Suddenly, Xiao Yan turned, knelt before Xiao Zhan, and bowed his head heavily, biting his lip but remaining defiantly silent. "Enough, rise." Zhou Chen glanced at Xiao Yan, who had taken advantage of the situation, and pulled him up. He then turned his attention to the stunned Nayland Yinran, who clutched the annulment letter, and with a smirk, said, "Miss Nayland, please take your leave." "What? Do you require me to escort you?" Hearing these words, Nayland Yinran felt a mix of shame and guilt, her spirit crushed as she stepped away from the Xiao family. Once Nayland Yinran had exited, Zhou Chen chuckled softly, patting Xiao Yan's shoulder. "Do you recall the contents of the annulment letter? Copy this letter 1,000 times and post it across all towns in the Jaimat Empire. Let Miss Yinran ignite a firestorm." Chapter 109. The response of Yinlan's sect in a small tavern in Qingshan town of the Jaimat Empire. A large group of mercenaries huddled together, discussing swords and women, when a young mercenary with shifty eyes suddenly spoke up. "Do you know Nayland Yinran?" "Ha! Who in the Jaimat Empire doesn't he know her? Whoever marries her would indeed be striking it rich. The future leader of the Yinlan sect. The little princess of the Nayland family. With these two forces combined, who could rival them in the Jaimat Empire? I believe I heard that the third young master of the Xiao family from Wutan City is her fiancé, right? TCH, that's old news. Over 10 days ago, Miss Nayland stormed into the Xiao family, compelling the family head to dissolve the engagement. Cut the nonsense. You clearly don't know anything, yet you're spreading falsehoods. A man seated in the corner cast a disdainful glance toward the two individuals engaged in loud conversation. Noticing their furious stares, he lazily remarked, "Indeed." Miss Nayland went to the Shao family to annul the engagement. However, she did not obtain the dissolution contract. Instead, she received a letter of divorce. That young master Shao Yin, without hesitation, has cast aside his fiancée, whose status is almost comparable to that of an imperial princess. Divorced? Upon hearing this, the entire hall fell into a state of stunned silence, mouths agape in incredulity. Who could believe that a young master, once regarded as a mere waste, would dare to unilaterally sever ties with a betrothed of such noble lineage? This fellow was undeniably remarkable. Within the hall, while the majority remained skeptical of the truth behind this revelation, a few individuals, their faces etched with shock, murmured that it indeed required a certain audacity to annul an engagement with a fiancé not only of high status, but one of extraordinary beauty. Many present, upon reflecting on themselves, realized they lacked the courage to do so. Moreover, it was said that the letter of divorce penned by the third young master Shao Yin had somehow spread far and wide, plastered across every corner of the Gamal Empire, including the capital itself. Rumor had it that even the entrance to the Nayland family had been adorned with this letter, nearly driving the elder Nayland to apoplexy. Upon hearing this, a stern-faced man interjected, "The Nayland family is one of the three great families of our Gamal Empire. Who would dare to act so brazenly? Are they not afraid of being captured and executed? Executed? Now half the empire is aware of this matter. The law does not punish the multitude. No matter how powerful the Nayland family may be, who could they possibly execute?" explained the shifty-eyed man who had initially sparked the conversation. At the entrance of Qingshan town, that letter of divorce is being displayed openly, and no one has come to tear it down. Oh, is that so? Let us go and see for ourselves. A throng of mercenaries jostled toward the town entrance, eager to witness the spectacle of these grand families' folly. Meanwhile, the earlier shifty-eyed mercenary slipped away quietly, a triumphant smile on his lips, as the cloak billowed in the wind, revealing a long robe adorned with the starry insignia. Indeed, these individuals were the waterborne forces dispatched by Zhou Chun, specifically tasked with disseminating the news of the divorce. These operatives were scattered throughout the Gamal Empire. Even the letter affixed at the Nayland family's entrance had been posted by a grand fighter from the Xianshan Pavilion at Zhou Chen's behest. The elder Nayland was nearly driven to the brink of collapse by this turn of events. Meanwhile, at the Yunlan sect, a formidable power within the Gamal Empire, the sect's headquarters was situated atop a majestic mountain merely a dozen miles from the imperial capital. Due to its name, this mountain was referred to as Yunlan Mountain. The mountain's steep cliffs presented a formidable fortress-like barrier, with only a single path leading to its peak, making a place that was easy to defend, yet difficult to assault. Disciples of the Yunlan sect patrolled the mountain diligently, rendering the entire area akin to a small fortress. A mere 2 miles from the foot of Yunlan Mountain, the imperial army stationed 50,000 iron cavalry, ostensibly to guard the capital. It was evident to all that they were prepared to fend off the looming threat posed by the Yunlan sect. At the summit, shrouded in mist, a woman clad in a moon-white gown sat upon a protruding black rock at the cliff's edge, her hands forming seals of cultivation as she meditated with closed eyes. With each breath, a perfect cycle ensued, and with every alternation, ethereal azure currents emanated from the dense, energy-rich air, swirling around her before being drawn into her body for refinement. Once the last wisp of azure energy was absorbed, she slowly opened her eyes, a faint azure glow flitting across them, and her long hair, seemingly stirred by an unseen breeze, danced gently. "Master, Elder Yunling and the Council of Elders request an audience," a waiting maid promptly announced as soon as the woman emerged from her meditative state. "Does he have pressing matters to discuss, bringing the council with him?" the woman inquired, her brows furrowing slightly in confusion. With an elegant rise, she positioned herself at the cliff's edge. The gentle breeze clung to her moon-white gown, accentuating her graceful figure, captivating the eye, as she lazily cast her gaze down into the unfathomable depths of the chasm. Her delicate hand brushed against the fabric of her gown before she turned to depart from her sacred meditation space. In the spacious and well-lit council hall of the Yunlan sect, a dozen or so elders clad in white flowing robes sat upon cushions, their faces grim as they awaited the arrival of their leader, Yun Yun. The Grand Elder, Yun Ling, occupied the seat of honor, his face ashen as he glared down at Nayland Yinran, who knelt before him, too fearful to raise her gaze. "Nayland Yinran, your audacity grows ever bolder. Take a look at this." As his fury mounted, Yin Ling slammed his teacup down upon the table, splashing tea everywhere. He then thrust a copy of the divorce letter in front of Nayland Yinran, an inter-sect steward, an elite disciple with hopes of breaking through to the fighter spirit realm, lost his life due to your reckless actions. Yin Ling, his finger trembling as he pointed at the kneeling Nayland Yinran, continued, "Moreover, you have been cast aside, The letter of divorce is plastered all over the Gamal Empire. Even those ancient toxic figures from the Outcloud Empire are aware that the future leader of the Yunlan sect has been discarded. Chapter 110, Nalan Yinran. You have caused a great calamity. Grand Elder, there is no need for such fury. The matter of Yinran's annulment was approved by me. If there is blame to be assigned, it should fall upon me. Just as Grand Elder Yunling's anger reached its peak, a clear voice suddenly rang out in the hall, and the moon-white figure of a woman stepped gracefully through the doorway, her silhouette illuminated by the sunlight. Master! Upon seeing Yun enter, Yunling immediately rose to greet her, and the dozen elders seated on cushions also respectfully bowed. Yinran rise, Yun said, adjusting the phoenix ornament atop her head. Are you aware of the extent of the embarrassment your good disciple has brought upon the Yunlan sect? Now the entire Gamal Empire, including the neighboring Outcloud and Mulan empires, is abuzz with the news that the next sect leader of the Yunlan sect has been discarded. Yinling's face darkened, his heart aching as he lamented. The 1,000-year reputation of the Yunlan sect is on the brink of ruin. Grand Elder, this matter is not as grave as you suggest. Yin rolled her eyes, recognizing the old man's theatrics. It was merely a ploy to have her strip Nalan Yinran of her position as heir, intending for one of his own kin to assume the role. This old man, who was more intrigued by worldly power than by cultivation, had long been managing the secular affairs of the Yunlan sect, greatly expanding his influence. The likes of the Mo family from Yinqing were but one of the peripheral forces he had cultivated. Thus, despite his decent cultivation talent, Yunling, at his advanced age, remained merely a 5- or 6-star fighter king. Were it not for the recent talent drain within the Yunlan sect, he would never have had the opportunity to serve as the chief elder. This old fellow who was perpetually consumed by intrigue. Yun held a deep disdain for him, and thus, in the face of his pressure, she responded assertively, stating coldly, Grand Elder, I have already made it clear that the annulment was my prior consent. If you seek to assign blame, you might as well include me in your reckoning. How could I dare? Master, why must you be angry? I am only concerned for the reputation of our Yunlan sect. And so you disregard the teachings of our ancestors, attempting to undermine Yinran's position as heir? With a cold glance, Yun remarked, as the chief elder of our sect, you should be aware that every successor of Yunlan's sect is someone who can resonate with the life and death gate. Therefore, from the second-generation ancestor to myself, there have been a total of 8 generations of sect leaders, and the trials of the life and death gate have never posed a threat to life. Rather, they are a form of inheritance. I once ascended directly from Do Ling to Do Huang. However, without the resonance with the life and death gate, who goes in, who dies? Elder, among the younger generation, only Yinran can resonate with the life and death gate. Are you truly considering the interests of Yunlan's sect by suggesting I strip Yinran of her position as the sect's heir? Yun's frosty gaze body into Yunling, causing him to break into a cold sweat, ultimately lowering his head in submission, saying, what the sect leader says is indeed correct. I have grown old and foolish. Seeing Yunling relent, the usually calm Yun ceased her pressure and instead assisted the long-kneeling Nalan Yinran to her feet, gently saying, Yinran, please speak to me about what transpired on the day of the annulment. It had initially been just a verbal dispute, but upon the arrival of Xiao Yan's senior brother, Zhou Chun, isn't Xiao Yan's senior brother merely a waste with the cultivation of the 3rd stage of Doqi? How could anyone take him as a disciple? Yin furrowed her delicate brows, somewhat perplexed. Xiao Yan's talent has already been restored a month ago. He ascended to the 5th stage of Doqi in just a month, and moreover, noticing Nalan Yinran's silence at a crucial moment, the impatient Yunling could not contain himself and urgently inquired, what happened? Furthermore, he broke through to the 6th stage of Doqi right in front of me, in a fit of excitement. A deathly silence befell the hall of Yunlan, with the dozen elders, including Yun, remaining speechless for a long time. An elder, appearing quite aged and of high standing, finally spoke after a deep breath. To break through 3 stages of Doqi in a single month is an unprecedented speed. The old sect leader, who currently resides in seclusion on the back mountain, did not possess such talent. Yindu, you speak too lightly. Yinling shot a severe glance at Nalan Yinran, bluntly stating, according to our sect's records, even our ancestor, the revered Yun Patian, did not have such capabilities in his youth. Upon these words, the hall erupted in commotion. Indeed, the pace of cultivation exhibited by this Xiao family youth was terrifying. It was unheard of. At this moment, the potential displayed by Xiao Yin undoubtedly caught the attention of the entire Yunlan sect. However, Nalan Yinran's actions had rendered their relationship a cold stalemate. If this situation continued, it was almost certain that the spurned Xiao Yin would harbor resentment against Yunlan's sect. Just the thought of a future powerhouse capable of becoming a Dozong might lead to enmity towards Yunlan's sect, leaving these elders unable to sit still. Yun's voice rang out sharply, continuing to question, and then, how did Guyi and that inner disciple meet their demise? Nalan Yinran, her voice trembling with tears, recounted. That Zhou sect master, upon entering, uttered but a few words before he killed Brother Amoli, and then had his guards severely injure Elder Guyi with a single punch. Wait, Yinling interjected. I recall Elder Guye's strength was that of a 7-star Great Doe Master. To injure him with one punch, one would need at least the strength of a high-level Doe Ling. Hearing this, Yun Yun sighed heavily, her expression grave. Then this Zhou character you mentioned, protected by a high-level Doe Ling. How old is he and what is his strength? He, Nailin Yinran, with tears glistening in her eyes, cautiously glanced at the elders present and whispered, he is at most 17 or 18 years old, and with one strike, he shattered Elder Gu Ye's Do Chi armor and killed him. Yin Yin was taken aback. After another awkward silence, Elder Yin Ling stood up again, coldly stating, to shatter the armor of a great Dome Master and kill Gu Yi, even if Gu Yi was already injured. This Zhou Chun must possess strength close to that of a great Dome Master. Such talent at 17 or 18 years old is likely on par with Xiao Yan. A younger Do Ling elder pondered aloud. Let us not forget that since Zhou Chun and Xiao Yan are brothers, they must have a master as well. Yun Yun remained silent. The elders exchanged glances, weighing the implications of this revelation. Chapter 111. The Purple Spirit Crystal, Zhou Chen's response in the dead of night. Atop Yunlan Mountain, Nailin Yinran stood at the peak, her figure forlorn, her complexion pale, gazing vacantly at the brilliant Milky Way above, allowing the mountain winds to whip against her frail form. Reflecting on the events in the Yunlan Hall earlier that day, a profound sense of regret pierced her heart. How could she have been so rash, swayed by Gu Yi and Mo Li's instigation to annul the engagement? Yinran, there is no need to blame yourself. We are all human. Who is without fault? At some point, Yun Yun appeared behind Nailin Yinran, clad in a simple gown that draped elegantly over her curvaceous figure. Her hair elegantly styled in a regal phoenix adornment, her beautiful visage exuding tranquility. Yun Yun gazed at her tormented disciple, silently sighing. Under Yun Yun's unwavering gaze, Nailin Yinran's beautiful eyes suddenly glimmered with tears, and she abruptly threw herself into her mentor's embrace. Her pent-up grievances finally spilling forth in soft sobs. I regret it so much. With a soft sigh, Yun Yun gently caressed Nailin Yinran's silky hair, managing a bittersweet smile. I too have erred. I should not have yielded to your persistent pleas to annul the engagement. Otherwise, none of this would have transpired. Teacher, what should I do now? Nailin Yinran lifted her head, her tearful eyes appearing utterly captivating. Yun Yun hesitated, then smiled ruefully. She too was in a tangled mess regarding this annulment, for it had resulted in the deaths of 2 inner sect members and, due to the widespread circulation of the divorce decree, had brought great shame to the entire Jia Ma Empire. If Yunlan sect could not regain its dignity and resolve the situation with the Shao family, its 1,000-year reputation would be at stake. Yet, it was not merely the Shao family that posed a threat. A few Do Ling could easily be dispatched, and perhaps one Do Wang would suffice to address the issue. However, the looming presence of Xiao Yan's senior brother, Zhou Chun, and the still unknown identity of his master made Yunlan's sect wary of taking rash actions. The ability to cultivate 2 exceptionally talented disciples and provide them with peak Do Ling as guardians spoke volumes of Xiao Yan's mysterious master, who was undoubtedly a superpower at the Do Huang or even Do Zone level. Such a figure was enough to instill profound trepidation within the ranks of Yunlan sect. Even the usually forceful Elder Yun Ling had chosen to remain silent this time. After all, no one was a fool. Reputation belongs to the sect, but life is one's own. If one were to provoke a formidable opponent, it could spell disaster. Observing Yun Yun's contemplative demeanor, Nailin Yinran realized something and shook her head self-deprecatingly, murmuring, I truly have brought this upon myself. Teacher, once this matter is settled, please allow me to enter the life and death gate. Her cheeks bearing a faint pallor, Nailin Yinran suddenly declared. Upon hearing this, Yin Yin was taken aback. You wish to enter the life and death gate? One must at least be of Do Ling level to enter. Although you are the only one capable of resonating with the life and death gate at this moment, entering now would almost certainly spell doom. At this point, Yin Yin resolutely shook her head. You must not gamble with your life. If you wish to enhance your strength, I have a much better method. Not long ago, Elder Gu he stumbled upon a medicinal formula during a training expedition in the deep mountains, which surely must have been left behind by predecessors. This formula is highly effective for Do practitioners aiming to break through to the Do Master realm, with prolonged effects that could carry you all the way to becoming a great Do Master. However, Yin Yun's brows knitted in concern. While other ingredients may be rare, with the resources of Yunlan sect, it should not be too difficult to procure them. Yet, there is one ingredient that is exceedingly hard to obtain. This ingredient is called the Purple Spirit Crystal, a crystallization shed by the 6th grade demonic beast, the Purple Crystal Wing Lion. To acquire it, we will likely face a fierce battle. Teacher, do not go. Nailin Yinran expressed her concerns, saying, the Purple Crystal Winged Lion King possesses a fearsome reputation as the sovereign of the monster beast mountain range. You must not take any risk for my sake. Yin Yun smiled gently, shaking her head with feigned nonchalance. It is of no consequence. The Purple Crystal Winged Lion King is an exceedingly intelligent beast leader. I intend to bring along some profound level techniques and high-grade elixirs. With his wisdom, we may very well reach a mutually beneficial agreement. Meanwhile, in Wutan City, ever since the incident surrounding Nalan Yinran's broken engagement, Zhou Chun had moved out of the Xiao residence with Fei Lei and Xiao Yixian, relocating to the newly established branch of the Xianchan Pavilion, financed by Yafei. Initially, this decision had caused quite a stir among the Xiao family, who feared that Zhou Chun, having committed murder, might abandon them and flee from the Yunlan sect. At this late hour, a gentle breeze wafted through the air. On a pavilion amidst a serene lake, Zhou Chun held a dragon's heart fruit, as translucent as purple jade, and placed it into the mouth of Xiao Yixian, who sat beside him, her eyes closed in blissful enjoyment. This tender act elicited a soft chuckle from Yafei, tinged with jealousy, as Zhou Chun had never shown her such gentleness. Noticing Yafei's envious expression, Zhou Chun chuckled softly and peeled another piece of fruit, feeding it to her, leaving her pleasantly surprised. She licked her alluring lips, revealing a hint of her pearly teeth, causing Zhou Chun's heart to flutter. I heard that you killed an internal elder and a disciple of the Yunlan sect a few days ago. How do you plan to handle the aftermath? Jiafei Nguayev, her captivating eyes wide with a mix of anxiety and teasing. She had placed all her hopes on Zhou Chun, understanding that if he faltered, she would be in grave peril as well. Let them come. If the Yunlan sect dares to trouble me, I shall send them on their way, Zhou Chun replied, rising to gaze towards the back mountains, where Fei Lei was in seclusion. Since eliminating those two from the Yunlan sect, Zhou Chun resolved to swiftly enhance his strength to confront potential threats from formidable adversaries. Being at the peak of Douling, Fei Lei was on the verge of breaking through to Douwang, making him Zhou Chun's prime candidate for strength augmentation. Consequently, Zhou Chun had asked Yao Lao to concoct a 5th-grade elixir to assist in Fei Lei's breakthrough. Now, Fei Lei had been in seclusion for 5 days, and Zhou Chun wondered when he would achieve his breakthrough. Yafei, perceptive and astute, sensed Zhou Chun's contemplative gaze and remarked, "Whether Fei Lei breaks through or not is merely a source of psychological comfort for me. If the Yunlan sect truly intends to act, Fei Lei will be of little use." Zhou Chun stood with his hands clasped behind his back, responding nonchalantly, "Although I may appear unconcerned about the Yunlan sect, I hold them in considerable regard. After all, they possess not only Do Wang and Do Huang, but also the formidable Yun Shan, a Do Zone powerhouse. Fei Lei, as merely a Do Wang, can only serve as a temporary deterrent. What truly gives me confidence is the multitude of causal points I currently possess, as well as Yao Lao's soul strength having returned to the Do Zone level." Nevertheless, even with a plan to resolve the situation with the Yunlan sect, Zhou Chun was reluctant to initiate conflict at this moment, for what he truly feared was the Soul Palace lurking behind them. In the original narrative, the Soul Palace aided Yun Shan in breaking through to Do Zone, seeking to harvest the souls of strong individuals, particularly the ancient relic that could unlock the Emperor's secret realm hidden within the Xiao family in Wutan City. If a war broke out with the Yunlan sect and alerted the Soul Palace, Zhou Chun would have no choice but to flee with his followers. The Soul Palace boasted numerous Do Zun and Do Sheng strongholds, and should they take matters seriously, Zhou Chun would find himself utterly incapable of defending against them. Contemplating this, Zhou Chun felt that the pace of his growth and the expansion of his forces was far too slow. It seemed the time had come to take decisive action. As Zhou Chun pondered his future plans, Xiao Yixian anxiously asked, "It has been 5 days. Do you think Fei Lei will be all right?" "Patience," Zhou Chun replied, his gaze unwavering. At his words, Xiao Yixian rolled her eyes at him, her concern shifting towards the direction of the cultivation chamber. After all, Fei Lei had journeyed with her from Qingshan town and was a disciple of Kargan, who had aided her greatly during her time as a healer. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion echoed from the cultivation chamber, and a torrent of thunderous Do Qi erupted like a volcanic eruption, soaring into the sky and forming a funnel-shaped energy storm. Witnessed by countless astonished eyes within Wutan City, was this the might of breaking through to Douwang? In a nearby room, Kargan, endowed with spiritual lineage, sensed Zhou Chen's slashing blade with fervor, feeling a mix of envy and pride as he observed the sky filled with lightning. As Fei Lei, his disciple, advanced to Douwang, Kargan remained at the peak of Douling, hindered by the limitations of his spiritual lineage. With a sigh, Kargan closed his eyes, continuing to attune himself to the icy, moonlit blade resting on his lap. He vividly remembered Zhou Chen's words. If he could merge with the blade and achieve its initial release, his strength would suffice to break through once more. With a sudden burst, a figure surrounded by azure and violet lightning shot forth from the chamber, pausing momentarily. 2 wings of Do Qi, glowing with blue light, unfurled dramatically as the figure dove down, kneeling before Zhou Chun. "Master, I have not disgraced my mission. I have successfully broken through to a 1-star Douwang." Zhou Chun regarded Fei Lei, who maintained an air of utmost respect, nodding with satisfaction. "You have recently achieved this breakthrough. There is no need for excessive formality. Focus on solidifying your foundation." After a brief pause, Zhou Chun continued, "Once you have stabilized your foundation, I have tasks for you to undertake." "Understood," Fei Lei replied decisively. bowing respectfully before swiftly departing to continue his training in seclusion. What task do you have for Fei Lei? Xiao Yixian inquired, her curiosity piqued. Zhou Chun smiled enigmatically. Naturally, it pertains to the Yunlan sect. We cannot simply ignore this persistent thorn in our side. As the night deepened, within the study of the Xianshan Pavilion, Zhou Chen's workspace reflected his esteemed position as the pavilion master. For candlesticks, each adorned with 36 candles crafted from the fat of first-tier magical beasts, illuminated the room. To the north, a complete set of furniture made from azure cloud wood was present. Zhou Chun meticulously penned a confidential letter, taking his time to ensure precision. After a considerable duration, Zhou Chun completed the missive and entrusted it to Fei Lei, who had been standing by patiently. Deliver this letter to the Yunlan sect with utmost urgency, preferably directly to the hands of their leader, Yun Yun. He instructed. Understood, Fei Lei affirmed, taking the envelope and placing it into his spatial ring before exiting. With a slight tremor in his back, a pair of wings forged from thunderous Do Qi unfurled, lifting him into the air. With a powerful flap, he transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the horizon. Atop the towering Yunlan mountain, enveloped in mist, lay a vast square constructed entirely of massive stones, exuding an ancient and grandiose ambience. In the center stood a colossal stele, inscribed with the names of past leaders and those who had greatly contributed to the sect. At that moment, nearly 1,000 individuals sat in a semicircle, their eyes closed in meditation. They were all clad in robes of moon white, their sleeves fluttering like ethereal clouds, as if animated by life itself, subtly infused with a faint sword intent. Although the square teemed with nearly 1,000 individuals, it remained eerily silent, save for the howling wind that echoed through the air. At the elevated section of the square, a series of towering stone steps emerged, upon which several elderly men in white robes sat cross-legged, overseeing the cultivation of the myriad disciples of the Yunlan sect below. A few middle-aged stewards, wielding slender wooden staffs, guided those disciples who faltered in their training. A streak of light traversed the sky. Having flown for several days, it finally arrived in the airspace above Yunlan Mountain, casting a commanding gaze upon the scene of cultivation below. Truly, it was the mightiest force within the realm of the Gamma Empire. Fei Lei, with his wings of fighting spirit unfurled, hovered in the air, expressing admiration. As a native of the Gamma Empire, he had long heard tales of the Yunlan sect's renown. This ancient sect, with its unbroken lineage through generations, was regarded as a sanctuary by all practitioners within the empire. Many citizens were only familiar with the Yunlan sect, oblivious to the imperial family. In his youth, Fei Lei had harbored dreams of joining the Yunlan sect to cultivate, but alas, his lack of aptitude had led to his disqualification before even setting foot at the gate. Thus, born of humble origins and lacking any fighting techniques, he became a mercenary, a life fraught with danger, uncertain of when it would end. He had not anticipated witnessing such a scene upon returning to Yunlan Mountain. Filled with emotion, Fei Lei reflected that had he not encountered Zhou Chun, he might have spent his life merely gazing up at the disciples of Yunlan sect, never dreaming he would stand in such a position, surveying Yunlan Mountain from above. Just as he was lost in thought, a cold, feminine voice suddenly rang out, though soft. It enveloped the entire peak. Chapter 113. The fury of Yun Yun. As the cold yet authoritative voice resonated, all disciples of the Yunlan sect opened their eyes. The dozen or so elderly figures on the stone platform also awakened, their sharp gazes fixed upon the sky. Through the wispy clouds, Fei Lei's formidable silhouette, with wings of fighting spirit, gradually came into view, eliciting gasps of recognition. Dowang. Countless identical figures appeared in the minds of the thousands gathered at Yunlan sect. The two elders who had reached the Dowang level also felt a rush of anxiety as they spread their wings and ascended to confront Fei Lei. Esteemed Dowang, are you not aware that flying over the Yunlan sect's vicinity is prohibited? A captivating figure suddenly materialized in the sky. Behind her were a pair of azure wings, slightly ethereal in appearance, and in her hand, she wielded a peculiar long sword radiating a cerulean glow. It was none other than Yun Yun, the sect master of Yunlan sect. Oh, this is indeed the first I have heard of you, Fei Lei remarked with a playful shrug. It was said that one is influenced by their company. Having spent extended time with the unscrupulous Zhou Chun, the once innocent Fei Lei had adopted a more mischievous demeanor. Yun Yun, momentarily taken aback, suppressed her irritation and, striving for composure, inquired with vigilance, I am acquainted with most of the formidable individuals within the Gamma Empire. Might I ask who you are and the purpose of your visit to my Yunlan sect? Fei Lei did not respond to Yun Yun's inquiry, but countered. Is this the esteemed Yun Yun, master of Yunlan sect? Upon receiving a slight nod from her, Fei Lei's eyes brightened, and he retrieved the envelope Zhou Chun had entrusted to him, channeling his fighting spirit as he proclaimed, I am Fei Lei, sent by my master Zhou Chun to deliver a letter to Yunlan sect. His calm voice, imbued with robust fighting spirit, reverberated throughout Yunlan Mountain and even the holy city of Gamma, causing a ripple of disturbance amidst the tranquil atmosphere of the square. Many disciples gazed enviously at the Dowang strongholds above while pondering the identity of Zhou Chun. The booming proclamation drew the attention of the entire city. At that moment, the three great families of the imperial capital and the royal family were all intrigued by the Dowang, known as Fei Lei, and they were immensely curious about the master behind this unfamiliar Dowang. A Dowang was sufficient to disrupt the fragile balance of power among the forces of the Gama Empire. Moreover, this Dowang evidently belonged to an exceptionally vast faction. Otherwise, how could one of such strength have a master like Zhou Chun? One elder of the Yunlan sect, recalling the familiar name, suddenly shouted, "Zhou Chun? Isn't he the senior brother of Xiaoyan?" Another elder, realizing the implication, pointed an accusing finger at Fei Lei and exclaimed, "Your master killed our intersect steward and brazenly spread the divorce decree, bringing disgrace upon our sect. How dare you come here voluntarily? Fellow elders, seize this man." The elder chuckled sinisterly, preparing to team up with others to teach this so-called subordinate of Zhou Chun a lesson. It was truly remarkable that a sect with a millennium of history would resort to bullying a mere messenger. Fei Lei scolded, his expression hardening as a long sword forged from thunderous fighting spirit materialized in his grasp. "Stand down," Yun Yun commanded, observing the gathering, restless elders of the Yunlan sect. She coldly regarded the group behind her, her voice sharp. "Do you wish to further disgrace yourselves?" "Master, I said stand down." Yun Yun's doit aura surgi fort. Her piercing gaze sweeping over the group of elders, finally compelling those intent on besieging Fei Lei to retreat. Once she had quelled the intentions of the elders, Yin Yun took a deep breath and turned her cold gaze upon Fei Lei, who held the Thunder Awakening Sword. She sensed that although this Dowang was merely at the initial level, his fighting spirit was exceptionally refined, indicating he had practiced techniques of Earth-grade caliber or higher. Such high-level fighting techniques signified that the power represented by Zhou Chun was not something Yunlan's sect could afford to underestimate. Yin Yun was not mistaken. Fei Lei's practiced Thunder Awakening technique was indeed an Earth-grade intermediate technique Zhou Chun had extorted from Sun Air, surpassing even the highest secret technique of the Yunlan sect. The Wind of Extreme technique, which only the sect master could learn. Observing Fei Lei, who remained unflinching before her as a Dowang, Yin Yun's conviction solidified. Calmly, she inquired, "Where is the letter you mentioned?" "Here." Fei Lei presented the letter with both hands, earnestly stating, "Sect Master Yin Yun, my master insists that this letter be delivered into your hands. Please accept it for your review." Yin Yun remained silent, as she coldly accepted the letter, tearing it open on the spot. Peace is preferable. It is better to resolve enmity than to deepen it. How delightful. I did not expect this Zhou Chun to be so humble and reasonable, Yin Yun mused as she read the first half of the letter, feeling the clouds of doubt dissipate from her heart. It seemed that although the Yunlan sect had faced some losses, the matter could ultimately be resolved amicably. At the very least, the Yunlan sect need not worry that the exceptionally talented Xiao Yin and Zhou Chun would harbor resentment against them in the future. Yin Yun let out a sigh of relief, continuing to read, "The two of them shall resolve their 3-year agreement with a duel upon meeting, allowing past grievances to be forgiven." Upon reaching this section, Yin Yun nodded in agreement. Indeed, this 3-year agreement is quite commendable. The matter of the broken engagement was merely a jest by Yin Ran. It would be best to allow her and Xiao Yin to compete 3 years hence at the peak of Yunlan Mountain. Regardless of the outcome, all past grievances shall be forgotten. That would be ideal. Seeing the satisfaction on Yin Yun's face, Fei Lei's heart eased. His greatest fear had been that Zhou Chun would have written something to provoke her anger, in which case, he might find it impossible to leave Yunlan Mountain. However, what was this? Yin Yun's tone suddenly escalated an octave. Her face flushed, her brows knitted with indignation as she exclaimed, "Shameless scoundrel. This is intolerable. Look for yourself at what your master has written." In her fury, Yin Yun flung the letter at Fei Lei's face. The paper, imbued with fighting spirit, struck Fei Lei's visage painfully. Witnessing the furious countenance of Yin Yun, a formidable Dou emperor, Fei Lei dared not utter a word. He lifted the letter from his face and began to read. The initial and middle portions were quite standard, emphasizing the need for reconciliation with the Yunlan sect and a request for a 3-year agreement. However, the concluding remarks were rather inappropriate. Having long admired the exceptional talent and unparalleled beauty of Sect Master Yin Yun, I find myself restless at night, consumed by my admiration. As Fei Lei trembled through the sappy love letter, he glanced at the enraged Yin Yun, nearly moved to tears. Is there truly such a foolish master? He lamented internally. You could write a letter, but why pen a love missive? Chapter 114. The Royal Response Sect Master Yin Yun, please, remain calm. My master may simply be begone, came a sharp retort. As Yin Yun pointed her sword at Fei Lei, her beautiful eyes filled with an icy rage and embarrassment. The matter concerning Xiao Yin and Nalan Yinran's 3-year agreement was now a focal point of her ire. Under the blade of a Dou emperor, Fei Lei was drenched in cold sweat, grappling with the urgency of his mission as instructed by Zhou Chun. Hearing this, Yin Yun's chest heaved violently, clearly struggling to contain her fury. She repeatedly reminded herself of the greater good, and after a prolonged moment, she coolly declared, "I consent to this matter. 3 years hence, on this very day, at the summit of Yunlan Mountain. Now, you may leave." Yin Yun's countenance paled in frustration, and she waved her delicate hand, slender fingers trembling like green onions, as if shooing away a fly. Upon hearing her words, Fei Lei felt as if he had been granted a reprieve. Without uttering another word, he turned and departed. His Doqi wings flapped with great frequency, and in less than half a moment, he vanished from the sight of the Yunlan sect. Only after Fei Lei transformed into a streak of light, disappearing into the horizon, did an elder behind Yun Yun cautiously inquire, "Sect Master, what shall we do next?" "Let us proceed as stated in that letter," Yun Yun coldly scoffed. "Shall we also act upon the final remarks of that letter?" A typically taciturn elder, who devoted himself solely to cultivation, inappropriately posed the question. Yun Yun shot him a fierce glare, utterly speechless with indignation. Was the matter not glaringly obvious? Zhou Qin's claim of admiration was merely a pretext for ridicule. Setting aside their age difference of over a decade, they were clearly from different generations. Little did the naive Yun Yun realize that in this world, there existed beings who reveled in relationships across age divides, the protagonists of the Gamma Empire. In the palace of the Gamma Empire, an elderly man clad in a coarse robe and a middle-aged man sat across from each other, engaged in a game of Go. Ultimately, the black pieces coalesced into a formidable dragon, vanquishing the white pieces. After the game concluded, the middle-aged man laid down his pieces, praising, "Grandfather, your skill has greatly improved." The elder shook his head with a chuckle. "You little rascal, you always let me win a few pieces on purpose. Playing with you is less satisfying than playing with Yao Yi. At least she won tea let me." The elder then shifted the conversation. "You truly are disappointing. Having produced 2 daughters in succession, how shall our imperial lineage continue?" The middle-aged man forced a smile. "Though Yao Yi cannot cultivate, she is well-versed in military affairs and shall undoubtedly become a pillar of our empire. Yao Yi, too, possesses remarkable alchemical talent and is nearing the level of a second-tier alchemist. Alas, our Gamma royal family has been passed down for 3 generations. And with you producing only daughters, the number of strong individuals in the royal family diminishes. In another decade, even I may not be able to endure. Great-grandfather, what's wrong with having daughters? Speak ill of me behind my back, and I shall pull your beard." As the elderly man lamented the dwindling numbers of the royal family, a tall, striking woman, adorned in luxurious robes and exuding an air of regal authority cultivated by her upbringing, fortuitously entered the pavilion, expressing her displeasure. "Huh, I was merely speaking out loud. Yao Yi, do not take it to heart." The elderly man awkwardly chuckled and hastily redirected the topic. "Yao Yi, have you ascertained the identity of the powerful individual who recently visited the Yunlan sect?" Yao Yi rolled her eyes at her great-grandfather and, after a couple of huffs, replied, "The elite army of 50,000 stationed at the foot of Yunlan Mountain is under my direct control. According to their reports, that powerful individual seems to be connected to the recent uproar regarding Na Lan Yen Ran's annulment of engagement. It is said that this Do Wang is affiliated with the Shao family and has come to deliver a letter in hopes of mending the rift with the Yunlan sect. Moreover, a 3-year agreement has been set, stipulating a contest between the parties involved in the annulment, Shao Yin and Na Lan Yen Ran, atop Yunlan Mountain. The Shao family from Wutan City, you say?" The middle-aged man inquired, surprised. "Isn't their strongest individual merely a great Do master? That seems improbable." The elderly man pondered for a moment before slowly responding. "Over a decade ago, the Shao family still had the Do Wang expert Shaolin. Otherwise, how could they have been on equal footing with Na Lan Jia and established that betrothal? Furthermore, according to our royal archives, the Shao family migrated to the Gamma Empire centuries ago, and at that time, they had even boasted a Do emperor, which caused considerable concern for the reigning royal family." Observing the father-daughter duo listening intently, the elderly man stroked his beard and continued, "Yet, it remains a mystery why the Shao family has remained so low-key, never vying for power or resources for cultivation, resulting in their decline. After all, it took a long time to produce a Do Wang like Shaolin, only for him to be ambushed and killed. No one even knows who the perpetrator was." Upon hearing this, Yao Ye's enchanting eyes sparkled with intrigue as she suddenly speculated. Could it be that the Shao family is in hiding to avoid calamity? Thus, they have chosen to remain discreet and not reveal themselves. The elderly man and the middle-aged man exchanged glances, realizing there was indeed a possibility. The elderly man nodded in agreement. Who would have thought that the Shao family harbored a Do Wang in such secrecy? Great-grandfather, you are mistaken. To my knowledge, this Do Wang is not a member of the Shao family. Instead, he is a subordinate of Zhou Chun, the elder brother of Shao Yan. Yao Yi proclaimed with a hint of pride. Long before the uproar surrounding Na Lan Yen Ran's annulment, I had dispatched spies to uncover the truth. The so-called Wei Xiao, Yen has actually regained his cultivation talent, and has taken a mysterious strong figure as his master. Furthermore, it is said that on the day of the annulment, Zhou Chun, unwilling to suffer humiliation, boldly killed the inner sect steward of the Yunlin sect, and had the annulment letter replicated in over 10,000 copies across the Gamma Empire. I have always wondered what gave him the courage to confront the Yunlin sect, and now, seeing this Do Wang, I finally comprehend. The elderly man nodded gravely. It appears that this Zhou Chun must be backed by an exceedingly powerful force. How perplexing that our Gamma Empire, being so small, encounters such formidable adversaries. The disappearance of the old ghost of Yun Mountain and the Ice Elder for over a decade suggests that their fates may not be promising. With half of the Gamma Empire's powerful individuals gone, the future may prove even more arduous. The elderly man expressed his concerns. Let the younger generation find their own fortunes. Having spoken, the elder concentrated his Do Chi wings, leaping into the air and vanishing in an instant. Chapter 115, Do Ling Pill. The 3-year agreement with Xiao Mei has Union agreed? In the study, Zhou Chun delicately sipped a cup of strong tea and inquired of the weary Fei Lei, who had hurried back. Fei Lei nodded in affirmation. The sect master has consented. However, she was somewhat displeased by the final portion of your letter. With that, Fei Lei cautiously raised his gaze to observe Zhou Chun's expression, fearing that he might unleash his wrath upon being unmasked. Zhou Chun set down his teacup, a smirk playing on his lips. I did not intend for it to be this way, but, you see, people often harbor unspeakable burdens. Fei Lei nodded solemnly, adopting a knowing expression that suggested, men. I understand. Zhou Chun felt a pang of irritation, wishing he could deliver a blow to him. I assure you, I am not lecherous. I genuinely have my reasons. In a treasure cave of Qingshan Town, Zhou Chun had borrowed over 10,000 causality points from the system to purchase a Union experience card, which enabled him to eliminate the elder of the Hao family who sought to seize the treasure. The system's lending of such a substantial amount was not without its conditions. It necessitated that within a year, Zhou Chun must win over Yun Yun to accrue more causality points, thereby compensating for the loss it incurred by lending him the points. Now, 2 or 3 months had elapsed since that year-long period, and while it seemed there was still ample time, the reality of capturing the affections of a specific young lady within the span of 8 or 9 months was indeed a formidable challenge, particularly